Chapter 1. Elopement. Rangier, let us pause here for a moment. Our rescuer will arrive shortly. Shen Wenyuan broke off a peach blossom and presented it to her. A piercing pain surged through Jiang Rong's mind as countless memories flooded back, ultimately settling into a profound stillness. She gazed intently at the person before her, then surveyed her surroundings. It was the height of spring, with blossoms in full bloom and a gentle breeze caressing the air. The tender, flower-gathering gentleman stood opposite her. This scene was too familiar. It mirrored the moment a decade ago when she eloped with Shen Wenyuan. She often fantasized about what might have been had they not encountered bandits that day. Had Xie not appeared, would they have lived a blissful life together? It was only in her final moments that she realized. Her entire existence had been shrouded in deception. How absurd, how infuriating. Little did she expect that upon opening her eyes after death, she would find herself returned to 10 years prior. The bandits you arranged are indeed drawing near. Jiang Rong fixed her gaze upon him, a wry smile playing upon her lips. Shen Wenyuan's expression instantly shifted. How could she possibly know he had hired bandits? This slap is for my father. Jiang Rong raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Shen Wenyuan's face. He raised a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Rong's father and Shen Wenyuan's father were close friends. Years ago, when Shen's father had incurred the emperor's wrath and was exiled, no one dared to assist the Shen family. Only Jiang's father, with his steadfast loyalty, stepped in. Upon Shen's father's departure, he entrusted his son to Jiang's father, who vowed to raise Shen Wenyuan as his own, binding their families with a marriage pact for his newborn daughter. Many whispered behind their backs, questioning the match between a noble's daughter and the son of a traitor. Yet Jiang Rong never minded his lineage. They had grown up together, exchanging vows of eternal love. Shen Wenyuan had professed that he would love her alone for all his days. This slap is for you and your father. Before Shen Wenyuan could react, Jiang Rong swiftly struck him again, delivering another blow to his other cheek. Your father was a man of unwavering loyalty and with a son like you. He must have suffered a lifetime of misfortune that a fortnight ago, the emperor had summoned Shen's father back to court, granting him the title of Grand Tutor. Shen Wenyuan immediately sensed a shift in his status as the son of a Grand Tutor. He was no longer the same, while Jiang Rong, a mere orphan from a fallen noble family, was unworthy of being his wife. Yet the Jiang family had supported him for 15 years. He feared his father would oppose any attempt to break their engagement. Thus, he resorted to bribing bandits to abduct Jiang Rong and tarnish her reputation, thereby freeing himself from her. However, before he could set his plan into motion, Jiang Rong found herself embroiled in a major predicament. The heir of the northern prince, the most powerful noble in the great Xie, had fallen in love with her at first sight and was pressuring her into marriage by decree of the empress. Shen Wenyuan should have rejoiced at this turn of events, as it freed him from troublesome engagement. Yet, there were those who wished to prevent Jiang Rong from marrying into the northern prince's family, willing to pay handsomely to thwart the union. Thus, Shen Wenyuan feigned to elope with Jiang Rong, while simultaneously arranging for the bandits to ambush them. He initiated the chaos and then abandoned her, unwilling to allow her a better fate. How cruel! Shen Wenyuan, I shall carve out your heart to see if it is as black as your soul. Jiang Rong's eyes glinted with fierce determination. You wretched girl, how dare you strike me? Shen Wenyuan snapped back to reality, fury igniting within him. Jiang Rong was on the brink of being killed by the bandits, and he saw no reason to pretend any longer. He reached for her collar. But before he could act, Jiang Rong kicked him forcefully in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. She then stomped down on his stomach with precision. Her movements were sharp and practiced, clearly honed through training. Shen Wenyuan gasped in pain, unable to rise. He had never anticipated that Jiang Rong would possess such skill. In their previous life, she had indeed been a delicate young lady unable to fend for herself. This strength had been cultivated during her 10 years of the northern prince's residence, under the tutelage of a certain individual. Wait for me, Shen Wenyuan threatened viciously. Jiang Rong scoffed, relentlessly kicking him as though he were a punching bag, leaving him bloodied and unable to scream. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a horde of masked bandits approached. A flicker of hope ignited in Shen Wenyuan's eyes. Jiang Rong, you are doomed. The girl kicking him remained composed and unafraid, fully aware that the bandits would soon arrive. However, while Shen Wenyuan awaited the bandits, Jiang Rong was waiting for someone else. She peered into the distance, where a familiar figure emerged from the peach grove. The young man rode a white horse, with striking features and an air of nonchalance, resembling a jade tree swaying in the breeze. Clad in a brilliant red wedding robe, he stood out with unparalleled brilliance, the air of the northern prince, Xie. With bandits in front and Xie behind, Jiang Rong had despised him in her previous life. She had even fled toward the bandits, preferring to perish at their hands than be captured by him. Yet now, Jiang Rong feigned panic and fear, clutching her skirts as she stumbled toward him. Chapter 2. Husband. As Xie dismounted, he was unexpectedly embraced by a young girl clad in white. The soft fragrance enveloped him. Husband, I am frightened. Jiang Rong's delicate voice quivered with feigned trepidation as she clung to him tightly. Xie felt his body stiffen. Ever since the empress had arranged their marriage, Jiang Rong had sent him a threatening letter, ominously stating, "If you dare to marry me, I shall become a widow. It shall be either your demise or mine." He was acutely aware of her loathing for him, as well as her lofty pride. It would not surprise him if she sought refuge with bandits. Yet, she dared to call him husband? Xie was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. Regaining his composure, he suppressed his chaotic musings and cast a glance at the bloodied Shen Wenyuan. With her remarkable agility, Jiang Rong could easily handle a mere band of bandits. Was she truly afraid? It was these brigands who should be trembling. However, Xie chose not to expose her ruse. He merely tilted his head slightly and instructed the guards behind him, "Kill them." Yes, the guards of the northern prince's residence were elite warriors, charging into the bandits with the precision of skilled chefs slicing vegetables, swiftly dispatching them. Only the severely injured Shen Wenyuan remained on the ground, urgently shouting, "My father is the Grand Tutor. Do not approach." Jiang Rong, how did your elopement with him turn into such chaos? Xie raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, revealing no trace of emotion. Jiang Rong immediately lifted her tear-streaked face from his embrace, her eyes reddened. "Husband, how can you tarnish my innocence? I did not elope with him. Miss Jiang, your cousin is set to marry in your place. What further defense can you offer?" The captain of the guards, Jingzhe, interjected. Indeed, she had a cousin, Jiang Wan. Orphaned at a young age, Jiang Rong had grown up under the care of her aunt, considering her uncle and aunt as her true parents, and shared a deep bond with her cousin Jiang Wan. Upon receiving the empress's decree, her aunt had approached her. "Rong, we all know you are in love with Wenyuan. That reckless young master has separated you two, ruining your lives. I cannot bear to see this. Jiang Wan and I have come to an agreement. She will take your place in the bridal sedan, and you can elope with Wenyuan," her aunt urged. Jiang Rong was deeply moved, but she could not allow her cousin to suffer such a fate. That young master is no good. If Wenyuan marries him, it would ruin her life. I cannot let her endure my misfortunes. Elder sister, do not worry. I have a plan for dealing with that scoundrel. If I marry him, I will certainly be a good young lady of the family. If you marry him, you will only be bullied. This is the best solution. Quickly escape with brother-in-law. Jiang Wan reassured her. In that year of elopement, Jiang Rong believed she had the closest sister and the love of her life, convinced she was the happiest person in the world. Little did she know, she was but a pawn, used by them throughout her life, ultimately leading to Xie's demise. She vowed not to spare any of them. "Husband, I know nothing. I fell asleep last night and awoke here. My husband is a paragon of grace. Shen Wenyuan cannot compare to even a finger of yours. How could I elope with him?" Jiang Rong vehemently denied, pushing away all accusations. "He abducted me, and I was desperately struggling. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. I was so frightened." Xie's gaze shifted downward, glancing at the nearly lifeless Shen Wenyuan, who was truly struggling. "So you claim the matter of the marriage substitution has nothing to do with you?" he inquired, scrutinizing her. Jiang Rong obediently nodded. "Of course it has nothing to do with me. Such a wonderful husband. How could I bear to give you to another? It is only because you are so exceptionally handsome and heroic that my sister was momentarily bewitched into committing such a grave mistake." The guards, including Jingzhe, could no longer contain their disbelief. Everyone knew that the heir of the northern prince's residence was the most notorious scoundrel in the capital, never having done a good deed. How could Miss Jiang extol him so sincerely? Xie raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes fixed on Jiang Rong as if she were a stranger. The information he had on Jiang Rong did not align with this portrayal. Were his subordinates truly incompetent, or did this young woman possess a depth he had not perceived? Yet, the scrutiny in his gaze vanished as swiftly as it appeared, replaced by a nonchalant demeanor, concealing his true thoughts. Please, young master, show mercy and do not hold the Jiang family accountable. First, return me home, and let us wed, shall we? With that, the young girl gently tugged at his sleeve, her demeanor sweetly coaxing. Husband, shall we return and marry? Chapter 3. Dowry. Within the confines of her chamber, Jiang Rong sat before the mirror, gazing at her reflection adorned in a phoenix crown and a radiant bridal gown. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth conveyed an enchanting allure. Yet she felt a disconcerting sense of disconnection. Could it be that she had truly returned to a decade past? Was it the heavens that took pity on her? Rowan Amp, Oppos, how have you returned? Aunt Chong, with a face of mixed emotions, entered the room. She had not anticipated that Xie would discern the truth even through the veil. Upon realizing the figure before him was not Jiang Rong, he had stormed off in a fury. However, Aunt Chong remained composed. For the Northern Prince and Amp, Oppos' residence could not allow the world to know that on the day of the grand wedding, the future princess had eloped. Today, they must first bring Jiang Wan into the fold and conclude the marriage agreement. Later, they would fabricate an excuse, claiming a mix-up in the exchange, thus enabling Jiang Wan to assume Jiang Rong's rightful place. While the heir may have fled in anger, the Northern Prince's household would undoubtedly send someone to remedy the situation. Jiang Wan would still be made to don the bridal attire and pose as Jiang Rong. Yet, unexpected events unfolded when Xie returned, bringing Jiang Rong along with him. Seeing her, Jiang Rong let out a subdued sigh. Aunt, we were apprehended by Xie outside the city. What other choice did I have but to return with him? I beg your forgiveness. I did not elope, nor do I possess any knowledge of the marriage exchange, lest the heir act in a fit of rage and bring about my demise. Aunt Chong and Amp, Oppos' heart sank, her anxiety evident. Will the heir not lay blame upon us? Fear not, Aunt. I shall protect you, Jiang Rong reassured, her heart heavy as she recalled the kindness bestowed upon her by her relatives. She could not abandon them, not when they had nurtured her. With tear-filled eyes, she felt the weight of her predicament. Aunt Chong held her breath, her words sounding hollow despite their good intentions. Do not despair, you still have time. There may yet be a future for you, and when Yuan, she feigned encouragement, while inwardly scoffing at the futility of the situation. Even if you marry into the Northern Prince's residence today, what good will it do you? You may not live beyond a month. If only Wan could take your place, Zhang's family could bask in the glory of the Northern Prince's household. But with the present circumstances, surrounded by Xie men, she had no power to alter her daughter's fate. Ronger, it is not safe for you to go alone to the Northern Prince and Amp, Oppos' residence. I worry for your well-being. Why not take Shun, your most trusted maid, as your companion? Elevate her to a concubine. She could assist you in the future, Aunt Chong suggested, feigning maternal concern. Jiang Rong cast a glance at Shun, who was diligently arranging her hair, and smiled. That sounds good. You always consider my needs, Aunt. Aunt Chong had come to gauge the situation and, based on current events, devised the most advantageous course of action. After a few more insincere words of concern for Jiang Rong, she took her leave. Jiang Rong understood her intentions well. She suspected that Aunt Chong believed her life was nearing its end. Thus, she needed to secure a concubine before she could no longer benefit from the Northern Prince and Amp, Oppos' residence. Jiang Rong discreetly glanced at her wrist, where a crimson mark resembling vermilion remained, a remnant of the poison known as Huangquan. In her previous life, Xie had informed her that Huangquan was a rare toxin requiring a month of continuous ingestion to manifest, a feat only achievable by the Jiang family. She had never trusted him, viewing him as a tyrant who forcibly took maidens. How could she trust a villain over her own kin? He was likely aware of her poisoning only recently, deducing the Jiang family's treachery and discovering Shun Wenyuan's true nature. Thus, he had taken her back. determined to find a cure for her ailment. Yet Jiang Rong had never believed a word he said. It was common knowledge that the northern prince's heir was a reckless libertine, known for his dominance over men and women alike, and for forcibly marrying Jiang's second daughter, thus shattering a promising union. Yet, few knew that he sought only to save his beloved. "I hope you live well." The words echoed in her mind. Jiang Rong clenched her fist beneath her sleeve. In this life, she would never betray Xie Lingxi's affections again. "Ingchun, I have put you through much hardship these years. Would you accompany me to the northern prince and Appo's residence?" Jiang Rong posed a question as if casually. Ingchun immediately bowed. "As you wish, Mississippi, wherever you go, I shall follow." Jiang Rong smiled, her lips curving gently. Just before her demise, she finally realized that the Huangquan poison coursing through her veins had been administered daily by the very maid she trusted most, Ingchun, who had been placed by Aunt Chong to monitor her every move. In the Jiang household, she could hardly manage even a servant. Yet, upon entering the northern prince's residence, Aunt Chong would have no opportunity to collect her remains. Chapter 4. The grand wedding with a ceremonial bow to heaven and earth, a second bow to the esteemed elders, and a mutual bow between the couple. The rites were duly completed, and they were ushered into the bridal chamber, surrounded by a throng of servants. Jiang Rong was escorted to her nuptial quarters. As she removed her bridal veil, her gaze swept across the room. The flickering shadows of dragon and phoenix candles danced in pairs, while the fragrant curtains billowed gently like a pair of mandarin ducks. Once the servants withdrew, Xie Lingxi remained outside to offer a toast, leaving only Jiang Rong and her ever-loyal maid, Ingchun, within the chamber. Jiang Rong retrieved a small vial from her bosom and handed it to Ingchun, instructing her to pour the powder into the ceremonial wine. "Miss, what does this contain?" Ingchun inquired, curiosity piqued as she poured the powder. Jiang Rong smiled, "Crimson crane top, a deadly poison that seals the throat upon contact with blood." "Ah, do you intend to poison the young master?" Ingchun's expression turned to one of shock. Jiang Rong's lips curled into a subtle smirk. "Not I, but you." With that, she called out loudly towards the door, "Help! Someone seeks to harm the young master." Xie Lingxi was summoned promptly. "My husband," Jiang Rong feigned fear, clutching Xie Lingxi's sleeve. "I lifted my veil to see our bridal chamber, only to witness this maid attempting to poison our wine. She meant to murder us." Ingchun knelt, her head bowing repeatedly. "I did not. Miss, it was you who gave me the crane top. I would never dare to harm the young master. Murdering one's own husband is a grave offense. Why would I seek death? Besides, if I truly wish for the young master's demise, I would not expose your crime." Jiang Rong and Appo's arguments were sound. Ingchun, caught unawares by Jiang Rong's cunning trap, protested, "I am innocent. I would never dare harm the young master. It is the miss who seeks to frame me. Young master, please see the truth. Take her away. Execute her." Xie Lingxi interrupted coldly, cutting off her pleas. "I am innocent," Ingchun cried desperately, but she was silenced and dragged away. In an instant, only the two of them remained in the room. In a previous life, Xie Lingxi had executed Ingchun for Jiang Rong, who had been poisoned by the waters of the Yellow Springs, leaving only her closest maid to do the deed. He had slain Ingchun and replaced her with another maid. The consequence was that Jiang Rong, seeking vengeance for her maid, had plunged a dagger into him. They had spent their lives entangled in misunderstandings. Jiang Rong looked up at the man before her, a sense of relief washing over her. In this life, she would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Xie Lingxi and Appo's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Rong. Why did she wish to eliminate her maid? What was her intent? Yet, he did not seek to delve into her secrets. He only desired her to remain safe within the northern prince's residence, sheltered under his protective wings. He feared that she might merely be feigning compliance, intent on escape. "My husband, the hour grows late. Should we not?" Jiang Rong's face flushed a delicate hue as her words trailed off. From outside, a maid's anxious voice rang out, "Young master, trouble. The second miss has suddenly coughed up blood. Please come quickly." Jiang Rong and Appo's eyes darkened. "Oh, so they wish to interrupt our wedding night, do they?" In the northern prince and Appo's residence, in a leisure pavilion, A girl clad in a pale yellow gown embroidered with lotus flowers sat before her vanity, instructing her maid to apply a ghastly white powder to her face. My cousin is crying so sorrowfully. She is the only sister-in-law I acknowledge. I shall never allow that wicked Jiang Rong to take my brother from me. She was Sierra, the second miss of the northern prince and Amp, Apos, S residence, and Xie and Amp, Apos, S legitimate sister. Miss, you must lie down. The young master is coming. A maid at the door reminded her. Sierra promptly feigned illness, reclining on the couch, clutching a blood-stained handkerchief, and tearfully addressed the red-clad man entering the room. Brother, I've coughed up blood, cough. Cough. Xie's gaze lingered on the thick layer of powder on her face. The elderly physician who accompanied him stepped forward to take her pulse, only to express doubt moments later. The second miss and Apos, as pulse appears to show no significant distress. I assure you, this is no ordinary ailment. You cannot perceive it. Sierra exclaimed weakly, I have been wronged. An older matron at her side stepped forward, declaring, Young master, the miss was perfectly fine until now. Her sudden coughing of blood is no mere illness. She has been afflicted by someone with a hard fate. Who is this person with a hard fate? Sierra feigned innocence. The matron replied, In our household, there has been no trouble, save for today when the young master's bride entered. She lost her parents at a young age and carries a cursed fate. She is indeed a harbinger of disaster. The miss has been wronged by her presence, and with such a fate, both the young master and the old matriarch are also at risk. What? I can endure coughing up blood, but she would bring misfortune upon my grandmother and my brother? That cannot stand. Sierra feigned shock. Brother, she must not be allowed to remain. We, the Xie family, cannot withstand her curse. Xie observed her performance with an impassive expression, his heart unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. At that moment, a clear female voice rang out from outside. Sister, your words are misguided. I am the young master's legitimate wife, brought into the family with all due rituals and ceremonies. The proposal, the name inquiry, the auspicious date, and the welcoming, all were properly conducted. As you are yet unmarried, you may not understand. The auspicious date requires my name and birth date to be sent to your ancestral temple for divination, receiving a favorable omen before the wedding can be set. Our ancestors surely deemed my marriage to the young master a stroke of good fortune, confirming that our fates align. How dare anyone defy the wishes of the Xie ancestors and spread rumors of my ill fortune? Silence enveloped the room. A woman clad in a resplendent red bridal gown, adorned with a phoenix crown, strode boldly into the chamber. Her beauty was captivating, her demeanor dignified, and her smile held a glimmer of cold resolve in her eyes. Who would dare to separate her from her husband? Such a miscreant would meet their demise. My husband, this old servant, speaks falsely before my sister, deceiving her. Jiang Rong raised her gaze to the elegant figure before her, her brows slightly arching. Such a person deserves death. The matron who had just spoken faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground, and hastily turned to Sierra. Miss, save me. Chapter 5, Save Her One Last Time. Sierra was taken aback by this sudden declaration. In her eagerness to exploit Jiang Rong and Apos, as parents and Apos' untimely demise, she had overlooked the presence of Neji. The ancestors deemed the marriage auspicious. Does she believe herself more discerning than them? Yet, upon your arrival today, I felt a surge of blood rising within me. How does one reconcile such a contradiction? Sierra and Apos' arguments were mere fabrications. Jiang Rong and Apos' gaze swept over her artificially pale visage, her thin lips curving slightly. Indeed, it appeared that her younger sister had been unsettled. If my timing is accurate, the moment she spat blood coincides precisely with the execution of a slave in the manor. This implies that Chun and Apos' actions had inadvertently harmed my sister. Her refusal to accept this fate only serves to intimidate her. I cannot let her escape unscathed. Summon the instigator at once. The young lady of the house commanded, and Jing promptly sought permission from Xie. His eyes, dark and profound, betrayed no intent to intervene, and he complied. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Rong entered, bearing the gruesome sight of a bloodied female corpse. Ying Chun had met her end violently, her body drenched in crimson, face contorted in agony, eyes wide open in eternal terror, a sight most harrowing. Begone. Dispose of her at once. Do not bring a corpse into my chamber. Xie Ruo, Jiao exclaimed. Springing from her bed, her vitality restored, shedding all pretense of weakness as she cried out, What are you doing? What do you intend? Throw her out. Brother, you must control her. Xie remained indifferent to her pleas. This sister of his certainly required a lesson. Bold and audacious, she dared to deceive him. Do not panic, dear sister. The moment you laid eyes upon her, your ailment miraculously improved. Your ability to leap and bound indicates my suspicions were correct. She indeed caused your distress. Fear not. I shall exact vengeance on your behalf, reducing her to ashes and scattering her soul to the winds. With a smile, Jiang Rong seized a candlestick from the table and hurled it at Ying Chun and Apos as corpse. Flames erupted instantly. Take your time observing, dear sister. Once she is reduced to cinders, your affliction shall vanish. Xie Jiao, nearly driven to madness by terror, found the scene utterly appalling. A bloodied corpse thrust before her, ignited in flames. Wu, my brother and Apos, S new wife is terrifying. I am well now, truly. You must remove this ghastly sight. Wu, Jiang Rong and Apos, S lips curled with satisfaction. Having spent a decade in the northern prince's residence, she understood the temperaments of the Xie family all too well. Xie Jiao was not inherently malevolent, yet lacked discretion in her actions. In her previous life, she had often tormented Jiang Rong, all instigated by the meddlesome cousin Chen Kaiwei, who sowed discord between them. What is my younger sister weeping about? A gentle voice drifted from outside as a delicate figure clad in green approached, like a willow swaying in the breeze. Help me, cousin. Xie Jiao immediately darted behind the newcomer. Chen Kaiwei first glanced at Xie, then at Jiang Rong, before blushing slightly and saying, I heard my younger sister was unwell, so I came to check on her. I did not expect my cousin and Miss Jiang to be here as well. Miss Jiang, please do not hold it against her. If she is erred, I shall bear the consequences as her elder cousin. Jiang Rong's icy gaze settled upon her face. In her past life, Chen Kaiwei was the first to extend a hand of friendship, aiding her escape from the northern prince's residence. Jiang Rong had believed her to be benevolent. Little did she know, Chen Kaiwei had exploited her trust, administering an aphrodisiac in an attempt to frame her for infidelity. Xie had rescued her, resulting in an intimate night between them. Jiang Rong attributed the blame to Xie, distrusting his explanations and, out of anger, had discarded the antidote he provided. The Huangquan poison was a rare toxin that required 9 unique herbs for its antidote, lacking even one rendered incurable. Without this specific herb, no remedy remained. Xie could only exchange his life, transferring the poison onto himself. Jiang Rong, I shall no longer appear before you. As you wish, were his final words before he succumbed into unconsciousness. At that moment, Jiang Rong felt no sorrow. She did not love Xie. She only wished for his demise. Yet now, with Chen Kaiwei's arrival, memories of the past surged forth, overwhelming her with anguish. Xie had traded his life for hers. Fortunate not to have perished, he became a living corpse. Subsequently, he was taken by a divine physician in search of a cure, while she remained behind, burdened by guilt for his sacrifice. A decade later, he finally awakened. By then, chaos reigned across the land, and he had become an invincible warlord. She sent the Xie family southward to join him, but she herself did not accompany them. For 10 years, she had lived in the guise of the northern prince and Apos, wife, propping up the Xie family, yet her heart belonged elsewhere, only to her childhood companion, her true home, the Jiang family. Upon returning to the Jiang family, she was unexpectedly betrayed. Sold to the enemy commander of Beima alongside Shen Wenyuan. They threatened Xie with her life, compelling him to come alone. Suspended from the city wall, Jiang Rong harbored but one thought. Xie, you promised me that we would never meet again in this lifetime. You had best keep your word. Do not come. I implore you, do not come. On the 7th day of the 7th month, in the 27th year of Yong and Apos, a general clad in gleaming silver armor, under the starlit sky, journeyed 1,000 miles. With a heart pierced by 1,000 arrows and blood staining the long street, he came to save her, one last time. Chapter 6. The nuptial room. The haunting memory of Xielingxi's tragic demise lingered in Jiang Rong's mind, prompting her to instinctively grasp the hand of the man beside her. The tangible warmth of his palm offered her a semblance of solace, a reminder that the impending calamity had yet to unfold. Xielingxi remained steadfastly by her side, vibrant and spirited as he was a decade ago. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect him diligently. The sight of their intertwined hands in public instantly dimmed Chen Siwei's gaze. Jiang Rong, holding Xielingxi's hand, lifted her eyes to meet Chen Siwei's, her emotions meticulously composed, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Cousin, as the descendant of a prominent family, perhaps you are not well versed in the subtleties of address. Fear not, for I, as your brother's wife, shall gladly enlighten you. You ought to refer to me as sister or daughter-in-law of the heir. As for Miss Jiang, should others overhear, they might mock your ignorance. Chen Siwei's fist, concealed within her sleeve, clenched tightly. She was determined not to acknowledge Jiang Rong as the heir's wife, hence her choice of Miss Jiang. Little did she expect to be ridiculed instead. You are the one who is ignorant, a woman of humble origins. You are but a speck of dirt compared to my breadth of experience. Chen Kaiwei and Apos' mind roared, yet before Xielingxi, she dared not utter a word. After delivering her retort, Jiang Rong turned her attention away, gazing at Xielingxi with a beaming smile. Husband, since our younger sister is well, shall we return home? Jiang Rong awaited Chen Kaiwei to concede to her. Upon returning to their marital chamber, Jiang Rong sat obediently on the bed, anticipating her husband and Apos' gentle unwrapping of her attire. However, Xielingxi, after escorting her back, turned to leave. Where are you going, husband? Jiang Rong inquired, perplexed. Xielingxi replied nonchalantly, to the study. On their wedding night, did the absence of consummation imply dissatisfaction with her? Jiang Rong gently tugged at his sleeve, her doe-like eyes blinking innocently. Xielingxi regarded her with a profound gaze. Did she intend to entice him into slumber, only to betray him in his dreams? He was eager to observe the tactics of this young woman. As the curtains fell, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Clad only in a strapless gown, Jiang Rong lay demurely on the bed, waiting for Xielingxi to make the first move. Yet, after a considerable pause, he remained still. Jiang Rong cautiously turned her head, only to find Xielingxi and Apos' eyes closed, his breathing deep and steady. Had he fallen asleep? They had yet to consummate their union. This was unexpected. The world knew of Xielingxi's profound affection for her, a love as deep as the ocean. Although his initial advances were feigned, his feelings were genuine. Reflecting on their past, Jiang Rong recognized that Xielingxi and Apos' love for her was indisputable. But why would he refrain from consummating their marriage? After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon her. In her previous life, she had harbored a deep aversion to Xielingxi, even penning a letter expressing her unwillingness to remarry. He must be unwilling to impose upon her. She resolved to grant him time to demonstrate that she had changed and was willing. Jiang Rong quietly inched closer to Xielingxi, her heart racing with anxiety, for it was the first time in both lifetimes that she lay beside him in clarity. However, Xielingxi was not truly asleep. He feigned slumber, awaiting her move. As her breath drew nearer, a hint of tension filled the air. She was about to act. Xielingxi was on high alert, ready to counter her slightest movement. The next moment, he felt a gentle weight settle against him. A petite figure had quietly nestled into his embrace. Xielingxi and Apos' eyes flew open, gazing down to find the young woman's dark tresses cascading across his chest. What was this? Xielingxi was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Rong continued her subtle maneuvers, quietly seizing his wrist. Xielingxi and Apos' defenses heightened once more. Did she intend to restrain him to prevent his resistance, poised to plunge a dagger into his heart? Yet in the next instant, he felt her delicate hand guide his own to her slender waist. Jiang Rong, satisfied with this position, nestled against his chest, finding comfort in his presence, and soon succumbed to slumber. Xie lay rigid as a board. What was she doing? The faint fragrance of her presence enveloped him, her soft waist beneath his palm evoking an incongruous line from an ancient text, a delicate waist, easy to embrace. Xie and Amp, Oppos, gaze deepened with intrigue. Just yesterday, she had wished for his demise, yet today she sought harmony with him. He could not believe that a person could undergo such drastic transformation in a mere day. Jiang Rong, had she been biding her time to execute her plan? He scrutinized the young woman in his arms for an extended period before finally closing his eyes. Chapter 7. This is true love. The following morning, Jiang Rong awoke from her slumber to find her bed empty. The maid Xie approached her with eager attentiveness and whispered, "Miss, what great event transpired last night? Where has Sister Chun gone?" Jiang Rong furrowed her brow, contemplating that perhaps due to her past actions of eliminating Chun, Xie had chosen not to deal with her anymore. Conveniently, Xie retained some usefulness. Chun had plotted against the heir and had been discovered, leading to her demise. Jiang Rong replied coolly, "I am currently quite content with this marriage. Anyone who dares to conspire against the heir shall meet their end." Xie stood in shock, exclaiming that such a sentiment was unfathomable. Even if Chun had 10 lives, she would not dare to harm the heir. Moreover, miss, just 2 days ago you declared that you would not coexist with Xie. It and Oppos. It's either you or me. How can your words change after sharing a night with that debauchee? Xie pondered on the need to discreetly report the second young lady and Amp, Oppos, as transformation to the madam. And the heir? Jiang Rong inquired as they assisted her in dressing. The heir rose a quarter of an hour ago and went to the study, Xie replied, muttering under her breath about the heir as frivolous nature and questioning the purpose of his presence in the study. As soon as she finished speaking, Xie felt a piercing gaze directed at her. "Should you dare speak ill of the heir again, I shall send you to keeping Chun company." Jiang Rong retorted slowly, her lips curving slightly. "You have always relished the clamor. The mass grave to the west of the city is quite populated. Does that appeal to you? Please forgive me, miss. I deserve punishment." Xie gasped, dropping to her knees. In the Jiang household, the madam could protect them, but now they were in the Xie residence, and by the time the madam learned of this news, she would already be cold. Outside the study, they awaited the heir's emergence, hoping to invite him to join them in paying respects to their grandmother. Xie's study, Mo Yanzhai. "Young master, this is your Tianshan snow lotus." I hurried to retrieve the medicine, Xiao Nanqing said, presenting a jade box with a troubled tone. "Among the 9 great miraculous medicines, this is the only one we possess. To gather all 9 for the young mistress and Oppos' restoration, it may prove quite challenging." One could not help but wonder how such a sheltered young lady, who rarely ventured beyond her doors, could have accrued such severe enmity that she would be subjected to such a vicious poison. The poison of Yellow Springs eluded ordinary doctors and Oppos' detection. When it struck, the afflicted would suffer excruciating pain, ultimately leading them to despair and self-destruction. Xie remained non-committal, instructing, "Disseminate orders to gather the remaining 8 herbs. Prepare this medicine and send it to her." Understood. Unbeknownst to Jiang Rong, their first encounter had occurred in the temple, where she had collapsed in the peach grove on the back mountain. Xie had instructed Xiao Nanqing to take her pulse and discovered she had been afflicted by the peculiar poison for a year, with symptoms manifesting in the past month. He resolved to extricate Jiang Rong from the Jiang household. Shen Wenyuan was untrustworthy. Only by having her in his residence could he feel assured. As Xiao Nanqing prepared the herbs for decoction, he remained perplexed. The world claimed the heir was a debauchee, infatuated with the second young lady of the Jiang family. Yet, he knew very well that his master's frivolous demeanor was merely a fade to deceive the royal family. It was hard to imagine that the deeply scheming and aloof master, who was solely focused on his imperial ambitions, would become ensnared in the affairs of the heart. However, with Jiang Rong suffering from a peculiar poison, The heir spared no expense in utilizing his cherished Tianshan, Snow Lotus, for her rescue. He even sought the remaining 8 miraculous medicines. What else could this be but true love? At the residence of the Northern Prince, Songha Hall, grandmother, grandson, and granddaughter-in-law pay their respects. Please have tea. Jiang Rong and Xie knelt side by side before the matriarch, offering her a cup of tea. Wonderful, wonderful, the matriarch exclaimed, accepting the cup with a smile, her gaze appraising Jiang Rong with warmth and kindness. Upon finishing the tea, she personally placed a treasured ancestral jade bracelet on Jiang Rong and Appo's wrist. Respectfully, Jiang Rong bowed deeply to the elder. In her previous life, when Xie saved her and became a living corpse, she had feared being driven away by the furious matriarch. Yet, the elder treated her as if she were a beloved granddaughter. Much of Jiang Rong's skills have been taught to her by this elder, who held a place in her heart akin to her own grandmother. After paying respects with tea, Jiang Rong and Xie rose. The Northern Prince was stationed at the northern border and was not in the capital. The Northern Princess, Chun, was deceased, leaving no one in the household worthy of their homage. The matriarch held Jiang Rong and Appo's hand, introducing her to each member present. However, Jiang Rong's gaze swept across the room, recognizing familiar faces. To her left sat concubine Zhao, the daughter of a count, who bore the illegitimate son, Xie Yuanwen, with his wife Qiao. To her right was concubine Li, a governor and Appo's daughter, who had given birth to a daughter, Xie Rouge. Additionally, there was Sierra Ogio and a curious 5-year-old boy, Xie Lingen, who both hailed from the late Princess Chen. The Chen family was a prominent military lineage under the Northern Prince. The Northern Prince and Appo's wives and concubines hailed from modest backgrounds. This was primarily because the Northern Prince and Appo's estate, as the only princely house of a different surname in the Great Xia, maintained a unique position, firmly holding military power and being the foremost noble of the dynasty. To mitigate the royal family and Appo's suspicions, the Northern Prince and Appo's estate had always maintained a stance of independence, refraining from forming factions or marrying into powerful families. Jiang Rong later presided over the Northern Prince's estate for 10 years and understood these intricacies well. She began to suspect that Xie long-standing pretense of being a debauchee was perhaps also a means to safeguard the Northern Prince's household. Chapter 8. Stealthily adoring me, the younger sister, Jiang Rong, is indeed a beauty. Mrs. Qiao gazed at her and smiled, praising her in the past. When grandmother tried to matchmake for the young master, he showed no interest. I was curious about what kind of celestial being could compel him to propose. And now seeing you, my doubts are resolved. Mrs. Qiao and Appo's flattery was deliberately pointed, her gaze subtly flickering towards Chun Kai-wei, laden with meaning. Being an astute individual, she would not rush to the forefront. The old matriarch doted on Chun Kai-wei and had considered her as a potential wife for Xie, but he had declined. This was unknown to outsiders. Mrs. Qiao and Appo's word struck at Chun Kai-wei and Appo's heart. Dear sister-in-law, your praise is misplaced. Jiang Rong cooperated, her pretty face tinged with a hint of bashfulness. All my sisters-in-law are beauties. Oh no, not at all. You surpass us all, Mrs. Qiao seemed to be modestly complimenting herself, while asserting that the younger sisters paled in comparison, inciting Chun Kai-wei and Appo's ire. A masterful conversationalist, Mrs. Qiao then inquired about other matters, embodying the demeanor of a long-serving sister-in-law, creating a harmonious atmosphere within the room. After 3 rounds of tea, the old matriarch surveyed the gathering and declared, now that Xie and Appo's is to marry, our Xie family finally has a true young master's wife. From this day forward, I shall relinquish my responsibilities, entrusting all household affairs to Rong and Appo's. After the passing of the princess, the management of the northern Wangfu fell to the old matriarch, with 2 secondary wives as support. Li and Appo's secondary wife typically acted as an echo to Zhao and Appo's, while the old matriarch, due to her age, had grown less involved, leaving the household authority effectively in Zhao and Amp, Oppo's hands. Grandmother, you mustn't Amp, Oppo's Zhao and Amp, Oppo's secondary wife exclaimed, her urgency masked by a worried facade. The young master's wife has never managed household matters and is unfamiliar with the ledgers. If our vast CF family estate were suddenly entrusted to her, what if something went awry? Wouldn't that make her the bane of our family? Zhao's secondary wife, perceptive and shrewd, recognized the old matriarch's fondness for her granddaughter-in-law, and her words appeared to be in Jiang Rong's best interest. The old matriarch, hearing this, hesitated. Zhao's concerns are valid. Jiang Rong interjected calmly, turning to the old matriarch, as I have never seen the ledgers, I worry about mismanaging the CF family assets. Perhaps it would be wiser to allow me to manage my dowry first as practice. To be honest, grandmother, during my time at home, my second aunt handled everything for me. I truly lack experience and hesitate to take on such a heavy responsibility. The old matriarch and Oppo's satisfaction grew. This girl is truly a treasure. With such a sense of responsibility and honesty, had it been someone else in her position, they might have spun countless lies to seize power. Very well, it shall be as you say. The old matriarch nodded with a smile. Zhao and Amp, Oppo's secondary wife, sighed in relief. Only the maid, Xie, standing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. The second young lady's dowry was entirely in the hands of the second madam. How could she manage it? Was she to wrest it from the second madam? After enjoying tea, the old matriarch dismissed everyone. The northern Wangfu courtyard was vast, and Jiang Rong returned to their residence, Jinyuan, with Xie. They strolled along the winding garden path. Given Xie's usual pace, he quickly left Jiang Rong trailing behind. Dear husband, wait for me. Jiang Rong gently grasped the corner of his sleeve and looked up at him, her face sweet and innocent. Our home is so large. I don't know the way. I wish to follow you back. Xie glanced back at her, his expression aloof. The maid knows the way. Accompanying him were Xie and 4 maids from Jinyuan. Despite his words, however, he noticeably slowed his pace, accommodating her speed. Jiang Rong and Oppo's eyes curved in delight, her lips forming a smile. How could he slow down and wait for me? Caught red-handed in his secret affection, she thought playfully. Upon returning to Jinyuan, the head maid, Xie promptly approached, presenting a steaming bowl of medicinal soup to Jiang Rong, young master's wife. This is a nourishing tonic prepared by the young master for you. Xie turned his gaze towards Jiang Rong, anticipating her questions. If she asked, he would reveal the poison of Huangquan, although she would likely not believe him. In her previous life, Jiang Rong indeed inquired but did not trust his words, leading to her devastating fall after a month's time when she discarded the precious remedy he had painstakingly acquired. He had never mentioned how rare and precious each medicinal herb was, casually handing it to her, and she had never valued it before. Jiang Rong and Oppo's eyes involuntarily reddened. If you do not wish to drink it, just say so. Why cry? Xie raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he realized that a young girl could be so prone to tears, her eyes often glistening. He found himself utterly at a loss with this little crybaby. There's no reluctance. Jiang Rong looked up at him, her eyes still resembling a rabbit's, red and watery, her small hand gently shaking his sleeve. It's just, I fear it is bitter. She sought a pretext to evade the truth. Accepting the bowl of medicine from Xie, she drank it in one go, observing her increasingly red eyes. Xie pondered how bitter the Tian Shan, snow lotus, must be to evoke such tears. Thank you for your concern, husband. The young lady, with tear-filled eyes, expressed her gratitude after finishing the tonic. Xie paused for a moment before turning towards the Moyan's High. Young master, we have brought the candied crabapple from the Old Sun family on Sifong Street. Jingzhe burst in like a whirlwind, holding a small food pouch and offering it to Xie. Xie barely glanced at it, casually instructing, deliver it to her. Who is she? Jingzhe was momentarily perplexed. Yet, Xiao Nanxing quickly understood, exclaiming, I heard that the Tian Shan Snow Lotus was so bitter that the young master's wife nearly cried. Our young master is truly considerate. Since I made her drink the medicine, The bitterness warrants some compensation, Xie Lingxi replied unhurriedly. Xiao Nanxing found himself momentarily bewildered by his logic. Wait, young master, we have already gifted her the rare Tian Shan Snow Lotus to drink. What more compensation is necessary? After a moment of reflection, he realized, oh, the young master's wife is the young master's beloved. Thus it was settled. Yes, compensation is indeed warranted. You even found an excuse to placate me, demonstrating how the monarch of stubbornness dotes on his wife. Chapter 9. Lay out how fortunate it is that the heir's wife has earned your affection. Xiao Nanxing couldn't help but sigh. If it were someone else, entangled in the underworld, they could only await their demise. Xie Lingxi subtly furrowed his brows, muttering nonsense. He saved her for reasons beyond mere sentiment. Xiao Nanxing. Fine, clearly fond yet unwilling to admit it. Young master, the person has arrived, reported a shadow guard from outside. In an instant, Xie Lingxi's languid demeanor turned icy. The last glimmer of light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only boundless chill and cruelty. Bring him in. 2 shadow guards carried in a wooden box and opened it. A pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses, revealing a figure within, tormented beyond recognition. At the North King's residence, in the Golden Jade courtyard, Jiang Rong sat at the head of the table, with Fiancé leading a group of maidservants and attendants in a bow. They had previously served Xie Lingxi in the Golden Jade courtyard, and from now on, Jiang Rong would be their mistress. According to custom, the servants paid their respects to the heir's wife. A reward, Jiang Rong stated. She did not elaborate. The people in this courtyard were all left by Xie Lingxi, trustworthy individuals. In her past life, Fiancé had ultimately become her right-hand companion. Xie distributed the silver tokens meant for rewards to them. Once Fiancé and the others had received their rewards and departed, Xie immediately interjected, Second miss, these are all people from the North King's residence. You cannot trust them. That is natural. I trust our own people the most. Jiang Rong replied with a smile. Xie, please bring me my dowry list. Xie's expression shifted slightly as she handed over the dowry list. Jiang Rong flipped through it, raising an eyebrow. These 40 boxes do match. But why do I not see the deeds for the shops and farmland, nor the stored silver? Jiang Rong's dowry was largely inherited from her late mother, including a substantial sum in the money house and several plots of land and shops. Her mother had also left behind several boxes of jewelry, all of which had been given away under the deception of her second aunt when she was still young. Only the tangible silver notes and deeds were inconvenient to claim directly. Additionally, there were 40 boxes purchased with the Jiang family's public funds. Had it not been for her second aunt's belief that Jiang Wan was marrying off, according to the dowry prepared for her daughter, Jiang Rong would not have received even this dowry. Second miss, your shops and farmland have always been managed by the second madam. She worried that your marital family would take your dowry, so she has been safeguarding it for you. Xie spoke persuasively. Jiang Rong replied nonchalantly, indeed. I feel most at ease leaving it to my second aunt. However, since it concerns whether I can take control of the North King's estate, I must discuss it thoroughly with her upon my return home. She believed that her second aunt would gladly hand over the dowry to her. As the master and servant conversed, Fiancé arrived to report. Heir's wife, cousin has come to pay her respects. Chen Kaiwei looked at Jiang Rong with an apologetic expression. Kaiwei did not address you as heir's wife yesterday, for I was misled by rumors, thinking you were unwilling to marry into the Xie family. Hence I only called you Jiang girl. I felt it inappropriate to clarify in front of cousin yesterday. So I am here to explain. Kaiwei empathized, understanding that if one had a childhood sweetheart, only to be torn apart, they would certainly be unwilling to accept the identity imposed by a forceful abductor. Therefore, she refrained from calling her heir's wife, fearing it would cause her distress. Yet, Kaiwei had misjudged, for although the heir's wife had once been betrothed to someone, they were not truly familiar with one another, lacking any genuine affection. Seeing her in harmony with her cousin brought her joy. Her words were exceedingly sincere. Had Jiang Rong not known her true nature, one might mistake her for a kind-hearted person. Your concern is appreciated, cousin, Jiang Rong responded, allowing a hint of touched emotion to surface. Chen Kaiwei presented an invitation. I have organized a poetry gathering with my second sister to be held in the royal residence. As the lady of the house, I believe it is essential for you to preside over it. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon the words Qing Feng Poetry Gathering on the invitation, her lips curving into a slight smile. A month earlier than in her previous life. Chen Kaiwei, you truly lack patience. She remembered clearly that it was at this very poetry gathering where Chen Kaiwei had invited Shen Wenyuan, orchestrating their meeting, and then had drugged her. Cousin, you are too kind. I will certainly attend punctually tomorrow. Jiang Rong accepted the invitation, her smile growing ever brighter. Seeing things unfold smoothly, Chen Kaiwei breathed a sigh of relief, her heart secretly mocking. However, by flattering you as the mistress of the residence, you easily fell for it. Tomorrow, you shall be disgraced and expelled from the royal residence. Heir's wife, the heir has sent you some candied fruits. Fei Tsue entered, leading Jingzha. Jiang Rong felt a surge of joy, receiving the paper bag with a smile. The heir is truly thoughtful. I must express my gratitude to him. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen Kaiwei beside her, ostentatiously boasting, I had hoped to engage cousin in conversation longer, but now I must go meet the heir. We shall gather again tomorrow. Chen Kaiwei's previously elated mood was shattered by that bag of candied fruits. How infuriating. Jiang Rong was merely slightly more attractive than her. Xie was blind. It enraged her. Never mind. Once Jiang Rong is expelled from the royal residence, I shall be the next heir's wife. The wealth of the Xie family, along with the esteemed title of heir's wife, shall all belong to me. Chapter 10. Embrace your husband in the northern prince's residence. Within Zhao's concubine's orchid garden, Zhao's side consort seethed with resentment. Xie is nothing but a useless piece of clay. Yet that old hag insists on having him inherit the throne. What a display of bias. Xiao pondered silently, recognizing that he was the legitimate son, while her own son was a mere illegitimate child. There was a clear distinction between the two. The old Empress Dowager's actions hardly constituted favoritism, as the legitimate heir was simply receiving what was rightfully his. Nevertheless, she yearned for her husband to ascend to the throne, desiring to become the matriarch of the northern prince's estate. Thus she merely nodded in agreement. That Jiang Rong is nothing more than a destitute orphan from fallen noble family, an inexperienced girl. How can that old woman consider entrusting the northern prince's legacy to her? It is utterly absurd. Zhao's side consort's frustration deepened, her face darkening. I will never allow Jiang Rong to seize the assets of the prince's residence. Ying, go take care of her. Ying was Qiao's given name. With a smile, Qiao reassured her, do not fret, dear mother-in-law. There are those who wish to see Jiang Rong gone even more than we do. The young lady from the Chun family has long viewed the title of noble lady as her own, and she will not easily relinquish it upon the sudden appearance of a cousin-in-law. If our daughter-in-law stirs the pot, Chen Kaiwei will surely help us eliminate Jiang Rong, and we will remain unscathed. Zhao's side consort let out a cold laugh. Chen Kaiwei is a fool, but you are right. Perhaps I have been a bit hasty. In the Mo Yin study, a man pleaded, spare me, my lord. I have revealed everything I know. I truly do not know who my contact was. It was all conducted through tokens and signals. I have been away from the organization for over a decade. After the disastrous defeat in the northern frontier, when Crown Prince Wenjiao perished, the incident was too great. I was terrified and fled. I have lost all contact with the organization and dare not reach out to them. I truly do not know where they are. The blood-soaked man knelt, his voice hoarse, trembling as he spoke, and bowed repeatedly. The young master, clad in white, remained expressionless as he regarded him. My lord, after 3 days of interrogation, this spy has indeed defected from the shadows for many years. He has divulged all that he knows. The shadows, a covert espionage organization hidden in the northern frontier, had betrayed the military secrets of the North 19 years ago, leading to a crushing defeat. The then commander, Crown Prince Wenjiao, perished along with the elder duke of the Xie family, resulting in the annihilation of 100,000 Xie soldiers. None survived. My lord, I have revealed everything. I beg for your mercy. The man continued to bow in supplication. He must have possessed a strong will to be chosen as a spy. But now he found himself forced to divulge everything, realizing that his captors were more terrifying than any specter. Huh, Xie chuckled coldly. I certainly will not grant you the mercy of death. You are not worthy of such an end. Jingzhe, let him endure his hellish existence. The man immediately grasped the implication. The unending tortures he had endured were indeed akin to hell. He hastily pleaded, please just kill me. I beg you to end my life. Jingzhe stepped forward, silencing him and sealing him back into a box. 2 shadow guards lifted the box and exited, while several maids skillfully moved forward to clean the bloodstains. Xiao Nanxing stood quietly to the side, not daring to utter a word. Whenever matters concerning the shadows arose, the young master became exceedingly fearsome, and none would dare to interrupt him. Young master, the young lady wishes to see you, Jingzhe reported. Xiao Nanxing promptly interjected. Do you not see the blood on the ground? Tell the young lady to return for now. No, let her come in at once, Xie suddenly commanded, his gaze cold and fierce. Jiang Rong was led inside by Jingzhe. 2 shadow guards emerged, carrying the box and brushing past her. Jiang Rong caught a whiff of the overpowering scent of blood that even the box's lid could not conceal. Her gaze lingered on the peculiar large box. What could possibly be inside? Upon entering the study, Jiang Rong was taken aback. The maids knelt on the ground, scrubbing away large patches of blood, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Xie stood by the window, silently observing her. His icy gaze fixated on her, aware that a person in fright would instinctively reveal their true reactions. He intended to witness her flee in terror, to expose her facade. Yet before he could utter a word of intimidation, Xie, you are injured? Where are you hurt? Jiang Rong rushed forward like a whirlwind, nearly colliding with him before halting, frantically trying to grasp his garments. I'm not injured. Xie had no time for her theatrics. He firmly grasped her hand, coldly meeting her gaze. I just killed a man. This blood belongs to someone else. Jiang Rong's eyes widened in shock. The young master was a scoundrel, notorious for his heinous acts and killing for amusement. Before he could finish his thought, the young girl had securely thrown herself into his embrace, clutching him tightly. Her voice trembling with relief. You scared me to death. I thought you were hurt. Xie momentarily stiffened. I killed a man. Did you hear me? The one you needed to kill was undoubtedly deserving of such a fate. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her bright eyes sparkling like the vast night sky. My husband is a hero, the one I cherish most. He is not a villain. In his final moments, Xie reflected, throughout my life, I have never trusted you, only facing you with weapons drawn. Should there be a next life, I wish to tell you that you are my hero, my glory, my pride, my beloved. Chapter 11. Another kiss. The pent-up resentment within Xie was shattered by Jiang Rong's scattered words. He fixed his gaze upon the diminutive figure before him, momentarily unable to discern whether it was he who had lost his sanity or Jiang Rong who had succumbed to madness. What had he just heard? Jiang Rong declared him her unparalleled hero. My husband speaks of killing for pleasure, yet I perceive that you find no joy in it. Her captivating eyes fixated on him, revealing a chilling truth. Because I have not yet killed enough. Then let us continue. Eliminate them all, Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile, her delicate fingers, as pristine as white jade, pressed against his brow, softly massaging it. I shall kill until you are pleased. Xie lowered his gaze to her, an unfamiliar emotion swirling within his heart. Beside them, Xiao Nanxing stood in stunned silence. What was the young lady saying? A typical maiden would surely pale at the thought of the young master taking lives, yet she urged him on, expressing delight in the act of killing. What madness was this? In that moment, he couldn't determine whether the young master was more terrifying or the young lady. This couple was far from ordinary. My husband, the candied fruits you bought for me are exquisite. I adore them. Thank you. Jiang Rong spoke as if nothing had transpired, showering him with praise. Her visit to Xie was solely to commend him. After Jiang Rong departed, Xie remained silent for a long while, turning to Xiao Nanxing, pondering whether the poison of the yellow springs could impair her mind. He had only heard of the unbearable pain during its onset, but had never been informed it could affect one's intellect. Xiao Nanxing hesitated, having never encountered another who had survived the yellow springs poison, leaving him uncertain of its specific symptoms. However, given the young lady's unusual behavior, It could not be dismissed that the poison had indeed infiltrated her mind. Xie fell silent again, and, after a considerable pause, instructed, accelerate the search for an antidote. Understood. The image of the young woman's eyes, sparkling like stars, lingered in Xie's mind. If it was not the Yellow Springs poison affecting her, then was it merely an act? He decided to test her intentions once more. What exactly did Jiang Rong wish to achieve? As night deepened, her beloved had yet to return. After bathing and changing, Jiang Rong sat by the window to dry her hair, the flickering candlelight casting playful shadows as she absent-mindedly played a game of chess. "Lady, the young master has returned," Emerald announced. Jingzhe supported the swaying figure of Xie as he stumbled into the room. Jiang Rong immediately set aside her chess piece and rose to assist him, a look of concern washing over her face. "Is the young master intoxicated? He had a rough day and consumed a bit too much," Jingzhe explained. "Leave us. I shall tend to him," Jiang Rong commanded, then turned to Emerald, saying, "Prepare a bowl of hangover soup for the young master." Understood. Jingzhe and the others exited. Before long, Emerald returned with the steaming soup. Jiang Rong set it aside to cool, gently nudging Xie. "Husband, wake up and drink this hangover soup." The figure sprawled on the couch lay motionless, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. "Lady, the young master appears to be unconscious and unable to consume the soup," Emerald whispered. "Perhaps you should rest and allow him to drink it tomorrow." Jiang Rong furrowed her brows slightly, knowing that waking up after a night of heavy drinking would surely bring him a headache. "You may all leave." The servants withdrew, leaving the couple alone. Xie lay still, yet was fully alert, acutely aware that if Jiang Rong intended to harm him, this would be the ideal moment while he was incapacitated. The scent of the woman drew closer, her lips brushing against his. Something felt amiss. In an instant, Xie opened his eyes. Their gazes locked. A single mouthful of hangover soup intertwined between their lips. "Young master, you are awake." Jiang Rong's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she offered him the bowl. You can drink it yourself?" Xie was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated her next move, and she had finally made her move. Yet the manner in which she did so was entirely unexpected. The innocence of a first kiss was lost. Seeing Xie's expression shift with uncertainty, Jiang Rong hesitated for a moment before realizing that her husband surely desired to kiss her again. With an obedient leap, she lunged forward for another kiss. Chapter 12. The wine exchange. The following morning, Jiang Rong donned a brand new, pale yellow butterfly-patterned short shirt paired with a matching flowing skirt. Her hair elegantly styled in a morning cloud bun adorned with a cerulean butterfly hairpin. She felt exceptionally cheerful, having shared tender moments with her husband the previous day, thus advancing their marital relationship significantly. How splendid! Let this momentum continue. The heir's wife has arrived. Upon spotting Jiang Rong, Chun Kaiwei immediately approached with a radiant smile, inviting her to take a seat. "Heir's wife, please." The Qingfeng poetry gathering was being held in Chun Kaiwei's quaint courtyard. At this moment, many guests had already gathered for the feast, and the most esteemed seat was on the left. Chun Kaiwei guided Jiang Rong to her designated position. Jiang Rong cast a glance at the table, which was already laden with fruits and beverages. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a wine jug. With a slight smirk, she turned and seated herself in the second position. This was the seat of her elder sister-in-law. Chun Kaiwei quickly reminded her that, given her noble status, the heir's wife ought to occupy the foremost seat. Jiang Rong, beaming, replied, "In matters of hierarchy, my aunt has always taught me to respect the elder and cherish the younger. Thus, I shall relinquish the primary seat to my sister-in-law." This left Chun Kaiwei momentarily speechless. She had set the trap, yet the prey had escaped. Other young ladies present praised the Jiang family from Jiangbei for their literary heritage and virtuous reputation, affirming that today's meeting did not disappoint. Jiang Rong humbly smiled, attributing their compliments to her family's esteemed reputation. She then shifted her focus to converse with the other young ladies, leaving Chun Kaiwei feeling sidelined and unable to interject. Before long, Xiaoshi also arrived. Noticing the vacant position on the left, she mused to herself about Chun Kaiwei's blatant affront to Jiang Rong by seating the heir's wife in a subordinate position. However, She then considered that if Jiang Rong were to cause a scene, Chen Kaiwei could easily counter with the principle of respecting hierarchy, thereby painting Jiang Rong as disrespectful to her elder sister-in-law. With a mindset of enjoying the unfolding drama, she settled in calmly. Big sister-in-law has arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Shi, Jiang Rong greeted her warmly, saying, "For the first toast today, I shall raise my glass to you, big sister-in-law. As you are the eldest among us, it is only fitting that you take precedence." Saying this, she raised her wine cup and drank it all in one go. Take precedence? Xiao Shi, hearing this, perceived Jiang Rong's words as a veiled jab at the seating arrangement and smiled slightly. She lifted her own cup in response. Also drinking it down, sister-in-law, you are too polite. Chen Kaiwei watched in dismay, realizing too late that the spiked wine had already been consumed by Xiao Shi. She had not had the opportunity to switch the drinks. Jiang Rong observed Xiao Shi finish her wine, her eyes curving slightly as she scanned the gathering. Noting the absence of Shen Wenyuan. In her previous life, Shen Wenyuan had entered just as a servant had intentionally spilled a bowl of soup on his robe, leading him to the guest room to change. He would subsequently drink the spiked tea there. Chen Kaiwei intended to lure Jiang Rong to the guest room. Even if Jiang Rong claimed she had been drugged, without evidence, it would imply infidelity on her part. Even if it was discovered that she had consumed a drug, it would still be assumed that she had taken it willingly for enjoyment. Chen Kaiwei aimed to ruin Jiang Rong's reputation. Jiang Rong retracted her gaze, realizing that Shen Wenyuan had likely been led to the guest room. She then turned to Xiao Shi, her lips curving upward. Big sister-in-law, I have long heard of your literary talents. Today, as poetry gathering, is a perfect opportunity for you to enlighten me on the nuances of poetry. Xiao Shi, known for her scholarly reputation, relished the chance to display her knowledge, especially with a group of young ladies watching. She assumed a mentor-like demeanor and began to expound on the art of poetry. Chen Kaiwei, anxious to interrupt, interjected, Big sister-in-law, I have something I wish to discuss with you. If Xiao Shi were to publicly retaliate, the entire facade would collapse. She needed to divert Xiao Shi's attention. Yet, Jiang Rong lightly countered, what secret does my cousin wish to share with big sister-in-law? Perhaps we should wait until big sister-in-law has finished her explanation. We are only halfway through. The other young ladies echoed their agreement. Xiao Shi was caught up in her discourse, oblivious to Chen Kaiwei's urgency. As she reached a particularly captivating point, she suddenly let out a soft moan, reaching for her collar. The room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 13. Caught in infidelity, long sister-in-law. What is the matter with you? Jiang Rong inquired with a look of astonishment and concern. The aphrodisiac was potent, erupting instantaneously and shattering reason. Ha! Xiao, with her seductive eyes, eagerly began to unfasten her collar. The surrounding maidens were terrified, their spirits fleeing as they hurriedly restrained her hands. Yet her voice, sultry and beguiling, persisted. Hot, I want. Chen Kaiwei swiftly covered Xiao's mouth, preventing her from uttering anything unspeakable. The gathering of esteemed sons and daughters at the poetry meeting stood in shock. The long sister-in-law is unwell. She must be taken back at once. Jiang Rong commanded decisively. The maids, regaining their wits, hastily lifted her and carried her away. Feitsue, guard this table and allow no one to approach. Send someone to summon the heir. Jiang Rong's every word and action displayed the authority befitting a matriarch of the house, marked by resolute decisiveness. Chen Kaiwei's expression shifted slightly. What are you doing? Everyone, it seems my long sister-in-law has succumbed to heat stroke. It is stifling here. There is a small garden ahead. Agate, lead everyone to enjoy a breath of fresh air, Jiang Rong replied, ignoring her and directly addressing the guests with a smile. How could Xiao possibly suffer from heat stroke in this March weather? Yet, all present understood that Jiang Rong was preserving the dignity of the Northern Prince's residence. They knew it was imperative for the Northern Prince's household to investigate the matter thoroughly, without exposing it before outsiders. Consequently, the guests, understanding her unspoken intentions, followed the maids to the small garden. Once the outsiders had departed, Jiang Rong turned her gaze toward Chen Kaiwei and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across her face. Smack! The household servants were taken aback. Chen Kaiwei, in disbelief, was seething with rage, but in the next moment, she covered her face, her demeanor full of grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Why did the noble lady strike me? What do you think? Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow, coldly regarding her. The Long sister-in-law was perfectly fine upon her arrival, yet after merely a drink in your presence, she has become this way. How dare you covertly harm her? I did not. Chen Kaiwei vehemently denied. She loathed Jiang Rong as if she were privy to all knowledge, swiftly sealing off evidence. If only she had managed to distract Xiao and dispose of the drink first, she could have wiped her hands clean of the affair. Jiang Rong dismissed her, awaiting Xielingxi's arrival to deal with the situation. Suddenly, she recalled Sieruogio. She realized that she had not seen Sieruogio at the banquet. As the host of this gathering, it was peculiar that she had yet to arrive. Could it be that Sieruogio was the one Chen Kaiwei had arranged to catch them in the act? Chen Kaiwei required a witness to expose this scandal, and among the assembled guests, only Sieruogio was absent. Was Sieruogio nearby the guest rooms? Jiang Rong felt an unsettling premonition and immediately made her way toward the direction of the guest rooms. In the rear courtyard. You should have called for me sooner. What time is it now? Hurry, let us take the shortcut. Sieruogio complained. Granny's son, having received Chen Kaiwei's silver, had intentionally delayed Sieruogio, leading her on a roundabout path to witness the unfolding drama. Miss, do not be anxious. You are a daughter of the royal residence. What harm is there in making them wait a little longer? Granny's son chuckled. Sieruogio retorted, Granny, that is not correct. There is no reason for the host to arrive after the guests. Just as she was speaking, Sieruogio suddenly heard a peculiar sound emanating from the bamboo grove guest room. Who is inside? Sieruogio asked in astonishment. Granny's son, experienced and astute, recognized the sound immediately, understanding the scheme Chen Kaiwei had orchestrated. With a glint in her eye, she said, It seems someone is engaging in an illicit affair. What? Who is so shameless as to commit such a sordid act in my cousin's courtyard? Sieruogio's brows furrowed in anger. Let's go and catch them. Granny's son rushed forward, kicking the door open. Chapter 14. Rescuing the sister inside the room, a disheveled man had a maid in his grasp. While she cried out for mercy, Let me go. Please let me go, sob. Chen Kaiwei's plan to ambush Shun Wenyuan proceeded smoothly, and the maid remained oblivious to the unexpected events unfolding in the front hall. As Jiang Rong delayed her arrival, the effects of a drug began to take hold of Shun Wenyuan, who pinned the maid down. Seeing this scene, Sieruogio rushed forward in anger. Who are you to bully a servant in the royal residence? She reached out to pull Shun Wenyuan away. However, Shun Wenyuan, freed from her grasp, swiftly turned and pressed her to the ground. In a frenzy devoid of rational thought, he instinctively lunged at Sieruogio. Miss, son Momo cried out in panic, hurriedly attempting to intervene. Yet, the strength of the elderly matron was no match for the drug-empowered Shen Wenyuan, who kicked her against the wall, leaving her in pain on the floor. The nearby servants had long been cleared out by Chen Kaiwei, waiting for Sieruogio to stumble into their trap. In her haste, Sieruogio had brought only one matron with her, which placed her in a perilous situation. Help! She struggled desperately, but she could not withstand Shun Wenyuan's strength. Her clothing was torn, revealing her delicate shoulder. This was the first time Sieruogio had encountered such a predicament, leaving her in a state of shock. At that moment, bang! Shun Wenyuan, who was holding her down, was suddenly kicked to the ground. Through tear-filled eyes, Sieruogio beheld a woman in a flowing gown standing proudly before her. The woman possessed a dignified and striking beauty, her gaze sharp with fierce determination. That expressionless face, however, provided Sieruogio with an immense sense of security, akin to a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. Sister-in-law, Sieruogio cried, collapsing onto the ground and clutching Jiang Rong's leg in tears. Shen Wenyuan, bent over from Jiang Rong's kick, writhed on the ground, fully under the influence of the drug. Jiang Rong ignored him, taking a cloak from Yingxia and draping it over Sieruogio, offering comfort. Go back and change your clothes, freshen up. Consider today as if you had never come here. She then turned to the disheveled maid in the corner and commanded, Seize her. In the front hall, Xielingxi had arrived. The Dowager Empress and the two concubines were also present. Xiao Shi had been carried back to the main courtyard for treatment, but the potency of the drug was so severe that it could not be neutralized. The main house hurriedly sent someone to summon Xie Yuanwen back to save her life. This was the first time Xie Yuanwen had taken a leave from the official duties during the day due to the scandal, and while Xiao Shi had been rescued. Concubine Zhao's nose wrinkled in anger. How could such filth appear in the royal residence? We must investigate thoroughly. The royal residence's venerable physician examined the beverages, discovering that only the first seat's drink was poisoned, while the others remained unharmed. At that moment, Jiang Rong returned from the bamboo grove courtyard, first greeting her grandmother before approaching Xie, saying, "There's a guest in the guest room who has also fallen victim." The Dowager Empress's expression changed slightly. Who? If someone had come to the royal residence for a banquet and ended up being drugged, it would tarnish their reputation. "Shen Wenyuan," Jiang Rong replied. Xie's eyes darkened instantaneously. "Shen Wenyuan?" This entire scheme was aimed at Jiang Rong. Concubine Zhao's face shifted. What will happen to Shen Wenyuan? This aphrodisiac has no antidote. Only by calling Xie Yuanwen back can we save Xiao Shi. If Shen Wenyuan were to die, the Xie family would bear heavy consequences. Chapter 15. Bribery First. The person must be sent away and dealt with appropriately. The elderly lady, Xie, furrowed her brow tightly. To handle matter appropriately meant sending him to a brothel. He must be detoxified. He cannot die within the royal manor. The steward received the order and went to the guest room to carry Shen Wenyuan away. Lady Xie's expression was exceedingly grim. What on earth was happening? "Grandmother, I do not know," Chen Kaiwei said, her eyes glistening with tears as she knelt. "She should have addressed the elderly lady as Your Highness, but Lady Xie, indulgent towards her, regarded her as a daughter of the royal household, affording her the same treatment as Xie Ruojiu, allowing her to call her grandmother." Jiang Rong cast her a glance. "You hosted the banquet, and food was mishandled, and yet you claim ignorance?" Kaiwei truly did not know. Today's poetry gathering had many attendees, and the drinks were set out early on the table. Anyone could have taken the opportunity to act, and Kaiwei genuinely did not know who had poisoned her elder cousin. Chen Kaiwei was on the verge of tears. Kaiwei has always been on good terms with her elder cousin. Why would anyone wish her harm? Kaiwei is truly innocent. I heard this spot was originally reserved for the young lady of the heir apparent. Lady Li, having enjoyed the spectacle for a while, interjected at an opportune moment. Is someone attempting to harm the young lady of the heir apparent? Fortunately, she swapped places with Xiao. Lady Zhao, hearing this, became even angrier. It should have been Jiang Rong's misfortune, yet it was her daughter-in-law who was embarrassed. Thus she too felt humiliated. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, "It is quite a coincidence that the young lady of the heir apparent suddenly swapped places with Xiao." Jiang Rong looked filled with remorse, thinking that had she known, she would not have exchanged places, thus involving her elder sister in this predicament. Do not blame yourself, Miss Rong. You were unaware that the wine was poisoned. None of you should have suffered at the hands of malicious individuals. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with the perpetrator. How could it fall upon you? Lady Xie defended. Lady Zhao had no choice but to swallow her anger. To harm me and Shen Wenyuan. Someone wishes to see my folly with the heir. Jiang Rong's thin lips curled into a cold smirk. So, who does not wish for me to marry the heir? In an instant, all eyes in the royal manor turned to Chen Kaiwei. Lady Xie furrowed her brow once more. She had once considered matching Chen Kaiwei with Xie. Could it be that this child was momentarily lost in thought? There were many suitors. The ninth miss from the Duke of Dinghua's residence, who had long admired her cousin, was well known. Moreover, the daughters of the Minister of Rites, the Grand Scholar of the Hanlin Academy, and the Deputy Minister of the Dali Temple had all participated in last year's selection of brides at the Royal Manor. Chen Kaiwei recounted a plethora of candidates with great familiarity. Last year, when the Northern Princess residence sought a bride for Xie, countless officials had sent portraits to the Royal Manor, hoping to attach themselves to this prominent family. Yet, not one was chosen by Xie. Chen Kaiwei reserved a backup plan. Should it truly be discovered that Jiang Rong was framed, it would serve to muddy the waters, creating more suspicious candidates. Jiang Rong calmly commanded, "Bring her in." Ying Xiao led the maid Xiao Tao into the room. It was she who had brought Shun Wenyuan to the guest room, serving him spiked tea. "This maid is in your employ," Jiang Rong stated. If one were to say that the wine on the front table provided an opportunity for guests to act, the guest room in the back courtyard had not seen a single visitor. Chen Saiwei's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Xiao Dao. Anyone wishing to investigate would inevitably interrogate Xiao Dao. Thus, she had long since arranged everything. "Xiao Dao, why did you do this? Who bribed you to commit such an act?" Chen Kaiwei feigned disbelief, pointing at Xiao Dao and questioning her furiously. Xiao Dao trembled, kneeling and bowing her head. "I was confused and accepted the silver. The other day, while I was out buying rouge, I encountered a masked steward who gave me a large sum of silver. I do not know who bribed me. I am willing to die." She was a family maid of the Chun family, and the lives of the entire household rested in Chen Saiwei's hands. One family may perish, but it was better for her to die alone. Chapter 16. Expulsion. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xie Lingxi discerned the manipulative hand behind today's events with remarkable clarity. He cast a cold glance at Chen Kaiwei, stating, "Since your maid has committed a transgression, both of you shall be delivered to the authorities. According to the laws of the great Xia, should a servant err, their master will be interrogated. Typically, servants act under their master's orders. Therefore, if a servant commits wrongdoing, their master becomes the prime suspect." Chen Kaiwei swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground, taken aback by Xie Lingxi's mercilessness. Despite her efforts to distance herself from the situation, he still intended to report her. Such an injustice was unfathomable. The concubine Zhao interjected, "No. Doing so would tarnish the reputation of our northern prince's manor. We cannot afford for such matters to become public knowledge." She was adamant that the scandal surrounding her daughter-in-law's poisoning should not reach the courts, fearing the loss of dignity that would ensue. "Sending her to the authorities is inappropriate," Xie Laotai, Fei, the matriarch, shook her head, turning to Chen Kaiwei. "There is no need to investigate today's events further. Miss Chen, having been fostered in the manor since childhood, has now reached the age for marriage. The manor cannot retain you indefinitely, lest we hinder your prospects. From this day forth, you shall return to the Chun family to await your marriage." Chen Saiwei's complexion turned ashen. "Grandmother, by blood, I am not truly your grandmother," Xie Laotai, Fei replied coldly. Though she held affection for Chen Kaiwei, her paramount concern was Xie Lingxi. No one could rival his importance in her heart. From now on, those daughters who had prior associations with the heir need not be invited to the manor's gatherings. Xie Laotai, Fei could not ascertain who orchestrated the scheme, yet she aimed to eliminate all potential risks. No more invitations from the outside. Those within must be expelled. Chen Saiwei's pallor deepened. Despite her intricate schemes, she overlooked the fact that the northern prince's manor was not a court of law. Evidence was unnecessary. Mere suspicion sufficed for her expulsion. "Grandmother, what is happening?" Just as Sierra Jiao, having changed into a fresh outfit and finally steadied her emotions, arrived on the scene, she inquired. With a bitter smile, Chen Kaiwei confessed, "It was my oversight in hosting the banquet that harmed my elder cousin. I cannot remain in the manor. I shall return home." "This banquet was a joint effort. How can you bear the entire blame?" Sierra Jiao, agitated, turned to Xie Laotai, Fei, pleading, "Grandmother, please do not send my cousin away. If she goes, I shall follow." Xie Laotai, Fei furrowed her brow in contemplation. Chen Kaiwei grasped Sierra Jiao's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "Cousin, please visit me often at the Chun residence." "Grandmother, my cousin has lost her father in battle, and her mother has also passed. If she returns to the Chun family, she will have no kin. We are her only family." Sierra Jiao knelt, beseeching for mercy. This was precisely the reason Chen Kaiwei had been raised in the manor. Her father perished alongside the northern prince in battle, while her mother succumbed during childbirth, leading to her early placement under the care of her aunt, the Princess Chun. Xie Laotai Fei, grateful for the Chun family's dedication to the Xie family, regarded the remaining Chen Kaiwei as a granddaughter. Recalling these past events, a tinge of melancholy washed over her. In her old age, nostalgia began to creep in. The Chen family had served as loyal generals for generations, and the bond between the two families was profound. My cousin saved my life. I will not allow her to leave. Xie Ruo Jiao clung to Chen Kaiwei, unwilling to let go. In their childhood, it was Chen Kaiwei who had rescued Xie Ruo Jiao from drowning in a pond. Yet, unbeknownst to Xie Ruo Jiao, the slippery stones by the pond had been deliberately placed there by Chen Kaiwei. Xie Laotai, Fei found herself in a quandary. Chen Kaiwei had indeed saved Ruo Jiao, and without direct evidence of wrongdoing, she was reluctant to suspect Chen Kaiwei. Chapter 17. Seeking Death Grandmother. Today, cousin Kai Wei's negligence has caused harm to elder sister. She feels deep remorse and refuses to remain in the residence. Yet the second sister cannot bear to part with her. I propose a compromise. We shall send cousin to the Water Lotus Nunnery for a month of prayer for elder sister, as an act of atonement. Jiang Rong, perceiving the old matriarch's hesitation, suggested, after a month, we can bring cousin back, which would be a win-win situation. Grandmother was well aware of Chen Kaiwei's suspicions. For the sake of the Chen family, she merely wished to send her away. However, Jiang Rong had no intention of allowing her to return alive. She must perish. Jiang Rong knew full well that the evidence could not convict Chen Kaiwei of a capital offense. Kaiwei was no fool, having orchestrated the scheme. She had meticulously distanced herself from any implication. Jiang Rong only sought to solidify her negligence, allowing her to go forth and pray. That sounds splendid. Second sister is right. I wholeheartedly agree. Sierra Ogio quickly expressed her support, casting a grateful glance at Jiang Rong. The old matriarch's gaze fell upon Jiang Rong, nodding slightly. Ronger, you possess a kind heart and treat others with compassion. You are a good child. Kaiwei, do not disappoint your cousin's affection for you. Kaiwei thanked her grandmother, her cousin, and the second sister, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, though her face displayed deep emotion. Her cousin's willingness to believe in her filled her heart with gratitude. Jiang Rong, with an innocent smile and slightly arched brows, remarked, I was merely upset upon seeing elder sister's misfortune and spoke harshly to cousin. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, as we are all family, we ought to prioritize harmony. The Zhao concubine shot an icy glare at Chen Kaiwei. Had it not been for the necessity of keeping her around to deal with Jiang Rong, she would have certainly banished Kaiwei from their midst following Qiao's misfortune. Someone, take this treacherous maid and punish her. The old matriarch cast a cold glance at the kneeling Xiao Tao and continued, Kaiwei is still young and cannot control others. She has been wronged by those who acted in her name. Mama Zhou, go to Kaiwei and see to it that she properly manages her servants. A serving woman stepped forward to carry out the order. Thank you, grandmother. Chen Kaiwei expressed her gratitude, though she felt a sense of suffocation. The old matriarch was clearly leaving someone to monitor her. Though she had temporarily gained her trust, she still felt a twinge of unease. Today's events had truly backfired, offending the Zhao concubine, inciting grandmother's suspicion, and now facing hardship at the nunnery. That very day, Chen Kaiwei packed her belongings and was sent to the Water Lotus Nunnery, while the guests outwardly said nothing. The disgraceful incident involving the eldest daughter-in-law of the northern prince's residence quietly circulated among the noble circles. The two events intertwined, giving rise to new rumors. Miss, there are whispers outside suggesting that Miss Chun has long harbored feelings for the eldest son, and out of jealousy, she has harmed elder sister. Xia relayed the gossip. Leaning casually against the couch, Jiang Rong smiled mischievously. Well, that isn't too bad. The matter of Shen Wenyuan's poisoning was tightly sealed within the royal residence. The guests were unaware. In this storm of rumors, Jiang Rong remained unscathed. Qiao had awakened and was currently wreaking havoc in her room. Xia continued, I ought to go and counsel her. We cannot let her fall into despair. Do you truly believe Qiao possesses any inclination towards despair? Xia asked, astonished. Jiang Rong smiled lightly. You do not understand. My elder sister comes from a scholarly family, valuing reputation above all else. Today, in front of everyone, she has lost face, and she must feel utterly humiliated, now that the town is abuzz with her disgrace. How could she bear to live on? Chapter 18. My dear husband, please hold me tight in the dead of night. Qiao was coerced by Jiang Rong into hanging herself. Sister-in-law, Please don't take such drastic measures. Even if others label you as promiscuous, everyone knows you have fallen victim to the spring fever. It was not intentional. Jiang Rong expressed with concern. Qiao felt a surge of indignation rising within her, standing atop a low stool in the room. Clutching the white silk that hung from the beam, her face pale with despair, she declared, "Sister-in-law, do not try to dissuade me. Today I cannot go on living." Initially, she had no intention of taking her own life. However, upon Jiang Rong's entrance and her insistence that maintaining one's virtue was trivial compared to life itself, that she should not sacrifice her existence for the sake of reputation, Qiao felt compelled to feign a desire for death. "Sister-in-law, think positively. Are you not joyful today? What do the opinions of outsiders matter? Even if they brand you as a harlot or concoct scandalous tales about your name, as long as we find happiness, the judgments of others are inconsequential." Jiang Rong's words pierced Qiao's heart. The term harlot struck her with such force that her vision blurred, and she instinctively placed her neck against the silk. "Do not stop me. How can the world speak of me in such a way? I must end my life today to preserve my purity." "Sister-in-law," Jiang Rong exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp her leg, inadvertently toppling the stool beneath her. Thus, Qiao found herself suspended from the beam, while Jiang Rong desperately pulled at her leg. In an instant, Qiao's complexion flushed crimson. This was not her intention. "Help! Someone save me!" Yet, the constriction around her neck left her gasping for breath, rendering her speechless. The surrounding maidservants were paralyzed with shock and hurriedly rushed to rescue Qiao. Eventually, they managed to lower her from the beam, but she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her breath faint. "Quickly, summon a doctor!" Jiang Rong cried out in distress. The atmosphere in the residence was chaotic. In the Zhaoguang courtyard, Qiao lay upon the sickbed, her neck marred by a deep bruise, lost to consciousness. She had narrowly reclaimed her life, yet only a fragile breath remained. The physician remarked that it would take months for her to recover. The lady had no intention of ending her life, but after hearing the harsh words from the heir's wife, she became despondent. Qiao's personal maid knelt before Xie Yuanwen, weeping as she recounted the events. Xie Yuanwen's expression darkened as he turned to Jiang Rong. "Do you intend to drive her to death?" Jiang Rong remained impassive, choosing not to engage in further discourse, until sounds of maidservants greeting the heir echoed from outside. Jiang Rong immediately glanced toward the entrance, and upon seeing Xie Lingxi, her cold demeanor softened, her eyes glistening with tears. "Husband." Seeing her in such a distressed state, Xie Lingxi quickened his steps, striding into the room. "Husband, sister-in-law has attempted to take her own life, and I am terrified." Jiang Rong clutched at his sleeve, her voice filled with grievance. "Yet my brother blames me. I merely sought to save sister-in-law. I feel so wronged." Xie Lingxi's gaze swept over the nearly lifeless Qiao before settling on Xie Yuanwen. "Apologize. You have wronged sister-in-law." "Xie Lingxi, do you intend to protect her?" Xie Yuanwen retorted coldly. "What my brother implies is that while sister-in-law has suffered disgrace today, she did not genuinely wish to die. Rather, it is my wife who mistakenly believed in her virtue and misadvised her, correct?" Xie Lingxi countered. Xie Yuanwen was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he deny it? After all, Qiao had attempted to take her life, and he must salvage his own reputation. "It is this wretched maid who spoke inappropriately, leading to my misunderstanding. Take her away and silence her." Xie Yuanwen glared at the maid before turning to Jiang Rong with a forced smile. "Today I thank you, sister-in-law, for saving my wife. I apologize on behalf of my brother. It grows late, so I shall not keep you." Jiang Rong's lips curved slightly as she raised her eyes to Xie Lingxi. "Husband, I was injured when sister-in-law ran into me. I cannot stand. Please hold me." Chapter 19. Deceiving him to sleep in the garden, stone-carved lanterns twinkled like stars, illuminating the winding path. A man clad in red embraced a delicate young girl as they meandered through the gentle evening breeze. Amidst the fragrant air and the melodic calls of birds perched on branches, he held her close as they advanced, all the scenery fading behind them. Akin to a grand dream, Jiang Rong clung to Xie Lingxi's neck, gazing up at him with her youthful face, observing him from such proximity. His chiseled features, elongated brows and eyes, and the profound depths of his gaze reminiscent of the starry sea, captivated her. Xie. Her Xie. It felt as if she were in a dream. Release me, his cool voice interrupted the reverie. Jiang Rong snapped back to reality, only then realizing they had returned to Jinyuan. Xie gently placed her on a low couch, prompting her to let go. He crouched before her, his long, jade-like fingers deftly removing her shoes and socks, rolling up her trousers to reveal her slender calves, as white as jade, unmarred by any sign of injury. Injured? Xie raised an eyebrow, posing the question. Jiang Rong's cheeks flushed slightly. It hurts to the bone. One cannot discern it from the outside. Huh. Xie scoffed lightly. It seems you have quickly learned the art of deceit from Sieruogio. Truly it pains me. Jiang Rong maintained an aggrieved expression, blinking innocently as she feigned vulnerability. I need my husband to massage me. Xie's gaze darkened. Summon a female doctor to examine you. Jiang Rong, realizing her ploy had failed, bit her lip in disappointment. No, I'm not injured. There's no need to trouble anyone. Then why pretend to be ill? Xie scrutinized her, his gaze piercing. Are you hoping to extract more medicine expenses? Jiang Rong pouted. I would never. A mere medicine fee is not worth my pretense of illness. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to Xie, her eyes sparkling. I merely wish to trick my husband into a hug. The boldness of the little girl astounded him. Xie chose not to respond further and turned to leave. Although her husband had been enamored with her at first sight, he remained distant. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze, twisting her sleeve with her small hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I once believed the rumors, thinking you were a villain, which is why I wrote you a letter, severing our ties. I apologize. Can you not ignore me? Her plaintive tone halted Xie in his tracks. He paused, preferring her to hurl insults at him rather than witness such a sorrowful display. Well, have I ignored you? Xie turned to face her. Now, you left me alone at night, refusing to sleep with me. Jiang Rong pouted, her demeanor a mixture of indignation and sorrow. Xie was taken aback. The poison of the Yellow Springs has evidently clouded your mind. How could the Jiang Rong, untainted by such toxins, dare to speak to him in this manner? My husband, if you do not like me, you may divorce me. Your cold demeanor displeases me. Jiang Rong huffed, her lips pouting in a mixture of annoyance and grievance. For the first time, Xie realized that the most difficult kind of woman to contend with was one who could charm with her whims. Observing her sulking expression made him yearn to comfort her, rendering him incapable of uttering a harsh word. I was going to bathe. Xie fabricated an excuse, unable to admit his initial intention of heading to the study. Jiang Rong's countenance brightened instantly. Then I shall wait for you to return. In the dead of night, the maid extinguished the candlelight, shrouding the room in darkness. Jiang Rong stealthily opened her eyes and glanced at Xie, the night obscuring his form into a mere silhouette. She reached out, gently caressing his cheek, contentedly closing her eyes once more. Tonight, she would slumber in her husband's embrace. Meanwhile, once she drifted into sleep, Xie, pretending to slumber, opened his eyes to gaze down at the sweetly dreaming girl in his arms, his expression shifting between light and shadow. Chapter 20. The return at the moment when Jiang Rong committed murder and deceit, her methods were ruthless and decisive. Yet, before him, she presented a pitifully obedient facade. After several tests, he no longer doubted that her demeanor was feigned. However, he harbored deep suspicions that the poison of the underworld had infiltrated her mind, impairing her normal cognition and leading to her erratic behavior, akin to hysteria. Once she was healed, she would return to her rightful self, no longer clinging to him, but solely fixated on his demise. At that time, he would grant her the divorce she desired. Xie cast his gaze downward, the night concealing all his emotions. On the 6th day of their marriage, the return ceremony commenced. A magnificent 4-horse carriage came to a halt before a grand estate on the western street of the capital. Jiang Rong looked up at the plaque emblazoned with Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness. The Jiang family had a long-standing tradition of literature and scholarship, producing scholars for generations. Her father had achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations and served as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works. Tragically, when she was merely 3 years old, He perished while escorting the emperor during a spring hunt. The emperor posthumously honored him as the Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness, granting this vast estate and promoting her father's younger brother to fill the vacancy of deputy minister. Jiang Rong, at that time merely a district governor, leveraged his elder brother's accomplishments to rise to a third-rank official in the capital. Such advantages, however, did not satisfy them. Welcome to the heir and the heir's wife. Jiang Rong ushered his family to greet them outside the estate. A maid brought forth a spring stool, and Xie helped Jiang Rong disembark from the carriage. There is no need for such courtesy. Uncle, we are family. Jiang Rong concealed her resentments and smiled warmly. Jiang Rong, in turn, expressed, the heir of the Northern King holds a prestigious position. Formalities must not be neglected. Xie, as the heir to a noble title, held a status equivalent to a prince, making him an unattainable figure for the modest Jiang family. The Jiang family welcomed Xie and his wife into the inner hall. This is Ronger's elder brother. Jiang Rong introduced a young gentleman of 18 or 19 to Xie. Jiang Wenxing immediately smiled and bowed to Xie, saying, my younger sister is quite mischievous. I hope the heir will be understanding. Jiang Rong's parents had only one daughter, prompting Jiang Rong to adopt his eldest son into the main line to inherit the title. In the past, Jiang Rong had perceived her uncle's affection as genuine, having no biological brother, and now she had a son to serve as her elder brother. Yet, it became evident that their intentions were solely to covet the title. Xie merely cast a glance at him, choosing to remain noncommittal. He was notorious in the capital for his debauchery and disregard for decorum. No one would dare to hold a rogue accountable for etiquette. This is Ronger's cousin, the young lady Jiang Wan. Jiang Rong introduced his daughter, gesturing toward another side. Greetings, sister and brother-in-law. Jiang Wan shyly smiled. She was adorned in a simple sky-blue long dress, her hair elegantly pinned with a wooden hairpin. Xie's gaze lingered on Jiang Wan for a moment. Her attire bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Rong's former garb, which was simple yet refined. However, what left a lasting impression was Jiang Rong's unwavering demeanor. She always exuded an air of aloofness and pride, her heart brimming with literary knowledge, looking down upon rogues and scorning the pursuit of power and influence. Though Jiang Wan seemed similar, her smile transformed her completely. The proud and distant Jiang Rong would never smile so at a rogue, except for the current Jiang Rong, influenced by the poison of the underworld. Jiang Wan and her mother, Chang Shi, both perceptively sensed Xie's gaze, exchanging glances filled with delight. For this return banquet, the mother and daughter had meticulously prepared in advance. Chapter 21. Her superb tea art yesterday. Wan was taken aback to discover that Xie had a penchant for delicate, understated beauty. Her mother had crafted an exquisite outfit for her, drawing inspiration from Jiang Rong's former garments, insisting that she wear it the following day. Chang stated, Jiang Rong cannot have much time left. If you seize this opportunity to captivate him, you could become his second wife. Jiang Wan felt a twinge of resistance. Why should Jiang Rong, the legitimate wife, remain in her position while she settled for being a concubine? Who else would you wish to marry? Xie is destined to become the Northern Prince. Even royal heirs are vying for his favor. Among the many noble families that rise and fall, only the Northern Prince's residence stands as a bastion of stability for the Great Xie. As long as the Great Xie exists, so too will the Northern Prince's household. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Were it not for Xie's poor judgment in favoring Jiang Rong, you would not have the chance to be the first to enjoy the fruits of proximity. Jiang Wan contemplated the prospect of replacing Jiang Rong as the Northern Prince's consort, and it didn't seem so bad after all. Once Jiang Rong was gone, everything would belong to her, much like the estate of the loyal duke. With Jiang Rong's father deceased, all the official titles, positions, and wealth he left behind belonged to her family. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's attire, Jiang Rong instantly recognized a resemblance to her own past self. With a slight smirk, she remarked, Sister, you appear quite different today. Weren't you fond of lavish garments and jewels? Jiang Wan replied, Perhaps spending time with you has influenced my tastes. I now find beauty in simplicity. She raised her gaze to Jiang Rong, silently competing with her. I could openly declare that I am emulating you. What would you possibly do about it? If Xie is drawn to someone like you, I could effortlessly take your place. In that case, the jewelry and silk I prepared for you may be rather misplaced, Jiang Rong said with a subtle smile, instructing her companion, Yu Shui, to return the 2 boxes of silk and treasures, and to fetch another box of books. Understood, Yu Shui replied cheerfully. She felt a wave of disdain upon witnessing the 3rd miss of the Jiang family, feigning the demeanor of an unmarried noblewoman. Jiang Wan's heart ached at the thought of her jewels being taken away, yet she could only grit her teeth in silence. After winning Xie's affection, all would be hers. There would be no need for Jiang Rong's offerings. She didn't care. She didn't care. It was impossible not to care. It infuriated her. Ronger, your aunt has been thinking of you day and night. Now that I see you are well, I can finally rest easy, Chang said, concealing her own grievances while grasping Jiang Rong's hand with a feigned expression of concern. Come, let us share some intimate words. Jiang Rong, playing along, expressed her longing for her aunt, saying she had much to discuss. Chang led Jiang Rong to the inner courtyard, while Jiang Qingrong and Jiang Wenxing accompanied the young master to the front hall for tea. As per tradition, the daughters and mothers would exchange whispers while the fathers and brothers entertained the new son-in-law in the front hall, culminating in a shared meal at noon, a welcome banquet. However, Jiang Wan chose not to accompany Chang and Jiang Rong to the inner quarters, remaining instead with Jiang Qingrong in the front hall to host the guests. Young master, I have recently acquired a fine tea. Ordinary brewing cannot capture its true essence. It requires ancient methods of tea preparation. Fortunately, my daughter is quite proficient in the art of tea. Allow her to prepare it for us, Jiang Qingrong said, stroking his beard with a jovial expression. Jiang Wan, blushing with modesty, gracefully took her place at the tea table, showcasing her skills. In the world of noble ladies, proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea brewing, flower arranging, and incense burning was deemed exemplary. Jiang Wan seized the opportunity to display her talents, hoping to capture Xie's attention. Xie sat languidly in a guest seat, a faint smile playing on his lips. In the Jiang family's courtyard, Chang, wary of raising Jiang Rong's suspicions, explained, Your uncle has asked your sister to prepare tea. As the young master is an esteemed guest, we Jiang family must extend our utmost hospitality. The woman opposite her seemed blissfully unaware of her cousin's intentions to ensnare her husband, casually remarking, Aunt, you are too courteous. In the past, my dowry was managed by you. I kindly request that you return it to me. Chapter 22. Sudden Wealth Rong. You have never perused the account books and are unfamiliar with the intricacies of business. Upon marrying into the Northern Prince's residence, should the Xie family covet your dowry, without an aunt to oversee matters, I fear for your welfare. Chang's heart sank, yet her countenance remained gentle and thoughtful, always considering her well-being. Jiang Rong nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her aunt's concerns, expressing her gratitude. I have never had to worry with you by my side. You are truly kind to me. However, the Empress Dowager wishes for me to manage the internal affairs and oversee the Xie family's enterprises, yet she has been obstructed by concubine Zhao, who claims I lack the requisite experience. I must acquire some knowledge before assuming control of the Xie family's legacy. Chang's breath hitched momentarily. What did you say? The Empress Dowager intends to entrust the vast nation, rivaling assets of the Northern Prince's residence to you? You have only just entered into this family. Indeed, all that belongs to the Northern Prince was originally that of Xie. If not entrusted to us as a couple, would it remain under concubine Zhao's control indefinitely? The Empress Dowager's trust in me surpasses that in Zhao, which is only natural. After all, I am united as one with the heir. Jiang Rong smiled faintly. Upon reflection, Chang recognized the validity of this reasoning. As the Northern Prince's wife, Jiang Rong rightfully held the authority to manage the affairs of the residence. However, she had not anticipated the rapid delegation of power by the Empress Dowager, which exceeded her expectations. For a fleeting moment, she wished fervently that Jiang Rong could endure a while longer, seize control of the Xie family's wealth, and share some benefits with her before her untimely demise. Ronger is confident that within half a month, she will assume the Xie family's affairs. Jiang Rong turned to Chong. But I require your assistance, aunt. I shall take the account books and land deeds back with me. The business must still rely on your capable management to avoid any losses. The Empress Dowager is determined to see me in power, and with these documents, I can effectively silence concubine Zhao. As for taking over the Xie family's enterprises, I'm still inexperienced in business matters. I shall entrust everything to you, and you will oversee it for me, while I merely present the account books to the Xie family monthly. I do not trust the current stewards of the Xie household. You must arrange for their management. Chang's breathing quickened at this prospect. If she were to oversee the business affairs, it would imply her ability to discreetly siphon off considerable wealth without the Xie family ever discovering. As long as the accounts appeared favorable, it would be a simple task. However, this plan must be executed swiftly before Jiang Rong's demise, to extract as much wealth as possible from the Xie family. Whether Jiang Rong could marry into a secondary position was uncertain. Yet at this moment, a remarkable opportunity for sudden wealth had presented itself. Of course, Aunt must assist you. Rest assured, I will see to all these matters for you. Chang's heart raced with excitement as she promptly instructed a nearby maid. Fetch all the account books pertaining to the second Mrs. Dowry. The maid obeyed and exited. Chong harbored no concerns about the retrieval of these items, for Jiang Rong was afflicted by an incurable poison and was destined to perish. The family would never reclaim the dowry. After her death, all her possessions would return to the Jiang family. For Chong, it was merely a matter of time before she reclaimed everything, and she would do so with remarkable ease. However, Ronger, you have previously shown little interest in business, Chong remarked, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Rong had been deliberately nurtured as a bookish child, solely devoted to the study of classical texts, valuing relationships over material possessions. This was a means to bind her to the family, ensuring her willing sacrifices for the Jiang family in exchange for benefits. Had it not been for that powerful individual sending the deadly poison intended for Jiang Rong, such a compliant and understanding pawn could have been utilized for a lifetime. Certainly, trading Jiang Rong's life for a bounty of benefits would be a profitable endeavor. I'm not interested at present. However, Xie has ruined my life. I cannot rest until I have dismantled the Xie family's fortune. My resentment knows no bounds. Jiang Rong's face twisted with hatred. Aunt, do you understand? I was forced into marriage with him. I'm living in torment. I wish for nothing more than to see us both perish together. Chapter 23. Discord, my poor Rong. You have suffered injustice. Chong urged. You must not lose hope. You must live, for living brings hope. It is only through life that she can accumulate wealth. Every time I think of my uncles and aunts, the Jiang family, and Shun Wen Yuan, I remind myself to endure and survive, Jiang Rong sincerely declared. You all of you have not descended into the depths of hell. How could I dare to die? My dear Rong, once that wastrel Xie tires of you, there will still be a chance for you to part ways. Rest assured, your aunt will bring you home then. Chong feigned sympathy, shedding tears. At that moment, a maid entered with a box. Ronger, these are the account books and silver contracts. You may take them back. You need not worry about anything else. Your aunt will manage the business for you, Chong said. Jiang Rong casually handed the box to Xia beside her, saying she would trouble her aunt again in the future. Oh, by the way, I heard that Chun has passed away? Chong inquired. She had received news of Chun's death. Jiang Rong sighed, and on my wedding night, in a fit of despair, I attempted to poison Xie, wishing to perish alongside him. He saw through my plan, and Chun took the blame for me. She died for my sake. So that is how it was. You must not act so recklessly in the future. Trust your aunt. You will eventually return. Chong hastily reassured her. Now I have come to understand. Rather than perish, I would rather ruin the Xie family and exact my revenge on Xie. Naturally, I shall not act so foolishly again. Jiang Rong nodded lightly. They conversed for a while longer. Suddenly, Jiang Rong asked, Aunt, where is second brother? Chong had 2 sons. The eldest had been adopted into the main branch, while the second, Jiang Wenyan, age 17, was a good-for-nothing, indulging in gambling and debauchery. That good-for-nothing incurred more gambling debts last night, and the creditors came knocking, which infuriated your uncle so much that he beat him severely. Today he cannot even rise from bed, Chang expressed her irritation regarding Jiang Wenyan. How could uncle strike him so harshly? I shall go see second brother, Jiang Rong said with concern. Please do not be angry. Second brother is still young and will learn to behave in time. Chang, not wishing for Jiang Rong to disturb Jiang Wan in the front hall, was pleased to delay her, instructing Jiang Mama, take the young lady to the Song courtyard. In the Song courtyard, Jiang Wenyan lay on the bed, cursing his father. Within his chamber, several beautiful maidservants attended him. One peeled grapes. Another fed him fine wine, while a dancer twirled gracefully, singing seductive tunes. Second young lady has arrived. A servant announced. Jiang Wenyan frowned in annoyance. What does she want? I am unwell and will not see her. Yet Jiang Rong had already barged in, wrinkling her brow at the chaotic scene, her expression growing stern. Everyone leave at once. The room fell silent. What madness is this, Jiang Rong? How dare you command my people? Jiang Wenyan began, but Jiang Rong interrupted coldly. When a young lady speaks, who would dare to remain? Those maidservants and dancers, fearful of her current status, hastily retreated. In the blink of an eye, only Jiang Wenyan and Jiang Rong remained in the chamber. What do you want, Jiang Rong? Jiang Wenyan scowled, his face dark, wishing he could strike her had he not been confined to bed. I heard second brother was beaten by uncle. Eldest brother sought an official position last year, spending a fortune, yet uncle showed no reluctance. Both are sons. Titles and wealth belong to eldest brother, while second brother has nothing, not even the means to settle a small debt without being punished, Jiang Rong said, her tone calm as she openly sowed discord. I simply feel it is unjust. Chapter 24. The protective young master Jiang Wenyan slammed the bed frame, wholeheartedly agreeing. Indeed, the old man is simply unfair. If I had been adopted into the main branch back then, the entire Bo family estate would have been mine. Spending such a trifling amount of money is nothing. He had long harbored jealousy towards his elder brother for inheriting the title. Time and again, he had stirred trouble before their parents, hoping to alter the heir to the title. Yet it was to no avail. He wished to undermine his brother, but lacked the capability. He was a greedy and incompetent individual. Does the second brother wish to join the main branch? Jiang Rong asked with a beaming smile. Jiang Wenyan, feeling helpless, replied, What does it matter what I wish? The old man is biased towards his eldest son. I recently heard an intriguing piece of gossip. It is said that when eldest brother took the preliminary exam, he swapped his paper with someone else's to achieve success. Jiang Rong spoke softly. Jiang Wenyan's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Do you have any evidence? Each year, the examination papers are archived. Evidence? The second brother must investigate personally. I cannot verify its truth, but if it is indeed true, those guilty cannot inherit the title, Jiang Rong stated succinctly. Beside her, Jiang Wenyan felt a surge of excitement, his eyes glinting with a hint of doubt. Why do you want to help me? Of course. I wish to see the two of you turn against each other. A fight to the death, Jiang Rong replied. She was uncertain about the truth of the paper-swapping incident. She had only vaguely heard this rumor in her past life. However, she was certain that once Jiang Wenxing discovered his brother's intention to imprison him, he would act preemptively. These two would inevitably clash. She would not allow her father and Oppos, as hard earned title, to fall into the hands of these shameless men. Because my elder brother has offended me, I no longer wish for him to be my kin, Jiang Rong stated coolly. Rest assured, second sister, you have aided me, and when I inherit the title, I shall treat you as my own sister, Jiang Wenyan said, his face lighting up with joy. Jiang Rong smiled in agreement. Then let us await good news from the second brother. In the front hall, Jiang Wan held a freshly brewed cup of tea, her steps graceful as she approached Xie, her face flushed with shyness, offering the tea with both hands. Young master, please enjoy the tea. As she spoke, she intended to spill the tea onto Xie's garments. She planned to lead him to change clothes, where in the solitude of their intimacy, she could entice him. Xie, a mere dandy, would surely take the bait. However, as the tea was about to spill, Xie swiftly unfurled his ornate fan, deflecting the liquid back towards Jiang Wan, drenching her hand instead. The scalding tea burned her delicate skin, leaving it red and swollen. Jiang Wan cried out, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wan, Jiang Rong's expression changed instantly. Xie, incensed, snapped his fan shut and struck the table with a loud bang, exclaiming, "Clumsy hands! You can't even serve tea properly. You almost burned this young master. What punishment is warranted for such negligence?" Jiang Wan, in pain, felt even more aggrieved upon hearing his words. "My lord, please do not be angry. I was careless. You weren't burned, were you? If the maidens in the Wang residence were as foolish as you, they would have been sold off long ago." Xie scoffed, his countenance unyielding. He then turned to Jiang Rong, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. "The young master's fiancé is poised and elegant, a paragon of grace. Since this young lady is the cousin of the young master's fiancé, she ought to be properly instructed, lest she bring shame upon her cousin." Jiang Wan's face twisted in indignation. To imply she was inferior to a maid and to admonish her not to disgrace Jiang Rong. This dandy truly knew how to provoke. Jiang Rong felt the weight of embarrassment, nodding repeatedly. "What the young master says is true. Wan, do not linger any longer." Chapter 25. An encounter. Every time Jiang Wan, enduring excruciating pain, departed from the main hall. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, she sought out Mrs. Chong to lament her grievances. Mrs. Chong quickly ordered a servant to fetch burn ointment to tend to her wounds, expressing her distress. "That vixen Jiang Rong has bewitched Xie, leaving him utterly dazed. My daughter possesses talents that far surpass that dullard. Mother, with Xie so protective of Jiang Rong, even if Jiang Rong were to perish, it seems unlikely that I would have my turn," Jiang Wan replied, filled with resentment. Mrs. Chong nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. We must first separate them." At that moment, Xia hurried in to report. The second young lady visited the second young master at Sungyan, then sent the servants away and proceeded to the adjacent Jiyuan. Ever since Shun Wenyuan had been fostered at the Jiang household, he had resided in Jiyuan. Mrs. Chong realized, "I suspected she had no reason to visit me on her. It turns out she used that as a pretext to secretly meet her lover." "Mother, let us lure the heir to Jiyuan," Jiang Wan exclaimed with delight. If Xie were to witness Jiang Rong with Shun Wenyuan, perhaps in a fit of rage, he would cast Jiang Rong aside and take me back instead. Wan, we must not rush. Jiang Rong still has her uses." Mrs. Chong weighed the pros and cons. She still coveted the wealth of the Xie family. If Jiang Rong were dismissed now, their financial prospects would vanish. What could be more important than my daughter marrying into the royal family? Jiang Wan thought indignantly. However, in front of Mrs. Chong, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As soon as she stepped outside, she immediately instructed someone to convey a message to her father, using a stroll in the garden as an excuse to lure Xie to Jiyuan. At the Jiang residence, Jiyuan, "What brings you here?" Shun Wenyuan regarded her warily. With every encounter with Jiang Rong, he found himself on the receiving end of her wrath. He still could not comprehend where he had faltered, allowing Jiang Rong to strike him each time they met. "Chun Kai-wei deliberately drugged you, attempting to frame me for infidelity to force me out of the royal residence," Jiang Rong said, her demeanor calm and unhurried. She views the position of the heiress wife as her own, and though she has failed this time, she will not relent. As long as she lives, she will seek a way to expel me from the royal residence. And you are her most convenient weapon. Shun Wenyuan's countenance darkened. Being a clever man, he recognized the truth in Jiang Rong's words. If Chun Kai-wei sought to deal with Jiang Rong, involving him was inevitable. Chun Kai-wei has been praying at Shui Lian and for a month. This is a rare opportunity. Once she returns to the royal residence, it will be difficult for you to act against her. Jiang Rong observed him, stating, "This is your best chance to eliminate her." Shun Wenyuan's expression shifted, shock and disbelief in his gaze. "You want me to kill Chun Kai-wei?" The notion was utterly unexpected. Was this truly the gentle Jiang Rong he knew, capable of uttering such words? "Not for me, but for yourself," Jiang Rong replied, her expression unchanged, maintaining her calm demeanor. "You may choose not to kill her, but then you must brace yourself for her continued drugging. Do you truly believe you can evade her every time? There is no such thing as a foolproof defense. If she succeeds even once, the scandal of your entanglement with a married woman will spread like wildfire, and your future will be ruined." Must you then sit idly by? Shen Wenyuan's face was as dark as water. He could not deny the validity of Jiang Rong's assertions. If he wished to safeguard his future, he must eliminate the threat posed by Chen Kaiwei. Your words are but one-sided, lacking evidence to prove that Chen Kaiwei is the one who drugged me. Shen Wenyuan replied sternly. Moreover, if she succeeds, you too will be finished. Why not take action? Because I am gentle and kind, and I never resort to violence. Jiang Rong replied, feigning innocence. Shen Wenyuan, of course, did not believe a word of it, retorting defiantly, I will not kill Chen Kaiwei. You must resolve this yourself. Jiang Rong chose not to engage further, a mocking smile playing on her lips, as you wish. She was confident that Shen Wenyuan would ultimately take action. Uncle Shen would soon return. As the esteemed son of the Grand Tutor, his future was bright, and he would never allow Jiang Rong to jeopardize it. Thus, Chen Kaiwei must face her demise. Just as Jiang Rong prepared to leave, she heard voices approaching from a distance. If she were to step out of the bamboo courtyard at that moment, she would inevitably collide with that group. Jiang Rong hid quickly. Shen Wenyuan's expression stiffened. His only desire was to marry a woman of equal social standing, completely disinterested in any association with Jiang Rong. If they were discovered meeting in secret, it would be impossible to explain. There's no need for such trouble, Jiang Rong thought to herself. She was well aware that every move she made within the Jiang household was under Mrs. Chang's watchful eye. They would surely learn of her visit to Shen Wenyuan. Mrs. Chang was indeed restless, willing to forego wealth to sever her ties with Xie. However, since she dared to come, she was prepared for any eventuality. Bang! Jiang Rong unexpectedly raised her foot and delivered a fierce kick to Shen Wenyuan's abdomen. The pain caused him to fall heavily to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp, as he angrily exclaimed, You lunatic! What are you doing? I heard you mock my second brother for being uneducated and failing to achieve success. We, the Jiang family, took you in, yet you show no gratitude and dare to ridicule your benefactor. By what right do you mock my brother? Jiang Rong declared, delivering another powerful kick to Shen Wenyuan's chest. With his previous injuries still fresh, he was in no condition to retaliate. As Xie and the Jiang family passed by Zhiyuan, they witnessed Jiang Rong mercilessly kicking Shen Wenyuan. The members of the Jiang family stood in stunned silence. Xie found the scene eerily familiar, reminiscent of another time. Stop it! Jiang Qingrong shouted, witnessing the scene unfold. Jiang Rong, cease this at once. How can you strike your esteemed cousin? Quickly, someone assist him. Previously, he had looked down upon Shen Wenyuan, but now that Shen Wenyuan's father had become the Grand Tutor, Shen Wenyuan was suddenly regarded as his esteemed cousin. Second sister, the heir just praised you for your grace. Who would have thought you capable of such crude behavior? Jiang Wan was equally astonished, the turn of events diverging entirely from her expectations. However, a flash of inspiration struck her, and she sought to provoke further. Jiang Rong, still fuming, retorted, Shen Wenyuan ridiculed my second brother, claiming he is uneducated. I cannot abide it. Your brother is indeed like that, and your cousin spoke no falsehood, Jiang Qingrong replied, clearly siding with Shen Wenyuan, his brow furrowed in displeasure. How can you resort to violence over such matters? Quickly apologize to your cousin. Go to the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions. Jiang Rong, her expression one of defiance yet unable to confront her elder, lowered her head in silence. She merely tugged at Xie's sleeve, gently shaking it in a display of grievance. Having just displayed her fighting spirit against her former lover, she now turned to her husband, feigning innocence and charm. The transformation was striking, and Xie found her utterly endearing. The heir's wife, deeply loyal, could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her brother. She was truly a person of profound emotions. There was nothing wrong with that. Xie held her small hand gently, unhurriedly shielding her, and concluded with a hint of warning, she is now a member of my northern Wangfu. It is not for others to meddle. Jiang Darren, you have overstepped your bounds. Jiang Qingrong was taken aback by Xie's indulgence toward Jiang Rong. His intention to punish Jiang Rong was to curry favor with Shen Wenyuan, anticipating the return of Shen Wenyuan's father. Yet he had forgotten that Jiang Rong was no longer someone he could simply punish as he wished. Chapter 26. A calamity in the capital, the young master reminded. Ronger was always under my strict supervision at home, and she has become accustomed to it. Jiang Rong, lowering her voice, quickly shifted the topic, saying, quickly summon a doctor to tend to Shinshin's injuries. Shun Wenyuan harbored a deep resentment towards Jiang Rong, yet he could not deny her words at this moment. Compared to the risk of being caught in their clandestine meeting, receiving a beating was not entirely unacceptable. As the hour grew late, it was time for dinner. Young master, Ronger, let us proceed to the dining hall, Jiang Rong suggested to ease the tension. Jiang Rong did not utter another word, taking Xielingxi's hand as they made their way to the dining hall. Only Jiang Wan felt a mix of jealousy and hatred. Jiang Rong, despite her boorishness and rudeness, received preferential treatment from the young master. She was determined to replace Jiang Rong. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Rong held the wedding gift box she had retrieved, feeling quite pleased. Upon reaching the entrance of the Wang residence, they were met with the sight of a sedan chair, upon which lay a young man dressed in exquisite silk garments. A middle-aged man in official attire stood at the entrance, wearing an expression of grievance and indignation. Xie Yuanwen invited him into the estate, but he refused to enter, deliberately shouting, "I will not go in. Let Xielingxi come out and apologize to my son. I dare not enter, for I fear he may strike me as well." Passers-by gathered around, watching the spectacle unfold. Xie Yuanwen appeared troubled, yet inwardly delighted, saying, "Lord Zhou, please wait inside for a moment. My younger brother is not in the residence at present, but when he returns, I will ensure he apologizes to your son. Rest assured while I am here, he will not act recklessly. Young master, you are a reasonable man. If only the young master possessed half your virtue, we would not have this calamity in the capital." Minister Zhou sighed deeply, portraying himself as a victim of oppression. "Please do not speak so, Lord Zhou. My younger brother is simply young and inexperienced." Xie Yuanwen feigned humility. The onlookers chimed in with their opinions. The eldest son of the Xie family is graceful and polite, yet he is not the heir of the northern Wang residence. Why is the son of the Minister of Justice lying on a stretcher? They spoke of a commoner girl who sold herself to bury her father, and how young Master Zhou had attempted to rescue her, only to be assaulted by the spoiled young master. Lord Zhou had just returned to the capital yesterday to seek justice. Poor that commoner girl, fallen into the hands of such a bully. Inside the carriage, Jiang Rong's expression grew colder as she sat opposite Xielingxi, who sensed her gaze like the creeping frost of autumn. Xielingxi chose silence, understanding the misunderstandings surrounding them. Had Jiang Rong drawn a clear line with him earlier, he would have been spared much trouble. However, the next moment took him by surprise. Jiang Rong lifted the curtain of the carriage, addressing the two at the gate, who is selling themselves to bury their father at the entrance of our Wang residence. How pitiful! Brother, you must give them more silver. Minister Zhou turned, seeing a masked young woman cursing him, and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is selling themselves to bury their father? I just overheard someone mentioning it." Upon seeing this person lying on a stretcher and your expression of mourning, "Could be otherwise?" Jiang Rong inquired sincerely. Xielingxi nearly stumbled as he stepped down from the carriage. Realizing his fiancé, he possessed a knack for provoking others. "Little sister, how can you be so rude to Lord Zhou? Do you not see his official attire? How can you speak of selling oneself in such an impolite manner?" Xie Yuanwen admonished. Jiang Rong retorted boldly, "Brother, your words are inappropriate. How many honorable officials serve the people with empty pockets, living in poverty? Can an official not be reduced to selling themselves to bury their father? This implies that Lord Zhou is corrupt and wealthy. Naturally, I am above reproach, never corrupt. This is my son. Do you see him clearly?" Minister Zhou, both enraged and at a loss for words, could only point at the unconscious Zhou Hongyang on the stretcher. Jiang Rong assessed the situation and sighed. Such a young man. Alas, a parent mourning a child. "Lord Zhou, may you find solace. As fellow villagers, we should lend a hand. Jingxia, bring 100 taels of silver so Lord Zhou can give his son a proper burial." "Ah, so the case of selling oneself to bury his son. I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. My son is not dead." Minister Zhou seethed, gritting his teeth and pointing at Jiang Rong, his finger trembling with rage. You vile woman, Jiang Rong feigned innocence. Lord Zhou, why such harsh words? I only meant well, even if I could not be of much help. Next time, I will certainly assist. You. Minister Zhou was so enraged he nearly choked, clutching his chest, his face turning ashen. Xie glanced at the young woman beside him, a fleeting smile dancing in his eyes. This little girl certainly knew how to provoke others. That Lord Zhou had not succumbed to his anger spoke to his robust health. Xie, seeing Minister Zhou at a loss for words, hastily returned to the matter at hand. Younger brother, Lord Zhou is here regarding your abduction of a common girl and the assault on young Master Zhou. Quickly apologized to him. Xie Yuanwen understood that Xie temperament inclined him against apologizing, only serving to heighten his notorious reputation, solidifying the belief that he was unworthy of being the heir of the Wang residence. Before Xie could speak, a cold female voice interjected. He is unworthy of my husband's apology. Xie Yuanwen looked at Jiang Rong in astonishment, frowning. Sister-in-law, how can you be so rude? Truly a den of snakes and rats. A den of snakes and rats. Minister Zhou pointed at Jiang Rong and Xie, his face a mask of indignation. Lord Zhou, please remain calm. On the 27th of last month, I went out to buy rouge and witnessed your son forcibly abducting a common girl on Sifang Street. My husband, acting heroically, saved the girl and gave your son a lesson, Jiang Rong explained to him. That girl is currently in the Wang residence. Jingzhe, bring Qionyang here. Jingzhe glanced at Xie for approval, and upon receiving none, promptly departed. In a short while, a young woman dressed in mourning attire was brought in. She appeared to be around 16 or 17, strikingly beautiful with an air of grace. Upon seeing Zhou Hongyang lying on the stretcher, Qionyang's eyes flashed with hatred. Yet she restrained herself from rushing forward and respectfully greeted Xie and Jiang Rong. Commoner girl Qionyang pays her respects to the young master and young master's wife. It has been said that your son abducted me. Is there any truth to this? Jiang Rong inquired. Young master's wife, it is indeed Zhou Hongyang who forcibly abducted me. I am grateful for the young master's rescue. Qionyang quickly clarified. Minister Zhou's expression darkened. My son abducted a common girl? He saved her? Huh. Young lady, have you been bribed to speak such inverted truths? Who can believe you? The surrounding crowd murmured. Few believing her, as the notorious Xie was known for his villainy. They would rather believe him a bully than a rescuer. The unfortunate common girl was undoubtedly coerced. Chapter 27. The heir of the caregiver, I speak nothing but the truth. I am not bribed. Qionyang exclaimed in desperation. Minister Zhou merely scoffed, dismissing her words with contempt. Jiang Rong observed the scene, entirely unperturbed. The Zhou father and son dared to arrive brazenly, for they were convinced that even if the concerned party testified personally, it would not exonerate Xie. This seasoned official could effortlessly render the victim's testimony devoid of credibility. Minister Zhou, I have just stated that I witnessed the events of that day, Jiang Rong emphasized. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou's eyes. You are the wife of the heir. It is only natural that you would defend him. But I have not yet finished speaking. On that day, I also saw a guard clad in the attire of the Feather Forest Guards passing by. I do not know him by name, but it would be prudent to report to His Majesty and investigate the guards who were dispatched that day. Jiang Rong regarded him, her lips curling slightly. Might you believe in His Majesty's personal guards, Minister Zhou? Zhou's breath hitched. At that moment, he wished to chastise his son. The fool claimed that few people passed by, and they were merely common folk. To have even the Emperor's personal guards witness the incident, was he courting disaster? Zhou Hongyang was increasingly bewildered. Was there indeed another guard? I neither saw Jiang Rong nor any guard. This is a trifling matter. How could it possibly reach the Emperor's ears? Minister Zhou quickly countered. I find Ronger's suggestion quite commendable. An ancient voice resonated from within the estate. The Dowager Empress Xie emerged, flanked by a throng of servants. Dowager Empress. Minister Zhou inclined his head in greeting. Minister Zhou, she replied coolly, I am heading to the palace to request His Majesty to ensure justice for your son. If it truly is Shi Guer's fault, let His Majesty punish him severely. However, should your son be spreading falsehoods to frame the crown prince, Then let him be exiled to the northern frontier, serving the nation faithfully. I do not wish to enter the palace. I do not want to be exiled. Zhou Hongyang could no longer maintain his facade and stood up defiantly. Minister Zhou's face hardened. You foolish boy, clarify what exactly happened. He dared not escalate the matter before the emperor, lest he be accused of poor family management. I truly intended to help Xiaonyang, offering her money for her father's burial, but she refused to come with me. In the ensuing struggle, Xie Shigu'er happened to pass by and struck me. Zhou Hongyang's voice dwindled to a whisper. If you had good intentions, why would Xiaonyang refuse? Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow. Xiaonyang, realizing that this unfamiliar yet ethereal figure of the air was aiding her, suddenly knelt before Jiang Rong, exclaiming, Your Highness, please see clearly. I was solely dependent on my father, selling noodles to survive. But Zhou Hongyang desired to purchase me as a concubine. When I refused, he claimed that he had fallen ill from eating at my stall and demanded 1,000 taels for medical expenses. I could not afford to pay, so they sought to seize me as repayment. My father defended me, but was beaten to death. I had no choice but to sell myself on the streets to bury him. He then attempted to forcibly take me into his residence. And it was only thanks to the heir that I was saved. Zhou Hongyang harbors a grudge against my father, and I would rather die than marry him. The Dowager Empress listened with a mix of sympathy and fury, exclaiming, How audacious of you, Zhou! You have gone too far. Dowager, this is merely the one-sided tale of a commoner. The food she prepared nearly cost me my life. Seeking compensation for medical expenses is entirely justified, Zhou Hongyang retorted defensively. As for her father, he died accidentally during a scuffle. How can that be blamed on me? Minister Zhou nodded repeatedly. According to the laws of the Great Xie, accidental homicide is subject to redemption. My son need only pay a fine to the authorities. As for the debts owed, she must be taken back to repay them. The Dowager Empress scoffed. Minister Zhou, as the head of the Ministry of Justice, you are most familiar with the laws and speak with conviction. But as a mere woman, I admit my ignorance. Guards, throw them out. They bring ill fortune to my royal residence. As her command fell, the palace guards surged forth, armed with wooden clubs. And at the dowager's order, they began to drive the Zhou father and son away. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, murmuring in astonishment and applauding. Grandmother, how can you allow the guards to assault an official of court? This is against propriety. Xie Yuan, when advised, feeling deeply insulted. Though the Dowager Empress Xie was of the esteemed Jiang family, now a matriarch, she typically embodied the grace of a kind grandmother. Yet when roused, the fierceness of the warrior lineage was unmistakably revealed. If you are dissatisfied, you may certainly report me to His Majesty, the Dowager Empress huffed. Turning to Xie Lingxi with a beaming smile, I knew my dear grandson as a good child, brave, and just upholding the virtues of our ancestors. Xie Yuan went seethed internally, realizing that Xie Lingxi had committed numerous wrongs, and yet, by sheer chance, had stumbled into doing a good deed, receiving unwarranted praise. Thank goodness you passed by that day. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to clarify matters, the Dowager Empress mused, grasping Jiang Rong's hand with gratitude. Jiang Rong softly replied, it was merely coincidence. In truth, she had not witnessed the event by chance. The Feather Forest Guards were a fabrication of her own design. This was all knowledge acquired later. In her previous life, after Xie Lingxi had become a mere shell of himself, she had orchestrated every affair within the royal residence. Xiaonyang, left in the Golden Jade courtyard, was utilized to manage the business alongside the likes of Fei Zue and others, acting as her right and left hands. Hence, she was well aware of Xiaonyang's background and the enmity with the Zhou family. After a series of schemes, she had avenged her. However, the infamy of Xie Lingxi for forcibly seizing a common girl was compounded by Xiaonyang's newfound ties to the Northern Prince's residence, rendering her clarifications unreliable in the eyes of the public. In her past existence, Jiang Rong had not cared for the reputation of a scoundrel. Neither had Xie Lingxi. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Rong was deeply concerned. If the truth remained unexamined, she would weave a lie to illuminate the truth. Xie Lingxi regarded Jiang Rong thoughtfully. He had not seen her that day, yet she seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the situation. She must have been nearby. It felt remarkably peculiar, too coincidental. Yet, even the one who sought his demise, Jiang Rong, was willing to protect him against all odds? What else in this world could be deemed impossible? Xie withdrew his gaze, restoring his calm demeanor, though a strange sentiment lingered in his heart, a feeling of being protected by Jiang Rong. Foreign, yet heartwarming. The Xie family returned to the inner courtyard. The Dowager Empress once more inquired gently of Qianyang, lamenting, "Such a pitiful child. Here, take 100 taels." Qianyang knelt in gratitude. "Thank you, Dowager Empress. The heir has already provided me with burial expenses. I cannot accept more, for I am not worth such a sum. You are indeed a humble girl. Accept it," the Dowager Empress chuckled. Seeing this, concubine Zhao's eyes glimmered. Dowager Empress. This girl being brought back by the heir signifies a connection between them. Her disposition is quite endearing. Why not allow her to serve as a concubine for the heir? As she spoke, her provocative gaze landed on Jiang Rong's face, seizing every opportunity to trouble her. Chapter 28. Xie only loves her. Madame Xie furrowed her brows. Ronger had just married into the Wang residence, and this was quite untimely. Where's the propriety in taking a concubine so soon after a wedding? Let us wait for another 2 months. There is no rush, said concubine Zhao. At this, Madame Xie had no retort. For her, protecting Jiang Rong was inextricably linked to Xie. If Xie favored this woman, she would not oppose. The commoner Pu Lu is of humble stature and dares not aspire to higher status. Qianyang stammered, bowing and declining. Concubine Zhao smiled slightly, observing, "See, she is neither greedy nor covetous. Such a character is commendable. Now, hurry and thank the grandmadam." Qianyang was in a difficult position. As a purchased servant, she had no right to refuse. "I do not favor her," Xie coldly rejected. "But she is one you saved." Concubine Zhao stared in astonishment at Xie. If it were not for a lust for beauty, what reason could compel a dandy to save someone? "I detest Zhou Hongyang. Taking her was merely to oppose him," Xie replied casually. This was indeed in line with the behavior of a wastrel. Concubine Zhao was rendered speechless. Xie's gaze fell upon Jiang Rong, who sat calmly beside her grandmother, her expression unruffled throughout the discussion of concubinage, as if she had already anticipated the outcome. Jiang Rong was indeed quite assured, for Xie loved only her in his lifetime. How could he take a concubine? Sensing Xie's gaze, Jiang Rong offered him a sweet smile, her face radiating obedience. "I understand. You will not take a concubine. Your heart belongs solely to me. I can comprehend without the need for unspoken declarations. I love you too." Upon returning to Jinyuan, Xie went to the study. And Qianyang greeted Jiang Rong. "I've been keeping vigil for my father recently, and have not yet paid my respects to the young lady." The servant pays respects to the young lady. A sliver of unease coursed through her. Although she had refused to become a concubine, and the young master showed no interest in her, she was indeed saved by him and was nearly promised to him. Such a status is rarely disregarded by a mistress. "Rise. Your father was harmed by Zhou Hongyang. I can seek vengeance for you. Would you be willing to become my confidant and assist me?" Jiang Rong smiled at her. Yingxiao was sent out under the pretense of needing to attend to matters, leaving only the jade-green Qianyang beside Jiang Rong. The astonishing words left them both dumbfounded. Qianyang regained her composure and bowed deeply. "The young master saved me. Thus, the young lady is my master. I ought to do anything for the young lady to repay your kindness. Regardless of whether you seek revenge for me, it is my duty." She then expressed concern. "Zhou Hongyang is the son of the Minister of Justice. I know that murdering the son of a high-ranking official is a capital offense, and I dare not. I dare not implicate the young lady. Rest assured, I have my own methods, though I will require some time to plan," Jiang Rong said with a gentle smile. In her past life, she had killed Zhou Hongyang. It would merely be a second time. Qianyang was astonished and elated, unsure of how to respond, and she bowed deeply again. "The young lady's great kindness, I would shatter my bones to repay." She had not anticipated that the young lady would not only be unperturbed by her awkward status, but would also be willing to accept her as a confidant and even seek revenge on her behalf. "Rise. If you die, you'll be unable to repay me." Jiang Rong chuckled lightly, saying, "I wish for you to open a bookshop." She elaborated on her plans to Qianyang. Qianyang was taken aback. "I fear I may not be competent for such a task. My father was a scholar, but never succeeded in the imperial examinations. I followed him as a child, learning to read and calculate. I managed the family accounts. But I have never conducted such a large business." "No matter. I believe you can." Jiang Rong waved her hand dismissively. "I entrust this to you." In her previous life, Qianyang had managed her business adeptly, gradually emerging as a competent figure. Jiang Rong retrieved a 1,000-tael silver note from her dowry box and handed it to Qianyang to prepare for the bookshop venture. She meticulously reviewed her dowry. The total savings in the bank exceeded 30,000 taels. There were 7 shops, 3 pharmacies on North Street, 1 silk shop, 1 rouge shop, and 1 jewelry store on West Street, and a restaurant on East Street. Additionally, there was a villa located outside the city. Jiang Rong's finger traced the deed to the villa, her eyes flickering with reminiscence. Her mother hailed from the renowned Xinglin Bai family in northern Jiang. A lineage of physicians, Jiang's mother was a well-known female doctor. 2 months after Jiang Rong's birth, her mother perished at the hands of bandits. The villa was her mother's retreat, housing a study that contained her precious manuscripts. For a healer, these manuscripts represented a lifetime of dedication. In her past life, Jiang Rong had been unsure how to handle her mother's belongings, as the skills of a healer are often closely guarded secrets, meant to be preserved rather than shared. It was not until 2 years later that her cousin from her maternal family arrived in the capital that she learned her mother had harbored a wish to compile her knowledge into a book, to share with the world and alleviate the suffering of many. Unfortunately, that summer, a catastrophic fire consumed the villa, taking everything with it. This was a significant regret for Jiang Rong, as she had been unable to fulfill her mother's wish. Now, however, there was still time to make amends. The following morning at Songheng, Jiang Rong informed Madame Xie, "Yesterday, upon returning to the Jiang family, my aunt returned all the shops to me. In the coming days, I intend to visit the various shops. There's a villa outside the city, my mother's former residence. I wish to visit it today." Jiang Rong looked at Madame Xie. In aristocratic families, there are strict protocols. One must seek permission from elders before venturing out. During her time at the Jiang family, the Chang family had kept her confined within their home, rarely allowing her to step outside, ensuring she remained under their control. "Ronger, you may decide for yourself. There is no need to consult me on every matter, but do take some guards with you when you go out," Madame Xie said with a warm smile, showing her great leniency. Upon exiting Songheng, Jiang Rong immediately ordered a carriage to head to the outskirts of the city, with Xie closely following her. "My husband, will you accompany me if you have time?" Jiang Rong asked, her delicate brows raised playfully, her eyes twinkling with excitement. She understood that while her husband appeared to be an idle dandy, he was in fact quite busy. Jiang Rong never troubled him during the day, ensuring not to disrupt his important affairs. She simply awaited his return at night to share a bed together. Xie nodded. He wondered if there were any records of the 9 rare herbs within her mother's manuscripts. Looking at Jiang Rong's radiant smile, he realized that within a month, she must consume the 2nd rare herb. To treat the deadly yellow spring toxin, all 9 rare herbs must be collected. If 2 herbs are consumed before the toxin manifests, one can extend their life by 6 months. Within that 6 months, 2 more must be taken to prolong life for another year. Finally, before life's end, the remaining 5 rare herbs must be consumed to effect a cure. The young lady's smile was bright and dazzling. Today marked the 7th day, leaving only 23 days remaining. Xie's expression darkened slightly. "My husband, why do you seem unhappy?" Jiang Rong grasped his garment with her delicate fingers, gently shaking it. Xie raised an eyebrow, denying any discontent. "You clearly wore an unhappy expression just now." Jiang Rong looked at him with suspicion. Xie was momentarily taken aback. Was it because she was nearing death that he felt unhappy? Stopping his train of thought, he narrowed his gaze at Jiang Rong and affectionately ruffled her hair. "You misinterpreted my expression. Indeed, how fortunate she was to be able to accompany him on an outing. She should be delighted." Jiang Rong nodded to herself, affirming her thoughts. Xie was momentarily stunned. Ah, her words were absurdly reasonable. Chapter 29. The manuscripts are ruined. The springtime is splendid. On Yushuan Mountain, a vast sea of flowers dances in a breeze, adorned in vibrant hues, each blossom enchanting in its own right. Atop the mountain lies a hot spring, ideal for cultivating flora. The front slope is a flower garden, while the rear is a medicinal herb plot, both bequeathed by my late mother. On a mountain path, Jiang Rong pointed out the floral expanse to Xie. The herbs from the medicinal garden supply 3 apothecaries, while the flower garden is for the Jiang family's use. Every winter, I come here to stay for a while, to observe the courtyard over there. We have arrived. The steward of the estate, Jiang Kai, hurriedly approached, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach. Why has the second miss arrived without prior notice? We are unprepared. Nothing needs preparation. I merely wish to take a look, Jiang Rong replied coolly, aware that Jiang Kai was a loyalist of the Chong family. The stewards of the shops were likewise aligned with them. It was not yet the time to act against them, lest we alarm the snake. How dare you be so disrespectful to the young master's wife? Does the master's arrival require your report? Prince Xie glared at Jiang Kai, turning to Jiang Rong. Young master's wife, this man is so insolent. It would be best to replace him. Jiang Kai's face twitched in fear, but recalling the Chong family, he straightened his neck and said, "Second miss. This old servant has been a loyal slave to the Jiang family all my life. You cannot dismiss me. Your loyalty to the Jiang family means you should seek their favor. My lady, the young master's wife, may do as she pleases." Xie shot him a cold glance, her eyes filled with defiance. Cannot be replaced? What ist? Who in the capital does not know of the North King's son's reputation for indulgence? He is merely a capricious young master, free to act as he wishes. Second miss, this old servant is utterly devoted to you. I assure you, there is no treachery. Jiang Kai, seeing Xie speak, recognized her unrestrained demeanor and immediately cowered. Kneeling before Jiang Rong to plead, I only feared there would be no food prepared in advance. I wish to satisfy you. Old servant's heart is true. Jiang Rong replied indifferently. You have spoken disrespectfully. You shall receive 50 strikes. Brushing past Jiang Kai, Jiang Rong strode inside. Prince Xie raised her eyebrows in satisfaction, directing the servants to hold Jiang Kai and strike him. Jiang Kai, filled with resentment yet too fearful to speak, could only glare at Jiang Rong's retreating figure, vowing revenge. I wish to organize my mother's manuscripts. If the young master finds it dull, perhaps a stroll around would be preferable. The scenery here is delightful, Jiang Rong suggested with a smile directed at Xie. Xiao Nanxing stepped forward. Does the young master's wife understand medicine? If not, there could be errors. I am well versed in the medical arts. Perhaps I could assist in the organization. He had already received the young master's orders to seek clues about the 9 rare herbs. Then I shall rely on Dr. Xiao. Jiang Rong readily agreed. Expressing her gratitude, she indeed lacked knowledge of medicine. Thus, the group proceeded to the entrance of the study. The ancient door bore a rusted copper lock, weathered by time. Jiang Rong retrieved a copper key and unlocked it. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. Rows of bookshelves, which should have been filled with manuscripts, were now eerily empty. Jiang Rong rushed inside, searching frantically. In the center of the study stood a 4-legged cauldron adorned with lotus and crane motifs, filled with thick ashes and a few partially burned pages. Jiang Rong picked up one of the pages, her fists clenched in fury. It bore her mother's handwriting. These were her mother's manuscripts. Who could have burned them all? This was the culmination of a healer's dedication. Xiao Nanxing empathized, feeling both sorrow and anger. Xie surveyed the room, approaching the windowsill for a closer inspection, then glancing at the ceiling. There were no signs of forced entry. Who else possesses a key? Xie turned to Jiang Rong. None remain, Jiang Rong replied, her fists tightening as her teeth clenched. What who had been here was known best by Jiang Kai. Soon, Jingzhu appeared, dragging Jiang Kai, whose face was swollen and red. Upon witnessing the scene in the study, Jiang Kai's heart sank. Speak. Who burned my mother's manuscripts? Jiang Rong's voice was icy. Jiang Kai trembled. trying to evade accountability, shaking his head fearfully. This old servant does not know. Then you shall die, Jiang Rong stated coldly. Jiang Kai was horrified. Before he could react, Jiang Rong's blade was already poised at his throat. Spare me, second miss. Old servant, how can you expect me to explain to the second madam if you kill me? Jiang Kai's complexion turned pale, desperately pleading for mercy. Since you claim ignorance, then you shall bear the consequences. You have destroyed my mother's legacy. My aunt will praise my actions. Jiang Rong's voice was devoid of warmth. The blade of Jiang Rong lightly grazed Jiang Kai's neck. It hurts. Spare me, second miss. This truly has nothing to do with me. I will confess everything. Jiang Kai felt a sharp pain in his neck, blood spilling forth, fearing that his head would soon part from his body. The late madam's possessions were not destroyed by me. A year ago, the second madam abruptly ordered me to grant the servants a day off, sending everyone away from the estate. That day, I saw smoke rising from the mountain villa from a distance. It was the second madam who burned these manuscripts. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze, understanding dawning upon her. After her cousin's arrival in her previous life, she had mentioned her intention to organize her mother's belongings, but before she could act, the villa had caught fire. The manuscripts had not been destroyed 2 years later. They had long since perished. That fire had merely been a cover-up. The Chang family had purposely dismissed all the servants. Clearly, besides her, another unsavory individual had visited that day. Moreover, if it were the Chang family's design, why wait until now? Her father had passed when Jiang Rong was merely 3 years old, and since then, the villa had remained under the Chang family's control. They could have obliterated everything long ago. This key, along with the land deed, had only just returned to Jiang Rong's possession today. Behind the Chang family, there was yet another mastermind. Seeing Jiang Rong's expression grow increasingly grim, Jiang Kai realized he could not escape punishment for his negligence and desperately pleaded for his life. Second miss, spare me. I have copies of those manuscripts. If you grant me a chance, I shall present the copies to you. Otherwise, I shall destroy them. Xiao Nanxing, infuriated, kicked him. You cannot even enter the study. How do you expect to bring forth a few books to deceive us? I truly have copies. Although I lack the key, I possess some knowledge of key-making techniques. I could replicate it. Jiang Kai exclaimed hurriedly. In the black market, the Bai family's prescriptions can fetch 100 taels of silver. I have transcribed every word accurately. This is all worth silver. Yes, you. I have not made a single mistake. The Bai family of Jiangbei has produced renowned physicians for generations. Their prescriptions are highly sought after. Jiang Kai had secretly copied the medical texts left by the Bai family and discreetly sold them for profit. Chapter 30. The man behind the scenes. A surge of unexpected joy welled up within Jiang Rong as she realized her mother's manuscript still existed in this world. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Kai, her eyes reflecting the coldness reserved for the deceased. Very well. If you surrender the manuscript, I shall spare your life today. Xie raised an eyebrow, asserting that there was no need to spare the life of such a cur. He could easily extract the desired information from him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kai trembled in fear, for he had long heard tales of the cruel methods employed by the young masters in tormenting their servants. He was acutely aware of his own frailty and knew he could not endure any torture. Second miss, I have preserved the manuscript of the late madam. I am indeed of service. Jiang Kai hastily protested. Jiang Rong's thin lips curled into a mocking smile. To pilfer her mother's relics for profit. Such a treacherous and disloyal individual still had the audacity to claim credit for his actions. Jiang Kai was marked for death, though not at this moment. Very well. I shall consider it a service and spare you today, Jiang Rong stated. Her word was law, having said she would not kill him today. It was certain he would meet his end on another occasion. Thank you, second miss. Your benevolence shall not be forgotten. I will remain forever loyal and devoted. Jiang Kai rushed to express his fealty, his voice trembling with gratitude. Xie briefly glanced at Jiang Rong's face and chose to remain silent. If Jiang Rong wished to spare him, he would comply. Half an hour later, Jiang Rong locked the copper lock of the study, as if she had never been there. Jiang Kai had brought 2 boxes of manuscript copies from his quarters. He had already sold numerous copies of the prescriptions contained within. There were also some disorganized pharmacological manuscripts that he had not been able to decipher or compile for sale. If my aunt inquires whether I visited the study today, you know how to respond, Jiang Rong said calmly. This was her reason for sparing Jiang Kai. She aimed to prevent the Chong family from discovering anything amiss too soon. I understand, Second Mississippi. You did not enter the study. Jiang Kai's face radiated obsequiousness. He had already sold out the Chong family to Jiang Rong and knew better than to expose himself in front of them. He secretly rejoiced that Jiang Rong had not sought revenge against the Chong family. Otherwise, he would certainly face their wrath. Jiang Rong's gaze swept across the estate and finally settled on the flower bed in front of the study. The flowers there had been planted by her mother years ago. Her mother had a particular fondness for peonies, cultivating 7 or 8 varieties within the fence. Yellow, purple, and a riot of colors, resplendent in their beauty. She vowed to protect her mother's legacy. Remove all these flowers. I intend to take them back to the Wang residence, Jiang Rong commanded. At this moment, Jiang Kai dared not voice any dissent. He promptly instructed the gardener to transplant them into pots and load them into the carriage. In the loyal and righteous Duke's residence, within the inner quarters, Changshi pondered Jiang Rong's visit to Yuan Mountain Villa. What would she be doing there? She mused, glancing at the informant, Xie. The second miss did not disclose her intentions, Xie replied. She went with the air, perhaps to admire the flower sea. Changshi, however, was prone to overthinking. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her. I gave her the key to the villa yesterday. That keyring includes the key to the main gate, the treasury, and most importantly, the study. A sense of foreboding seized her. She wished to prevent Jiang Rong from uncovering any clues at such a critical juncture. She had only been preoccupied with the Xie family's estate and had momentarily overlooked this detail. Do not worry, second madam. The second miss visits the villa every year but never enters the study. It holds the late Madame relics, and she would not disrupt it lightly, the matron reassured. Changshi sighed heavily. I have always been cautious, yet that noble one is so reckless, intent on burning the manuscripts left by the Bai family. Alas, must she not wait until after Jiang Rong's demise to act? But she was impatient to destroy Bai Shi's legacy, unable to wait a moment longer. The matron comforted her. For the past year, the second miss has not noticed anything amiss. You have taught her to be obedient and understanding. Even if she sees the manuscripts being burned, she would never suspect you. I have confidence in persuading her to trust me, yet it complicates matters unnecessarily. This noble one truly leaves me with a mess to clean up. Changshi paused and instructed, send word that after Jiang Rong departs, Jiang Kai should come to see me. Understood. As soon as Jiang Rong left, Jiang Kai promptly received the summons to meet Changshi. What did the second miss come to the villa for today? Changshi inquired. Jiang Kai felt a wave of unease, yet maintained his composure, knowing that if he could not manage this facade, he could not hold his position. She merely took a stroll and dug up the peonies left by the late madam. Is that so? Changshi felt relieved and casually inquired. Did she enter the study? Not all. Jiang Kai replied immediately. You have overseen Yuan Mountain Villa for so many years. Your hard work is appreciated. I have given Jiang Rong the land deed, but it is merely a formality. Everything remains unchanged. Do you understand? Changshi spoke slowly, emphasizing her point. Jiang Kai bowed deeply. I understand. You are the sole master of the villa. All of us remain devoted to you. Changshi observed his swollen face and the visible mark around his neck. Who did this to you? Second madam. The heir from the Northern King's residence is too overbearing. It was all because of him. Jiang Kai feigned sorrow. I merely complained once and nearly faced dire consequences. Please intercede for me. Changshi recalled Xiangxie's demeanor from the previous day. Xiangxie is currently infatuated with Jiang Rong. You must comply and not provoke them. If you have suffered, come forth. Give Jiang Kai a bottle of healing ointment and 500 taels of silver. Jiang Kai expressed his gratitude profusely, clutching the silver and medicine as he exited. Changshi felt reassured. As long as Jiang Rong remained oblivious, all would be well. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Rong asked, may I store these 2 boxes of manuscripts in your study for the time being? Xie graciously ordered his servants to prepare a study for her. Thank you, heir. However, I do not wish for anyone to know I have acquired these manuscripts just yet, Jiang Rong replied. She was wary of Xie, who served as her informant. A fleeting thought crossed Xie mind before he nodded. Very well. Jingzhe, take them to the Mo Yin study. You may use them whenever you wish. Understood, Jingzhe acknowledged. Xiao Nanxing couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Isn't that our usual plotting place? Is the heir pushing himself away? Upon returning to Jinyuan, Yingxiao approached Jiang Rong immediately. Jiang Rong feigned nonchalance, instructing her to transplant the peonies into the courtyard. Standing quietly by the window, she observed the peonies for a moment before retracting her gaze. It seemed there were hidden forces backing Changshe, explaining how she had come to possess the lethal yellow spring poison. Chapter 31. The heir protects her at dawn the following day. Jiang Rong commenced her inquiries at the shops. Her first visit was to the apothecary, where the steward had already received instructions from the Chang family to present the meticulously prepared account books. These ginsengs were sourced from Yuchuan Mountain Manor, and the records pertained to the inventory. The apothecary's steward explained that there were shipment invoices from the manor, which the young lady could compare, assuring her that the accounts were clear and without error. Naturally, I trust those appointed by my aunt, Jiang Rong replied. However, I must take these documents to the old dowager for her review. Jiang Rong returned to Yuchuan Mountain Manor once more to verify the records of the medicinal herbs. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was greeted by a cacophony of voices within. Where are my peonies? Not a single one remains. That way, Xie. I needed it to bring to the palace tomorrow. How have you cared for these? Jiang Wan exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she surveyed the barren flower bed before her. Jiang Kai cautiously responded, Third miss, please temper your anger. Yesterday, the young lady took the peony flowers. What? Jiang Rong has stolen my flowers? Why did you not stop her? Jiang Wan retorted, incensed. I have warned you before. I expect you to care for that way Xie meticulously. If even a petal is missing, I shall hold you accountable. Jiang Kai thought to himself, I barely managed to save my own skin yesterday. How could I remember such trifles? These exquisite peonies were left by the first lady years ago. If the young lady desires to take them, I have no grounds to obstruct her, Jiang Kai admitted, feeling conflicted. Jiang Wan fumed. Jiang Kai, you were nurtured by my mother. Have you forgotten who your true master is? These peonies belong to her, do they not? They are mine. Indeed, third miss. Every flower and tree in Yuchuan Mountain Manor belongs to you and the second madam. However, the young lady arrived first yesterday, and I feared the young heir, so I did not dare to intervene. Jiang Kai quickly amended his statement. Yuchuan Mountain Manor was a legacy from Jiang Rong's mother, while the earl's residence was inherited from her father. Yet, to the second branch of the Jiang family, all of this was theirs. Jiang Wan had long viewed these peonies as her own. With the Empress Dowager hosting a peony banquet the next day, the families of officials ranked third grade and above were invited. Jiang Wan had intended to showcase these rare and exquisite peonies, only to find them gone upon her arrival today, igniting her fury and shattering her composure. Third miss, the young lady has arrived, a sharp-eyed maid exclaimed, alerting Jiang Wan. She immediately ceased her tirade and turned to face Jiang Rong, adopting a facade of sweet demeanor. Sister, what brings you here today? I have come to check the accounts. Jiang Kai, bring forth the records of the medicinal herbs, Jiang Rong instructed, seemingly ignoring everything else, before inquiring, Third sister, are you here to admire the flowers? Sister, I have come to retrieve the peonies, Jiang Wan replied, quietly relieved that Jiang Rong seemed oblivious to the previous exchange. She feigned vulnerability. I am to attend the palace banquet tomorrow, and I had my heart set on the way Xie. I did not anticipate that you would take it yesterday. I shall have to go empty-handed to the banquet. Could you possibly lend me the way Xie? Absolutely not. My mother visited me in a dream, expressing her desire for the flowers she left behind to accompany me. If I were to give them to you, it would be a grave disobedience, Jiang Rong replied, her words cloaked in meticulous care. Do you wish for me to be unfilial, third sister? Jiang Wan was left speechless. The virtue of filial piety was paramount. Is sister intentionally using my late aunt as an excuse to deny me? Jiang Wan's face paled, her expression one of sorrow. Jiang Rong, with utmost sincerity, responded, "How could that be? If you doubt me, you may inquire with my mother. She truly conveyed this to me." Jiang Wan found herself utterly at a loss for words. Must she go so far as to inquire beyond the grave? Jiang Rong was exceedingly vexing. "Young lady, the account books you requested have arrived," Jiang Kai announced, hurrying in with several stacks of ledgers, his demeanor exceedingly courteous. Fei Xie stepped forward to accept the books. "Third sister, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Jiang Rong stated, before turning to Jiang Kai and adding, "Ensure that you treat my third sister well. Do not neglect her." Jiang Kai respectfully affirmed, "Yes, I shall make certain that the third miss feels at home." Jiang Rong smiled with satisfaction and turned to depart. Watching her retreating figure, surrounded by a throng of splendidly dressed attendants and riding in an opulent carriage, Jiang Wan felt a surge of intense jealousy. She raised her hand and struck Jiang Kai across the face. "Feel at home? Who is the guest here?" Jiang Kai, reeling from the slap, hurriedly apologized. "I misspoke. You are the master." After verifying the medicinal herb records at Yuchuan Mountain Manor, Jiang Rong proceeded to the remaining shops, meticulously examining their accounts until dusk before returning home. Fei Xie, indignant on behalf of the young lady, rushed to find Xie upon their return. "Young master, you must stand up for the young lady. Today, while accompanying her to check the accounts, I encountered the third miss of the Jiang family, who audaciously claimed that all of Yuchuan Mountain Manor belonged to her. She was enraged because the young lady took the peonies." Fei Xie exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. "One cannot fathom how much the young lady has endured at the Jiang household, even in the face of such bullying. She merely bites her tongue and pretends not to hear." Xie's eyes darkened slightly. But does Jiang Rong truly remain silent in the face of such treatment? She has shown no hesitation in confronting me. It appeared that she was currently disinclined to sever ties with the second branch, perhaps scheming something. He refrained from intruding, not wishing to disrupt her plans. However, he could collect a small measure of interest in the meantime. Since they enjoy stealing from others, let us reciprocate, Xie thought, a hint of derision flickering in his gaze. "Investigate the shops under the Jiang family's second branch. Seize them." Xiao Nanxing was dispatched to fulfill the order, reflecting that, given the young master's south expansive estate, it was quite an overestimation to regard the trifling possessions of the Jiang family as significant. Fei Xie returned to Jiang Rong's side, pleased as she subtly sought to commend her master. "Young lady, those who have wronged you will be dealt with by the young master." Jiang Rong, engrossed in her examination of the account books, did not grasp her underlying meaning. She chuckled lightly, indeed. Xie always stood by her side. In this life, she too would protect him with unwavering resolve. On the 9th day of the 3rd month, Jiang Rong and Xie were to celebrate their wedding. According to the customs surrounding their union, the couple was to enter the palace together to express their gratitude to the Empress Dowager. Within the Xinang Palace, laughter and joy filled the air. This national color, since arriving at my residence, I have tended to it with utmost care, eagerly awaiting its bloom. How fortuitous that it chooses to flower today, coinciding with the Empress Dowager's peony banquet. A graceful lady exclaimed, her countenance radiant. "This national color is fit to be presented to the Empress Dowager. I wonder if she will take a liking to it?" "Anyang, you truly know how to please me," the Empress Dowager replied, her smile broadening as she gazed fondly at her youngest daughter. "Your thoughtful gesture brings me great joy." At that moment, a eunuch entered to announce, "Your Majesty, the heir of the North and the young lady have come to express their gratitude." "Show them in," the Empress Dowager commanded. The gaze of the Princess Anyang flickered with a concealed chill. "Ah, Jiang Rong has arrived." Chapter 32. The daughter of an old friend, the minister, and his wife, humbly thanked the Empress Dowager. Today, Jiang Rong donned a splendid crimson robe fit for a noble consort, presenting herself alongside Xie to express their gratitude, exhibiting decorum and grace. They truly appeared as a pair of exquisite gems. The Empress Dowager regarded the two with a warm smile. For the royal family, it was quite considerate of the northern prince's residence to select a modestly born woman, rather than forming alliances with the influential ministers. Hence, When Xie sought the royal decree, she readily consented to the marriage. According to custom, the Empress Dowager offered a few words of praise and bestowed a generous array of gifts. Jiang Rong responded with propriety, preparing to take her leave. Is this the daughter of Ling Yang? Step forward, let me take a look, the Princess Anyang suddenly interjected. Ling Yang, of the Bai family, the Empress Dowager remarked. Turning to her, you know her? Mother, have you forgotten? When I gave birth to Qiong'er, I nearly lost my life. It was Ling Yang whom I summoned to ensure the safety of both mother and child. I have been away for many years, and upon my return last year, I learned of her passing, leaving only a daughter. The Princess Anyang beamed at Jiang Rong with tender warmth. As the daughter of an old friend, I shall certainly take good care of you. The heir should proceed to the peony banquet. I wish to converse with Jiang Rong a while longer. Oh, so her mother was the physician who once saved you. You two are indeed fated to meet. The Empress Dowager nodded approvingly. Jiang Rong remained cautious of the princess's overtures, for in her past life, they had met several times at court banquets, yet the princess had never acknowledged her, treating her as a stranger. Xie cast a glance at Jiang Rong before taking his leave. Today, as a couple, they were also invited to the peony banquet. Naturally, with Xie's notorious reputation for indulgence, he would attend only if he felt inclined, otherwise feigning illness. However, he had no intention of leaving Jiang Rong alone, so he resolved to join her at the banquet for her sake. I see that you and the heir share a lovely bond. It is indeed splendid. I was worried upon hearing of your previous engagement. The Princess Anyang expressed concern. I fear my mother's good intentions may have jeopardized your fortunate union. Jiang Rong's situation was precarious, with one engagement bestowed by the Empress Dowager and another by her late father's wishes. If she accepted the marriage decree, she would be rebuking her father's final command. If she opposed it, she would offend the Empress Dowager. The Princess Anyang was deliberately laying traps for her. Her intentions were far from benign. Grateful for the Empress Dowager's grace in granting this marriage to my humble self, had my father been alive, he would have been immensely honored. My sentiments mirror those of my father, Jiang Rong replied with unwavering composure, leaving no room for doubt. You and your father are truly devoted. The Empress Dowager's furrowed brow relaxed as she smiled. This child is exceptionally clever and understanding. I am quite fond of her. Gulme, present her with 2 bolts of the newly tribute silk, Yin Jujin. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Jiang Rong gracefully curtsied. The Princess Anyang also smiled, though her gaze grew increasingly frigid. This girl, like her mother, was eloquent and articulate, so reminiscent of Bai Ling. Yet her expression remained unchanged as she continued to engage Jiang Rong, inquiring about her reading preferences and interests, appearing as a caring elder reminiscing about an old friend's descendant, before ultimately instructing others to escort her out. As Jiang Rong exited the Xie Ning Palace, a maid guided her to a fork in the road, indicating a left path. Noble consort, if you continue straight, you shall reach the imperial garden where the peony banquet is held. I take my leave. Thank you. Jiang Rong politely expressed her gratitude before proceeding along the indicated path. It was not until she sensed a lingering gaze upon her that she glanced back, only to find the maid had turned to return. She quickly retraced her steps, opting for the right path. Outside the Xie Ning Palace, the maid returned to the Princess Anyang, whispering, Your Highness, the Northern Prince's consort has departed the palace with the heir. It seems she is familiar with the route to the imperial garden. Perhaps the Empress Dowager informed her of the path, fearing she might lose her way. A matron gently advised, Your Highness, your sudden decision may have startled her, the matron cautioned. She likely suspects you intend to lead her to the hot spring palace. And if she is startled, she must endure. Can she truly oppose me? The Princess Anyang sneered. Moreover, I have left no incriminating evidence. Regardless of today's events or any others, she will find it impossible to uncover proof against me. The matron praised, Your Highness. With a mere flick of your wrist, eliminating this girl would be as simple as crushing an ant, were it not for her mother's infamy. Such an inconspicuous insect is unworthy of your concern. The daughter of Ling Yang deserves a swift end. It would be a fitting retribution for the suffering I have endured these years. The Princess Anyang declared with venom, Keep a close watch on her, and seek another opportunity to bring her into the palace. Before she meets her demise, I intend to extract some amusement from her. Chapter 33. A letter to my wife Jiang Rong returned to June, reflecting on her encounter with the Grand Princess that day. She harbored a vague suspicion that the Grand Princess might hold a grudge against her mother. However, she chose to set this thought aside for the moment. There were more pressing matters to attend to, and she resolved to confront the Grand Princess only when her strength was sufficient. On the following day, the 10th of March, Xie's marriage leave came to an end. According to the laws of the Great Xie, wedding leaves were granted for 9 days, excluding travel time. Xie served in the office of envoys, responsible for conveying imperial edicts and conferring titles. This office dealt with the issuance of decrees, the appointment of royal family members, and various other duties, such as recruiting talented individuals and offering rewards and relief. It was essentially a bureaucratic institution where half the staff were noble scions idling away their days, while the other half were scholars using it as a stepping stone in their careers. Though it was a position of relative leisure, representing the court and traveling to various regions required officials of considerable standing. Naturally, a young man like Xie, indulged by the emperor, could not be expected to attend the office daily like a diligent bureaucrat. Today, however, he had to go to the office, as a task had fallen to him. The emperor had decreed that the office of envoys should send someone to Ningxuan to conduct a memorial service, praying for a favorable outcome in the northern military campaigns. As the son of the commander of the northern territories, this duty could only be entrusted to him. Early in the morning, Jiang Rong instructed her servants to prepare Xie's luggage and loaded the packed boxes onto the carriage. Upon his return from the office, she handed him a somewhat unseemly silk pouch, saying, "Husband, please be careful on your journey. This pouch contains the talisman for safety that I requested from the Qingyun Taoist temple a couple of days ago. I hope you travel safely, and I shall await your return at home." Xie accepted the pouch, tucking it into his clothing with an expressionless nod. "I have placed 2 sets of autumn garments in the boxes, as I heard the mountains are quite cold. Remember to remind the young master to dress warmly," she added, to which Jingzhe nodded in acknowledgement. "Unless you find the food unpalatable on the road, I have also packed the cook. It's always reassuring to have someone familiar." Xie patiently listened to her numerous instructions, but as he prepared to board the carriage, he noticed the young woman standing at the gate, her eyes glistening with tears and her eyelids slightly reddened, on the brink of weeping. "I will return by the end of the month," he assured her. "I will bring back the 2nd dose of medicine before then." Jiang Rong nodded tearfully. "What do you like? I will buy it for you," he offered again. She shook her head, her eyes still brimming with tears. "Then how can I make you smile?" He sighed. Jiang Rong grasped the hem of his garment, her eyes hopeful. "Can you write to me?" "Certainly," Xie mused, realizing that sending a letter to assure her of his safety was not an arduous task. "Wonderful. Thank you for your love letter," Jiang Rong exclaimed, embracing him, her smile radiant. Xie stood frozen, reflecting on the complexities and hardships of life. Once outside the capital, Xie sat in the carriage, listening to Shao Nanxing report, "Young master, I have already communicated with the Sihai gang regarding the transaction of the Cold Spring Orchid in Lingzhou. The 2nd of the 9 extraordinary herbs has received the message." Thus, Xie had concocted a pretext to leave the capital to procure medicine. The so-called memorial service at Ningxuan was merely a suggestion he had made to the emperor through his own channels. Lingzhou was near Ningxuan. "Indeed," Xie nodded. "Young master, everything is proceeding according to your arrangements." "Why do you wear a frown?" Shao Nanxing asked, puzzled. Xie turned to him, his expression serious. "Have you ever written a love letter?" Shao Nanxing immediately shook his head. "I have yet to marry, so naturally, I have never composed a letter of this sort." "Then how would one go about writing such a thing? Do you know?" Xie pressed. Shao Nanxing exchanged glances with Jingzhe, racking their brains. "I could fetch someone who has written one to ask for guidance." On the first day of her husband's departure, Jiang Rong missed him. Then, she meticulously examined the account books. On the 2nd day of his absence, she missed him even more and continued to pore over the books day and night. By the 5th day, she finally finished reviewing the accounts. When Jiang Rong next visited the matriarch, she used the pretext of seeking advice from the elder lady to discuss the account books she had just completed. My dear, you've managed these businesses with such meticulous care. Xie has truly brought a treasure back to the Xie family, remarked the matriarch with evident delight. She had not anticipated that Jiang Rong, despite her lack of prior experience in managing affairs, could organize everything so swiftly in just a few days. This was precisely the kind of capable mistress that prominent families cherished. Your aunt truly has your best interests at heart, the matriarch mused, reflecting on the subtle ways in which a child's upbringing could be gauged by their ability to navigate challenges later in life. It was expected that the daughters of noble families would eventually become matriarchs, and mastering household management was an essential skill. Jiang Rong silently thought to herself, all of this was taught to me by you. How to manage the kitchen, how to audit account books, how to be the mistress of a household. She had encountered her share of deception and pitfalls along the way. Over the past decade, she had navigated her path, benefiting from the elder lady's guidance. You speak the truth, Jiang Rong conceded, merely nodding in agreement. My dear, I believe the time is ripe. I hereby entrust the Xie family's enterprises to you. The matriarch beamed with satisfaction, feeling reassured that the family would carry on. Zhao, the secondary concubine, sat nearby, her demeanor unperturbed, readily agreeing. What the matriarch says is true. I, too, have grown weary over the years and am eager to take a proper rest. With Ronger adept at managing the household, I can now rest assured. She had long foreseen that the matriarch would not delay for long and would eventually hand over the family's assets to this cunning little vixen. Zhao had set her trap well, convinced that this little fox would inevitably become greedy and fill her pockets. Jiang Rong's eagerness to assume control of the Xie family's enterprises was nothing more than an opportunity for her to enrich herself. Now, she was being handed that very chance. This is not appropriate. Ronger is still young. She should manage affairs alongside concubine Zhao. Jiang Rong feigned modesty. Do not worry. I have complete faith in your ability to manage on your own. Zhao quickly interjected. Then, I shall give it a try, Jiang Rong said, demurely accepting her new responsibilities. Both the matriarch and Zhao smiled in satisfaction. Upon leaving Songheng, Jiang Rong promptly instructed Xie, go and inform my aunt that from now on, the Xie family's enterprises will be under her careful watch. Yes, Xie hurried back to deliver the good news. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness, chaos erupted. We have never offended those at Wanjin Trading Company. They are robbing us. This is outright robbery. Mrs. Chang cried out in anguish. Jiang Qingrong frowned. Wanjin Trading Company possesses immense financial power. We cannot compete. If we forego these dealings, then so be it. We will simply suffer the loss. You make it sound easy. This is all my dowry, Mrs. Chang retorted, infuriated. Recently, for reasons unknown, Wanjin Trading Company had seemingly targeted her. She had been unable to procure the finest spice materials from the western regions for her shops, no matter how high the price offered. Unable to deliver the finished products, she was now liable to compensate her clients with substantial amounts of silver. Her restaurant had also encountered issues, with reports of unsanitary food leading to the destruction of her establishment. None of her businesses were functioning normally, and she was facing ruin. Chapter 34. Please, young master, inquire with the people from the Wanjin Trading Company about the situation, suggested Jiang Qingrong. He too hoped that the dowry from the Chang family would prove beneficial. What do you mean I haven't tried? The manager of Wanjin Trading Company wouldn't even meet me. I invoked the name of the young master's aunt. Yet these unscrupulous merchants showed no regard for the North Prince's residence. What can I do? Chang Shi lamented. Wanjin Trading Company was a significant merchant powerhouse, monopolizing the trade routes of the western regions. Although the western regions nominally submitted to the Great Xia dynasty, countless bandits lurked amidst the endless sands, and the court's attempts to eradicate them had been futile. They would hide when the court sent officials, only to emerge and rob passing merchant caravans once they departed. No one could conduct business in the western regions until the emergence of Wanjin Trading Company. They ensured that merchants affiliated with them could safely traverse the trade routes of the western regions. Thus, a single word from Wanjin Trading Company meant that Changshi's shop would receive not even a grain of spice from the west. Money was more precious than life to Changshi, and the abrupt loss of her fortune left her in a state of despair, weeping uncontrollably. "Madam, good news." The matron rushed in, saying, "Xie has reported that the young master's wife has acquired the Xie family's assets and is asking for your assistance in managing them." "What?" Chang Shi, momentarily dazed, lifted her head. "The Xie family's assets are now mine?" "Indeed. She requests your help in overseeing them," the matron replied. Chang Shi's sorrow transformed into joy, and she quickly wiped her tears, her face lighting up with a smile. "I knew it. Jiang Rong is my lucky star. A fortune teller once told me I was destined for great wealth, and it seems today that fortune is about to manifest." Jiang Rong shared her delight, realizing that with the Xie family's assets, they need not fixate on her previous trifles. "However, you must exercise caution. Xie Taifei has managed the Xie family for decades. She is not someone to be trifled with. We cannot afford to offend the North Prince's residents. Rest assured, my husband, this is my forte. I will ensure that the Xie family cannot trace any discrepancies." Chang Shi confidently vowed, her eyes glinting with determination. "The Wanjin Trading Company looks down upon our Jiang family. I refuse to believe they dare offend the Xie family. Xie, I have a task for you." In the North Prince's residence, at Jinyu Garden, Jiang Rong stood amidst the peony garden, wielding a wooden ladle to water the flowers. "Dear flowers, let us see who possesses greater skill, Zhao Fei or Chang Shi. I place my bets on Zhao Fei. After all, she has presided over the Xie family for so many years and knows the intricacies of their assets best." Jiang Rong chuckled softly. Zhao Sufei and Appo's rapid relinquishing of power, in Jiang Rong and Appo's estimation, surely concealed a trap. Her avaricious aunt would undoubtedly fall headfirst into it. The Xie family assets were foreign to Chang Shi, but were Zhao Sufei's domain. With the time and place favoring her, Zhao Fei had the upper hand. "Miss, Xie has returned with news for you," Emerald announced. Jiang Rong replied calmly, "Let her come in." Xie entered with a worried expression. "Second miss. The Jiang family is in trouble. The second madam and Appo's business has been sabotaged." "What?" Jiang Rong exclaimed, shock registering on her face, secretly applauding the turn of events. "Such good fortune indeed." "Yes, the Wanjin Trading Company is engaging in malicious competition, bullying smaller shops in an especially shameless manner." Xie repeated Chang Shi's grievances verbatim. "The second madam wishes for you to meet with the manager of Wanjin Trading Company. Surely, if you personally intervene, they will grant the North Prince's residents some respect." Jiang Rong comprehended the situation, a cold smile forming within her. If Wanjin Trading Company refused to respect her, would she not be forced to act out of indignation and exert her influence? Her aunt and Appo's calculations were astute. "Indeed, the Wanjin Trading Company has gone too far. Please assure my aunt that when the young master returns, I shall have him confront them." Jiang Rong readily agreed, perfectly embodying the role of a loyal niece rallying against a common enemy. If the other party feared the North Prince and Appo's residents, they needed someone genuinely capable to take action. Her involvement now would be ineffectual. Xie wholeheartedly agreed. "I shall convey your message to the second madam." Jiang Rong scooped another ladle of water and poured it onto the vibrant peonies. "Ah, truly, the heavens are assisting me. Now, my aunt should be even more eager to extract funds from the Xie family's assets." In mid-March, Xie and his entourage passed through Qingzhou, where they made their stay. "Young master, the governor of Qingzhou has learned of your presence and has prepared a banquet in your honor," Xiao Nanqing reported. As the heir of the North Prince's residence, Xie was met with warm welcomes from local officials wherever he traveled. He had just donned a black robe, adorned with a mask engraved with mysterious Western patterns. His voice now cold and unfamiliar. "Handle it yourself." "Understood." Xiao Nanqing accepted the order, then posed a crucial question. "When shall the young master send a letter to the young master's wife?" "We will arrive in Ning Mountain tomorrow, and it may be inconvenient to disclose your whereabouts thereafter." Xie intended to feign his presence in Ning Mountain while actually engaging in dealings with the Lingzhou and the Sihai gang. He hesitated for a moment. He had yet to determine how to compose a letter to Jiang Rong. "Before tomorrow, procure 10 love letters for me to review." "Yes, I shall ensure it is done." 15 minutes later, in Qingzhou, at a tea house owned by Wanjin Trading Company. The establishment was closed to the public for the day. However, inside the now-locked tea house, a lavish spread of tea snacks awaited. The house's esteemed tea master was preparing tea with fragrant incense. In the deserted tea house, the servants had already been dismissed, leaving only a middle-aged man waiting quietly. Upon seeing the masked figure enter, he immediately greeted respectfully. "I pay my respects to the young master. Please be at ease." It is well known that Wanjin Trading Company has 8 chief managers, with the chief manager at the forefront. However, few are aware that the company is actually owned by a mysterious young master who remains masked. Xie took a seat at the tea table and calmly inquired, "Is the Liuli Yuzuan ready? Please, young master, take a look." The Liuli Yuzuan was the national treasure of the once great Liuli kingdom from centuries past, which had since fallen into obscurity. It was rumored to conceal a treasure map. Whoever could unravel its mystery might access the riches of the Liuli kingdom. Such an invaluable artifact commanded a bounty on the black market that far surpassed that of the Hongquan yuan. The chief manager opened a brocade box on the table and presented it to Xie. The Xie gang is indeed greedy, daring to offer this in exchange for the young master. This is the trade content between Wanjin Trading Company and the Xie gang. Liuli Yuzuan for Hongquan yuan. Xie's gaze fell upon the Liuli Yuzuan, his expression devoid of emotion. He held no interest in the treasure's legends, whatever its worth. It was only valuable if it could procure a life-saving remedy. A mutually beneficial trade, indeed. It is quite a fair deal, Xie stated flatly. The chief manager promptly shifted his tone. "As long as we can procure what the young master desires, that is our fortune. Our transaction with the Xie gang is set for 3 days hence in Lingzhou. Young master, do you require me to personally handle it?" "No need. I shall go myself," Xie replied. The chief manager was left even more puzzled. The young master was willing to go to great lengths for this elusive remedy, even taking personal action. For whom was this medicine intended? Chapter 35. The heir and amp. Oppo's deep affection for her, the chief steward dared not pry further, and instead reported, "Young master, there is another matter to discuss. The shops you instructed us to handle have been dealt with, but the other party has brought up the northern prince's residence." Although the chief steward completely disregarded the Chong family, the mention of the northern prince and Oppo's residence, a bastion of the great Xia dynasty, demanded utmost caution. Whether to oppose the northern prince was a matter requiring the young master's immediate guidance. "Do not concern yourself with it," Xie replied nonchalantly. The chief steward respectfully accepted the order, thinking to himself that the young master was indeed a man of extraordinary connections, even within the northern prince's circle. At the residence of the governor of Qingzhou, the governor courteously introduced young Master Xiao. "These are the talented young men of Qingzhou, all eager to assist the heir in alleviating his troubles." Indeed, I shall speak favorably of you before the heir," Xiao Nansheng said, waving his feather fan with a beaming smile. Having long adapted to the role of a flamboyant sycophant, he excelled at being a competent flatterer. Upon hearing this, the governor and amp, Oppo's face broke into a broad smile as he looked at the assembly of talented young men. "Today, I have summoned you all to help the northern prince's heir select the finest love letters. Feel free to unleash your creativity. Those chosen by young Master Xiao shall receive my treasured calligraphy and paintings as a token of gratitude." The talented young men erupted in hushed discussions. To curry favor with the northern prince and amp, Oppo's residence, the governor truly has no shame, gathering us to write love letters for that dandy heir. Then why are you still scribbling away? What do you know about scolding? Would you let this golden opportunity slip by? A few talented individuals, disdainful of engaging with a dandy, chose to abstain. Yet, the majority remained enthusiastic. One bold soul inquired, "Young Master Xiao, what sort of love letter does the heir desire? What is its purpose?" "Of course, it is intended for the heir's consort. Our heir has recently wed and is separated from his beloved. He wishes to send her a heartfelt letter, but alas, he has never written one nor seen one. So he seeks your guidance," Xiao Nansheng replied with a radiant smile. The heir is truly devoted to his consort, his affection as deep as the ocean. The governor chimed in at the opportune moment. Although Xiao Nansheng was somewhat perplexed by his master's sudden infatuation, he nodded affirmatively, naturally. When the gathering dispersed, Xiao Nansheng returned with a pile of love letters. Later that night, in the study, he presented the letters to his master. "Young master, look at this one. The emotions are incredibly sincere. His wife is his life. He would give everything for her. In this letter, after parting from his wife, he is lovesick, pining for her to the point of illness. So poignant, she will surely be deeply touched upon receiving it. Perfectly fitting for a couple in separation." Xiaolingxi remained expressionless as he watched Xiao Nansheng open the 10 letters. "Is this a love letter?" Noticing his master's discontent in the paused tone, Xiao Nansheng quickly added, "Perhaps my taste is lacking, and these 10 letters do not meet your approval. I have gathered many more." "There's no need to look further." Xiaolingxi waved his hand. He realized he could not pen such sentimental declarations of love. He picked up a brush and wrote a simple letter of reassurance, official, to the point, devoid of any superfluous words. At the end, he recalled the tearful visage of the young lady awaiting his words. "She won't cry upon receiving this letter, will she?" After a brief pause, he instructed Xiao Nansheng, "Select a piece of ancient art from my treasury to send along with the letter. I have heard that Jiang Rong has an affinity for paintings. A gift of art should appease her. In times past, travel was slow and letters took their time. However, the memorials to the throne were penned with remarkable swiftness." Before Jiang Rong received Xiaolingxi's letter, news of his endeavor to write love letters had already reached the court. "Your Majesty, the Northern Prince's heir, Xiaolingxi, has summoned scholars in Qingzhou to compose love letters in his name while on a mission to Ning Mountain for blessings. This is a dereliction of duty and a neglect of his responsibilities. We implore your Majesty to impose severe punishment." Indeed, Xiaolingxi pays no heed to his official duties, indulging solely in frivolity. "Such a dandy brings shame upon your Majesty's trust." The censors of the Dezhuan took turns voicing their grievances. Historically at odds with the Northern Princess residence, the censors leaped at any opportunity to criticize. Standing at the back, Xie Yuanwen listened with a mix of glee and gravity. He stepped forward to plead, feigning innocence. "I beg your pardon on behalf of my brother. This must be the doing of his subordinates. He was surely unaware. Do not make excuses for your brother. He has gathered these young men to pen letters for his wife, and you claim he was unaware?" A censor retorted. "A trivial matter. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, appeared unperturbed and magnanimous. Longing for one's spouse is a natural sentiment. It is merely an unconventional approach. Xie Yuanwen, you may rise. There is no need for further discussion on this matter." Xie Yuanwen, somewhat disappointed, expressed his gratitude and returned to his place, feeling a sense of injustice. The absurdities committed by Xiaolingxi were hardly limited to this incident. Numerous others had reached the court, yet the emperor consistently responded with remarkable leniency. The officials, accustomed to his antics, did not pursue the matter further, addressing other grievances in turn. At the Northern Prince and Appo's residence, in the Jinyu Garden, young mistress, Lady Zhao has arrived, reported Fei Cui. Jiang Rong, engrossed in the accounts, raised an eyebrow and invited Lady Zhao in. "Miss Rong, there are matters that should have been conveyed to you by the princess. However, as she departed early, I, as your stepmother, must intervene and remind you. As a wife, it is your duty to counsel your husband against indulging in frivolous romantic pursuits. He must prioritize his career as a court official. How can he focus solely on your trivial affections, inviting the scrutiny of the officials?" Lady Zhao admonished, taking on the role of a stern matron. Having received reports from her son regarding the morning court session, she was vexed by the emperor's leniency towards Xiaolingxi, prompting her visit to Jiang Rong. "You must reflect upon your conduct. As the principal wife, you ought to embody grace and propriety, rather than seducing your husband with your charms. The heir gathers talented young men in Qingzhou to write letters for you. How outrageous!" Lady Zhao's displeasure was evident, and she warned, "This matter has already reached the morning court. Countless officials have condemned the heir. Understand that the emperor has spared him for the sake of the prince. However, if he continues down this path, he will inevitably lose his position and face imprisonment. You would be the one responsible for his downfall. Fei Xie was nearly incensed by Lady Zhao's words. This Lady Zhao is truly a bully. The heir has always been a dandy. This is not a consequence of marrying a wife. So how can one blame the young mistress? Lady Zhao speaks truthfully. Rong shall certainly counsel the heir to handle his duties properly. Jiang Rong, unflustered and sincere, looked at Lady Zhao. It is all my fault for being beautiful, ensnaring the heir in my allure. I truly envy you for not having such concerns. Chapter 36. A silent understanding with the crown prince, concubine Zhao, and Amp. Oppose. S face turned ashen with rage, wishing fervently to claw Jiang Rong to pieces. Taking a deep breath to suppress her fury, she maintained a facade of cordiality and sarcastically remarked, "Since ancient times, a wise man marries a virtuous wife, while a concubine is chosen for her beauty. Indeed, you are quite lovely." The implication being that Jiang Rong was only worthy of being a mere concubine. Jiang Rong smiled gently. "Thank you, concubine Zhao, for your compliment. However, I believe this ancient saying may not hold true in all cases, particularly the latter part." She paused deliberately, her gaze locked onto concubine Zhao, smiling yet silent. "Your concubine, however, is not beautiful, is she?" Fei Xie could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "You," concubine Zhao stammered, rendered speechless. It was as though no matter what she said, Jiang Rong would retort with, "You are ugly. Truly ugly." The indignation nearly consumed her. "The first part of your statement holds considerable truth. The Empress Dowager chose me for my virtuous and graceful demeanor, deeming me fit to be the crown prince's principal wife," Jiang Rong stated calmly. "In comparison, beauty is merely a trivial attribute of mine. I wonder why concubine Zhao can only perceive this aspect. Perhaps it is human nature to covet that which one does not possess." Concubine Zhao was escorted from the courtyard by her maidservants, nearly fainting with rage. Fei Xie and Oppose. S eyes sparkled with admiration. "Crown Princess, your words were truly splendid. Just a few truths." Jiang Rong replied nonchalantly. "A mere skirmish, hardly worth noting." Remembering the letter from Xie, a smile spread across her face. "If a letter from the crown prince arrives, present it to me immediately." Yes. As the morning court concluded, word spread throughout the capital that Xie had gathered talented scholars in Qingzhou to write to Jiang Rong. As a well-known scion of the wealthy, his actions were justifiable. This led many to speculate about the contents of his love letter. What sort of beauty could captivate the crown prince so completely? In her secluded quarters, Jiang Rong seldom ventured out, and few were aware of her appearance. As rumors proliferated, she gained the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Returning to her courtyard, concubine Zhao smashed a set of Rue porcelain tea wares in frustration. "This little vixen, relying on a modicum of beauty, dares to humiliate me," she fumed. "My lady, great matters are afoot. She will soon be apprehended." The matron consoled. "This girl is merely sharp-tongued. You will soon be able to dismiss her. Indeed, her petty tricks are of no consequence. She is still too green to compete with me." Concubine Zhao thought of her schemes and smiled once more. Her gaze fell upon the mirror, and she felt a twinge of annoyance. While she was not unattractive, she was no match for Jiang Rong. Once Jiang Rong was imprisoned, she would surely mar that pretty face. The following evening, Jiang Rong finally received the much-anticipated letter. She opened the envelope to find a thin sheet of paper with a mere 2 sentences. "I hope this letter finds you well. I have arrived in Qingzhou and shall proceed to Ning Mountain tomorrow." She had expected a romantic missive from the crown prince, but with his lack of literary prowess, this was all he could muster. Xie, holding the lamp beside her, expressed her disappointment upon reading the letter. Jiang Rong scoffed. "Such disrespect towards the crown prince. Slap yourself." Realizing her indiscretion, Xie cursed her own bluntness, hurriedly kneeling to deliver a self-inflicted slap. "Crown Princess, although the words are simple, the crown prince's deep affection for you is evident. Even heaven bears witness." Fei Xie quickly chimed in to defend her mistress. Jiang Rong smiled softly. "I understand. Simplicity is profound. Ostentatious embellishments are merely superficial. True affection resides in the simplest of words." The Crown Prince inquires after my well-being and expresses his own, acknowledging our mutual concern. Our hearts resonate in unison, exchanging greetings. Fiancé and Apos. Eyes sparkled anew. Crown Princess, you are truly remarkable, comprehending all nuances. Such elementary phrases, and yet you glean nothing from them. It is merely that the Crown Prince and I share a silent understanding. Jiang Rong, wholly satisfied, returned the letter to its envelope and carefully placed it in a delicate brocade box. Today, I received my husband's letter of longing. How delightful. Crown Princess, there is also this scroll that was sent along with the letter. Fiancé presented a scroll. Jiang Rong unfurled it to reveal an ancient painting of red beans. This is the red bean painting by the renowned artist of the previous dynasty. Jiang Rong, well versed in the art of painting, recognized it at once as a priceless antique. Xiao was equally astonished, exclaiming, "The Crown Prince indeed holds you in great esteem, knowing your fondness for art, and has gifted you this exquisite piece." With the delicate dice resting upon the red beans, do you know of the deep longing it signifies? Jiang Rong gazed at the painting, her lips curling into a smile. Fiancé, hang this in my chamber. My husband, I have received your yearning. I miss you too, he. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness. Has it been accomplished? Mrs. Chong inquired anxiously. The steward presented a heavy box. It has been done. Mrs. Chong eagerly opened the box to find it brimming with silver notes, each worth 1,000 taels. Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless us. She sighed in relief, her face beaming with joy. My previous ventures were mere trifles. The illicit salt trade is where the true fortune lies. Having taken over the Xie family's enterprise, she sought to exploit various aspects to amass wealth. However, she quickly discovered that the Xie family and Apos, as financial records were meticulously managed, with each detail interlinked and orderly, making it nearly impossible to find a loophole. If the accounts were truly disorganized, the Xie family would have long since fallen into ruin. Just when she was on the verge of despair, she finally uncovered a flaw: the Xie family salt. In the Great Xia, the sale of salt was strictly regulated and state-run. To sell salt, one must possess official salt licenses. The Xie family and Apos' immense wealth stemmed from the royal grant of a salt mine, endowing them with the authority to sell government salt. The accounts of the salt shop were closely monitored, making it difficult to manipulate. But she could pilfer salt from a mine for sale. As the overseer, this would not be difficult. She merely needed to place her own people among the guards patrolling the salt fields. When her people were on duty, they could quietly transport the salt. And since the salt would not appear in the salt shop's accounts, it would be nearly impossible to trace. She had recently stolen a shipment of salt and sold it to private traders. They hoped to collaborate again, the steward reported. Mrs. Chang's face lit up with glee. Sell. Prepare 5 more shipments soon. During the initial transaction, she had refrained from selling too much, fearing the private traders might turn on her. Now that she had seen profit, it was time to sell the Xie family and Apos' salt and fill her own coffers. Chapter 37. The imprisonment of the Chong family. On this particular morning, Jiang Rong, as per her usual routine, was enjoying breakfast tea with the esteemed Grand Dowager Xie in Sung Hall. Your Highness, an official from a Mingxin division seeks an audience, announced a guard. What? The Grand Dowager's brows furrowed slightly. Let him in. The Mingxin division, known for being the emperor's personal guards, was responsible for inspections and arrests, holding authority to oversee both civil and military officials without exception, including royal relatives. No family wished to entangle themselves with them, for the arrival of the Mingxin division often heralded misfortune, ranging from serious criminal cases to the destruction of entire households. Beside, concubine Zhao was elated. The moment she had been anticipating had finally arrived. Jiang Rong is about to be apprehended. Greetings to your Highness from Lu Hua, the deputy commander of the Mingxin division. A middle-aged man clad in a ceremonial robe entered, bowing respectfully. I come today due to your household and Apos' involvement in a case of illicit salt smuggling. Zhao and Apos' heart raced with excitement. It has begun. Jiang Rong is finished. Following our investigation, We have discovered that someone has been illicitly transporting salt from the Xie family's mines. We have seized 6 ships of stolen salt and request that the Northern Prince and Amp, Appo's residence dispatch a steward to verify and take possession, Lu Hua continued. The Grand Dowager was taken aback. What? Someone has been stealing our salt. Indeed. This individual has sold it twice. During the second transaction, we apprehended them with evidence in hand, Lu Hua affirmed. Who is this person? The Grand Dowager pressed. The wife of the Minister of Works, Jiang Rong, Lady Chong. Lu Hua stated gravely. Jiang Rong and Amp, Appo's expression was one of disbelief. Impossible. My aunt would never do such a thing. Our evidence is irrefutable. The Mingxin division would not wrongfully accuse the innocent, Lu Hua replied sternly. The steward she sent for the transaction was captured on the spot and has confessed. The guards she placed at the salt field have also confessed. I found the initial batch of illicit salt proceeds in her chamber. We possess both witness and material evidence, an unassailable case. The Grand Dowager was stunned, but quickly regained her composure. Thank you, Lord Lu, for helping us recover the legitimate salt. Lu Steward, accompany Lord Lu to handle the transfer. Yes, Your Highness, the Grand Dowager's trusted steward responded with a bow. Once the formalities were concluded, Lu Hua turned to leave. Zhao, however, was filled with amazement. To orchestrate such a smuggling operation, Lady Chong must have put in considerable efforts behind the scenes otherwise. How could she have found buyers so swiftly? It seemed that Lady Chong had indeed been caught, yet Jiang Rong was not implicated. The Mingxin division had not mentioned Jiang Rong at all, which indicated there was no substantial evidence against her. It turned out that only Lady Chong had been engaged in the salt theft, and Jiang Rong had not participated at all. How could this be? Wazn and Amp, Appo's, it likely they conspired together? Zhao could not comprehend how Jiang Rong remained untouched by this windfall. Frustrated, she sought to drag Jiang Rong into the fray, declaring, Jiang Rong, you and your aunt conspired to steal from the Xie family. Are you aware of your crimes? Ronger is unaware of anything, Jiang Rong replied, dejected. The Grand Dowager entrusted the Xie family's affairs to me, but I was concerned about my inexperience and sought my aunt and Appo's assistance to help manage things, to ensure nothing was overlooked. I never anticipated my aunt would exploit this opportunity for personal gain. Jiang Rong rose and bowed deeply to the Grand Dowager. It is my oversight. This is entirely my fault. I am unworthy of the authority to manage the household. I shall return it to concubine Zhao. Zhao narrowed her eyes. At least you possess some self-awareness. Yet the Grand Dowager shook her head. Even I believed your aunt was of good character, let alone you. Her intentions were too concealed. It is no surprise you did not perceive them. Everyone makes mistakes. This was but a minor error. Learn from this and be more discerning in the future. Your Highness, Lady Chong and Rong and Amp, Appo's, are our family. Zhao interjected hastily. Your Highness, please consider. Since the young lady took charge of the family business, she has diligently reviewed the accounts. I serve her closely and can testify that she has had no private dealings with Lady Chong. Indeed, the young lady was deceived. Fei Tsui knelt and asserted. As a trusted maidservant of the Xie family, her testimony held weight. I have complete faith in Rong and Appo's. The Grand Dowager nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhao swiftly pivoted her argument. However, this incident has occurred due to Ronger's youth and poor judgment in selecting associates. She still requires experience and cannot bear the responsibilities of managing the household. If she is not allowed to take the reins, how will she learn? Enough. The authority to manage the household has been bestowed upon Ronger, and this matter is not open for reconsideration. It is settled, the Grand Dowager declared firmly. I am feeling somewhat fatigued today. You may all take your leave. Zhao, stifling her frustration, had no choice but to withdraw. Once everyone had exited, a matron stepped forward. Your Highness, Zhao's concerns are not unfounded. Should anything happen regarding Lady Chong, it could reflect poorly on the young lady. She is the rightful wife of Shiga, and this estate's affairs will certainly fall into her hands upon my passing. The Grand Dowager responded coolly. For now, I will ensure Shiga has chosen someone capable of assuming the position of young lady. If not, I still have time to find someone suitable before my demise. It will be too late to address any future troubles if I do not permit her to manage things now. The true nature of a person is revealed over time. We must observe her capabilities. I believe this girl has potential. I hope I have not misjudged her. The matron realized the depth of the Grand Dowager and oppose as foresight. Upon returning to Jian, Xie expressed her anxiety. I genuinely fear that Lady Chang's situation may implicate you. Thankfully, the Grand Dowager has not revoked your authority over the household. Grandmother would never do such a thing, Jiang Rong replied with a serene smile, confidence emanating from her. The Grand Dowager, having managed the Xie family for many years, is certainly not a fool. While she may not fully trust me at present, she understands that I am destined to be the future mistress of the Northern Princess residence. It is imperative that she assesses whether I am worthy of such trust. Hence, she will undoubtedly allow me to continue managing the household. In her previous life, Jiang Rong had also taken time to cultivate trust between herself and the Grand Dowager. There is no trust without reason in this world. Relationships are built gradually. Miss, the second master is here to see you. Yingxia hurriedly entered to announce. Quickly, invite uncle in, Jiang Rong instructed. Jiang Rong had just returned from court when he heard that their home was surrounded by the Mingxin division and rushed to the Northern Prince's residence in a flurry. Having witnessed Lady Chang's arrest, Ronger, your aunt has been captured. You must save her, he implored anxiously. Uncle, the officials from the Mingxin division just visited and claimed the evidence is conclusive, but do not worry. My bond with aunt is akin to that of mother and daughter. Regardless of the circumstances, I will plead with the Grand Dowager to spare her life, Jiang Rong assured him. Only spare her life? Jiang Rong frowned. Does that not mean Lady Chang will still be deemed a criminal? Is your concern truly for her well-being? He was worried about having a criminal as his legitimate wife. There must be some misunderstanding. Your aunt is not that kind of person, he hinted, hoping to sway Jiang Rong to exonerate Lady Chang. Chapter 38. The pure and filial consort of the heir Jiang Rong, her face alight with joy, inquired, Uncle, do you possess any evidence that could vindicate aunt? If so, it could surely save her. The trafficking of private salt is a grave offense, implicating the Northern Prince's residence and reaching the ears of the heavens. Who would dare to act unjustly? If you have any evidence, please present it directly. Jiang Rong's demeanor instantly shifted to one of despondency. In recent years, the smuggling of private salt had surged, prompting the emperor to issue a stringent investigation. The Mingxin Bureau had apprehended numerous royal relatives, leaving no room for bribery. Indeed, how could Jiang Rong save her? Who would dare to act unlawfully? I possess no solid evidence, he admitted. I have long been acquainted with your aunt and believe she is not the sort to commit such acts. I shall first visit the prison to ascertain the situation. Jiang Rong quickly altered his stance. He was unwilling to jeopardize himself for the sake of Chang. That is for the best. Uncle, I should do my utmost to rescue aunt, Jiang Rong reassured him. As Jiang Rong departed, Xie hesitated. Aunt nearly implicated you, yet you still wish to save her. Aunt has shown me kindness. Despite her flaws, how could I, as her child, turn my back on her? Jiang Rong replied thoughtfully. Raised by Chang, she knew that ignoring her plight would invite scorn for unfilial behavior. Moreover, she had yet to reach the point of severing ties with the second branch. She would wait for her two elder brothers to clash first. Externally, she must appear to rescue Chang while secretly plotting revenge. Miss, you truly are devoted and righteous, Xie promptly praised. Jiang Rong's thin lips pressed together. I have always been clear about my grievances. On the 25th of March, the verdict regarding the Chang's private salt case was announced. Initially sentenced to immediate execution, it was ultimately commuted to 100 strikes with a cane and banishment to Lingnan. This change of fate came about through a single word from the Dowager Empress, who spared Chang's life in consideration of the Northern Prince's residence. People praised the heir's consort of the Northern Prince's residence as pure and filial. Good child, you have preserved Chang's life, thus repaying her nurturing kindness. Henceforth, she shall have no further ties to you. Such a person, do not allow yourself to mourn over her. The Dowager Empress comforted. Jiang Rong bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for her grandmother's assistance. If you feel reluctant, you may bid her farewell. The Dowager Empress regarded Jiang Rong with exceptional leniency. Who could resist a child of such kindness and filial piety? Ronger cannot bear to part with her aunt. A distant farewell will suffice. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze and added, "We possess a cloth shop in Maple Leaf Town, a supplier of silks. I wish to examine the accounts there, and I seek grandmother's permission." Maple Leaf Town, near the capital, was famed for its dyeing and weaving. Since taking over the Xie family business, Jiang Rong had diligently inspected the accounts of various enterprises. "You have worked hard. Go ahead. Bring more guards." The Dowager Empress nodded, her eyes filled with admiration for Jiang Rong. The young woman had not neglected public duties for personal matters and had begun to exhibit the demeanor of someone capable of handling affairs independently. As night fell, Jiang Rong and her entourage arrived in Maple Leaf Town. "I have a task for you," Jiang Rong addressed the 4 black-clad shadow guards before her. These guards had been entrusted to her by Xie for her protection and were to follow her commands. Jiang Rong had never intended to conceal her use of Xie's men, for she trusted them. Moreover, she could not readily find such skilled and loyal guards elsewhere. This night, a convoy transporting prisoners will pass through Maple Leaf Mountain nearby. "I need you to abduct Chong." The 4 shadow guards exchanged glances. If the heir had instructed them to heed the consort's orders, then surely they should follow the command to intercept the prisoner transport. They accepted their orders and withdrew. Prince Xie, wide-eyed with shock, realized that the consort had specifically come to Maple Leaf Town to rescue Chong. Chong was confined within the prisoner cart. Having endured 100 strikes, her body bruised and battered, curled up within the cart, appearing as disheveled as a beggar. She was in a state of disarray. Just days before, she had been the dignified wife of a minister, but in the blink of an eye, she had become a common prisoner. The drastic change was unbearable for her. A clever woman, she understood that she had no hope of redemption. Her husband would not rescue her. He would only disdain her for tarnishing his reputation. That influential figure would not concern himself with her fate. Jiang Rong had been deceived by her, striving to preserve her life, but to what end? Exile to Lingnan was a fate worse than death. At that moment, several figures in black rushed forward, and the guards shouted in alarm, "Help! The prisoner cart is being intercepted." Chang's eyes lit up with hope as she waved her hands. "I'm here. Come save me." The escorting guards were no match for the shadow guards, and Chong was successfully rescued. Half an hour later, the shadow guards returned, carrying a burlap sack. "Madam, we have brought her back." Chong emerged from the sack, gazing at Jiang Rong seated in the main position, relief washing over her as she began her performance, eyes reddening. "Aunt knew that Ronger would surely save me. It was not in vain that I raised you as my own, treating you like a daughter. Uncle has divorced you, thus you're no longer my aunt." Jiang Rong replied calmly. On the day of the verdict, Jiang Qingrong had hastily penned a divorce letter to sever ties with Chong for the sake of his reputation. From this moment onwards, Chong would have no further connection to the Jiang family. Chong had long been aware of Jiang Qingrong's callous nature. Otherwise, how could he have schemed to seize his own brother's wealth? Yet, when the situation turned against her, she could not quell her rage. "How much effort have I invested since marrying him? I used my dowry to pave his path, and he is a heartless wretch. Such a man truly deserves his fate. In the near future, I shall ensure he accompanies you," Jiang Rong replied, her tone agreeing as she looked down at Chong with cold indifference. Chang's expression stiffened as she sensed something amiss. "Ronger, what are you saying?" "Chong, who was it that entered Yuling Mountain Manor with you a year ago and burned my mother's belongings?" Jiang Rong asked pointedly. Chang's demeanor shifted instantaneously. "What are you talking about? I do not understand. Who was it that gave you the poison of the Yellow Spring?" This poison was an extraordinary toxin, rendering its victim unable to live or die, exceedingly rare and costly. Such a precious poison could not have been casually employed against her. In simpler terms, if Chong wished her dead, a mere packet of arsenic would suffice. She would never be so extravagant. You. Chong faltered, panic overtaking her. She had not anticipated that Jiang Rong was aware of everything, yet she maintained a facade of grievance and sorrow. "Unger, I do not know what you are saying. There must be some misunderstanding. You lost your mother at a young age and your father at 3. It was I who painstakingly raised you. How could you misinterpret my intentions to harm you? Had I wished for your demise, you would not be here today." I have treated you as my own, as my daughter, and for you to say such things truly breaks my heart. Chang Fein sobs. Chapter 39. The death of Jiang Rong gazed quietly at her. This dialogue felt all too familiar. In her previous life, after Xie had turned into a living corpse to save her, she had approached Chang with a heart full of questions, asking why she had been poisoned. Chang had responded with equally sorrowful words. Jiang Rong had believed her then, naively thinking that if Chang wished to kill her, it would have been far too easy. She need not have gone through such convoluted schemes to achieve her end. The poison of the Yellow Springs was not something an aunt could easily access. Surely, her aunt was not involved in this matter. She had paid dearly for her misplaced trust, sacrificing her life alongside Xie. Jiang Rong chose not to argue with her. Instead, she shifted the conversation. In recent years, the rampant trade of illicit salt has persisted, and the court has barely managed to capture a fraction of it. Others who sell contraband salt remain unscathed. Yet you, at the very beginning, were apprehended? Did you set me up? Chang stared at her in disbelief. How could you say I set you up? This illicit act was one you sought to undertake. It was a bold scheme, straightforward and brazen, designed to see you imprisoned. I am not the one orchestrating this. How could I guarantee that you would even connect with the salt traffickers? As a respectable young lady, how could I have such connections? Jiang Rong replied slowly. It all hinged on the assistance of Consort Zhao. It was indeed a splendid performance. You knew full well that Consort Zhao meant to harm you, yet you handed this to me. I became your scapegoat. Realization struck Chang, her astonishment turning into fury as she glared at Jiang Rong. You deliberately harmed me. So, spare me the useless drivel. Who is the mastermind? Reveal it to me, and I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall experience the true meaning of seeking death, yet finding none. Jiang Rong looked at her, her eyes glinting with a fierce, bloodthirsty light. It was as if Chang was seeing Jiang Rong for the first time. Beneath that seemingly kind and innocent exterior lay a profound cunning. Since you are aware, you should understand that your days are numbered. Ha ha! The poison of the Yellow Springs brings unbearable agony. Jiang Rong, you shall die a more miserable death than I. Chang had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by Jiang Rong, her anger boiling over. Take her away. Use torture. Do not let her die before dawn. Jiang Rong spoke coldly. The four shadow guards were utterly bewildered. They initially believed Jiang Rong sought to rescue her, but only upon receiving the order did they comprehend, dragging Chang away. Jade, shocked and dazed, hurriedly asked, Young lady, are you poisoned? I will report this to the young master. He knows, Jiang Rong replied, her tone softening slightly at the mention of Xie. Then her claim that you will not live for long is a lie, right? You are all right. Jade's eyes brimmed with concern. Jiang Rong nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is a deception. Xie will save me. He will return with the antidote. She lowered her gaze to the red mark on her wrist. The agony of the Yellow Springs poison was akin to a fate worse than death. Even caring for a small creature would evoke emotions. How could Chang, who had raised her for over a decade, be so heartless? How could she inflict such pain? Recalling the second antidote's shattering in her last life, the absence of medication to suppress the poison unleashed an excruciating agony that penetrated to her very bones. She could no longer endure the pain, grasping scissors to stab her chest, wishing only for the release of death. Xie had intervened, the sharp blade piercing his palm, blood splattering across her face. Please kill me. In her madness, she wept and pleaded with Xie to end her suffering. He held her in silence for a moment, then said, Live well. He then took on the poison himself. Such hatred, such deep-seated resentment. Young lady, why are you crying? Jade inquired softly. Jiang Rong snapped back to reality, realizing she was indeed shedding tears. Deep love breeds profound hatred. Jiang Rong chuckled self-deprecatingly. I hate her so much because for all these years, I truly regarded her as my mother. Orphaned at a young age, she had grown up under Chang's care. She had thought that despite lacking biological parents, she was a cherished girl, raised with love by adoptive parents. She was a child who experienced misfortune, yet found happiness. In truth, everything had been a fade. Her life for the past decade had been a grand deception. A child knows nothing of ulterior motives. She instinctively leaned on those who treated her kindly. Yet all was illusory. She possessed nothing. From beginning to end, she had been utterly alone. Young lady, Chang has confessed. Moments later, the shadow guards returned, dragging the battered Chang before her. It was the Princess of Anyang. She instructed me to do this. A year ago, upon returning to the capital, she recognized the jade hairpin I wore, which belonged to your mother, and called me aside to inquire about my relationship with her. Chang knelt, trembling as she spoke. It was she who sought your death. The poison of the yellow springs was given to me by her, and it was she who burned your mother's relics. The Princess of Anyang. Jiang Rong recalled their previous encounter in the palace, questioning, what enmity exists between her and my mother? I do not know. I truly do not. I did not dare to inquire. Such a person of her stature commands absolute obedience. When Jiang Rong was in another province, serving as an official, I had never visited the capital. Who knows how your mother incurred the princess's wrath? I was ensnared by your mother as well. I was compelled. Chang, weeping, pleaded for mercy. Ronger, please spare me. Having sold her out at a most favorable price, now facing death, she still feigned innocence, attempting to elicit Jiang Rong's compassion. Jiang Rong regarded her quietly, retrieving a knife from the shadow guard's grasp and plunging it cleanly into Chang's chest. Blood splattered. She turned away, not sparing Chang's corpse another glance, ensuring it was dealt with. Yes, the shadow guards dragged Chang's lifeless body away. Jiang Rong stood alone at the window, staring into the still night, her gaze icy and detached. Young lady, do not be sad. Jade offered a gentle comfort. I'm not sad. From a moment she awoke in this rebirth, she had known she had no family left. In this world rife with betrayal and scheming, she was fortunate to have fiancé. She was grateful that such a person existed, who loved her. The following day, Jade remained quietly vigilant outside, careful not to wake Jiang Rong. Yet, as per her usual routine, Jiang Rong awakened on time. Send for a carriage to the fabric shop. Jiang Rong instructed while seated at her vanity. Jade was taken aback. You wish to review the accounts? Yes, that is precisely why we have come. Jiang Rong replied matter-of-factly. Jade discreetly assessed the young lady and Oppo's demeanor, finding her calm and composed, as if the tearful woman had merely been a figment of her imagination. Events of such magnitude could not simply unfold without consequence. Yet some souls are resilient, refusing to remain anchored in the past. Understood. I shall go procure the carriage. Jade responded cheerily. The young lady regained her spirit, and Jade felt a surge of happiness. Jiang Rong boarded the carriage and proceeded to the two shops to review the accounts. Just as she stepped outside, she sensed a chilling atmosphere. The streets were swarming with soldiers conducting searches. Chapter 40. She has only 3 days left. Fiancé, go inquire about what has transpired in the town, Jiang Rong said, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The body of Chang was disposed of overnight outside the town, leaving no trace behind. The officials could not trace it back to them. Fiancé, feeling a pang of anxiety, hurried back to report, Your Grace, it is unrelated to us. I heard someone has stolen a treasure from the Xie gang, and they have reported it to the authorities. Nearby towns are under lockdown and being searched. The Xie gang, having prospered through transport, is backed by influential families in Jiangdong and boasts immense wealth, being one of the prominent merchants in the realm. Is that so? Jiang Rong nodded slightly. If it had nothing to do with her, then there was no need to intervene. They say it is a miraculous herb, something called lawn. Fiancé chattered on. Cold spring orchid? Jiang Rong's eyes flickered. Yes, that's its name. Fiancé nodded eagerly. Your Grace truly possesses vast knowledge. This was the second miraculous herb brought back by Xie in her past life. What was the current situation? The Xie gang? The thieves? Had events diverged from her previous life? Regardless, her first priority was to locate the cold spring orchid. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze to the red mark on her wrist, realizing she had only 3 days until her deadline. A plain carriage trotted along. Inside, Jiang Rong dipped her finger into the tea water and sketched intersecting streets on the low table. She meticulously mapped out the towns that the officials were searching. The most likely hiding place for the culprit was the mountain temple north of Maple Leaf Town. "Your Grace, we have arrived," Fei Zue gently announced as she lifted the curtain of the carriage. Jiang Rong picked up a handkerchief to wipe the water stains from the table, then stepped down from the carriage, gazing at the bustling temple, her eyes sweeping over the surroundings. "Let's pay our respects." After offering incense and donating a sum for the temple's upkeep, the priest generously allowed Jiang Rong to wander about. "Your Grace, I've checked every room in the back of the mountain temple, and there is no one," reported the Dark Guard. Jiang Rong pondered for a moment, her gaze landing on a monk carrying vegetarian meals, and said, "To the woodshed." In the county office of Maple Leaf Town, an elder announced, "I have sealed off the entire Maple Leaf Town. We will surely capture this thief who stole the herb." He looked at the well-dressed man before him with a fawning expression. The second in command of the Xie gang shook his head. "He may not even be in your Maple Leaf Town. The priority is to seal off several key checkpoints, and of course to search the town thoroughly." This transaction with the Wanjin merchants was personally overseen by their leader, who had already dispatched men to the neighboring Red Flower Town. That was the direction the thief was most likely to escape, and the surrounding towns were merely precautionary measures to prevent the thief's escape. "Rest assured, I will investigate every corner of Maple Leaf Town." The Wanjin merchants' escort team arrived at Maple Leaf Town. "Young master, the leader of the Xie gang has gone to Red Flower Town. The thief likely fled there," the chief steward reminded. He never expected that a traitor would infiltrate their ranks and steal the miraculous herb just a day before the transaction. Thus, the two major merchant groups pursued the thief from Lingzhou all the way to the outskirts of the capital. He sensed that his young master had been in a foul mood lately, an unsettling pressure enveloping them, even in close proximity. "To the mountain temple," Lingxi commanded, his voice icy and devoid of unnecessary elaboration. The Xie gang, a group of fools, had allowed their treasure to be stolen, and promptly sealed off the information, giving the thief ample opportunity to escape. Otherwise, he would not have been searching for so long without success. Only 3 days remained. He had to find a cold spring orchid. In the woodshed of the mountain temple, Chu Ju removed his mask and sighed in relief. His 3 months of undercover work in the Xie gang, where he had achieved notable feats, had finally granted him the opportunity to infiltrate their treasury and retrieve the royal treasure that had been lost. Chu Ju looked at the brocade box before him, a smirk of pride playing on his lips as he fiddled with the intricate lock adorning the box. This was an impenetrable mechanism lock. If forced open, it would explode, destroying its contents. Only one who knew the unlocking code could open it. This lock was specifically designed to safeguard valuable items, and a common thief could never breach it. Yet, as a master of mechanisms, he had spent 7 days in a desperate escape, and today he was finally ready to unlock it, filled with self-satisfaction. Chu Ju released the final mechanism. A click echoed as the lock sprang open. He opened the brocade box, a triumphant laugh escaping him as he thought of reclaiming the national treasure. His father would surely bow before him. However, the next moment he froze, staring at the solitary herb lying quietly within the box. It was a dried, orchid-like herb, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. "What is this?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Where is the national treasure I sought? What is this worthless herb? Xie gang, are you jesting with me? You sealed this mediocre herb with 16 locks? Is this the lifeblood of your entire gang?" Chu Ju felt a surge of indignation, utterly unable to comprehend. The national treasure was a priceless artifact of the Daxia dynasty, having been stolen recently. This matter was confidential, and the emperor had entrusted it to his most trusted lieutenant at the Mingxin division. As a covert officer of the Mingxin division, renowned for his martial prowess and expertise in disguise and mechanism, Chu Ju had been assigned this secret mission primarily because the lieutenant was his father. Various clues pointed towards the Xie gang, to prevent them from destroying the treasure. The Mingxin division had opted for a covert approach rather than a direct seizure. Chu Ju never anticipated that he would go through all this trouble only to end up with an herb. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the door burst open, and several masked dark guards stormed in, countless swords pointed at his forehead. "I am from Mingxin division," Chu Ju immediately declared. He had refrained from revealing his identity to the officials earlier because the matter concerning the treasure had to remain confidential. However, now that he realized he had taken the wrong item, he had no desire to escape. He openly declared his identity, knowing that neither the Xie gang nor the authorities would dare to act against the emperor's personal guards of the Mingxin division. Yet, before he could finish his statement, a brick struck his head with a resounding thud. As Chu Ju's mind buzzed from the impact, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a masked woman with strikingly beautiful, watery eyes as his vision faded. "Your Grace, this person claims to be from the Mingxin division. Did you just knock him out?" Prince Xie exclaimed in shock. "To prevent him from using the herb to threaten us, it is indeed more prudent for him to lie down." Jiang Rong replied calmly as she tucked the brocade box away. "I did not quite catch what he said. He is merely a thief. We are apprehending thieves, which is a matter of upholding justice. Let us return at once." Chapter 41. My lord, long time no see. Emerald eyes sparkled with curiosity. Despite an underlying sense that something was amiss, the words of the young lady of the air resonated with undeniable logic. The mountain god temple is surrounded. An urgent report came from Dark One. Jiang Rong was taken aback. Who? The soldiers did not suspect this location. The captain of the Mingxin division indeed possessed some skill. In the next moment, a line of black-clad guards surged in from all directions, arrows drawn and aimed at the woodshed. Amongst the throng of armored soldiers stood a masked gentleman in dark attire. He was tall and poised, exuding an aura of cold ferocity, akin to a beast poised to strike, filled with murderous intent. "Surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life," the head steward shouted hoarsely. Xie glanced toward the woodshed, his eyes momentarily widening. A fainted man lay on the ground, and though the masked woman and her companions were disguised, the shadow guards were all his people. How could he not recognize them? Bursting in with lethal intent, he was met with the sight of his wife cradling the cold spring orchid, innocently gazing at him. Both the person and the medicine were in good condition. The murderous resolve in Xie's heart dissipated instantly. Jiang Rong regarded the suddenly intruding masked gentleman, a sense of familiarity washing over her. The fierce aura he exuded faded upon their first eye contact, clearly indicating recognition. Had she not intervened, the cold spring orchid would have fallen into his hands. It was a confrontation. Chong had mentioned that the Wanjin Trading Company had ruined her business. There is only one person in this world who would seek vengeance for her and find the medicine to save her. The answer lay before her. Jiang Rong looked at the masked man, who seemed entirely unrelated to the usual Xie, her eyes sparkling. "My lord," the head steward nearly chuckled. "Do you think calling him Andamp, Oppos, my lord Andamp, Oppos, will save you? Our young master is not one to indulge in the company of women." Yet in the next moment, he watched in astonishment as his cold and ruthless master paused and commanded, "Lower your bows." The black-clad guards collectively fell silent for a moment, then retreated a step after lowering their weapons. The head steward's smirk froze on his face, utterly dumbfounded. What? Calling him my lord truly worked? "My lord, long time no see." Jiang Rong beamed, bounding toward him with the cold spring orchid in her arms. Xie was accustomed to her leaps and effortlessly caught her in his embrace. Nevertheless, confusion lingered in his heart. He could recognize Jiang Rong because she was surrounded by his people. But how did she recognize him? In this guise? No one from the northern Prince Andamp, Oppos' residence could identify him. The next day, Xie returned to his usual attire, rejoining the entourage led by Shao Nanqing. No one knew that he had been acting under a different identity these past few days. Jiang Rong also donned the attire of a young lady of the air, returning to the capital openly alongside him. "Your ladyship, the medicine has been prepared. Please partake." Shao Nanqing presented the concoction brewed from the cold spring orchid. Jiang Rong accepted the potion and drank it in one go. "You're already aware?" Xie regarded her, his gaze complex. The shadow guards had reported Jiang Rong's recent activities to him. Indeed, Jiang Rong nodded obediently. Emerald quickly presented a bag of sugar cubes. These were specially sent by the young master, who instructed Jingzhe to purchase them in town. They may not be as exquisite as those in the capital, but they are quite sweet and can alleviate the bitterness of the medicine. The young master did not intend to conceal this. "It was merely that you were raised under the care of the Chong family. We feared you might not believe us and suspect ulterior motives, hindering your treatment." Xiao Nanqing hastily explained. The young master is wholly devoted to your rescue. We hope you understand. Jiang Rong popped a sugar cube into her mouth, the sweetness spreading across her tongue, and nodded earnestly. I am aware. In her past life, Xie had forced her to take medicine she was reluctant to drink, explaining the poison of Huangquan. She had not believed him at the time, as the medicine had been administered against her will. It was only when the poison manifested, and Xie exchanged his life for hers, that she realized she truly had been poisoned, yet still fell victim to the deceit of the Chong family. She had many regrets and lamented her past choices. Fortunately, Providence had granted her a second chance. Your ladyship, I have a small query. How did you recognize the young master? Is there something amiss with this disguise? For the sake of the young masteress' safety, I wish to see if there are improvements to be made. Xiao Nanqing pondered. Xie turned to Jiang Rong, equally curious. The young masteress' disguise is impeccable. His voice has changed, and his demeanor is entirely different. You need not worry. I believe no one else could identify him apart from me. Jiang Rong smiled radiantly. The shadow guards and Emerald, all loyal to Xie, had failed to recognize him. But how did you recognize him? Jiang Rong looked at Xie, her eyes slightly curving. It's a secret, because in this world, aside from you, no one else treats me so well. Xie, leader. The Wan Gene Trading Company has already located the Cold Spring Orchid. Their head steward is exceedingly shameless, claiming the rare medicine was their discovery. Had they not intervened, we would not have been able to finalize this deal. Therefore, they request another rare medicine as gratitude. The second deputy leader looked abashed, apologizing. Within the Four Seas Alliance, numerous factions existed, and the chief leader was the head of all factions, hence referred to as the leader. The ailing gentleman hidden beneath a cloak remarked coolly, "What you say holds some truth. I miscalculated. The Mingxin division is rather formidable." The Mingxin division was either capturing people or en route to do so, excelling in both tracking and counter-tracking. They had indeed outmaneuvered him. Had it not been for the intervention of the Wan Gene Trading Company, this medicinal herb would have been lost. This transaction, of course, would not have been completed. Disseminate orders to search for the 9 rare medicines. The ailing gentleman showed no dissent regarding this matter, displaying remarkable forbearance. However, when it came to another issue, his voice turned cold. Do you know who infiltrated the Four Seas Alliance? I failed to notice. I am unaware. The second deputy leader knelt in submission. The dark-clad captain of the Mingxin division. He scoffed, the Emperor's hound, sent by his master to seek treasures. It is rumored that the national treasure of the Great Xia lies hidden within the Four Seas Alliance. The ailing gentleman sneered. The second deputy leader hastily interjected, My lord, that is mere rumor. How could we dare to steal the national treasure? This is a crime that could lead to the annihilation of our clan. I believe they have not erred. The treasure is indeed concealed within the Four Seas Alliance. The ailing gentleman stated coldly, There are spies within the Four Seas Alliance. Someone has plotted against us. Investigate. Yes. The second deputy leader quickly bowed his head. The Wan Gene Trading Company departed. The Four Seas Alliance departed. Chu Ju lay alone in the woodshed, unattended. The Four Seas Alliance, not wishing to offend the court, naturally could not act against him, merely muttering disparaging remarks about the hound behind their backs while the second deputy leader still had to greet him amiably. After a day and night of slumber, Chu Ju stirred awake, a throbbing pain in his head as if struck by a brick. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Indeed, he had been knocked unconscious by a brick. Which little lady dares to strike me? Show yourself. Chu Ju bellowed, scanning the surroundings. Silence reigned. Have they fled? Just wait. The next time we meet, I shall bind you and teach you a lesson. Chu Ju rubbed the bump on his head, fuming as he made his threats. Chapter 42. Chun Kaiwei and Appo's. Death. Chun Kaiwei gazed at the statue of Buddha before her eyes filled with resentment. After a month of fasting, praying at the Water Lotus Temple, copying scriptures, and isolating herself, she felt utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, rumors about her and the eldest son of the Xie family circulated wildly. Just days ago, a few ladies visiting the temple had encountered her, their disdain palpable in their glances, which left her so enraged that she copied several lines of scripture incorrectly. Jiang Rong, just wait until I return to the northern prince's residence. I shall make you pay. She fantasized about how she would deal with Jiang Rong, her expression fierce. Miss Chun, our young master requests to meet you at the rear mountain. A man's voice called from outside. He knows of your intentions towards Jiang Rong and has a plan to discuss with you. Who is your young master? Chun Siwei's demeanor shifted to one of caution. How does he know of my plans against Jiang Rong? You will find out once you come, came the reply. Avoiding the maidservants to keep her scheme hidden from Granny Zhou, Chun Kaiwei quietly made her way to the rear mountain for the rendezvous. The surroundings were silent and deserted. There, she spotted a young man clad in blue, standing alone atop the hill. Shun Wenyuan? Chun Kaiwei was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Wasn't he Jiang Rong's former lover? A multitude of schemes rushed to her mind. If she could ally with Jiang Rong's trusted ex, it might. In the next moment, without uttering a word, Shun Wenyuan shoved her off the cliff. You drug me, intending to ruin my future and drag me down with Jiang Rong. You deserve to die. He watched coldly as Chun Kaiwei tumbled down the precipice. The thought of teaming up with someone as clearly manipulated as Chun Kaiwei had never crossed his mind. Why would he hasten his demise by forming an alliance with a fool? His father was returning to the capital soon. Neither Jiang Rong nor Chun Kaiwei, insignificant nuisances, would obstruct his promising future. At the northern prince's residence, panic ensued. Old lady, our cousin is missing, a maid reported urgently. She was copying scriptures in the temple. But when I went to summon her for dinner, she had vanished. We searched the entire Water Lotus Temple, but to no avail. Granny Zhou rushed back to the residence. Alarmed. What happened? Quickly, mobilize the guards and send out more people to search. A large contingent of guard from the northern prince and Appo's residence was dispatched and eventually discovered Chun Kaiwei and Appo's body at the foot of the Water Lotus Temple mountain. Old lady, our cousin is gone. Granny Zhou returned, sorrow etched on her face. The guards carried a stretcher draped in white cloth. What? The matriarch staggered, nearly fainting. How could this happen? Poor child. Having raised her as a granddaughter, the sudden tragedy struck her deeply. Cousin. I don't believe it, cousin. Sierra Ogio, upon hearing the grim news, rushed forward to unveil the white cloth, revealing Chun Siwei's horrific condition, with a gaping wound on her forehead. Cousin. Sierra Ogio wept inconsolably. The northern prince's residence promptly reported the incident to the authorities. After investigation, it was determined that Chun Kaiwei had likely fallen accidentally from a cliff. No suspects or witnesses were identified, and the case was ultimately closed as an accident. Upon hearing the news, Madame Chun rushed to the residence, wailing, My poor Kaiwei, how could you leave us at such a young age? We have to bury a child before the old. Her husband was Chun Siwei's uncle and a military leader for the Xie family. Although Madame Chun hardly knew her, she wept as if Kaiwei were her own daughter. Madam, let's take the child back and arrange for the funeral. Concubine, Zhao, consoled her. We are all deeply saddened by this tragedy. Granny Xie, overwhelmed by the news, fell ill from grief. The young lady was out on business, leaving affairs in the hands of concubine Zhao for the time being. Having cared for Kaiwei all this time, the northern prince and Appo's residents felt responsible for her untimely demise. They were duty-bound to provide an explanation to the Chun family, given their long-standing loyalty to the royal family. Is this how you treat the offspring of loyal subjects? Madame Chun lamented, tears streaming down her face, filled with reproach. Yet she felt emboldened to voice her grievances, knowing that such matters would not tarnish the reputation of the Chun family, trusted by the old prince. This is indeed a failure on our part. Concubine Zhao regarded her with disdain, aware that her tears were a calculated move for monetary gain. The northern prince's residence was not short on wealth, and Granny Xie genuinely cared for Chun Kaiwei. Following this tragic incident, compensation for the Chun family was inevitable. Alas, if only Jiang Rong hadn't insisted on Kaiwei going to the Water Lotus Temple to pray, this tragedy could have been avoided. Ultimately, the fault lies with our improper arrangements at the northern prince's residence, concubine Zhao hinted. Madame Chun grasped the insinuation, sobbing dramatically. Jiang Rong has caused our Siwei's demise. Oh, my poor Kaiwei. Concubine Zhao listened with satisfaction as she reported back to Granny Xie. Madame Chen's sorrow was palpable. She blamed Jiang Rong for Siwei's fate. Though it may be an accident, had Kai Wei remained in the northern prince's residence, such a misfortune would not have occurred. We can understand the family's grievances. Concubine Zhao deliberately stated, the northern prince's residence bears an undeniable responsibility in this matter. Granny Xie sighed deeply. How could we blame Ronger for this? Old lady, Madame Chun requests an audience, a maid announced. Concubine Zhao secretly chuckled, knowing that Madame Chun was adept at creating a scene. And tears would be most effective in front of Granny Xie. She had already begun to plot. Chen Saiwei's death was fortuitous. It would cast Jiang Rong into the scandal of having caused her cousin's demise. Moreover, with this incident, Jiang Rong would lose her authority over the household. A dual loss in reputation and influence. Indeed, Saiwei's death was perfectly timed. Please, let her in, Granny Xie anticipated Madame Chen's lamentations, feeling a heavy sense of guilt as she offered her a seat. Old lady, Kai Wei has been under the care of the Northern Prince and Appo's residence for over a decade. Their dedication to her was commendable. This child made a mistake and voluntarily went to pray for forgiveness, which was intended as a virtuous act, yet an unforeseen tragedy occurred. Please do not blame the Northern Prince's residence or the young lady. Madame Chun wiped her tears, adding, I have come today to take Kai Wei back for the funeral arrangements. Concubine Zhao was taken aback. Did you not just say otherwise? How could this money-seeking woman suddenly become so understanding? This was unusual. Chapter 43. No wonder the young lady, a quarter of an hour earlier, Jiang Rong's carriage arrived at the Northern Princess residence. Xie went to the office of passers-by to hand over duties, while Jiang Rong and Xiao Nanxing returned to the manor first. Upon entering, they were met with the sound of weeping from the reception hall. The young lady has caused the death of our Kai Wei. My poor Kai Wei. Fei Shui was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. What was happening? The cousin of the Chun family has tragically fallen to her death from a cliff. Now the Chun family is here, lamenting and blaming the young lady for the demise of Miss Chun, reported a timid maidservant. Fei Shui was incredulous. What does this have to do with our young lady? Take me to see Chin Kai Wei, Jiang Rong commanded. The body of the cousin is inside Madame Chun, is crying and holding her. The maidservant cautiously pointed toward the reception hall. Jiang Rong strode into the reception area. A middle-aged woman was seated on the floor, wailing and shouting. A stretcher draped with a white cloth lay nearby. Jiang Rong gently lifted the cloth to reveal Chun Kai Wei, lying peacefully in death. Ah, how deftly Shin Wenyuan has acted, she mused. What are you doing? Who are you? Madame Chin immediately interjected. Do not touch my Kai Wei. I'm Jiang Rong. Upon hearing of my cousin's unfortunate incident, I am truly saddened. Jiang Rong's expression was one of sorrow. Her performance perfectly executed. It is you who has caused my Kai Wei and Appo's death. Madame Chun glared at Jiang Rong in fury, appearing ready to charge at her. Return my Kai Wei to me. Return her. Several maidservants restrained her, preventing her from lunging at Jiang Rong. Madame Chun, please calm down. I feel immense guilt over this unfortunate event. Had I known my cousin would fall from the cliff at Shui Lian Yuan, I should have insisted she return to the Chun family instead of allowing her to go there. Jiang Rong feigned deep sorrow. I had even considered inviting my cousin's younger brother to the manor to serve as a junior officer. But now, it seems best to reconsider. If any further mishaps occur, how shall I explain them to the Chin family? You speak of my younger brother, Madam. Chin's anger instantly froze, replaced by confusion. Which younger brother do you mean? Of course, I refer to your son. As far as I know, all the male members of the Chun family have gone to the northern frontier to serve in the military, leaving only a young cousin at home. Jiang Rong spoke with a cordial demeanor. I had thought to let him serve as a 7th-rank officer in the ceremonial guard, as he is family to the young master. And such a trusted position should naturally be filled by one of our own. She had dealt with Madame Chun in her previous life. This woman was aggressive, valuing money over honor. Yet, it must be said that with all the male members of the Chun family at the northern frontier, the matriarch would need to be somewhat assertive to uphold her family standing. In her previous life, the Chin family had remained steadfastly loyal to the Xie family, sacrificing everything for the nation, ultimately leading to their demise. Jiang Rong harbored disdain for Chun Kai Wei, yet bore no ill will toward the Chin family. On the contrary, she felt a deep respect for the soldiers who had shown unwavering loyalty to their country. Madame Chun had indulged her son, preventing him from going to war, thus raising him to be a frivolous idler. But when the old prince fell and both the Xie and Chun families suffered devastating losses, this once indolent young man matured overnight, taking on the heavy burdens of his father and brothers. In his first battle, he fell on the battlefield, and thus the bloodline of the Chun family was extinguished. In Tales, the wayward son returns is an uncomplicated theme. It seems that as long as he is willing to turn back, he can conquer all. Yet reality is harsh. How could a dandy bear the weight of a military legacy? Those 10 years were filled with bitter hardships, soaked in blood and tears. Jiang Rong lowered her gaze, memories cascading through her mind. The year following Xielingxi's coma, the old prince was murdered on his way back to the capital. The third year saw the northern frontier fall, with the Xie family army choosing death over surrender, resulting in their complete annihilation. The Xie family, once a prestigious military clan, was plunged into mourning. The old matriarch rallied to restore the family, distributing aid and rebuilding the Xie army. Facing external invasions and internal power struggles, they fought to protect the crumbling empire of the Xie. It was a tragedy, and everyone was suffering immensely. Jiang Rong vowed never to let history repeat itself. Your foresight is commendable, young lady. My son Guangzong is indeed a cousin to the young master. He is ever loyal to the young master. Madame Chun swiftly shifted her tone, a warm smile gracing her face. However, upon catching sight of Chun Kaiwei's body, she struggled to suppress her smile. Alas, this incident with Kaiwei is not your fault. She was simply careless. Young lady, please do not blame yourself. Madame Chun was already exasperated over her son. The Chun family was a military clan, yet she couldn't bear to send her son to the battlefield, thus hindering his path to valor. Chen Guangzong was also disinclined towards study. While other members of the Chun family had become officers, her son, as the legitimate heir, remained unaccomplished, which was a source of concern for her. The northern prince's residence followed protocol, and the captaincy of the ceremonial guard was a most favorable position. The ceremonial guard, as the name implies, was a retinue for the young master. Yet, a 7th-rank official of a certain rank would also serve as a confidant. Once the young master ascended to royalty, her son would naturally rise with him, ensuring a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Entrusting Guangzong to the northern prince's residence would be a decision made with complete confidence. If he encounters any mishaps, they will be solely of his own making. Young lady, please do not concern yourself. Madame Chun continued, inquiring eagerly, when can Guangzong join the ceremonial guard? Whenever Madame wishes, he may join at any time, Jiang Rong assured her, then added, your grandmother must be feeling quite distressed. I implore you to offer her some comfort. Leave it to me, of course, Madame Chun promptly replied. Within Sungha Hall, concubine Zhao looked on in disbelief. Madame Chun, you just accused the young lady of causing Kaiwei's death. That was merely my moment of sorrow. I spoke in haste. Upon reflection, how could I possibly blame the young lady? I have heard whispers regarding this incident within the Chun family. The child was simply careless, and seeking blessings was entirely appropriate. The young lady acted without fault. Madame Chun's demeanor shifted entirely, showering praise upon the old matriarch. Who wouldn't he envy such a virtuous granddaughter-in-law? Concubine Zhao was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. And genuine, Fei Shui discreetly gathered information and returned a report. Madame Chun praised you like a blooming flower. Such a fickle person. You should be cautious around her. Though she has her own motives, she is not a malicious person. Jiang Rong waved her hand dismissively. When a young master returns, I will ask him to come over to discuss matters regarding the ceremonial guard. Typically, such mundane matters are decided by the matriarch. You need only make the arrangements. The young master never involves himself in household affairs. Fei Shui hurriedly replied, of course. Jiang Rong smiled lightly. I wish to borrow some of my husband's men to make certain arrangements. Fei Shui appeared confused. Isn't it just the ceremonial guard? Aren't they simply the young master's attendants? What arrangements could possibly be necessary? Madame Chun took Chun Kaiwei's body home. The mourning period lasted for 7 days, and after the 7th day, Chun Kaiwei was laid to rest, bringing this chapter to a close. Meanwhile, Chun Guangzong officially became a 7th-rank officer in the ceremonial guard. Chapter 44. Who would like to try? Quite amusing, Chun Guangzong, accompanied by a throng of companions, marched grandly towards the northern Wangfu. Brother Guangzong, is it truly appropriate for us, who have not joined the Yue division, to accompany you? One of his friends inquired. Indeed, will the old dowager not chase us away? Chimed in another. The speakers were Chun Guangzong's jovial companions, all dandy offspring of the military families affiliated with the northern Wangfu, who often indulged in merriment together. Now serving as a lieutenant in the Yue division, Guangzong had brought his friends along. What's there to fear? I am now the captain of the Yue division. Isn't it only right to recruit a few capable subordinates? Chun Guangzong boasted, patting his chest with an air of bravado. Brothers share blessings, and having attained the rank of 7th-grade lieutenant, I can certainly assign you some personal guards. How noble of you, Brother Guangzong. Jiang Rong clapped his hands in delight. Li Si hesitated slightly, stating, we are all scions of military families. It's acceptable to mingle. But bringing along 2 maidservants, is that truly appropriate? Chun Guangzong had 1 maiden nestled on each side, his most cherished concubine maids. As the captain of the Yue division, I have the authority to decide whom to recruit, he declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. Upon reaching the side gate of the northern Wangfu, they were greeted by the waiting Emerald, who said, the personal guards of the Yue division are requested to proceed to the villa in the western part of the city. The young lady has instructions. Oh, are we having a welcoming banquet? How overly gracious. Chun Guangzong chuckled, leading his entourage to the villa in the city's west. The villa had long stood vacant, but today it was secured by a group of black-clad guards. These guards were elite soldiers tasked with ensuring the safety of the Wangfu. Jingzhe, stationed at the gate, glanced over Chun Guangzong and his companions without barring their entry. After they had entered, he solemnly commanded, close the gate. 2 guards swiftly approached, shutting the heavy door with a resounding thud and locking it. The atmosphere is rather grave. It feels almost like being imprisoned. Chun Guangzong remarked with a dry laugh as they made their way to the training ground. A woman clad in exquisite silk stood poised atop a platform. Who are these individuals? Jiang Rong inquired, scanning the group of dandy youths. Chun Guangzong, believing himself to be above reproach as the cousin of the heir, boasted, these are all offspring of military families under the northern Wangfu. As the captain of the Yue division, it is my duty to recruit some personal guards. The selection of personal guards should rightfully be made by the heir and his lady. Who are you to presume such authority? Jingzhe reprimanded coldly. Jiang Rong, however, smiled gently, saying, as long as you all wish to join the Yue division and serve as the heir and oppos, as personal guards, I will ask one question first. Are you all volunteering to join? Of course. We are willing to serve the northern Wangfu. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others eagerly responded. The personal guards of the Wangfu held a minimum rank of 8th grade, enjoying titles without having to face the battlefield, which certainly lent them an air of prestige. Very well, then you shall all stay, Jiang Rong said warmly, glancing at the 2 maidservants. And these 2? We are from the Yue division. Having a few lovely maidens among a group of gentlemen is far more pleasing to the eye, Chun Guangzong argued. He merely found the prospect of standing guard tedious and wanted the maids to attend to him. That is quite a reasonable point, Jiang Rong replied with a knowing smile. Then let them stay for now. Chun Guangzong beamed with pride, and seeing this, the other dandy youths relaxed, whispering among themselves about bringing their own maidservants along. From this day forth, you are all members of the Yue division, serving as personal guards to the heir. For your safety and that of the heir, we shall commence some special training here, Jiang Rong announced, her voice calm and measured. Jingzhe, you will be responsible for their training. Training for what? We are merely a ceremonial guard, Chun Guangzong protested, having come merely to idle about. He was not one to endure hardship. When assassins come to kill, they will not spare you simply because you are a ceremonial guard, Jiang Rong replied coolly. When the heir travels to the northern frontier, the enemy will not refrain from attacking you simply because you are a ceremonial guard. Chun Guangzong immediately retorted, the heir would never go to the northern frontier. It is impossible for us to ever go there. Jiang Rong remained silent, observing him. But you did go to the northern frontier in your past life, and before leaving, You lamented having wasted time without learning how to be a commander. It is only when the building is on the verge of collapse that one realizes regret. Jingzhe had already received Jiang Rong's instructions and announced, "Form ranks and follow me to practice." "I refuse." Chun Guangzong plopped down on the ground, his demeanor one of indifference. "I did not come here to suffer. I came to enjoy life," Jingzhe coldly stated in the northern Wangfu. "Disobeying military orders is punishable by military law. Go ahead, strike me. Do you dare to hurt me? Just imagine how you will explain it to the Chun family." Chun Guangzong boasted, utterly unafraid. Jiang Rong, unperturbed, said, "Injuring you would hinder training and impede progress. Bring forth the water barrel." Two black-clad guards carried a large water barrel to the training ground, promptly lifting Chun Guangzong. "What are you doing?" "I am the legitimate son of the Chun family." "My father is." Before he could finish, Jiang Rong swiftly pressed his neck, submerging his head into the water barrel. Gurgle, gurgle. The dandy youths gasped in shock at the scene before them. Even if your father were here, he would not intervene. "Would you prefer to write him a letter, asking him to return to support you?" Jiang Rong said leisurely as she pulled Chun Guangzong out of the barrel. "Will you follow military orders?" Cough, cough, cough. Chun Guangzong's face turned crimson as he sputtered, "I quit. I want to go home. Hurry, notify my mother." Gurgle, gurgle. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Rong plunged him back into the barrel. This time, the duration was prolonged, and Chun Guangzong felt as if he were nearing death. He had never been so close to death before. Drowning was indeed a painful experience. Chun Guangzong never thought Jiang Rong would truly dare to kill him. He wished to plead for mercy, to beg her to save him, but the water rushed into his mouth, choking him as he gasped for air, unable to utter a single word. His frantic struggles were futile. Just when he thought he would perish, Jiang Rong finally pulled him out. "Will you follow military orders?" she asked once more, her tone steady. Her delicate fingers still gripped the back of his collar, seemingly waiting for him to deny her, eager to submerge him again. "I will cough, cough, cough. I will listen." Chun Guangzong nearly exhausted himself to reply, coughing violently but still eager to respond, fearing that a moment's delay would lead Jiang Rong to plunge him back into the water. Jiang Rong feigned disappointment, releasing her grip and turning to the others with a radiant smile. "Who else would like to try? It's quite amusing." Chapter 45. She can do whatever she wishes. The group of young scions trembled in fear, silenced by the presence of Chun Guangzong, who appeared to have narrowly escaped death. Who would dare to challenge him? The young masters were inherently soft-hearted. Their subordinates resolutely obeyed military orders. Everything was at their command. Indeed, the young lady instructed them to go east, and they would not dare venture west. Zhang San and Li Si pledged their loyalty one after another. Jiang Rong and Apos. S lips curved slightly as she addressed Jingzhe. "This task is entrusted to you." "Understood." Practicing punches, standing in place, and weight-bearing squats. Jingzhe rigorously trained Chun Guangzong and the others according to the daily regimen of the black-clad guards. Meanwhile, the two maidservants brought by Chun Guangzong were temporarily assigned to the kitchen. By the time lunch arrived, Chun Guangzong and his companions were utterly exhausted, sprawled on the ground, unwilling to move. Others were free to dine. Jiang Rong cast a glance at Chun Guangzong and said, "Captain Chun, repeat the training twice more." "Why? Are you targeting me?" Chun Guangzong shouted in anger, but upon meeting Jiang Rong and Apos, as calm gaze, his voice faltered, and he lamented, Why must I train more?" "Young lady, do you misunderstand my capabilities? I truly cannot continue." Jiang Rong smiled at him, reminding him of his responsibility as the captain of the ceremonial guards to protect those he had chosen. "Those two maidservants are delicate and weak. If you do not train twice more, how will you protect them? Or do you intend to flee at the first sign of danger, leaving them to fend for themselves? A commander must be accountable for the lives of their soldiers. You brought them into the ceremonial guards, so you must possess the strength to safeguard them." "I was wrong. I will have them withdraw. Let them go." Chun Guangzong pleaded earnestly. Jiang Rong smiled. A commander's word must be as binding as a promise. How can one expect loyalty from subordinates if orders are changed at whim? Should they wish to withdraw, they may do so, but only after a month. Should they fail the assessment, I will naturally let them return. Until then, You must repeat the training twice. Chun Guangzong felt darkness envelop him, despairing. Being a commander is too difficult. I am merely a scion. Must I really become a general? Jiang Rong replied nonchalantly to the water tank. No, no, no. My greatest ambition is to be a great general. I thank the young lady for her unwavering support. I shall train diligently and not disappoint your expectations. I will start training immediately. Upon hearing the words start training, Chan Guangzong leapt up as if revived from the dead, laughing uproariously. I am not tired. I'm not tired at all. I love to train. The other young scions were terrified and stood obediently in line to fetch their meals, filled with trepidation. Thank goodness I didn't bring any maidservants. Brother Guangzong's laughter is more pitiful than a cry. Is he losing his mind? Whoa, I feel like I'm losing my mind too. Speaking of which, the young lady mentioned that as long as one does not pass the assessment, they can withdraw. If we slack off and practice half-heartedly, can we escape her clutches? Thus, the next day, the lackadaisical Zhang San and Li Si accompanied Chun Guangzong in additional training. Jingzhe coldly stated, the young lady has decreed that anyone caught slacking shall face additional penalties until they are deemed competent. The young scions exclaimed, help! Parents, come save your son! In the North Prince Xie mansion, at the Mo Yin studio, the young scions were clearly arranged by the young lady. I haven't even had the chance to use the 18 poisons I prepared. Xiao Nanqing reported with a smile to Xie. Xie, concerned that Jiang Rong might not be able to reign in the scions, instructed Xiao Nanqing to be on standby, ready to suppress them under his name if necessary. This group of young scions held a deep fear of Xie. After all, scions are not afraid of their parents or the authorities, but they do fear scions who are even more formidable than themselves. Coincidentally, Xie is precisely such an existence. Now, they had one more person to fear. You do not know. The young lady pushed Chun Guangzong into the water tank with such decisiveness that it left everyone around in shock. Xiao Nanqing exclaimed in awe. Xie glanced at the go board on the table, seemingly indifferent. Yet, as he picked up a piece, he pondered quietly. Jiang Rong seems to understand the art of military training. Who has she learned from? Oh, his intelligence network is indeed filled with incompetence. I fear these individuals will return home, and each family will come crying to the Wang mansion, seeking an explanation. Xiao Nanqing murmured, if they come home complaining, they will surely want to know why they were treated this way. Xie finally lifted his gaze from the board, speaking slowly, since she has made such arrangements. She must have a backup plan. After a pause, he added, if they come knocking, simply inform them that it was my arrangement. Let us see who dares to seek justice from me. Xiao Nanqing thought to himself, who doesn't he know that you are the most unreasonable in the capital? Naturally, no one would dare come to you for a grievance. You claim the young lady has a backup plan, yet you're already considering how to handle the aftermath for her. Whatever the young lady wishes to do, you support her unconditionally. The more one appears detached and disinterested in women, the more fervently he pursues when he chooses to engage. It is boundless and uncontainable. In the capital, at the residence of Princess Anyang, you said the poison of the Yellow Springs was incurable. It has already been several days past the deadline. How is Jiang Rong still alive? Princess Anyang glared furiously at the middle-aged scholar before her. When Jiang Rong had just returned to the North Prince Xie mansion, she had been quite pleased, eagerly awaiting Jiang Rong's demise. Yet, day after day, Jiang Rong remained vibrant and lively. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Based on the intelligence gathered by my subordinates over the past few days, we have come to a possible conclusion. It is highly likely that Xie has used the 9 extraordinary herbs to prolong her life. Your Highness, the poison of the Yellow Springs can only be countered by the 9 extraordinary herbs, yet gathering all 9 is an impossible task. Thus, the poison is universally recognized as fatal. The scholar bowed and reported, recently, the transaction between the Wanjin Trading Company and the Sihai Gang has stirred quite a commotion. It is rumored that the traded herbs include one of the 9 extraordinary herbs, the Cold Spring Orchid. If all goes well, this herb has been purchased by the North Prince Xie mansion. The North Prince Xie mansion is as wealthy as a nation, and with Xie and Appos as financial power, it would be understandable for him to secure 2 of the extraordinary herbs for Jiang Rong and Appos as temporary survival. Nevertheless, even so, gathering all 9 extraordinary herbs remains an impossible feat. Calm your anger, Your Highness. According to medical texts, 2 extraordinary herbs can extend life for half a year. After 6 months, Jiang Rong will undoubtedly perish. Princess Anyang snorted coldly, unwilling to allow that wretched woman to live another 6 months. The scholar secretly scoffed. You should have simply poisoned Jiang Rong with arsenic. You found her death too swift and not satisfying enough, opting instead for this most vicious and torturous poison. Now you find her death too slow. My subordinate did not anticipate that Xie would become infatuated with Jiang Rong, searching for medicine to treat her. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, Your Highness. The scholar internally grumbled while outwardly expressing utmost respect and contrition. Xie, thwarted my plans. Princess Anyang and Appo's eyes glinted coldly, and a sudden realization struck her. She began to smile. How did I not see it before? This is even more interesting. No matter how vicious the poison, it can only torment her temporarily. Only Xie can strike at her heart. Arrange for someone to seduce Xie. I want him to abandon her after starting the affair. Chapter 46. The renowned minister Song Hung, the scholar, received the order. Contemplating that Xie was merely a debauched dandy enamored with women, which was rather easy to handle. Additionally, he was instructed to seek out the 9 rare herbs. Although it was improbable for Jiang Rong to gather all 9, this palace would feel more secure if even one could be destroyed. A flicker of coldness passed through the eyes of Princess Anyang. Indeed, the scholar withdrew. Once he departed, only Princess Anyang remained in the room. A cold smile curled her thin lips. Ling Yang, your daughter may live for another 6 months. Are you pleased? I wish for her life to be filled with torment and suffering, just as mine has been. After arranging matters with the Imperial Guard, Jiang Rong returned to the Golden Jade courtyard. The young lady, Qianyang, has come to pay her respects, reported Fei. Invite her in. Since Jiang Rong had provided a sum of silver, Qianyang had been diligently preparing a bookstore as per the young lady's instructions. After nearly a month of effort, everything was finally ready. She came to report. Young lady, all matters concerning the study are in order. The study is located on the somewhat secluded Qingshi Street. It is quite spacious, with the bookstore elegantly decorated and well-stocked. The back courtyard houses a printing workshop. Everything is prepared, and we are ready for business. Please inquire nearby for 2 talented scholars proficient in writing. Hire them, and I will explain their specific duties in person, Jiang Rong instructed. Their monthly salary should be double that of ordinary scribes. Though Qianyang was somewhat puzzled by Jiang Rong's intentions, she respectfully accepted the order. It was common for wealthy families to employ scholars for document-related matters, yet she was uncertain about the purpose of such hires for the bookstore. After Qianyang left, Fei promptly bowed and remarked, if the young lady seeks skilled scribes, there are indeed a few within the Wang residence. No need for that. Simply search in the vicinity. Jiang Rong truly needed 2 scribes, but it was also a chance to fish for talent, hoping to catch someone exceptional. Song Hung, a future renowned minister of the Great Xia dynasty, resided near Qingshi Street. It was said that he lost both parents to illness at a young age, depleting their savings on medical care, and his once affluent family fell into ruin. He survived by writing letters, hauling sandbags at the docks, and working menial jobs at taverns. And there were rumors that his striking beauty almost led him to be deceived into a brothel as a male courtesan. Despite such hardships, he managed to place among the last few in the imperial examination. He had not attended private schools, but learned from the 4 books and 5 classics left by his father, showcasing remarkable talent. Due to his low ranking and lack of connections in court, Song Hung was assigned to a desolate border county as a magistrate, a post no one else desired. However, he possessed astonishing governance skills and maintained incorruptibility. Regardless of where he served, he benefited the people, gradually rising through the ranks to become the youngest minister of the 6 ministries. He was a rare advocate for military action among civil officials. Ultimately, under the accusations of political rivals, he was wrongfully imprisoned and died on charges of corruption, and upon his death, his family was searched. Yet not 100 taels of silver could be found. This man was upright and loyal, difficult to be swayed, yet he valued relationships deeply. Jiang Rong did not wish to employ him, but sought to establish a benevolent connection. The previous northern prince and Appo's residents had always remained aloof, but what was the outcome? When the bird is hunted, the bow is put away. She needed her own influence in the court to safeguard the northern prince and Appo's residents. The advocates for military action naturally aligned with her interests, serving as potential allies. Of course, this initial endeavor might not yield the desired result. It was merely an appetizer. Her true bait had yet to be cast. Even if this attempt did not ensnare him, he would inevitably present himself in the future. The next day, Xiaonyang entered with a thick stack of Xian paper. Young lady, after he spread the news, many individuals have come to apply. These are their self-recommendation letters. I suspect even more will come as the news circulates. Jiang Rong perused the letters one by one. Before long, she spotted a familiar name, Song Hong. His handwriting was exquisite, flowing like clouds and water, remarkably beautiful. Among this stack of submissions, his composition stood out, reflecting his potential as a future scholar. Jiang Rong extracted his piece and selected another with notable eloquence, stating, "These two shall suffice. Let them come to the study to meet me tomorrow." Understood. Song Hong, clad in a long, faded robe, stood before the Wan study. This was his most presentable attire. He had spent the previous day hauling sandbags at the docks, and even a month's wages paled in comparison to a fraction of what the study offered. He needed this job. If he secured this position, he could repay his family and Appo's remaining debts within 6 months. When his father fell gravely ill, he borrowed a sum from his uncle for medicine. Although the interest was high, it was still better than the exorbitant rates charged by loan sharks. After 3 years of repayment, he was nearing the completion of his obligation. The study was serene and elegant. The plaque inscribed with the words Wan study was written in a style that evoked admiration, likely crafted by a master calligrapher. The study had yet to officially open. Standing at the counter was a modestly dressed woman, beaming with warmth and devoid of any haughtiness typical of a wealthy household and Appo's steward. "Young master has arrived. Please take a seat. My master will be here shortly," Xiaonyang greeted upon noticing him. "Thank you," Song Hong replied as he settled in the study. A servant brewed a pot of hot tea and brought over some pastries. "You come a bit early. Please enjoy some tea while you wait," Xiaonyang smiled. Song Hong, feeling slightly awkward, replied, "I might have arrived a little too early." The fragrant pastries enticed him, having dined only once the previous day, but he firmly restrained himself, maintaining a composed posture. After a while, an elderly scholar with a white beard entered. "Mr. Zhou, please take a seat," Xiaonyang welcomed him. The old scholar, somewhat prideful, nodded and lazily sat down. He had previously served as a tutor for wealthy families, and were it not for his current financial strain and the high salary offered by the study, he might not have visited such a small establishment in a poor area like Qingshi Street. Suddenly, a loud voice from outside announced, "The young lady has arrived." Xiaonyang promptly stood to welcome her, and the maids bowed in greeting. "The young lady is well. The 2 scholars have already arrived." "The young lady, Mr." Zhou sprang up from his seat in disbelief, turning his gaze toward the entrance. A procession of royal guards escorted a young woman dressed in a pale yellow skirt adorned with embroidered peonies as she entered. Her every gesture exuded the dignified grace of a noblewoman. This inconspicuous little study surprisingly had ties to the royal family. Mr. Zhou's face instantly brightened with a smile, and he hurriedly bowed, offering a cascade of auspicious greetings. "I pay my respects to the young lady. Wishing you health, happiness, and all the best. May your embroidery flourish, and may you shine like the moon and rise like the sun." Song Hong, taken aback, hadn't he anticipated that the mastermind behind this study was a young lady of the nobility. "I pay my respects to the young lady." Song Hong stood to bow. Not being adept at delivering auspicious phrases, he sincerely wished her well, saying, "I wish you all the best." Chapter 47. The flourishing library. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon Song Hong. Compared to a few years later, the current Song Hong appeared somewhat youthful, around 17 or 18 years of age. However, his calm demeanor mirrored that of the future. He was not as difficult to approach as she had imagined. Rather, he was a courteous young man. Yet in her previous life, Song Hung had no friends in the court, nor did any powerful figures bow to him. His amiability was likely not a reflection of his status, but rather because she had provided him with a task he particularly needed. This was quite plausible. For indeed, one penny can thwart even the most heroic of men. "Please, be seated," Jiang Rong said, retracting her gaze as she took her place at the head of the table, addressing the two of them. "I have invited you both because I intend to publish a book. The first issue is already prepared. From the second issue onward, I require you both to write some articles. I will have someone gather information, and you may select what you deem important or interesting to compose into articles." Zhou Xiaotsai pondered, questioning the nature of this endeavor, but outwardly he replied respectfully, "Rest assured, my lady, I shall fulfill this task diligently." Song Hung silently contemplated. This task was not insurmountable, and he was determined to execute it well. "Additionally, you are responsible for reviewing the content of each issue," Jiang Rong elucidated, and both men immediately bowed in acceptance. Although they had not previously engaged in such work, writing was a simple task for two scholars. "Here is the first issue. You may take a look." Jiang Rong left a copy on the desk. She then glanced at Song Hung once more. "There are many sample books displayed in the outer room. Feel free to peruse them at your leisure." Song Hung was elated. He had always been unable to afford books, and now, working here, he could read them for free. Ordinary bookstores rarely allowed browsing for fear of disarray affecting sales. However, Jiang Rong was unconcerned about such matters. After meeting with Song Hung, Jiang Rong instructed Xionyang to recruit 10 individuals for fieldwork, tasked with gathering news from the capital. One report would be delivered to the library for Song Hung to write articles, while another would go to the northern prince's residence, handed to Prince Xie. "Yes, I shall carry out your orders," Xionyang replied. "The first volume of the book would be printed in 1,000 copies. What shall be the price for this, my lady?" Xionyang inquired. Jiang Rong smiled. "It shall not be sold. Rather, it will be distributed freely to various academies and private schools." "What?" Xionyang exclaimed. "Isn't that a loss?" "The second volume will surely recoup the costs. Once the first volume is seen, there will undoubtedly be demand for the second." Jiang Rong was confident. Good wine does not fear the depth of the alley. Even the finest of works can be slow to discover if one merely waits for others to find them. It is better to present them for all to see. A spacious bamboo pavilion was specially designated as a study for the two of them. Sitting at the desk, Song Hung opened the book. He had intended to proofread it with Zhou Xiaotsai, but Zhou had stepped out to inquire about the library's background. As Song Hung gazed at the title page inscribed with Volume 1 of Qinxiu, he flipped through the pages and was utterly astonished. It was, in fact, a meticulous critique of contemporary essays. In essence, it explained to the candidates of the imperial examination what made a piece of writing commendable or lacking. Such books were not uncommon in the market, yet the writing of this unknown predecessor was remarkably exquisite. For someone like Song Hung, who lacked the guidance of esteemed teachers, reading it once brought him immense insight. He felt capable of composing works several times better than before. This predecessor must possess the talent of a top scholar. After reading through it, he found no signature, leaving him in ignorance of the writer's identity. In the capital, at the Bailu Academy, a few books were displayed at the entrance, bearing the inscription, "First volume of the Wanwan Library's anthology, freely available to all scholars. Take as you please. Free books. How intriguing." A scholar mused, flipping through one. A critique of contemporary essays? No signature. What nameless youth dares to write such a thing? Doesn't he know his own worth? Critiques of contemporary essays were indeed the most sought-after materials by students, intimately connected to their pursuit of the imperial examination. They could hardly disregard such a resource. If a renowned scholar were to elucidate contemporary essays, students would queue from East Street to West Street. Yet, the pivotal question remained. Who was the critic? A newcomer without a reputation. Who would believe him? Some were dismissive, others scoffed. But a few began to examine the book closely. Qi Moyan casually picked up a copy. After all, it was free. There was no harm in a glance. However, as he read on, he found the book quite substantial. Was it merely his illusion? Initially intending to return it, he instead tucked it away, increasingly convinced of its value. "Qi Moyan, you're not actually believing what is written in there, are you?" a classmate teased. "Just taking it home to prop up my table, Chi Moyan replied casually, eliciting laughter. As the bell rang for class, the students bowed and took their seats. Today, the teacher appeared particularly animated. Today, I discovered a remarkable book at the academy entrance, which will greatly benefit your studies. I recommend you all take a look. Today I shall discuss Chinchilla with you. The students gasped. It truly was a good book, although some were oblivious to its significance. The various academies were not devoid of genuinely knowledgeable teachers, and soon they unanimously began to recommend the book. Thus, within a single day, Chinchilla became a sensation in the capital. Many sought to discover the origins of the distributed books, tracing them back to the Northern Prince's residence. A venture of the Northern Prince and Amp, Oppos, as consort. Instantly, the once unknown predecessor was accorded a widely accepted consensus. He was a distinguished scholar employed at great expense by the Northern Prince's household. No wonder Chinchilla garnered such praise even from our teachers. The Northern Prince certainly had the means to engage formidable predecessors. What was the purpose of this consort commissioning a scholar to write such articles? To sell them. Did you not see the note at the back of the book? Stay tuned for the second volume. The second volume was intended for us to purchase. Hurry with the second volume. I shall buy it. To use such remarkable writings merely for profit was indeed a disgrace to scholarship. The Northern Prince was the capital's most notorious dandy. How could a consort so enamored with him be anything admirable? Noble ladies would counsel their husbands, but she was of the same ilk as the prince. Engaging in such ventures was hardly surprising. Who was this predecessor? If only I could study under him, I would not only aspire to be a Jiren, but could even aim for the title of Jinshi. Who could say otherwise? Has anyone investigated the background of this predecessor? The entire capital buzzed with discussion regarding the identity of this mysterious figure. Meanwhile, Jiang Rong leisurely sat in the Jinyuan, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 48. The Notorious Minister. Chi Moyan from a young age, Jiang Rong possessed an ardent love for literature. During the pretense of a deep mother-daughter bond with the Chang family, they would jest that had she been a male, the Jiang family would have produced yet another top scholar. Alas, the imperial examination barred women from participation. But what of it? She could remain in the shadows. Her ambitions for Chinchilla were threefold. Firstly, to generate income. Secondly, to wield influence over public opinion. And thirdly, to attract aspiring scholars to seek her mentorship upon the book's release. In this world, while some scholars eschewed the patronage of the powerful, others willingly embraced it. Jiang Rong understood the value of the former, but, being of noble birth, required the latter to serve her interests. The following day, the Wanwan study was abuzz with activity. Some sought the esteemed scholar for guidance. Others inquired about the release of the second issue, and many lingered in hopes of a fortuitous encounter with the great sage. Creating a lively atmosphere, Xiaonyang presented a thick stack of visiting cards to Jiang Rong, stating, "Esteemed lady." These are requests from those wishing to become disciples of the illustrious Chinchilla. This is an invitation for him to be a guest. Jiang Rong, unbothered by how others referred to her, replied coolly, "Retain the disciple invitations. Set aside the rest." Understood, Xiaonyang respectfully acknowledged, then inquired. Many are asking when the second issue of Amp, Oppos, Chinchilla and Amp, Oppos will be released. That depends on when Song Hung and the others complete their manuscript, Jiang Rong answered. As she perused the disciples and Amp, Oppos letters, each scholar not only penned a heartfelt request, but also included their writings for critique. One by one, Jiang Rong opened them, finding most to be rather mediocre, which was to be expected. It was a harsh truth that talented individuals often emerge from scholarly families. Those from distinguished lineages had mentors guiding them, making it unlikely for them to seek out new allegiances. Even among the gifted sons of humble origins, many had already been courted by noble families. The aristocracy began scouting talent early on, leaving only the less capable among the remaining applicants. Yet one particular piece of writing caught her eye. It was quite exceptional. Jiang Rong nodded in approval, only to find it was signed by Song Hung. Song Hung? She mused, feeling a sense of surprise. Originally, she intended to use Chinchilla as bait to lure him in, knowing well that this solitary man would never ally himself with the Northern Prince's residence. Thus, she planned to hold a lecture at the study, confident he would attend, allowing them to forge an alliance, never truly considering the possibility of recruiting him. As she read his letter of intent, filled with inquiries about the complexities of the first issue, she couldn't help but smile. Song Hung, how delightfully innocent, she thought, unaware of the underlying significance of his request to become a disciple. The esteemed Qianxiu was a scholar of the northern prince's residence, and, as a student, Song Hung would inevitably be linked to that faction. Once he entered the political arena, this would define his origins. Historically, the bond between teacher and student was akin to that of father and son, unbreakable and sacred. However, born into a humble family with limited experience, Song Hung remained oblivious to the intricate dynamics of aristocratic politics. He has unwittingly sold himself. Jiang Rong chuckled quietly at the irony. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to keep his letter. A pure-hearted minister had his own path. He may not be the man to execute her will, but she felt compelled to teach him before he matured fully. Continuing to sift through the letters, she soon found another pleasing piece. The eloquence rivaled that of Song Hung. Jiang Rong nodded in approval, yet her expression darkened as she noted the signature, Qi Moyan. She unfolded his humble request to become a disciple. His words were earnest and exceedingly modest, even stating that if he could not gain her favor, he would be content to serve as a mere tea-boy. This was, of course, a transparent ploy to gain entry into the northern prince's residence. With such ambition and such willingness to resort to any means, it was clear he was destined for notoriety. Qi Moyan was the son of Lin Ida, the minister of rights, who had fallen from grace. In 3 years' time, he would excel in the imperial examination, returning to the Lin family to reclaim his heritage. The minister of rights belonged to the faction of the Duke of Duan. Little did anyone suspect that Qi Moyan was a secret pawn of the crown prince, covertly gathering intelligence on the duke's faction. As the crown prince ascended to the throne, Qi Moyan transformed into a powerful minister, serving as the vice minister of the Dali Temple, purging dissenters under the new regime. Not a single member of the duke's faction would escape unscathed. In a demonstration of loyalty to the new emperor, he particularly targeted the Lin family, falsely accusing Lin Ida of treason, leading to the annihilation of the Lin clan. This occurred in the 5th year after the old prince's death, an assassination that remained an unsolved mystery. However, Qi Moyan unearthed the case, fabricating evidence to implicate Lin Ida in collusion with the northern desert, orchestrating the old prince's demise. Jiang Rong had quietly monitored the investigation, aware that the Minister of Rights had no ties to the northern desert. This was a grave miscarriage of justice. Yet, bolstered by the new emperor's power, Qi Moyan distorted the truth, unjustly condemning Lin Ida and his entire lineage. Following this, he schemed against the loyal and virtuous, eliminating countless ministers who opposed his views. Song Hung fell victim to his treachery, as did many of the military families allied with the northern prince. Jiang Rong's expression turned icy as she cast aside his letter. This man deserved death. Perhaps it would be prudent to eliminate him preemptively to avert future troubles. However, at present, Qi Moyan was still merely a scholar, having yet to make any significant moves. Jiang Rong hesitated, then retrieved the discarded letter. It was worth examining the Qi Moyan of a decade past. If he were inherently wicked, it would be wise to eliminate him before he matured, simplifying matters. Jade, please investigate this individual for me, Jiang Rong instructed, handing Qi Moyan and Appo's letter to her. Jade accepted it with solemnity. Rest assured, esteemed lady, I will uncover the truth of his past thoroughly. Outside the capital, in a modest farmhouse enclosed by a simple fence, a woman with fading beauty diligently embroidered. Mother, your eyesight is failing. You should not be stitching, Qi Moyan urged, having taken the embroidery from the woman's hands. Once strikingly beautiful, the years of hardship had left her looking considerably older. One of her once radiant eyes had succumbed to the strain of her labor, leaving her with only one functioning eye. Moyan, your priority must be your studies. Do not let the pursuit of money hinder your chances in the imperial examination. His mother trembled as she grasped his hand. Your father was a successful scholar. You must not fall too far behind. Upon hearing this, Qi Moyan's gaze darkened momentarily. Have you heard any news of my father lately? She inquired with concern. His mother, a woman from Jiangnan and the daughter of a merchant, had been cast out due to an unplanned pregnancy. Fortunately, her deft hands and embroidery allowed her to sustain herself and her son. The gentleman known as Moyen had come from the capital, hailing from a modest family. While visiting Jiangnan, he encountered Qi Moyen's mother, and they fell in love. He promised to return with his parents to propose, urging her to wait for him, but years passed without a word. Chapter 49. A perfect match with the heir Mother Qi has waited year after year at the misty rain bridge they agreed upon. Last year, Qi Moyen persuaded her to travel to the capital in search of her father, and they journeyed thousands of miles to the city. However, they found no trace of him. Qi Moyen replied, his eyes shadowed with uncertainty. Alas, something must have happened. Otherwise, he would have returned to find us by now. Mother Qi sighed deeply, her tone laden with concern. Qi Moyen scoffed inwardly. What could possibly have happened? He had already located that person. The name and address he provided to his mother were mere fabrications. He had never intended for her to find him again. Yet, he had inadvertently left behind a fragrant pouch, embroidered with a pattern that he discovered was the Lin family crest. The Lin family belonged to the aristocracy of the capital, far from the ordinary folk his mother imagined, making it impossible for him to marry a merchant and Appo's daughter. Prior to his journey to Jiangnan, he had already become a significant minister in the cabinet, marrying into the family at such a young age that he had risen to the position of Minister of Rights. Qi Moyen discreetly sought out Lin Ida, hoping to secure justice for his mother. However, he was ruthlessly thrown out, nearly beaten to death. He was determined to excel in the imperial examination, to make a name for himself, and to compel Lin Ida to kneel before him in supplication. A chilling resolve filled Qi Moyen's gaze, yet he could not bring himself to utter the truth to his mother, whose unwavering belief in her impending reunion with Lin Ida had sustained her until now. He did not care for that man, nor did he concern himself with whose son he was. But he cherished only this one mother. Do not worry, you will see him one day. Qi Moyen comforted as he assisted the elderly woman out of the courtyard, skillfully shifting the subject. The sun shines splendidly today. You should bask in its warmth and rest. I am off to a study where a renowned scholar resides. Many seek to apprentice under him, and I hope to seize this opportunity. That is wonderful. Go quickly, Mother Qi exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the mention of her son's scholarly pursuits. She turned to the kitchen, exclaiming, I have steamed some buns for you. Take them if you feel hungry. And do not forget the delicate fan I made with the spring blossoms. Present it to your esteemed elder. Mother, that fan is your labor of love. Qi Moyen protested. I intended to sell it to support your studies. Now, it is the only offering we can afford. As it is an apprenticeship, you must present the most precious gift to demonstrate your sincerity, hoping to gain acceptance, Mother Qi insisted, firmly placing 2 steamed buns and an exquisite sandalwood box into his hands. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he discreetly concealed the box in the wardrobe, carrying only the buns as he departed. The fan was invaluable, crafted with a lost technique known as thousand gold embroidery. Its worth was immense, yet it was labor-intensive. Mother Qi had taken up the embroidery work, sacrificing her eyesight in the process. Now, she could no longer create such intricate pieces, and the spring blossom fan was her final masterpiece. On Qingstone Street, at the Wanwan study, Scholar Zhou took the tasks assigned by the future princess consort very seriously. He had learned that this consort was the apple of the northern prince and Appo's eye. Who would have thought that he, having squandered his life, would find himself entwined with such a powerful figure in his twilight years? He dared not be negligent. As for Song Hung, the stakes were even higher. The two were diligently sifting through information and composing articles when Xingyang returned with the latest directives from the future princess consort. Zhou and Song exchanged glances, resolving to forego sleep that night. Are you up to it, young one? Zhou inquired. I am fine, but what about you, elder? Song replied with a chuckle. Do not underestimate me. I endured 10 years of hardship to become a scholar. A night without sleep is but a trifle, Zhou retorted. What scholar does not yearn for the next issue of Qinxiu? The elder, having surpassed 60, felt an overwhelming urge to pen additional articles, eager to strive for the title of Jinshi. Thus, the following morning, The second volume of Amp, Oppos, Qinxiu and Amp, Oppos, co-written by Zhou and Song, was freshly completed. At Chunfeng Pavilion, a place of indulgence, Xie lounged in a lavish brocade robe on the second floor, idly sipping wine and listening to music. Although it was working hours, as a scion of privilege, he could hardly be expected to remain in the official court. Young master, there have been no updates from the Four Seas gang regarding the rare herbs, and the Wanjing Trading Company has made no progress either, reported Xiao Nanqing. Since the young master had relinquished his study to the future princess consort, their conspiracies could only unfold elsewhere. Xie's gaze remained indifferent as he continued to listen to the melodies, betraying no emotion. Recently, a new force had emerged in the black market, seeking to acquire the 9 rare herbs. Upon investigation, it was revealed to stem from Princess Anyang. Xiao Nanqing looked perplexed. I cannot fathom why she targets the future princess consort. The consort's parents have no enmity with her. In fact, they saved her life during a difficult childbirth. Since the peony banquet, Xie had ordered an investigation into Princess Anyang. However, no connections between her and the consort's parents could be found, save for the life-saving incident. Keep a close watch on the princess's residence and intercept any news, Xie commanded coldly. Yes, Xiao Nanqing acknowledged, having reported the pressing matters. Xiao Nanqing seized the chance to flatter, saying, Young master, the future princess consort is truly remarkable in business. Currently, the entire capital knows of Qinxiu, and countless scholars eagerly await Volume 2. Once published, Wanwan's study will surely reap immense profits. Such a prodigious talent is perfectly suited to you. You are a match made in heaven. The chill in Xie's eyes dissipated somewhat. I believe she desires more than just business. What else does the future princess consort aspire to? Xiao Nanqing inquired, intrigued. Selected literary works, a tool for the imperial examinations. Her ambitions are substantial, Xie remarked with a chuckle. Xiao Nanqing appeared confused. But the future princess consort is merely a woman, even with exceptional talent. She cannot participate in the examinations or hold an official position. How can she aim for the court? At that moment, Jingzhe entered to announce, Master, Feitsue seeks an audience. Yesterday, Chunyang brought back several apprenticeship invitations, and the future princess consort selected one for investigation. Feitsue bowed and reported, I have inquired and discovered that this individual is from Jiangnan, having arrived in the capital last year. Given Jiangnan and Amp, Oppos' distance, I fear there may be discrepancies. So I have come to seek your guidance, young master. This requires outside assistance. I lack the authority, she concluded. Xiao Nanqing paused, taken aback. An apprenticeship invitation? Could it be that the future princess consort intends to take on a student? If so, we must ascertain this person in Oppos' character. Jingzhe, send word to Jiangnan and conduct a thorough investigation, Xie instructed directly. Understood, Jingzhe replied, and Feitsue felt relieved, bowing as she took her leave. The young master remained as reliable and reassuring as ever. Chapter 50, A Meeting of Minds. Young master. Is a young lady of the air seeking a student to assist her in the officialdom? Xiao Nanqing was filled with astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered a woman daring enough to concoct such a scheme. The formidable women in the inner chambers merely emerged victorious from rivalries among wives and concubines. Yet Jiang Rong aimed for the court. You and the heir's lady truly share a deep understanding, Xiao Nanqing praised sincerely. He cursed himself. How could he ever doubt the young master's judgment? The young master and the heir's lady were undoubtedly in sync. How could the young master misinterpret her intentions? The figure on the dragon throne had always harbored apprehension towards the North King's manner. Would the actions of the heir and Oppos' lady attract the attention of the higher powers? Xiao Nanqing suddenly pondered and cautioned. Xie, with an air of calmness, replied unhurriedly. What he fears is the North King's manner having capable successors. He would not regard a woman with any significance. The scholarly families are all vying for talented individuals. The Jiang family, renowned for their literary legacy, is acting in accordance with the identity of a Jiang woman. The emperor will not suspect this to be an initiative of the North King's manner. He might even speculate that it is Jiang's suggestion. As long as her actions bear no relation to the North King's manor, there is nothing of great consequence. Xiao Nanqing suddenly understood. It was common for women marrying into the North King's manor to leverage its influence for the benefit of their maternal families. The North King's manor, being a military family, lacked connections in the civil service. Thus, this round of recruitment seemed to consolidate ties with the Jiang family, with the Jiang family reaping the rewards. Young master, do you mean to imply that the errand amp, Oppo's, lady is actually recruiting on behalf of the North King's manor? Xiao Nanqing astutely discerned the underlying meaning in his young master's words. Others might not regard her highly, thinking her actions were unrelated to the North King's manor. However, the young master held a different view. It was for her own recruitment. Yet, she was the matriarch of the North King's manor. Xie lifted his wine cup and took a gentle sip. The wine of the day was exquisite and to his liking. Xiao Nanqing felt his mind swirling. But one thing became abundantly clear. The young master truly admired the errand amp, Oppo's, lady. Whatever the errand amp, Oppo's, lady did, the young master deemed it commendable. Such a beautiful love. How sweet. Volume 2 of Qianxiu is now available. Xiaonyang hung a newly crafted wooden sign at the entrance of the bookstore. Good news. The second volume has been released. Boss, bring me 10 copies. As soon as the announcement of the second volume and Oppo's sale was made, the bookstore was instantly flooded with patrons. Soon, the entire Qingshu Street was lined with people eager to purchase the book, even spilling into the adjacent streets. News of the bookstore and Qingshu spread like wildfire through tea houses and taverns. Inside Chunfeng Tower, a graceful dancer had just concluded her performance when the madam, beaming with delight, approached, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the latest news, Qingshu Volume 2 is hot off the press. Our Chunfeng Tower has thoughtfully reserved 1,000 copies in advance. Any esteemed guest in need may speak up, alleviating the worry of waiting in line." A ripple of excitement surged through the patrons, akin to ignited firecrackers, clamoring in fervor. "Madam, give me a copy. Quickly. I need one. I'm in such a rush. Ever since I finished Volume 1, I can't eat or sleep. My mind is consumed with wanting to read Volume 2. Brother, just a moment ago, you were enjoying a lively chat with the ladies. What do you know of finding joy amid suffering? Without Volume 2, I can only come to Chunfeng Tower to distract myself from this inner turmoil." Xiao Nanqing was greatly impressed. The madam truly understood the art of business, capturing the zeitgeist, anticipating the needs of others. No wonder Chunfeng Tower had become the premier brothel in the capital. "Young master, do you wish to purchase a copy?" Without waiting for Xie and Oppo's response, Xiao Nanqing interjected. "I truly spoke a redundant remark. You would surely support the errand amp, Oppo's, lady and amp, Oppo's, endeavors. I shall go buy one immediately." Xie remained non-committal, quietly observing the frenzy below as the crowd clamored for Qingshu, recalling the mischievous glint in the young lady's eyes. A smile briefly tugged at the corners of his mouth before his expression returned to one of stoic calm. In no time, all 1,000 copies at Chunfeng Tower were sold out. The madam hurriedly dispatched someone to procure more from the bookstore. Jiang Rong priced the books reasonably, ensuring they were affordable for most readers. She did not inflate the price due to the book and Oppo's precious content. The critiques in the first volume, as before, were gems of wisdom, utterly enthralling, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. Before long, some began to flip to the second volume. What is this? It seems unrelated to the civil examination texts. The subtitle of this section is Observing Worldly Affairs, and it appears to recount recent events. I want to read the critiques of the examination texts. Who cares about this trivial matter? Let me see. The latest battle in the northern frontier, our army and Oppo's resounding victory. Floods in Jiangnan, the Wanji merchant house donated grain. A lost national treasure reemerges in the western regions, rumored to unlock a nation's treasure. The 8 great brothels of the capital are holding a competition for courtesans. What? Where are the courtesans? Let me see. A dandy, uninterested in the civil examinations, immediately leaned in closer. I want to see too. What lost national treasure? Where is it? My goodness. Look at this last article. The son of the Minister of Justice forcibly abducted a maiden, and the North King and Amp, Apos, S. heir gallantly rescued her. By heavens, I can hardly believe it. Is this true? Could it be a mistake? Was it really the North King's heir who saved her, and not the one who abducted her? The calamity in the capital, and yet he performed a righteous deed? The minister sought justice, and the maiden wept as she revealed the truth. The imperial matriarch dispatched people to expel the Zhou father and son. The book states it clearly. It cannot be false, can it? Otherwise, it would be an open act of slander against a high official, which is punishable by imprisonment. The North King's heiress lady would dare to write it if it were not true. Majesty of the imperial matriarch. Boss, do you have any more copies of Qinxiu? Give me another one. What? Sold out? Then, can any of you scholars share half with me? I only want the second volume. Originally, only scholars purchased and Appos, Qinxiu and Appos. But now everyone clamored for it. Some scholars, who initially deemed the second volume useless, gradually found themselves intrigued by the news within. There were concerns about military affairs, matters of the people, quests for rare treasures, and those simply drawn to the excitement. This second volume encapsulated an abundance of information, a veritable compendium of diverse news. On the second floor, in a private chamber, Jiang Rong finished reading Volume 2. The first volume and Amp, Appos, as subtitle, and Amp, Appos, reading 10,000 volumes, and Amp, Appos, feature critiques of examination texts. The second volume and Amp, Appos, as subtitle, and Amp, Appos, observing worldly affairs, and Amp, Appos, detailed worldly matters. Though the articles appeared disordered, he discerned a detail. Only the essays on the northern frontier and Amp, Appos, S battles, and the matter of Qionyang bore no authorship. The other articles were credited to Amp, Appos, the chrysanthemum recluse, and Amp, Appos, and Amp, Appos, the bamboo guest, and Amp, Appos. Having such intimate knowledge of the events concerning Qionyang, he had already deduced the identity of the author. Chapter 51. The commotion I adore in the first volume. The literary works garnered acclaim, while the second volume, a collection of miscellaneous essays, embraced a myriad of subjects, appealing to the masses. The number of individuals purchasing books downstairs has increased. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Nanxing was profoundly impressed. The young lady of the air truly possesses a remarkable acumen for business. Jiang Rong surveyed the bustling scene below. He had a clear intuition that much of the news regarding the second volume was primarily intended to capture attention, yet some of it was meant to disseminate her thoughts. This is public opinion. This is the pulse of the people. This young woman is indeed audacious, increasingly surpassing his expectations. Not only is she targeting the court, but she also seeks to navigate the sentiments of the populace. Such tactics could not possibly be innate. One would need the insight and prudence honed through a decade of navigating the treacherous waters of court politics, akin to that of a patriarch from a venerable clan. Does she have a wise mentor guiding her? Jiang Rong thought of the Bai family. Countless individuals have benefited from her grace, and it would not be surprising if someone were to covertly assist Jiang Rong as a result. Jiang Rong and Amp, Appos, gaze fell upon the final article. Zhou Hanyang, a vengeful character, would undoubtedly seek trouble with Jiang Rong. Xiao Nanxing instructed the carriage to head to the Wanjuanshu Pavilion. In the capital, within a lively tea house, Jiang Rong donned a simple white garment and a veil, obscuring her features. The table was adorned with tea and exquisite pastries. Today, she had come to audit accounts at the Xie family shop, passing by the tea house to enjoy a cup of tea and take a moment in Appos as respite. This tea house, situated near the Bailu Academy, was frequented by scholars, each with a copy of Qinxiu in hand, engaging in fervent discussion. The first volume elicited little contention, however. The second volume was the subject of intense debate. The first matter in the second volume pertains to the northern frontier's military affairs. How could one dismiss it as trivial? As scholars, we must concern ourselves with national, familial, and worldly matters, and it is our duty to comprehend them. Indeed, while it was already known that the northern frontier was fraught with challenges, it was only upon reading this article that one realizes that even in victory, It comes at the cost of bloodshed. To speak fairly, while the second volume contains significant matters, it also includes trivialities. Yet, the first volume merely meets the page count of an ordinary book. The additional content in the second volume incurs no extra cost. If some do not appreciate it, they need not partake. As Confucius said, select the good and follow it. We can choose to learn from what is beneficial. Those of lesser understanding, fixated on selling sensational tales to attract the ignorant masses for profit, are beneath our consideration. Why would we lower ourselves to argue with such a money-driven woman? How can one speak so? Prince Xie huffed indignantly. If you have the ability, then don't read it. Why look down on us while reading our books? Jiang Rong calmly sipped her tea, unperturbed. It matters not. Regardless of their disdain, they still have to pay, do they not? We are not a loss. Your grace is truly commendable, Prince Xie praised. Jiang Rong smiled softly, remaining silent. Whether criticized or supported, it was inconsequential. Only scholars would purchase literary works. To pique the interest of common folk, she must craft the second volume. Do they regard her as short-sighted? How delightful! I sincerely wish for more of such wisdom to abound. In the premier tavern of the capital, the Jinxiu Tower, Zhou Hongyang swaggered in with an air of arrogance. Upon his entrance, a hushed gasp rippled through the crowd. Is this not the son of the Minister of Justice? Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room as patrons, engrossed in their books, turned to regard Zhou Hongyang with a mixture of expressions, akin to observing a curious spectacle. Young Master Zhou, welcome. Please come in. The waiter hurriedly approached, though his gaze conveyed a hint of peculiarity. Why are you all staring at me? Do you wish to lose your eyes? Zhou Hongyang scoffed. The patrons hastily diverted their attention, murmuring among themselves. His father was the Minister of Justice, and most present were of lesser status. They dared not offend him openly. Only a young gentleman clad in a flying fish robe, holding a newly purchased book, smiled mischievously and inquired, Zhou Hongyang, is it true that you were beaten for trying to abduct a common girl? Zhou Hongyang and Amp, Oppos. S. gaze narrowed upon him, teeth clenched. Were another to broach this subject, he would not hesitate to retaliate. However, the young man's father was a close confidant of the emperor. Thus, their familial rivalry seemed evenly matched. Moreover, he was flanked by 3 officers adorned in flying fish robes, wielding embroidered spring knives, all of whom were formidable. It is merely a misunderstanding with the northern prince and Amp, Oppos' residence. Zhou Hongyang replied vaguely. In the presence of so many, he could not openly confess to his failed attempt to abduct a girl, which had resulted in his humiliation. But the book states that you and your father were expelled by the Dowager Xie. How curious. I have yet to witness a second-rank official being cast out in such a manner. Do enlighten me on how your father managed to escape in a disheveled state. Chu Ju remarked, laughing heartily. The onlookers could not contain their amusement, and laughter filled the tavern, excluding Zhou Hongyang, who was seething with indignation. How dare you humiliate me so? He fumed. Chu Ju, I have no quarrel with you. Do not fabricate rumors. It is not I who spread the rumors. The book states it plainly. If it is false, I suggest you have your father address the northern prince's residence about it. I revel in such commotion. Ju Ju et Galim, relishing the unfolding drama. Zhou Hongyang was perplexed. What book? The window of the private room on the second floor swung open, and his awaited guest gestured for him to ascend quickly. Zhou Hongyang shot a furious glare at Chu Ju before hastily making his way upstairs. Upon his arrival, the suppressed laughter from below erupted into raucous mirth. Why did you provoke Zhou Hongyang for no reason? One officer inquired, unable to restrain himself. Zhu Ju, engrossed in the second volume of Jinxiu, grinned. Those who attempt to abduct common girls are deserving of scorn. Were it not for this attire, I would have confronted him directly. This book is truly fascinating. The first half nearly lulled me to sleep, yet the latter half is utterly riveting. The officer mused silently. Scholars revered the first volume as sacred, yet it was only someone like Chu Ju, who had skived off school since childhood, who would dismiss it. In the private room on the second floor, Shun Wenyuan handed Zhou Hongyang a copy of Jinxiu, Volume 2, flipping directly to the final pages. Young Master Zhou, you may not have seen this book yet. It brazenly slanders you. You should have your father swiftly shut down this bookshop. Zhou Hongyang glanced down, his anger boiling, as he finally comprehended the earlier spectacle. How dare this bookshop fabricate tales about me? I shall have them all imprisoned. He seethed. Chapter 52. Sealing off. This study belongs to Jiang Rong, the consort of the Northern Prince. Yet, even within the Northern Prince's residence, her fabrications can still lead to a sealing off. Shen Wenyuan replied. When the first volume of Qinxiu appeared, Shen Wenyuan was astonished, yearning to meet the esteemed Qinxiu. However, upon discovering that this study belonged to Jiang Rong, he felt it was a grievous waste of such a treasure. Such a master should be aiding him in his scholarly pursuits. Yet it had fallen into Jiang Rong and Appo's as hands used merely for monetary gain. What a pity. Fortunately, his father was returning soon. Shen Wenyuan could only silently reassure himself that once his father returned, he would surely be able to secure a renowned master for his studies. In the Great Xia dynasty, the civil officials were divided into 3 ranks: the left minister, the right minister, and the grand tutor. Shen Wenyuan's father held the position of grand tutor, making him a coveted ally among the princes, all of whom vied for the favor of his only son, Shen Wenyuan. He attended their invitations, seeking to compare offers and find the best price. The Minister of Justice belonged to the Crown Prince and Appo's as faction. Today, Zhou Hanyang hosted a gathering, intending to probe Shen Wenyuan's sentiments regarding the Crown Prince. That shrewish woman, it's her again. Zhou Hanyang grew even angrier, but despite his outburst, he refrained from mentioning the arrest and sealing off. Shen Wenyuan understood. The matters in the book were not mere slander. Hence, there was no justification for a sealing. Young Master Zhou, I have an idea that can help you vent your frustrations, Shen Wenyuan mused, his eyes glinting. What idea? Zhou Hongyang inquired, turning his gaze towards him. To seal off the Wanjun study, one need not necessarily have evidence. ISN, your father, the Minister of Justice? Simply declare that a fugitive wanted by the ministry has been spotted at the Wanjun study. Wouldn't that provide a legitimate reason for the sealing? A slight smile played on Shen Wenyuan's lips. Zhou Hongyang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into applause, exclaiming, Young Master Shen, your wisdom is unparalleled, and your erudition is truly remarkable. This is a splendid idea. If the Wanjun study dares to tarnish his reputation, then let us ensure it cannot operate. Young Master Shen, with such talent, should you assist the Crown Prince, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness akin to your father once he ascends the throne. Zhou Hongyang resolved one dilemma, elevating his regard for Shen Wenyuan, and continued to court his favor. My lord seeks talented individuals, and he will surely entrust significant responsibilities to young Master Shen. Shen Wenyuan felt elated by the flattery, though he concealed it beneath a facade of modesty, responding, It is merely a small stratagem. I have heard that Xie has stolen your betrothed. Once the Crown Prince ascends, you shall have your revenge. Zhou Hongyang exclaimed, adopting a posture of shared enmity. I too have had a favored maiden taken from me by him. When the time comes, we shall make him pay. Shen Wenyuan's smile faltered. You have lost your betrothed? Jiang Rong, a mere commoner, was never of my interest. An ignorant woman, I've never regarded her. This engagement is merely a matter of parental arrangement. Shen Wenyuan was displeased to discuss this topic, feeling it beneath him, and added, Young Master Zhou, perhaps you should address the Wanjun study first. There are many buyers for Qinxiu. If we do not act swiftly, this matter may spread throughout the capital. You are correct. I shall invite you for drinks another day. Oh, by the way, young Master Shen, shall we go witness the commotion together? The bustling Qingshi Street was thronged with people. Qi Moyan was among them. After waiting for a considerable time, it was finally his turn. Chengwei, 301. Thank you. Qi Moyan retrieved a small pouch of coins from his bag, handing it to the shopkeeper, who solemnly presented him with Qinxiu, Volume 2. At that moment, a loud shout rang out from the street. Officials are conducting an investigation. Clear the way. A group of officials charged in like wolves, dispersing the surrounding crowd and sealing off the Wanjun study. Qi Moyan, clutching the book, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Xiaonyang's complexion changed as she approached. Sir, what is the matter? The Wanjun study is suspected of harboring a fugitive. bring the Wanjun study to a halt, and take all relevant personnel into custody. The leading official declared with authority. Xiaonyang quickly protested, "That cannot be. This is the property of the Northern Prince S residence. How could we possibly harbor a fugitive? Whether or not you are harboring someone will be determined upon investigation. Take them away." The crowd within the study erupted into chaos. All were mere common folk, and the sudden accusation of harboring a fugitive instilled panic. Harboring a fugitive is a grave crime. It could lead to execution. Zhou Xiaocai had just emerged from the study and was stricken with fear upon hearing the accusation. Song Hung, however, remained unfazed, asserting, "The innocent shall clear their names. Our Wanjun study harbors no fugitive. Why should we fear?" The staff of the study were driven to the front. Xiaonyang argued, "My lord, you can see for yourself. All of us are present here, and there is no fugitive. That cannot be ascertained. Who knows if there are hidden chambers or secret passages within your study? I believe it is necessary to set it ablaze to find out," Zhou Hongyang boasted as he approached. Shen Wenyuan accompanied him. Upon seeing Zhou Hongyang, Xiaonyang's expression soured. "It's him again." The official, eager to curry favor, agreed, "Young Master Zhou is right. This study must be burned. Set it alight. It must not be burned. There are countless books here. Even if you have the right to search, you have no authority to damage the property of the common folk." Song Hung shouted vehemently, "Huh! You dare prevent us from burning it? It seems the fugitive truly is concealed within. By obstructing officials in their duties, are you not an accomplice? You certainly appear to be." Zhou Hongyang sneered coldly. The leading official immediately responded, "Rest assured, young Master Zhou, this person is highly suspicious. I shall interrogate him rigorously." He then urged the officials, "What are you standing around for? Set the fire." An official ignited a torch, preparing to throw it into the study, while Song Hung desperately attempted to block him, shouting for them to stop. Xiaonyang regained her senses, urgently calling out, "Stop them! We cannot allow them to burn the consort's books." The servants of the study clashed with the officials. The onlookers retreated, fearing the fallout. Only one person remained alert, Qi Moyan. His desire to apprentice under the esteemed Qianxiu was driven by the ambition to ally with the Northern Princess residence. Now that the study was in peril, was it not the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty? Without hesitation, Qi Moyan stuffed the book into his pouch, rolled up his sleeves, and resolutely charged forward, shouting, "The book Qianxiu is my revered teacher. Today, if you intend to destroy Qianxiu, Volume 2, I cannot stand idly by. I will fight you." At that moment, within the study, Song Hung was holding off 4 officials. One official, irritated by his interference, raised a club to strike him down. Kim Moyan, observing the scene, recalled that Song Hung had emerged from the study. He was an insider of the Northern Prince S residence. Thus Qi Moyan thought, "I shall surely save him." He leaped forward, throwing himself on his Song Hung. Bang! The wooden club struck down, landing a fierce blow on Qi Moyan's back, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 53. Deep affection for the Crown Prince's consort brother. "How are you?" Song Hung exclaimed, deeply moved, as he hurried to pull Qi Moyan. Qi Moyan, with a face resolute in the face of death, replied, "Do not concern yourself with me. Protect the books. Thank you for your assistance, young sir. Quickly, carry this young man to the back." Upon witnessing someone injured while safeguarding the Wanwan study, Xiaonyang rushed to help him. Qi Moyan, feeling content, was carried into the study's camp. However, the study was sparse in numbers and could hardly withstand the overwhelming presence of the officials. The situation was perilous. "Do not move. The Crown Prince and Amp, Oppo's, S consort is present. Who dares to act recklessly?" Fei Chui shouted with vigor. A luxurious carriage sped towards the street corner. Fei Chui stood before the carriage frame, her face brimming with anger. The carriage halted before the study, the curtain lifted, and a woman clad in white stepped down gracefully. She wore a veiled hat, obscuring her features. The onlookers, upon hearing the title of Crown Prince's consort, instinctively pressed forward, eager to glimpse her. They had heard that she was the most beautiful woman in the capital, captivating even the Northern Prince, who vowed never to marry anyone but her. "Let's see what she looks like. I can end Amp, Oppos, TC. Please do not push." The atmosphere around surged with excitement once again. crowned prince and amp, Apos, as consort. Upon seeing Jiang Rong, Qianyang felt as though she had found her backbone, quickly stepping forward to clarify, Your Grace, the study's personnel are all innocent citizens. We certainly do not harbor any fugitives. They insist on accusing us of sheltering criminals and wish to burn the study. I am aware. Jiang Rong nodded gently, turning to Zhou Hanyang. Your desire to burn the study stems solely from our revelation of your crimes, which has incited your shame and vengefulness. Utilizing your father's position as Minister of Justice to wield power for personal vendetta, you seek to frame the study with baseless accusations. Song Hung, make a note of this for the next issue. Yes. Song Hung replied loudly, glaring fiercely at Zhou Hongyang. Zhou Hongyang, upon seeing Jiang Rong, felt a surge of animosity. Her words struck a nerve, leading him to retort angrily, You speak nonsense. The study is harboring fugitives. Burn it. According to the Great Xia law, arson against private property warrants 3 years of hard labor. As the Minister of Justice, you should remind your little master of that. Lest you wish to send him into exile, Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow at the Minister of Justice beside her. His face instantly stiffened, although the law stipulated such. The children of officials typically enjoyed privileges. They could burn at will, and no one would dare report it. However, should anyone choose to pursue the matter, it would indeed be indefensible. Zhou Hongyang was about to say more when Shen Wenyuan intercepted him, whispering urgently, Young Master Zhou, apprehending and sealing off is legitimate. Do not ignite the study. That would only complicate matters. The law permits sealing and arrest, but does not allow for burning down someone else's home. Zhou Hongyang, filled with rage, was forced to swallow his indignation, snarling, You must seal the study. Everyone is to be taken away for a thorough investigation. Who has seen any fugitives in our study? False accusations can lead to counter-charges. Jiang Rong coldly glared at Zhou Hongyang. Zhou Hongyang hesitated, fearing the implications of the term counter-charges. Shen Wenyuan, thinking Zhou was utterly useless, stepped forward with a disingenuous smile. Your Grace, suspected merely indicates suspicion. It does not imply that you are definitely harboring fugitives. Thus, it cannot be deemed a false accusation. If the truth is uncovered, you shall certainly be released. His words, though polished, lacked substance, and how long it would take to ascertain the truth remained uncertain. This tactic was nothing new. It was a method employed by the powerful to suppress dissenting merchants. Yet, its widespread use spoke volumes of its efficacy. A mere suspicion could lead to the sealing of one and Apos' business, all while appearing legitimate, leaving no grounds for seeking justice. Seeing Shen Wenyuan step forward, Jiang Rong, without a second thought, picked up a fire stick that had fallen to the ground and struck him fiercely on the face. Shen Wenyuan let out a cry of agony as he fell to the ground. Jiang Rong wielded the stick with ferocity, delivering blow after blow, a total of 17 or 18 strikes in mere moments. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Zhou Hanyang finally regained his senses, shouting, Quick, stop her. Jiang Rong, what are you doing? Officials moved forward to shield Shen Wenyuan. Jiang Rong then discarded the fire stick and addressed the astonished crowd, everyone present. You have all witnessed this man approaching me with a smile. I had a prior engagement with him, and fearing that rumors might circulate regarding our interaction, thus tarnishing my reputation, I deemed it necessary to strike him once to demonstrate my innocence. You, wicked woman, Shen Wenyuan spat blood, pointing at Jiang Rong in fury. The crowd murmured, Her reasoning is quite sound. I find myself unable to refute it. Yet, one could not help but wonder if she was not simply seeking an excuse to strike him. Zhou Hanyang, taken aback by Jiang Rong and Apos' audacity in publicly assaulting someone, felt utterly disregarded. He bellowed, Arrest all these people. Take them away. Who dares to take anyone? A cold, magnetic voice interjected. Another luxurious carriage arrived, stopping at the entrance of the study. A handsome young man in red, surrounded by his attendants, approached. Darling. Jiang Rong's eyes brightened upon seeing him, her joy evident. Yet, in the next moment, she appeared on the verge of tears, tugging at his sleeve in distress. Darling, they wish to apprehend me. Zhengzhe, take care of this. Xiaolingxi commanded. The accompanying black-clad guards immediately surged forth like wolves, ruthlessly dispatching the officials and capturing Zhou Hongyang and his companions. "What are you doing?" "We are acting according to the law. Someone has reported that the Wanwan study is harboring fugitives." Zhou Hongyang's heart raced with panic, feeling his recently healed leg throb with pain once more. Xie, unfazed, delivered a powerful kick to Zhou Hongyang's leg. "Are you attempting to reason with this young prince?" Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. "Are you jesting?" "Ah!" Zhou Hongyang shrieked, "My leg! My leg!" Xie cast a glance at the Minister of Justice, who trembled in fear. "Spare me, young master. Listen clearly. I do not care how large the case your ministry intends to pursue. Whether or not you have evidence, apprehending my consort is absolutely unacceptable," Xie declared coldly. "Return from whence you came." "Yes, yes." The Minister of Justice hurriedly retreated, crawling away in fright. The crowd was left in shock. The Northern Prince and Oppos. Heir was indeed, as the rumor suggested, deeply devoted to his consort, loving her as if his very life depended on it. Initially, I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but the reality surpassed all tales. The Northern Prince's heir defended his consort without regard for reason or consequence. How sweet! This is utterly delightful. Jiang Rong gazed up at Xie, her eyes sparkling, her brows slightly curved. Xie always appeared as a heroic figure descending from the clouds, ever protective of her. What virtue had she possessed to be so fortunate as to encounter such a noble man? Beneath her veil, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness. In the midst of the crowd, she gently grasped Xie's sleeve, as if holding onto the vast expanse of the starry night sky. Chapter 54. The Emperor's Summons Lying on the Ground. Zhou Hongyang glared resentfully at Xie. "Xie, you obstruct the Ministry of Justice. Just wait." Xie scoffed, stepping forward to viciously stomp down again, breaking his second leg. "Very well, wait for you." "Ah!" Zhou Hongyang let out a wretched scream, succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. Shen Wenyuan dared not utter a word throughout the ordeal, shrinking his neck and lowering his head like a quail, fearful of drawing Xie and Oppos' attention. It was only after watching Xie and Jiang Rong enter the Wanjun study that he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly instructed his servants to carry Zhou Hongyang back to the Zhou residence. Upon seeing the Zhou family, Shen Wenyuan shed his previous obsequious demeanor and indignantly exclaimed, "Young Master Zhou has suffered greatly. This North Prince's heir is arrogant and lawless, bullying others without restraint." Inside the Wanjun study, the main hall was in disarray due to the recent search, with books and items scattered everywhere. Xianyang, feeling deeply ashamed, stepped forward to apologize. "This servant has failed in her duty, unable to protect the study. You have done exceedingly well. Had you not intervened in time, the study would have been burned, sparing us from considerable loss." Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile. "Everyone here deserves commendation. Each person shall receive 3 times their monthly stipend." "Thank you, Lady Jiang." Xianyang felt much relieved by Jiang Rong's praise and continued, "It is all thanks to young Master Song for his timely intervention. There was also a young man who came to buy books and acted heroically." The phrase "acted heroically" sounded rather peculiar when associated with Qi Moyan. Upon entering earlier, Jiang Rong had seen Qi Moyan lying on a stretcher. At this moment, he had already been taken to the backyard for medical attention. Xianyang recounted the situation, explaining how young Master Song had single-handedly stood against 4 assailants to protect the study. And thankfully, the young man who came to buy books had assisted him. Jiang Rong listened quietly. Song Hung was indeed a man of integrity. It was no surprise that he would rush out to safeguard the study. However, Qi Moyan, Jiang Rong, could see through his subtle tactics of ingratiation. The one who had caused Song Heng's demise in a previous life was now risking everything to save him. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Xianyang, please summon a renowned physician to treat this man and provide him with some nourishing supplements. Additionally, prepare a generous gift for him, Jiang Rong instructed. At this moment, she did not intend to meet Qi Moyan, as the intelligence from Jiangnan had yet to arrive. She needed to understand his past before deciding her course of action. Understood, Xianyang replied, taking her leave. After addressing the matters of the study, Jiang Rong turned to Xie, who had been quietly waiting for her, and smiled warmly. Husband, shall we return home? In the guest room of the study, after examining Qi Moyan and Apos, pulse, the physician stated, this young man is not seriously injured. Only some superficial wounds. He should recover in a few days with this medicine taken 3 times daily. Thank you, doctor. Song Hung expressed his gratitude. He, along with the attendants, carefully carried the injured Qi Moyan to the guest room. Thank you for your timely rescue, kind sir. I'm Song Hung. May I ask for your name? Song Hung inquired respectfully. Qi Moyan, lying on the couch, still replayed the earlier scene in his mind. The North Prince's heir, utterly dismissive of the 6 ministries, was outrageously arrogant. Such a powerful ally was one he must strive to cultivate. Song brother is too polite. I am Qi Moyan, merely unable to tolerate the Ministry of Justice's actions. Qi Moyan replied with a polite smile. Song Heng's tone involuntarily carried a hint of concern. The Ministry of Justice may fabricate charges, but they do have their reasons. If a complaint is lodged, claiming that the heir obstructed justice and disrespected the court, the consequences could be severe. Xie Lingxi disrespected the court, obstructed justice, and when my son warned him of his inappropriate behavior, he broke his legs. He shows complete disregard for the court and His Majesty. I implore His Majesty to punish him severely. The Minister of Justice wept pitifully before the Emperor. The Emperor listened to his grievances with an imposing demeanor, several open memorials laid out on his desk. Yet, the Minister of Justice was unaware that beneath those memorials lay a freshly printed volume of The Eternal Reign, Volume 2. He understood the ins and outs of this matter far better than the Minister of Justice. The Mingxin Division had been monitoring the North Prince's residence day and night, keeping a close watch on the Xie family's every move. How could the Emperor not be aware of Xie Lingxi's true nature? To claim he disrespected the court? These were merely 2 privileged youths squabbling. Zhou Hongyang relied on his father's position as the Minister of Justice, thinking he could unleash his frustrations by making baseless accusations. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with the unreasonable Xie Lingxi and ended up in this predicament. Seeing the Minister of Justice in tears, the Emperor nonchalantly played along. Indeed, this young man acts recklessly and lawlessly. He should be punished severely. Issue a decree summoning Xie Lingxi to the palace at once. The eunuch received the command and retreated. The Minister of Justice felt a surge of joy within, crying even louder. A nearby eunuch attending to the ink and brush felt a stir in his heart. The Emperor was summoning him to the palace, not arresting him. It seemed that this would proceed as it had in the past, lifted high, then gently released. The Emperor truly indulged this North Prince's heir. Just as Jiang Rong and Xie Lingxi returned to the North Prince's residence, a messenger arrived from the palace summoning them, and the 2 promptly made their way to the imperial court. Your Majesty, the North Prince's heir and his wife have arrived outside the hall, reported the eunuch. The Emperor's gaze flickered as he ordered them to be brought in. Jiang Rong's audacity to accompany Xie Lingxi in facing the charges was indeed impressive. She had proven to be rather resourceful. However, no matter how capable a woman, she was still merely a favored consort. And as long as Xie Lingxi remained infatuated with her, it was a fortunate circumstance. Your subjects and their wife, pay their respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Jiang Rong and Xie Lingxi bowed together. The Emperor glanced at Jiang Rong and then focused on Xie Lingxi. The Minister of Justice accuses you of obstructing justice, disrespecting the court, and assaulting his son. Do you acknowledge your guilt? It was I who struck his son, Xie Lingxi boldly admitted, then resolutely countered. But how does that relate to disrespecting the court? I only hold disdain for his son. His every word and action perfectly embodied the brazen ignorance of a spoiled young master. The Emperor couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The Ministry of Justice represents the court. You obstruct their enforcement of the law. But enough. I understand that you acted out of a protective instinct for your wife. Though it is unlawful, it is reasonable. I shall treat this matter leniently. Your Majesty. The Minister of Justice cried out urgently. Your Majesty. Xie Lingxi interjected, indignantly declaring, I do not accept this. Zhou Honyang bears a grudge against me and seeks to ensnare my wife. Our conflict is personal. How can it be related to obstructing justice? The Minister of Justice is his father. Thus, he can accuse whomever he pleases. Is the Ministry of Justice not merely a representative of the Minister of Justice? How can it suddenly represent the court? I do not accept this. Your Majesty cannot wrongfully assign me guilt. The hall fell into an eerie silence, where a pin drop could be heard. Cold sweat broke out on the Minister of Justice and Amp, Oppo's, as forehead. Such words could very well cost him his life. Chapter 55. The young master cherishes his wife, Your Majesty. Xie speaks nonsense and slanders me. Minister Zhou was taken aback by Xie accusations, bowing repeatedly. The Ministry of Justice received a report stating that there were traces of fugitives at Wanjun Shuzhai. We are acting in accordance with the law. So now the young master reports that there are fugitives in your household. Why not arrest your entire family? Xie retorted. Your Majesty, the young master is being absurd. Utterly absurd, Minister Zhou lamented. The emperor observed this scene quietly, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Minister Zhou, the young master's reckless behavior is not a recent occurrence. Do not stoop to the level of a junior. Since your son has had his legs broken by him, how much in medical expenses should the Northern Prince and Oppo's residents compensate? Young master, do you agree? Compensate. Xie answered readily. Minister Zhou, do you have any objections? The emperor turned to Minister Zhou once more. Minister Zhou was drenched in cold sweat. I shall defer to your Majesty's judgment. At that moment, he regretted coming to the palace to file a complaint, questioning why he dared to provoke such an ignorant scion. Such a reckless youth, unaware of propriety, dared to claim the Ministry of Justice as his domain before the emperor. It was truly a perilous situation. Then, both of you may withdraw. This is merely a trivial matter between youngsters, not worthy of troubling me. Minister Zhou, do you believe I have nothing better to do? The emperor waved his hand dismissively, chastising Minister Zhou. Minister Zhou bowed low. I am prepared to face any punishment. Jiang Rong and Xie left the palace together. Throughout the encounter, she had not the opportunity to utter a single word. She had originally planned to intervene if Minister Zhou became aggressive, to provide the emperor with a way to save face. Surely, the emperor would not make things difficult for Xie, but would seek an excuse to absolve him. However, she never had to intervene. The guys of Sion sometimes held unexpected advantages. Not only did they emerge unscathed, but they also managed to turn the situation around. Now, it would be the Zhou family's turn to worry. Jiang Rong was acutely aware that the emperor would not seek retribution. To him, Xie and Amp, Oppo's antics were merely a squabble with the son of the Minister of Justice, driving away the officials. What was so extraordinary about a scion behaving foolishly? Such trivial disturbances were of no consequence in the emperor's eyes. Unless one day, Xie suddenly decided to mend his ways and revitalize his family's fortunes. No matter how arrogant he became, the emperor would tolerate it and continue to indulge him. After all, why would he replace a reckless young master with a more diligent heir? The Northern Prince's residence, Song Hall. Concubine Zhao was accompanying the old dowager in a leisurely tea session when a maid rushed in with alarming news. Old dowager, it's terrible. Something has happened. The young master and young mistress have been summoned to the palace for questioning. The old dowager was shocked. What has transpired? The son of the Minister of Justice. The maid recounted the details of the incident. Concubine Zhao was overjoyed, almost wishing to offer a prayer at the ancestral tomb. Thank the ancestors. This reckless youth has finally caused a significant mess. His position as young master is now precarious. As the ancients say, beauty brings disaster. How true it is. For the sake of such a vixen, Xie has stirred up such trouble. Excellent, well done. Though excited, Concubine Zhao maintained a facade of concern before the old dowager. Old dowager, what shall we do? Zhou Hongyang is leveraging the authority of the Ministry of Justice. The young master's actions could be seen as contempt for the court, obstructing official duties. The emperor values the dignity of the court above all. He may severely punish the young master. The old dowager understood the gravity of the situation. Speaking gravely, I shall enter the palace immediately to plead for mercy. Bring me my attire. Concubine Zhao, fear not. The children will be fine, she reassured. Noticing Concubine Zhao's distressed expression, the maid hurried to fetch the old dowager's ceremonial garments and crown. Concubine Zhao felt a lump in her throat. I only wish for Xie to face consequences. You need not comfort me. This old woman only ever hindered her plans. Soon, the old dowager was dressed appropriately. Though concubine Zhao wished to keep her confined as a daughter-in-law, she could only feign concern as she sent the old dowager off. As they reached the entrance of the residence, they encountered Xie and Jiang Rong, who had just disembarked from a carriage. "Where are you going, grandmother?" Xie inquired. Seeing them, the old dowager was delighted. "Are you both well? Did the emperor release you?" Concubine Zhao could hardly believe it. After causing such a ruckus, how could the emperor have released them unscathed? Jiang Rong recounted the events that transpired in the palace. Upon returning to Songha Hall, the old dowager felt a wave of relief. The emperor is benevolent. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Concubine Zhao was seething. The ancestral tomb is of no use at all. Despite Xie causing such a great disaster, he manages to escape unscathed. If the young master is safe, I can rest easy. Concubine Zhao feigned relief, then turned sternly to Jiang Rong. Had it not been for you today, how could the young master have caused such a ruckus? I have warned you to be cautious in your words and actions and to counsel your husband. Yet, you chose not to heed my advice. Before she could finish, the old dowager interrupted. How can you blame Ronger for this? It is Zhou Hongyang's narrow-mindedness and personal vendetta. Ronger has done quite well. Concubine Zhao, your words are unwarranted. Old dowager, today the emperor has shown mercy, considering the prince and amp, Oppo's, position, and has not held the young master accountable. But how can we expect such fortune to last? Concubine Zhao feigned concern for Xie. The young master was once reckless, but now that he is married, how can a wife not counsel her husband? Should she allow him to behave as he did before? Though men may be foolish before marriage, if they remain so after, it is the wife and amp, Oppo's, responsibility. Though her reasoning was entirely unreasonable, it was the prevailing doctrine of womanly virtue. Xie's eyes turned cold, ready to respond, but beside him, the young lady spoke innocently. What fault does the young master have? His every word and deed is just. The emperor recognizes the young master, holding him blameless, while admonishing Minister Zhou. The emperor's wisdom is beyond question. Does concubine Zhao disagree with the emperor's decision? Concubine Zhao was at a loss for words. I naturally do not. The young master is kind and gentle, doting on Ronger. In her heart, there is no one better than the young master. Whatever he does is right. Ronger sees no need for counsel. Jiang Rong gazed at Xie, her words imbued with a bright smile. Concubine Zhao was momentarily speechless. To evade responsibility, she would stoop to such levels. This girl is cunning beyond measure. Chapter 56. Young master, do you love her so much? Jiang Rong and Amp, Oppo's, gaze was intensely fervent, causing Xie to feel an involuntary warmth emanating from the direction of her eyes. This young girl, after being enveloped in the depths of the underworld, she truly seemed to have lost her senses. Fei was greatly astonished. She glanced at her somewhat stiff grandson and then at her affectionate granddaughter-in-law. So, in the eyes of her obedient granddaughter-in-law, her precious grandson was utterly flawless? Could this be the proverbial beauty in the eyes of the beholder? Nevertheless, Fei felt nothing but joy. As an elder, she simply wished for the young couple to live harmoniously and lovingly. Ronger, you are right. You all need not worry. If the sky were to fall, your grandmother would be here to bear it. Fei consoled with a smile. She was well aware of the emperor's indulgence towards Xie. Yet this matter touched upon the legal affairs of the 6 ministries. Even another prince would not escape unscathed. Yet the emperor continued to grant leniency. Fei could roughly guess the emperor's thoughts. This was all well and good. While some elders aspire for their children to achieve greatness, Fei merely desired for Xie to live a carefree life. He should be free to pursue his desires without feeling compelled. Those who are overly intelligent and knowledgeable often find no joy. It would suffice for her beloved grandson to enjoy a simple and happy existence. Upon returning to Jinyuan, Jiang Rong instructed Cui Jie to arrange for 2 more scouts to keep an eye on the news regarding the courtesan competition. She awaited the arrival of an individual. In her past life, This person was a crucial witness in eliminating Zhou Hanyang. Calculating the time, this individual was already en route to the capital. Young master, the heir and amp, Oppo's wife has dispatched additional personnel to investigate the courtesan competition, reported Xiao Nanqing. Initially, the study had already sent scouts to monitor it. However, the heir's wife has reiterated her orders, and I suspect this is not solely for the purpose of publishing the next issue. Xie sat upon a carved mahogany couch by the window, casually playing a game of chess with exquisite pieces in hand. After meticulous analysis, his subordinate speculated. The heir and Oppo's wife is likely probing into the enemy and Oppo's movements. Xie paused, his fingers hovering over the chess piece, his gaze fixed on Xiao Nanqing. What enemy? Who is her enemy? The courtesans, of course. Young master, while I know your indulgence in the pleasures of the world is feigned, the heir and Oppo's wife is unaware. She must mistakenly believe you have an affinity for those courtesans. With the courtesan competition approaching, a gathering of beauties, she will undoubtedly keep a close watch to see which one you favor. Xiao Nanqing asserted confidently. Xie and amp, Oppo's handsome brows furrowed slightly. Jiang Rong would never act in such a manner. He hesitated mid-sentence. The Jiang Rong of the past would never have done so. But the current Jiang Rong was an enigma to him. It seems the heir's wife cares for you greatly. Xiao Nanqing chuckled. Young master, it is getting late. When shall we visit Chunfeng Tower? Xie fell silent for a moment. Let us change locations. Huh? Xiao Nanqing was taken aback, then enlightened. Young master truly dotes on the heir and amp, Oppo's wife. Very well. Let us change to a different gambling house. Xie replied nonchalantly, it and amp, Oppo's merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. He did not believe that Jiang Rong was fixated on the courtesan competition because of him. However, just to be safe, the image of the young girl tugging at his sleeve, looking forlorn, flashed in his mind. He could never step foot in such places again. Send someone from Jingzhe to keep watch on the courtesan competition, Xie commanded. Xiao Nanqing was momentarily stunned. Young master, why are we monitoring the courtesan competition? Jiang Rong may have matters to attend to. We must ensure her safety, Xie replied. Understood. Xiao Nanqing accepted the order, then realized that the young master suspected that the heir's wife was focusing on the courtesan competition for a legitimate reason, not merely because of him. He wasn't an amp, Oppo's, to even certain if she was feeling jealous. It was merely to prevent any displeasure from the heir's wife that he chose not to enter the realm of pleasure again. Young master, do you truly love her so much? Days later, Jie presented a detailed report on Qi Moyan. His mother was the daughter of a merchant from the Qi family. Jiang Rong was somewhat taken aback. In her past life, Qi Moyan's mother was the legitimate wife of Lin Ida, the Minister of Rights. He had accidentally fallen into the hands of a family and was subsequently adopted. Since the adoptive family bore the surname Qi, he was named Qi Moyan. After acknowledging his ancestry, he changed to his father and amp, Oppo's surname, and following the extermination of his father and amp, Oppo's entire clan, reverted to his original name. The information indicated that Qi Moyan's mother was a merchant's daughter who bore him out of wedlock, with no father identified. This was evidently two different narratives. Jiang Rong found the current report far more credible. The news sent back by the young master was undoubtedly reliable. As for the mystery surrounding Qi Moyan and amp, Oppo's origins in her past life, having served as the matriarch of the Northern King's manor for a decade, she could easily deduce Lin Ida and Oppo's considerations. The Lin family was a scholarly lineage that maintained its power through the imperial examination. Lin Ida, having achieved the status of a successful candidate and marrying into a prominent family, ascended swiftly to a high position. His two brothers, having failed the examination, could only hold minor official positions. Thus, Lin Ida was the head of the family in this generation. However, none of Lin Ida and Oppo's legitimate sons passed the examination. In contrast, his brothers and Oppo's offspring were quite promising. Lin Ida could only support his nephew as the successor of the Lin family in the official realm. When Lin Shangshu retired in the future, it would be his nephew who would assume control, leaving him to rely on others. If given a choice, He would certainly prefer his own son to secure a comfortable life in his later years. Ironically, Qi Moyan was recognized by the Lin family after becoming a successful candidate. The awkward identity of being a bastard made it difficult to gain respect. If Qi Moyan had been a legitimate son, everything would have aligned naturally. In a large family, it was not uncommon for the matriarch to adopt a son from a concubine, to prevent the adopted son from turning towards his biological mother and jeopardizing the matriarch's interests. There is a ruthless countermeasure known as keeping the son and sending away the mother. Cui Jade, please invite Dr. Xiao to come over. Jiang Rong set aside the information in her hands. In her past life, this Qi mother had not appeared. According to rumors, the family that adopted him had long since perished. This adoptive figure corresponded to Qi's mother. Was she now gravely ill? In a secluded courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, Qi's mother pointed at Qi Moyan. Irate, I instructed you to deliver the embroidered gifts to that elder. Why did you not listen? Holding a precious embroidered fan, she confronted him. Today, while tidying the house, she inadvertently discovered the fan hidden in the cabinet. Mother, please calm down. Don't let it harm your health. Qi Moyan lowered his head, meekly accepting his fault. My child, you have always been intelligent, learning quicker than anyone else. It is your destiny to be a scholar. It is all due to your mother's poverty that I could not afford a good tutor to guide you, thus delaying your education. After I die, I will have no face to meet your father. Qi and Appo's mother spoke, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, please don't cry. I know I was wrong. I will certainly achieve success in the imperial examinations and become a high-ranking official, bringing you honor and status. Qi Moyan, seeing her in tears, felt a sudden panic, unsure of what to do. Chapter 57. The few things he cares about. Jiang Rong stood outside the fence, gazing at the scene from a distance. 10 years ago, Qi Moyan was merely a boy of 17 or 18, clad in a coarse linen robe, his frame slender. Faced with his weeping mother, he hung his head, a visage filled with unease. He was a stark contrast to the treacherous minister feared by the world in his past life. Even a man as cold-hearted as Qi Moyan had a soft side when confronted with those he cherished most. Jiang Rong gently knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone there?" The mother and son in the courtyard turned their heads. Qi Moyan, astounded, exclaimed, "The young lady of the Duke. What brings you here? Who is this?" Qi's mother inquired in surprise. Qi Moyan responded, "This is the young lady of the Northern Prince. That study over there is her property." Upon hearing this, Qi and Appo's mother was taken aback. What could the young lady of the Northern Prince want here? Could it be that her son, who had been guarding the study these past days, had inadvertently offended her? The thought made Qi's mother pale. She hurriedly approached, bowing deeply. "I greet you, young lady. May you be well. If my son has been foolish and caused any offense, it is due to my failure to educate him properly. All blame lies with me." "Mother." Qi Moyan observed his mother, flustered and kneeling, and his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. This exemplified the sorrow of common folk. They wield no power or influence. Qi and Appo's mother feared he had wronged someone and desperately took the blame on herself. "Please rise, madam," Jiang Rong urged, lifting her up. "The young master has assisted us in the study, and I have come specifically to express my gratitude." Emerald immediately brought forth several gift boxes. These are tokens of appreciation prepared by the young lady. Qi and Appo's mother sighed in relief, realizing it was not a summons for punishment. Gratitude? Moyan helped with the study? Qi Moyan wished to keep his injuries hidden from his mother, thus refraining from mentioning his act of valor. The young lady is too kind, Qi Moyan thought, his heart racing with subtle apprehension. Surely, a simple token of thanks would not compel the young lady to visit in person. What would she possibly want with him? Assured that the visitor bore no ill intent, Qi's mother became exceedingly cordial. "Your presence truly graces our humble abode. Please come in." As she spoke, she handed the fan to Qi Moyan, gesturing insistently. The esteemed scholar hailed from the young lady's study, so this fan would serve as a gesture of sincerity. "Please present it." Qi Moyan feigned ignorance, gripping tightly onto the fan, one of the few possessions he genuinely valued. Qi and Appo's mother, seeing his indifference, nearly lost her temper. This foolish child, how could he lack understanding of human sentiment? "Young lady, My son is exceptionally gifted in his studies and diligent in learning, yet he lacks a distinguished mentor. Qi and Apos, S. mother endeavored to forge connections on behalf of her son, who was somewhat tongue-tied. Jiang Rong smiled. Indeed, I have read Qi Moyan and Apos S. works. They are quite commendable. Madam, I notice you seem to have an issue with your left eye. Fortunately, I have brought a doctor to examine you. I am too burdening you. Qi's mother stammered, overwhelmed by the attention. Qi Moyan's eyes brightened. The physician accompanying the young master might indeed restore his mother's sight. Xiao Nanqing chuckled, not at all. Old lady, please extend your hand so I may take your pulse. Upon checking, Xiao Nanqing shook his head and sighed regrettably. Your left eye and amp, Apos, S. ailment has persisted for 3 years, making recovery exceedingly difficult. However, with medication, your right eye can still be preserved. Mother, what is wrong with your right eye? Qi Moyan gasped in shock. Qi and amp, Apos, S. mother hesitated. Recently, I have had trouble seeing clearly. I do not want to worry you, but the doctor said there is hope, so it is not severe. Your left eye also gradually lost its sight, didn't it? Have you been secretly working on embroidery again? Qi Moyan questioned anxiously. Not much, just occasionally. Qi's mother mumbled. Xiao Nanqing interjected. You're right, I was fine, but it has been overworked these last 2 years. You must avoid straining it further and allow it to rest. 2 years. Qi Moyan felt a weight in his heart. Since they arrived in the capital last year, he had fallen ill several times due to the unfamiliar climate. And surely his mother took on needlework to cover his medical expenses. I shall prescribe a remedy. Take it 3 times a day for 2 months, and you shall be well, Xiao Nanqing stated after examining her eyes thoroughly. Rest assured, it is treatable. Qi Moyan felt a measure of relief, bowing deeply with genuine gratitude. Thank you, esteemed physician. He then presented the fan, which he had hesitated to part with, to Jiang Rong with utmost respect. The young lady has saved my mother. I cannot repay such kindness. This fan is the only valuable item I possess, and I offer it to you. Jiang Rong glanced briefly at the fan, recognizing it as a priceless embroidered treasure. Given Qi Moyan and amp, Apos, S. family situation, it was unlikely they could afford such an item. This was crafted by the old lady herself, with rather crude skills, so I hope you do not find it unworthy, Qi and Apos, S. mother hurriedly added. She had initially hoped to use the fan to find a tutor for her son, but since the young lady had come to attend to her health, a gift of gratitude was only appropriate. She would have to find another way to prepare a gift for her son's mentorship. Jiang Rong pondered. So this was the reason Qi Moyan hesitated to part with the fan. It symbolized his mother's unwavering love and sacrifice. How could he bear to give it to those who held no significance in his life? You honor me, but this fan is exquisite, and I genuinely cherish it. Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile. Earlier, I heard you mention your son seeks a mentor. We have a distinguished scholar in our study. Would your son be interested in being his disciple? Qi Moyan was taken aback, and upon realizing her intent, he bowed again. It would be my utmost honor. Qi's mother was elated, even more so than when she learned her eyesight could be saved, and she exclaimed, Thank you, young lady. You are like a benevolent bodhisattva in a temple. Thank you. Madam, you are too kind. Your son is exceptionally talented and precisely the kind of individual the Northern Prince's residence needs, Jiang Rong responded graciously. Jiang Rong did not linger long, exchanging a few pleasantries with Qi's mother before taking her leave. Qi Moyan was about to head to the city to procure medicine. Jiang Rong offered to accompany him, as his family lacked a cart. Each journey to the city was made on foot, a considerable distance. This fan holds special significance. Keep it as a memento, Jiang Rong said, returning the exquisite embroidered fan to Qi Moyan. She accepted it in front of Qi and Apos, S. mother solely to ease their concerns and prevent any further disputes between the two. She understood the profound meaning this fan held for Qi Moyan. His mother had poured her heart and soul into it. It represented a heavy burden of maternal love. How could he possibly part with it for those of no consequence? Only you deserve to possess it, young lady, Qi Moyan stated earnestly. Chapter 58. From Rivals to Allies. Jiang Rong and amp, Apos, S. eyes flickered momentarily before she chuckled lightly. Is it because I have engaged a physician for your mother? In her pursuit of ambition, he hesitated to part with the fan. Yet, in his heartfelt gratitude for Jiang Rong and Appo's treatment of his mother, he was genuinely appreciative. Qi Moyan, she inquired with unhurried composure, would you be willing to exchange your mother for the chance to acknowledge your father? Absolutely not. Qi Moyan swiftly rejected the notion. I have fortuitously discovered the identity of her biological father. He is the Minister of Rights. A bastard son brings him no advantage. But a legitimate heir who excels in the imperial examinations is precisely what he desperately needs. Jiang Rong fixed her gaze upon Qi Moyan. I have faith that you will indeed pass the examinations. At that time, your father will undoubtedly welcome you back into the family. You must realize that the path of a bastard and that of a legitimate son from a noble family are fundamentally different. Forgive me, but I have no father, Qi Moyan firmly asserted, drawing a clear line. He had never contemplated acknowledging his father. To exchange a mother for that was even less conceivable. Jiang Rong observed him quietly. She was not surprised by his knowledge of Lin Yi as his biological father. It seemed he had been aware all along. As for whether Qi Moyan would consider trading a mother for the legitimacy of being a legitimate son, her suspicions were confirmed. From the moment she had seen that fan, it was evident that although Qi Moyan yearned for success, he had never contemplated abandoning his mother. He was resolutely unwilling to return to the Lin family. In this world, there is only one person who could compel the obstinate Qi Moyan to bow his head, his mother. One could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the tender-hearted mothers everywhere. Jiang Rong sighed inwardly, having nearly pieced together the truth of the previous life, and finally turned to Xiao Nanjing and asked, how is Madame Qi's health? What is her life expectancy? Qi Moyan was taken aback by this question, panic-stricken as he grasped Xiao Nanjing and Appo's sleeve. Does my mother have other ailments? Xiao Nanjing, perplexed, replied, though Madame Qi has some vision issues. She does not suffer from any other illnesses. If nothing unforeseen occurs, she is likely to live a long life. In the previous life, Qi Moyan had successfully passed the imperial examinations, ranking 9th in the highest examination. Minister Lin discovered that this individual was the very illegitimate son who had sought him out previously. Pressured by the necessity for a successor, he promptly discussed with his legitimate wife the possibility of adopting Qi Moyan as his legitimate son. Unexpectedly, his wife consented, but Qi Moyan refused. Thus, the Lin couple discreetly approached Madame Qi. Your son has finally achieved success in the imperial examinations. Do you wish for him to carry the stigma of being an illegitimate child for his entire life? Lady Lin urged her, if he is registered under my name, he will be a legitimate son of the Lin family, the future heir. He will have a life filled with glory, rather than being looked down upon as a bastard. You cannot hinder your child in Appo's prospects for your own comfort. Minister Lin assured her, do not worry. My wife is magnanimous and will treat Moyan as her own. For Madame Qi, her will to live was partly driven by the hope of reuniting with her husband. Little did she know, her husband already had a family and was blissfully happy. She was merely an extraneous presence. The other half of her motivation was to provide for her son. Now that her son had a promising future, she felt more like a burden obstructing his path. Consequently, after forcing Qi Moyan to acknowledge his heritage, Madame Qi soon took her own life by drowning. Initially, this news was tightly concealed. Qi Moyan believed his mother, having lost her sight, had accidentally fallen into the water. At that time, she was completely blind. Later, he learned that Madame Qi had been driven to death by the Lin couple. The matriarch of the Lin family feared that should he attain greatness, he might bring his mother into the family, jeopardizing her status. Thus, after he acknowledged his lineage, she threatened Madame Qi, stating that Qi Moyan and Appo's identity as a legitimate son was already recognized, a fact known even to the emperor. If it were discovered that this was a fabrication, it would amount to treason. Madame Qi, already devoid of the will to live and fearing that her existence would harm her son, resolutely chose to die without leaving evidence, thereby solidifying her son's status as a legitimate heir. In this world, Qi Moyan cared solely for his mother. Since the Lin couple had caused her death, he would stop at nothing to ensure their demise. The Lin family was aligned with the Duke of End, and to bring them down, His best option was to align himself with the crown prince. This marked the inception of Qi Moyan's path towards becoming the reviled traitor in the eyes of all. The next day, upon arriving at the apothecary, Qi Moyan expressed his gratitude before disembarking. Xiao Nanjing remarked with a smile, "So, the consort is here to accept disciples today." Jiang Rong replied, "I merely came to observe, but seeing his filial piety, I believe he may be of use." Xiao Nanjing nodded in agreement. Indeed, filial piety is paramount. This young man clearly embodies loyalty and righteousness. Loyalty? That term seemed ill-suited for Qi Moyan. Had he possessed a true conscience in his previous life, he would not have caused so much suffering to the innocent. His eyes were filled with ambition, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. To murder a few innocents unrelated to him for the sake of his future? He would undoubtedly do so. However, killing his mother was an absolute line he would never cross. But that alone sufficed. In this life, she would not allow Qi Moyan to follow the same path as before. For someone like Qi Moyan, who was solely focused on his own ambitions and indifferent to the lives of others, morality was irrelevant. He could commit any heinous act. Yet, he could also restrain his actions. This depended on the kind of master he chose to serve and how sharp a blade he wished to wield. He was astute, clever, and possessed a wealth of cunning, a truly perfect weapon. Most importantly, he had those he wished to protect. Jiang Rong gazed at the exquisite embroidered fan displayed on the table. Qi Moyan could indeed be of use. The following day, Qi Moyan came to pay his respects. Xiaonyang led him to the third floor of the Wan study. "Young Master Qi, please wait inside. Elder Qinxiu will arrive shortly." Qi Moyan clutched a scroll of his own writing and entered, finding the bamboo room bright and clean, devoid of unnecessary embellishments, elegant in its simplicity. A figure stood within, Song Hung. "Brother Song, are you also a disciple of Elder Qinxiu?" Qi Moyan greeted him with a courteous nod. Song Hung smiled wryly and shook his head. "The elder has not taken me in. The steward mentioned that the elder had business with me." "Congratulations, Brother Qi, on becoming a disciple of Elder Qinxiu." Qi Moyan was slightly taken aback. After saving Song Hung previously, they had quickly established a strong rapport, sharing a deep friendship. He had already read Song Heng's writings, which were on par with his own. Moreover, Song Hung was a person of great character. The Northern King's household had no reason to overlook him. Qi Moyan was not one to elevate himself by belittling others. He did not regard Song Hung with disdain for not securing a master, saying with a smile, "Brother Song, you possess immense talent. I believe you will surely make your mark, regardless of whether you have a mentor or not." Song Hung, while envious, was not resentful. He sincerely congratulated his friend on his success in securing a mentor, and they engaged in light-hearted conversation. When Jiang Rong arrived, she witnessed this scene. In their previous lives, every encounter between the two had been marked by animosity, each wishing to stab the other in the back. To see rivals transformed into allies was indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Chapter 59. Apprenticeship. The esteemed daughter-in-law of the heir has arrived. With a melodious call, the servant announced her presence. Startled, the two individuals within the room rose in unison to pay their respects to the daughter-in-law of the heir. "Please, no need for formalities. Have a seat," Jiang Rong said as she stepped inside and took her place at the head of the table. The two guests settled into their seats. Song Hung, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "I heard that Senior Qinxiu sought me for a matter, but I wonder, where's the senior? How is it that the daughter-in-law of the heir is here? Could it be that the steward has led me astray?" "It is I," Jiang Rong replied calmly. Both Song Hung and Qi Moyan were left utterly speechless. "You are Senior Qinxiu. How can this be?" Song Hung exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Rong, unhurried, explained, "Today let us first clarify the topic at hand." She proceeded to address the various perplexities that Song Hung had penned in his apprenticeship letter, elucidating each one. Furthermore, she provided an accessible yet profound interpretation of the relevant arguments presented in the first 2 volumes of the Qinxiu text. Lost in her discourse, Song Hung found himself entranced. Qi Moyan, however, quickly grasped the reality. The daughter-in-law of the heir was indeed the Senior Qinxiu. No wonder she personally sought me out. Was she here to evaluate her students? Initially, he had thought that as a scholar under the auspices of the Northern Prince Xie's residence, He was merely a subordinate of a subordinate to the daughter-in-law of the heir. He had resolved to strive diligently to present himself before her. Yet, had he suddenly ascended to such heights? The joy was overwhelming. Even someone as composed as Qi Moyan was momentarily taken aback, and his resolve to study intensified. The results of the imperial examinations determined the starting point for an official. Should he secure a commendable rank with the daughter-in-law of the heir as his protector, his future would be assured. The possibility of Lin Ida kneeling before him and his mother in apology was now a step closer. Furthermore, with the daughter-in-law of the heir's unwavering support, he could not afford to lag behind. Otherwise, how could he prove his worth? The daughter-in-law had chosen him. He must not disappoint her expectations. Otherwise, would she not simply select another? An hour later, Jiang Rong lifted the teacup from the table, took a modest sip to clear her throat, and declared, "That is all for today. You both should reflect on this matter and write 3 essays on current affairs to submit to me by tomorrow." "Yes," Qi Moyan replied, bowing deeply. He then lifted a cup of tea from the table and respectfully offered it to Jiang Rong. "Please, have some, esteemed teacher." This was a customary gesture of respect for one's mentor. Jiang Rong accepted the cup and took a sip. Turning her gaze towards Qi Moyan, she said, "I wish to keep my identity as Qianxiu concealed from outsiders." The student understands. Qi Moyan nodded in comprehension. They would not divulge Jiang Rong's identity to anyone. "Esteemed daughter-in-law, I also wish to become your apprentice." Song Hung stammered, feeling a bit awkward, since the daughter-in-law had not explicitly stated her acceptance. He believed he should not mention it further. However, since she had included him in her teachings, it seemed to imply her willingness, did it not? "Song Hung, although our paths may differ, we ultimately share the same goal. We shall each contribute in our own manner to make the Great Xia a better place," Jiang Rong said. Gazing at him, "The Northern Princess residence must not hinder you. You may attend classes with Qi Moyan, provided you are willing." Song Hung paused, pondering the complexity of her words. Qi Moyan, however, understood immediately. The daughter-in-law of the heir wished to avoid branding Song Hung with the Northern Princess faction. "If I am not mistaken, the teacher is willing to instruct Song Hung, but prefers to keep it confidential that he is your student," Qi Moyan said with a slight smile. "Would it be acceptable for Song Hung to quietly become your apprentice?" Although Song Hung was still somewhat unclear as to why the daughter-in-law could not openly accept him as a student, upon hearing this, his eyes brightened, and he bowed deeply. "Song Hung respectfully seeks to become an apprentice to my esteemed teacher." Jiang Rong considered it and found no objection. She simply did not wish for Song Hung's origins in the Northern Princess residence to impede his path as a loyal minister. Thus, she raised her cup of the apprenticeship tea once more, acknowledging the conclusion of their student-teacher arrangement. "Your teacher is exceptionally learned and possesses the talent of a top scholar. It is a pity you cannot enter the examination hall." Song Hung lamented for Jiang Rong and Appo's situation. Jiang Rong regarded the two with a faint smile. "As for the position of top scholar, you two should strive diligently to attain it on my behalf." Both Song Hung and Qi Moyan felt the weight of the expectation. The position of top scholar was a daunting challenge. In the Great Xia, numerous talented individuals emerged, with only one being recognized every 3 years. Yet, Jiang Rong's father was a top scholar, and she herself possessed such talent. If her students were unable to achieve this honor, it would seem as though the younger generation was lacking in ambition. Exchanging glances, both nodded earnestly, resolved to study diligently for the sake of attaining the title of top scholar. With a stack of books in his arms, Song Hung dove into the study on the lower floor. Jiang Rong retained Qi Moyan for further discussion. "Do you understand why I have transformed into Qianxiu and specifically come to take on students?" Jiang Rong inquired. Qi Moyan, not pretending to be ignorant, had already gleaned from the extraordinary means of the daughter-in-law that she was a formidable individual. No woman in this world would dare to boldly take on students to enter the imperial examinations. The student speculates that the daughter-in-law is constrained by her identity, making it inconvenient for her to intervene in many matters. "You require someone in the officialdom to act on your behalf," Qi Moyan ventured cautiously. "Indeed," Jiang Rong nodded. "There are many rules in this world that we must adhere to, yet there is also room for flexibility. Women cannot hold official positions. Thus, she dispatches her own people into the bureaucratic sphere. The daughter-in-law's kindness toward her students is profound. They shall strive to excel and alleviate your burdens. Qi Moyan boldly expressed his loyalty. He was acutely aware that without a backing, even if he succeeded in the examinations, he could still face a lifetime of setbacks. Hence, he had long prepared to secure a protector for himself. Jiang Rong had clarified their intentions and future actions in advance. Are you willing to join us? Of course, I am willing. You are well suited for an official position. I believe you can achieve it, Jiang Rong stated, her gaze filled with approval as she looked at Qi Moyan. She then regarded him earnestly. However, I have a piece of advice for you. In positions of power, one must manage their governance. Once you occupy this position, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. You must serve the people and the nation with integrity. While we strive for power and influence, we must not forget our duties. Qi Moyan stared at Jiang Rong, taken aback. He had witnessed many unscrupulous officials who would stop at nothing for personal advancement, as well as loyal ministers who desired to serve the people but found themselves sidelined and ineffective. Given the choice, he would certainly opt for the former. Yet, today, he realized that there could be a third path. One could both seek power and serve the nation and its people. This revelation illuminated a new perspective for him. The daughter-in-law's ambition and vision truly marked her as an extraordinary woman of this era. He suddenly felt as if he had fortuitously found a remarkably powerful ally. He could not afford to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That night, he studied through the night. Chapter 60. Hunting with the Lord. Time flows like a river, and soon it was the end of the month. Young master, the latest battle report from the front. Xiao Nanxing delivered the latest news from the northern border. Xie unfolded the message tube in the Battle of Pigeon Mountain. General Chun engaged in a duel with the northern desert's enemy forces, but was defeated by the formidable General Balhu, sustaining severe injuries and calling for a retreat. Our troops in Amp, Oppos, morale plummeted, leading them to flee without a fight. The northern desert has grown arrogant, and for 3 days, no one dares to confront them. After scanning the report, Xie frowned slightly. Xiao Nanxing sighed. The prince's old ailment has recurred, and he remains stationed at the rear to command. The front lines have been entrusted to General Chun, but Balhu is known as the mightiest warrior of the northern desert, unmatched by any. The current situation is unfavorable for us. Xie lightly tapped his fingers on the table and summoned a map. The attendant swiftly cleared the various items scattered across the desk, laying out a large map of the northern border campaign hidden within a secret compartment. The map was densely marked with circles of various colors. Xie's gaze settled on Pigeon Mountain, a crucial pass. If this position were to be breached, our forces would find it exceedingly difficult to hold the terrain beyond. Gazing at Pigeon Mountain for a long moment, Xie's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. He took the battle report and tossed it into the incense burner shaped like a 3-legged beast, shrouded in fragrant smoke. If he was not mistaken, this was a ruse to feign weakness and dull the enemy's vigilance. General Chun should be fine. Otherwise, if Pigeon Mountain fell, his father would not remain at ease commanding from the rear. He would insist on going to the front lines despite his illness. Young master, the young lady requests an audience, Jingzhe announced as she entered. Xie glanced at the map on the desk, and Xiao Nanxing promptly folded it away. While the attendants rearranged the intriguing items that had just been moved, there was a box of colorful stones, 2 pots of exotic flowers, a finely crafted lamp depicting ladies adorned with gold, and a colorful koi fish swimming in a celadon fish tank. These were gifts presented to the young master today from various places. In the capital, the young aristocrats were often curious about curiosities, antique treasures, flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Amp, Oppos, desk. Let her in, Xie said, absent-mindedly picking up a colorful stone to play with. Jiang Rong entered, dressed in a snow-white, front-closing, narrow-sleeved top, paired with a crimson skirt embroidered with golden floral patterns. She walked lightly, her eyes slightly curved. Husband, the weather is splendid today, perfect for hunting. Shall we venture out to the outskirts together? After a pause, she added, Chun Guangzong and the others have been at the northern prince's residence for nearly a month, and Jingzhe mentioned that their training has yielded some results. It would be just right to take them out to practice. What do you think, husband? Xiangxi's gaze swept over her attire, and he inquired, can you ride? The narrow sleeves and pleated skirt were indeed suitable for a woman riding a horse. Ah, I cannot, Jiang Rong exclaimed, a spark of inspiration lighting up her face as she tugged at his sleeve. I heard from my grandmother that you were exceptionally skilled at horseback polo. Could you teach me to ride? At that moment, Jiang Rong, hailing from scholarly family, had yet to learn riding. Her lessons in horsemanship came after the fall of the Xie family army, when the matriarch, alongside her, endeavored to rebuild it. She had followed her grandmother to learn archery and military drills. With the passing of the old prince, the vast northern Prince Xie's residence was left in the hands of two women. For matters of military importance, which Jiang Rong previously knew nothing about, she had to educate herself. Of course, she could easily concoct a tale of having learned riding during her time in the boudoir. However, I must pretend not to know, so I can be close to my husband. Xiangxi found Jiang Rong's demeanor somewhat peculiar. It was reasonable to assume she was indeed inexperienced. Very well. In early summer, at Qingsong Mountain, the cicadas buzzed, making the woods exceedingly tranquil, while birds chirped, deepening the mountain serenity. Chen Guangzong gazed at the expansive forest before him, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. After being confined in a separate residence for over 20 days, where each day was filled with training or additional drills, he felt utterly tormented. He longed for escape. Yet, with high walls surrounding him and black-clad guards patrolling, fleeing seemed hopeless. Unexpectedly, fate smiled upon him, allowing him to break free from that dreadful cage. Ha ha! From this day forth, I, Chan Xiaojia, shall soar high above the mountains like a bird. Chen, where are you going? Zhang Sen inquired. The young lady instructed us to each hunt at least one creature. If you wander to the outskirts, how will you find anything? Li Si nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. The prey are cunning and all hidden within. You two fools, Chen Guangzong lamented, smacking their heads in frustration. Do you wish to continue living this wretched existence? Zhang San and Li Si, along with other young nobles, shook their heads in unison. Then hurry and make your escape. Now that we are out, let us each return to our homes and find our mothers. I refuse to believe she will come looking for me. My mother will never allow her to take me away. Chen Guangzong puffed out his chest, beaming with the thrill of imminent freedom. Indeed, Chen is right. Wide on and oppos, till we run. Run, run. From this day forth, I will steer clear of the northern Prince Xie's residence. The group of young aristocrats suddenly grasped the situation, following Chen Guangzong in a sprint towards the outskirts. Soon, they reached the edge of Qingsong Mountain, only to find a terrifying yet familiar figure at the end of the path. Under a large pine tree, Jiang Rong sat leisurely sipping tea, flanked by menacing black-clad guards, each holding a bow, an arrow aimed at them. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Rong asked, glancing at the panting young nobles with a smile. The group shivered in fear, their faces pale as despair washed over them. Woe is us! What a cruel twist of fate. Only Chen Guangzong stood resolutely, stepping forward to maintain his facade as the leader. I led them here. They are not involved. One person bears the consequences for their own actions. What do you want with them? Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon him, and she seemed amenable. Very well. Raise the water jars. The next moment, Chen Guangzong's knees, seemingly with a mind of their own, buckled, and he fell to the ground. His face turned pale as he surrendered to the overwhelming force, pitifully crying out, Young lady, I was wrong. I just miss my mother. I want to go back and see her. Woe is me. I cannot fulfill my filial duties before her. I am unfilial. Yes, yes. The others chimed in. I miss my mother. I want to see my father. Jiang Rong smiled softly. It is only natural to think of one and oppos as parents. You have indeed been away for quite some time. Once you have completed your training, I shall grant you leave to return. Chen Guangzong and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. That was close. We managed to get through it. However, Jiang Rong's tone shifted, but I noticed that you all ran faster just now than during your usual training. Indeed, it seems you have not been diligent in your practice. Jiang Rong continued leisurely. Emerald, take note, she commanded. Emerald immediately raised her voice, according to the new regulations from the ritual guard. Those who slack off during training will face double penalties. The young nobles wailed in despair. Woe is us. This is unjust. We truly have been diligent to run faster when fleeing for your lives. That cannot be blamed on us. They lamented. Oh, how wrong we are. Chapter 61. The deceptive affection of the Lord with tears in their eyes. Chun Guangzong and his companions returned to the mountains to hunt. Master, the people from main house have just been lurking around us, reported Prince Xie, stepping forward quietly, and observed the spies from the main house nearby. Without the command of the young lady, they had not acted recklessly. The Zhao concubine has been watching me closely. How idle, Jiang Rong scoffed. Since Jiang Rong had taken control of the household, Zhao concubine had sent people to secretly monitor her, seeking her faults. No matter, let her be, Jiang Rong said as she set down her teacup and stood up. We should go meet the heir. What did Zhao concubine intend? It was merely to sow discord between her and the Chun family, the warlords. She could not possibly keep Chun Guangzong and the others confined forever. The news of General Chen's severe injury had reached the capital today. In her previous life, it was the death of her father and brothers that awakened Chun Guangzong. In this life, she intended to use this incident to intimidate him, urging him to realize the truth sooner. Later, you go deliver water to Chun Guangzong and the others. Casually discuss with the maid about General Chun and Appo's grave injury. They say he might not survive. Jiang Rong instructed. Prince Xie was astonished. General Chun might not survive? That's a lie. Jiang Rong laughed. In her memory, General Chun was never seriously injured. This was merely a ploy to feign weakness. In a secluded grove on Qing Song Mountain, esteemed young lady, please look. This is the fine steed, Xu Yun, that our master has specially chosen for you. Its coat is as white as snow and exceedingly beautiful. Most importantly, it has a gentle temperament, perfect for a novice rider, said Xiao Nanxing, riding a snow-colored steed, showcasing it for the young lord. Wow, it looks truly magnificent. Thank you, my husband. Jiang Rong gazed at the horse, greatly pleased, tugging at Xielingxi's sleeve with a beaming smile. Esteemed young lady, this is the riding instructor specially requested by the heir for you. Xiao Nanxing pointed to a middle-aged man with a large beard. Master Lu, an expert in equestrian skills, is a renowned teacher in the capital, sought after by many prominent families. With his guidance, you will surely learn to ride swiftly. Master Lu bowed respectfully. Greetings, esteemed young lady. Ah, this is not necessary. The heir promised to teach me to ride, but is it really required to hire a master? It seems a bit excessive. You could just teach me yourself. Jiang Rong replied with a sigh. Oh, how challenging it is to deceive my husband. Esteemed young lady, the key to riding is to stay calm. First, step onto the stirrup, keep your back straight, look ahead, and hold the reins. Master Lu instructed earnestly. Jiang Rong begrudgingly mounted the horse. Esteemed young lady, you truly have a talent. Master Lu praised. Now, take it slow. There is no need to rush. Jiang Rong glanced at Xielingxi, who was quietly watching her ride, and with a mischievous glint in her eye, gently tapped Xun. Good horse, let us charge. Xu Yun, clever and intuitively understanding her command, immediately dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. Esteemed young lady, Master Lu was taken aback. Why has the horse suddenly taken off? She is going to fall. Xiao Nanxing's face drained of color. Xu Yun was typically gentle. Why had it suddenly gone wild? As the horse galloped away, Jiang Rong, appearing as if she were a novice rider, swayed precariously, causing both Xiao Nanxing and Master Lu to panic. Xielingxi and Appo's expression shifted slightly as he mounted his own horse, urging it forward. As the two horses drew closer, Xielingxi leaped onto Jiang Rong and Appo's horse, wrapping one arm around her slender waist while grasping the reins with the other. Do not fear, good husband. Jiang Rong had successfully deceived him, her face radiant with joy. Before Xielingxi could finish speaking, he suddenly realized. Seeing Jiang Rong sway like a willow branch, he jumped over in a moment of urgency. Now, pressed against her, he noticed her legs tightly gripping the horse and Appo's belly. Her lower body was stable. No amount of swaying could unseat her. This was no novice riding. She was clearly skilled enough to perform on horseback. You can ride? Xielingxi asked, both amused and exasperated. This little girl had tricked him again. Shuiyun is truly obedient, and it pairs wonderfully with me. Thank you for the horse. My husband, Jiang Rong, said graciously, nestling into his sturdy chest, tilting her head slightly with a smile. You care for Rong and Amp. Amp? Oppos. And that is why I managed to deceive you. Indeed, you are the one who loves me most, she added. Xialing Si. When the world has happened. This logic oddly makes sense. In the North King's residence, in the Orchid Courtyard. Did you hear? Jiang Rong forced those young rascals to train, and they tried to escape, but were caught by her? Zhao Concubine exclaimed, astonished. The attendant respectfully replied, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Those young rascals are hopeless. What good would training do? It would be better to buy some servants to train. They would be more obedient. Zhao Concubine clicked her tongue. To curry favor with the military families, she took in all these rascals, but now she expects them to become capable. Let Chen Guangzong and his companions be idle. Doing such thankless work is truly foolish. The matron chimed in. Jiang Rong has a reputation for being bookish. She likely thinks, like those old scholars, that she must teach them well to be responsible. Little does she know, the ladies of the military families do not expect these rascals to amount to anything. They merely want them to loaf around the North King's residence. Indeed, she is tormenting those foolish women as precious sons. They must be heartbroken, Zhao Concubine mused, her eyes glinting. Let us send a message to the Chun family, informing Madame Chan that her son is being tormented by Jiang Rong to the point of suffering greatly. The Chen family regards Chen Guangzong as their most cherished possession. If they learn he is in distress, they will surely confront Jiang Rong fiercely. Oh, and let us ensure they don't discover that the news originated from us. Yes, madam. In Song Mountain, Chen Guangzong and his companions sat around a bonfire roasting meat, their faces filled with worry. Brother Chen, you went through such trouble to catch a mountain chicken, and you're not taking it back to report? Are you going to eat it yourself? Zhang Xin asked curiously. Chen Guangzong grit his teeth. The young lady only told us to each hunt one. She never said we had to bring it back whole. I want to share my roasted meat with her. Humph. Exactly, we must resist. Li Si shouted, chomping down on a greasy chicken leg. Resist what? Who can you defeat? One of the others replied. The key is to figure out how to escape. Chen Guangzong looked dejected. I was already training double. Now I have to train double again when I return. No. If I keep this up, I will die. I must escape. Yes, if we keep this up, I will die too. The group of young rascals lamented. Driven to desperation, Chen Guangzong's thoughts became surprisingly clear. Even though we cannot escape, we can send a message. There are so many people in Song Mountain. Let us find someone we know to send a message home. Just say 2 words. Save me. My mother will surely come to rescue me. The more Chen Guangzong thought about it, the more he felt this was a brilliant idea. He truly was a genius. Yes, let us find someone to send a message. Chapter 62. The Prince and Oppos. As cousin the young scions had an epiphany and hurriedly sought out acquaintances. Song Mountain, a dense forest on the outskirts of the capital, was often a hunting ground and a place for outings. They indeed found several familiar faces who delivered a message of salvation. Now, they simply had to await rescue. Chen Guozong nodded with satisfaction, and the group of young men shared a sense of joy akin to the dawn breaking after a long night. They gathered together, drinking water and feasting on meat, for Jiang Rong had not prepared any wine for them. Chen Guozong, you useless fool, you and Amp. Oppos, Re still alive? A voice of provocation pierced the air. The group turned to see a cadre of elegantly dressed young gentlemen, accompanied by attendants, striding towards them. Sun He. Chen Guozong glared at the leader, his eyes aflame with anger, yet he forced himself to suppress it. Zhang San, Li Si, we must leave. Sun He, the legitimate heir of the Sun family from the Duke of Jingguo's household, had grown exceedingly arrogant in recent years. Following the establishment of the Daxia dynasty, the government had sought to diminish the military power of the Northern Wang household, supporting the 4 great military families instead. The Sun family, having produced an empress and the heir to the Daxia throne, the crown prince was one of them. Sun He, a typical young dandy, relished bullying those of lesser lineage. His noble status, bolstered by the crown prince as his cousin, rendered Chen Guozong and his companions too intimidated to confront him, opting instead to steer clear. Stop! Did this young master permit you to leave? Sun He scoffed coldly, as his entourage obstructed Chen Guozong's path. What do you want? Chen Guozong furrowed his brow. Sun He looked down at him, mocking. Your father is a pathetic wretch, beaten into submission by the barbarians, locked away like a coward while they flaunt their dominance over our daxia. Truly, you and Apos, brought shame upon us. Like father, like son, your worthlessness is hardly surprising. The young scions accompanying Sun He erupted in laughter. Sun He, you speak nonsense. Chen Guozong clenched his fists, his eyes reddening with fury. Ha! Your father is a coward, too afraid to leave the city, an utter disgrace to daxia. With his character, what battle could he possibly fight? He should stay home and play in the mud. Sun He derided. That day, the Duke of Jingguo's household received distressing news regarding the military setbacks of the Xie family. Sun He took delight in their misfortunes, believing that the Xie family would soon collapse under the weight of defeat, thus asserting the Sun family's preeminence. Just as Chen Guozong and his companions were seeking familiar faces, they encountered Sun He, who seized the opportunity for amusement. You cannot insult my father. Chen Guozong, having endured enough, finally retaliated, his fist striking Sun He squarely in the face. Thud! Sun He was knocked down, grimacing in pain. The humiliation of being struck by Chen Guozong was unbearable. You wretch! How dare you hit this young master? You've got some nerve. Come, beat them hard, he roared. The young scions immediately descended upon Chen Guozong and his friends with fists and kicks. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others caught off guard, received the brunt of the assault simply for associating with Chen Guozong. They were uncertain whether to fight back. Though these young scions appeared unruly, they were acutely aware of the hierarchy within their circles. Chen Guozong, despite his initial outburst, refrained from further retaliation, curling up defensively while shouting. This has nothing to do with them. But Sun He paid no heed, kicking Chen Guozong mercilessly. You dare to strike this young master? How audacious! The Xie family is on the verge of collapse, and you still dare to be arrogant before me? Teach them a lesson. His confidence stemmed from belief that the Xie family would soon fall from grace, emboldening his cruelty. Indeed, his companions laughed as they continued to pummel Zhang San, Li Si, and the others. Jadeite, dispatched by Jiang Rong to deliver water, witnessed the scene and hurried back to report. A quarter of an hour later, now you know fear? My cousin is the crown prince. Do you dare offend me? Sun He continued his brutal assault, kicking Chen Guozong in the chest. Chen Guozong gritted his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth, his face a wreck of bruises and wounds. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others were similarly battered, their conditions dire. Just like your father, a worthless scoundrel. Sun He spat. Chen Guozong glared at him, fists clenched tightly, torn between the desire to retaliate and the fear of implicating his family. At that moment, a commotion erupted. Horses! There are horses coming! Step aside! Sun Shao, quickly move. The young scions cried in alarm. A woman on a magnificent white steed galloped towards them, charging directly at Sun He. His expression shifted in an instant. Abandoning his assault on Chen Guozong, he turned to flee, but he could not outrun the horse. The steed collided with him, sending him crashing to the ground, breaking several bones and knocking out a couple of teeth, blood gushing from his mouth. Ah! Sun He howled in pain, cursing, which little minx dares, but before he could finish, a whip descended upon him, striking his face and leaving a deep gash from his forehead to his chin. The crowd was stunned, and Sun He, now reduced to mere cries of agony, dared not utter another curse. It is the young master's wife. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Guozong, severely injured with swollen eyes, struggled to see through the pain. He managed to open his eyes, gazing at the stunning woman on the horse as she approached them. Get up, fight back. After all this training, you still allow yourselves to be beaten so? Chen Guozong felt an inexplicable sense of grievance. He is the legitimate son of the Duke, the Prince and Apos, cousin. With such status, they wouldn't dare strike us. Regardless of their status, you are all being assaulted by those who attacked the Prince's attendants, attempting to assassinate the Northern Prince. How could you just stand there and take it? What are your duties? Jiang Rong retorted coldly. Chen Guozong suddenly realized Yes, he was not merely a scion of the Qin family. He was also a lieutenant in the prince's guard. You strike us, and you attack the prince. Forget their status. We will retaliate. Chen Guozong, harboring deep resentment towards Sun He, disregarded his own pain and charged forward. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others, filled with pent-up frustration, followed suit, eager to exact revenge. If not for fear of repercussions to their families, their training would have prevented them from being so easily beaten. Who are you? You'll regret this. My father is the duke. My cousin is the crown prince. You are finished. Sun He shouted, panic rising in his voice. Before he could finish, Jiang Rong struck him again with her whip, coldly commanding, "Dare to assault my husband? Capture these ruffians and take them to the Dali Temple." Chapter 63. I will not return home as Jing escorted one disfigured young dandy after another to the Dali Temple. Jiang Rong dismounted and casually took a seat on a large stone. Now speak. What transpired? The young master's wife. Sun He insisted on provoking us, claiming General Chun suffered a defeat, insulting General Chun. Zhang San and Li Si hurried to explain. Jiang Rong and Amp, Appo's gaze darkened slightly. It seemed she had not been harsh enough. It was I who struck first. I am willing to bear any consequences. Chen Guangzong lowered his head, honestly admitting his fault. Yet he could not help but anxiously inquire, Do you know the front line in Appo's battle report? Jiang Rong would never divulge the strategies of the Xie family army. She replied coolly, I am aware. However, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. A temporary setback is inconsequential. My father, is he truly injured? Chen Guangzong's anxiety intensified. He was not concerned about whether his father faced defeat. He solely cared for his father's well-being. General Chun is indeed severely wounded. Jiang Rong observed him, and despite the unforeseen troubles with Sun He, the original plan remained unaffected. She continued slowly. Moreover, the injury is quite grave. His absence from battle does not stem from cowardice, but from the possibility that his condition may not endure. Father. Chen Guangzong was struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Rong then turned her gaze to the others. Your fathers and brothers are all at Gezi Mountain. This battle may lead to defeat. Prepare yourselves. In the event of a loss, there will be casualties. In an instant, Zhang San, Li Si, and the others turned pale. Young men often awaken to the harsh realities of life only when faced with significant changes at home or the loss of loved ones. Yet by then, it will be too late for regrets. Jiang Rong decided to share with them the events that would transpire years later in history, hoping they might come to understand sooner. However, there is no need for undue worry. If the front line collapses, the emperor will certainly dispatch other troops for support. In due time, someone will avenge you. For instance, the Duke of Zhenghua, the Duke of Dinghua, Jiang Rong deliberately mentioned. The expressions of Chen Guangzong and the others turned extremely grim. Their own kin perished on the battlefield. Sun He insulted them as worthless. Would they then have to thank Sun He's father for avenging their relatives? I did not want them to seek vengeance. I will go myself. If anything happens to my father, I will head to the northern frontier. Chen Guangzong declared angrily. Jiang Rong raised an eyebrow. On what grounds do you intend to go? Are you well-versed in military strategies? Do you understand troop formations? Or can your archery skills hit a target from 100 paces? You possess no skills. Will you merely march to the battlefield to meet your demise? Chen Guangzong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what abilities did he have to go to the battlefield and avenge his father? Your parents entrusted you to the northern prince's residence. I certainly will not send you to your deaths. If you desire to fight, now is the time to hone your skills. In the future, the officers of the Yiwei division can apply to serve in the northern frontier or remain in the capital, Jiang Rong informed them. Your training at the northern prince's residence ends today. Those willing to stay in the Yiwei division may return to the northern prince's residence with me today. Those unwilling may return home. Chen Guangzong immediately declared, I will not go home. He had been yearning to escape, yet now that Jiang Rong permitted him to leave, he no longer wished to flee. The group of young dandies exchanged glances and soon began to whisper among themselves. If Brother Chen isn't leaving, then neither will I. Perhaps I too could go to the northern frontier. Yes, I also wish to go. I might not dare go, but I want to stay in the Yi division. I have always been bullied by Sun He and the others. For the first time, I have someone backing me. So, I fear not for my family. I shall remain in the Yi division. With the young master's wife protecting me, it is far better than before. Though there may be hardships, at least I Shan and Appos to be beaten. Each person has their own aspirations. Not every young dandy yearns to take up arms in battle. Some lack lofty ambitions, whether it be for the sake of fighting or understanding the benefits of the Yi division. None of the young dandies chose to withdraw. In the capital, at the Chun residence, Madame Chun received an anonymous note stating that her son was being tormented terribly by the young master's wife. She chuckled dismissively. How could that be? Why would the young master's wife torment my son without reason? My husband is the right-hand man of the northern prince. Yet, a tinge of unease settled in her heart, for ever since Chun Guangzong went to the northern prince's residence, there had been no word from him. Inquiries made at the royal residence revealed that they had just entered the northern prince's residence and were studying court etiquette in a separate courtyard. A temporary closure. This was somewhat reasonable, yet the lack of contact was concerning. Just then, she received a message from an acquaintance, a note penned by Chun Guangzong himself. With the words, "Help me." Madame Chun could no longer remain seated. Soon, the wives of Zhang and Li families, who were friends of hers, came knocking at her door. Their sons had entered the Yi division alongside Chun Guangzong, and they were grateful to Madame Chun. Today, upon suddenly receiving their children's plea for help, they were frightened and hurried to consult with Madame Chun. Why would the young master's wife suddenly target Guangzong and the others? Madame Chun was puzzled. They had only crossed paths briefly, yet she held a very good impression of the young master's wife. Madame Chun, the children have come seeking help, and they are currently on Song Mountain. What on earth is happening? Let's hurry and find out. Zhang's wife urged. Madame Chun nodded. Indeed, we simply wish to see the children. There is no reason for the young master's wife to deny us. They decided to go see them first. The women were half convinced about the young master's wife mistreating Chun Guangzong and the others, yet they were uneasy not being able to see their sons. Upon reaching Song Mountain, they saw the children, each with bruised faces, and their expressions changed immediately. My son. Madame Chun rushed forward to embrace Chun Guangzong, tears streaming down her face. What happened to you? The other women hurried to their own sons. Chun Guangzong was taken aback. Why are you here? I am fine. How can you say you are fine when you are in such a state? Madame Chun felt a mix of anguish and anger. Turning to Jiang Rong, she exclaimed, Young master's wife, I do not know what Guangzong has done wrong for you to punish him so severely. Mother, it was not the young master's wife who struck us. Chun Guangzong quickly clarified. Madame Chun was momentarily stunned. Then, what is the meaning of this? Why did you send a message saying help me? Yes, what is actually going on? Zhang's wife anxiously questioned Zhang San. Upon hearing about the message, Chun Guangzong and the others looked guilty, glancing towards Jiang Rong. In truth, all their little maneuvers had been under Jiang Rong's watchful gaze. Had she not permitted it, they would not have been able to send a single note. We encountered Sun He, yes. He bullied us, and in our desperation, we sent a message for help. The young master's wife arrived just in time to save us. Chun Guangzong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. He almost revealed their secret. Chapter 64. The Errand Amp. Amp. Oppos. As consort treats me exceptionally well, Madame Chun, upon hearing the name Sun He, recognized it as one not to be trifled with. She quickly turned to Jiang Rong, apologizing. Your Grace, please forgive me. Upon seeing Guangzong in such a state, I panicked and mistakenly misunderstood your intentions. Guangzong, in his confusion, had gotten himself into serious trouble, and she implored Jiang Rong to protect him. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Chun Guangzong, questioning, What trouble have you caused? Chun Guangzong remained silent, not mentioning his father and Amp, Oppos, defeat and injury, merely bowing his head. Jiang Rong chuckled lightly, reassuring Madame Chun, there is no need to worry. Cousin Chun is an officer of the Air's Guard. Any aggression from Sun He towards them equates to an attack on the heir himself, and I have already reported this to the authorities. As they are part of the Air's Guard, I shall ensure no harm comes to them. Thank you, Your Grace. Madame Chin's heart finally settled. Indeed, sending her son to the heir's guard was the wisest decision. Although they were related to the northern prince's household, it would have been inappropriate to constantly seek the matriarch and Apos as assistants over such matters. Now that Guangzhong was with the heir and Apos as guard, it was indeed a matter for the northern prince and Apos as household. Other women also breathed sighs of relief. They had intended to return to their separate residences to recuperate from their injuries. However, as all the ladies were present, Jiang Rong decided to grant them a 3-day leave to return home before reporting back for duty. In 3 days, you shall return, she smiled, instructing Jadeite to distribute the healing ointments to each household. Madame Chun expressed her gratitude, saying, "Your Grace, I apologize for troubling you. We have medicine at home. They were injured while on duty, and we in the Northern Prince and Apos, as household must take responsibility," Jiang Rong replied with a smile. Madame Chun felt increasingly reassured by Jiang Rong's reliability. She pondered who might have tried to sow discord between her and the heir's consort. But she would not fall for such foolishness again. The young masters were delighted to have 3 days off and joyfully returned home with their mothers. Only Chun Guangzhong, before leaving, quietly approached Jiang Rong to say, "Your Grace, Sun He is a cousin of the crown prince. They will not let this matter rest. I struck first today, and if there are consequences, I am willing to accept the punishment." Jiang Rong had dealt Sun He a harsher blow than he had received. He worried that this might implicate her. He understood that this matter had nothing to do with Jiang Rong, yet she had avenged them when she saw them being humiliated. Chun Guangzhong felt a warmth in his heart. Although Jiang Rong trained them rigorously, she was loyal to her own. He too was loyal, as the elder brother. He had always protected Zhang San and Li Si. For a moment, he felt a kinship with the heir and Apos as consort, such a principled and loyal individual. He could not allow his troubles to implicate her. What did it matter that he was a cousin of the crown prince? He was still a cousin of the heir, and if they harmed him, the heir would not let it go either. Jiang Rong dismissed his worries lightly, saying, "Do not fret. If the sky should fall, the heir will hold it up. The northern prince's household has not fallen. No one shall dare to bully us." Chun Guangzhong's eyes reddened. He was deeply moved. The heir's consort was truly too kind to him. He had previously spoken ill of her behind her back and regretted it. Hurry back to recover. Being beaten so badly is indeed shameful. You must practice harder upon your return. Jiang Rong waved her hand dismissively. Chun Guangzhong lamented, "Oh, come on. Can't you let me feel a bit more moved?" At Chingsong Mountain, the attendants set up a splendid and spacious tent, while the accompanying cooks carefully roasted wild chickens and boars freshly hunted from the mountains. Xiaolingxi sat comfortably in a wide chair upholstered in sheepskin, casually tossing a plate of meat into a delicate cage. Inside the cage sat a small, pure white kitten. They had discovered it during a hunt. Its leg had been injured by some wild beast, and sensing it could not escape, it approached Xiaolingxi, meowing plaintively. Xiaolingxi received many rare and exotic creatures daily, but he never kept them. Attachment grew with time, and he knew that emotions were the most fragile of human experiences. Thus, he refrained from forming attachments. However, he had heard that Jiang Rong had a fondness for cats. Of course, nearly all the information he had gathered about her was inconsistent, and he did not truly know if she liked them. If she did not, he could simply heal the kitten and release it. "Your Grace, why are you not accompanying the heir and Apos as consort?" asked Xiao Nanxing, perplexed. Xiaolingxi replied coolly, "She can handle it." In the eyes of Chun Guangzhong and the others, Jiang Rong was an outsider. Building rapport and trust among the main officials required time and shared experiences. Thus, it was quite fitting for her to take charge. As for him, he did not require such bonds. He was the heir of the Northern Prince, a status that naturally commanded their respect. Furthermore, he had dispatched Jingzhe to follow Jiang Rong's orders. With the blackguards present, Jiang Rong's safety was assured. Before long, Jingzhe returned with news. The heir and Apos, as consort, has ordered that Sun He and the others be sent to the Dali Temple. Xiao Nanxing was astonished. "Well, you beat them up for revenge, and now you're sending them to the authorities?" He inquired incredulously. "What charge can you bring against them?" "Attacking an officer of the heir's guard with intent to assassinate the heir," Jingzhe replied. Xiao Nanxing was left speechless. Your Grace, you certainly excel at lodging complaints. A hint of a smile graced Xie and Appo's typically stoic face. Indeed, is the heir and Appo's consort on her way here now? Xiao Nanqing asked. Jingzhe shook his head, his expression peculiar. No, the heir and Appo's consort informed Colonel Chun that General Chun is gravely injured, and Colonel Chun is currently sitting and crying. Xiao and Nanqing. Xie. After Jingzhe departed, it was not long before a guard reported, Young Master, Miss Dong Shiqin from the Yongning Marquisate requests an audience. Yongning Marquisate, the family of Princess Chang and Appo's, and of Anyang. One of the four great military families of Daxia. They had no prior ties with the northern prince and Appo's household. Now, suddenly seeking him out, was it related to Jiang Rong? Xie and Appo's gaze darkened slightly. Let her in. Daxia traditionally esteemed gentle and refined women of talent, viewing martial prowess as a crude pursuit. Thus, it was rare for the daughters of military families to practice martial arts. They typically pursued the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry from a young age. Dong Shiqin was one of the exceptional few, renowned as one of the four great talents of the capital. At 16, she was elegant and striking, holding herself above the sons of notable families. Her heart set solely on becoming a princess consort. Among the many princes of the current emperor, only 3 wielded real power. The crown prince was the natural choice. Yet he was already married to a woman of substantial family background. The Prince of England, son of the imperial noble consort, was both noble and valiant, but he was stationed far on the frontier, beyond her reach. Only the Duke of Duan remained, a man of great literary talent, known for his benevolence and humility. Praised by all as a cultured gentleman. Recently, he had lost his legitimate wife, and the vacancy of the Duke and Appo's consort position was highly enticing to Dong Shiqin. However, she was acutely aware that these royal marriages were often political alliances. The Duke of Duan needed support from the military families. But among the 4 great military families, the Yongning Marquisate was the least influential. With the Duke of Guo ahead of them, it was unlikely he would choose her. At this juncture, her aunt proposed an excellent idea. Why not consider a simpler option, like Xie? The northern prince and Appo's household is the most powerful in Daxia. Becoming the northern prince and Appo's consort is not such a bad prospect. Chapter 65. This woman must be plotting against my husband, Miss Dong. Xie is infatuated with Jiang Rong. According to my meticulous analysis, he is indeed attracted to talented women. While Jiang Rong possesses a certain reputation, there is little else in her favor. A scholar gazed at Dong Shiqin and extolled, You are undoubtedly more gifted than her. If you merely reveal a hint of your abilities, Xie will surely be captivated. Dong Shiqin harbored a deep disdain for Xie, viewing him as a frivolous wastrel devoid of learning. It is often said that the more one lacks something, the more one yearns for it. Xie, lacking in talent himself, might naturally admire those who possess it. The scholar stroked his beard thoughtfully. Dong Shiqin remained skeptical, but decided to test the waters. Today, I shall take the initiative to seek him out. If he harbors any feelings for me, he will not let this opportunity slip by. No sooner had she spoken than a maid announced that the son of a northern king was requesting her presence. Dong Shiqin was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. He truly favors talented women? Instantly, her mind began to race with possibilities. Although she felt a certain inclination towards the Duke of Duan, her hopes of becoming his consort seemed bleak. In contrast, Xie, the frivolous heir, would choose a wife based solely on his whims, even showing interest in an orphan girl from a noble family. How much more prestigious was she, a daughter of the Yongning Marquisate, compared to Jiang Rong? In that moment, Dong Shiqin felt a surge of ambition. The position of the northern princess seemed rife with potential. Accompanied by her maid, she entered the military tent. The lavish expanse of intricately woven carpets, the exquisite room where porcelain, the shoe embroidery screens, and the opulent throne adorned with gold and jade reflected a level of refinement and luxury. Though merely a temporary hunting encampment, it resembled a palace fit for royalty. Dong Shiqin could not help but marvel at the wealth of the northern prince, which was indeed as renowned as rumored. further solidifying her desire for the title of Northern Princess. Her gaze fell upon the handsome young lord seated in the main position, clad in resplendent garments. He was strikingly handsome. Though he was deemed a good-for-nothing, his looks surpassed even those of the Duke of Duan. "Miss Dong, might I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" asked Xiao Nanxing, who stood nearby. Dong Shiqin and Apos. As attention shifted from Xie to an ornate cage on the table, within which resided a snow-white cat. Its mismatched eyes, one amber and the other sky blue, were strikingly beautiful. Dong Shiqin was immediately taken with it, assuming that a cat cared for by Xie must be a rare breed. She envisioned bringing it to the banquet, where it would surely attract admiration. The last poetry gathering had seen the daughter of the Duke of the State flaunt a rare bird, garnering much attention and envy from her. This cat is truly exquisite, resembling a pet I once had in my youth, though unfortunately it went missing. Dong Shiqin sighed wistfully. Xie remained impassive, while Xiao Nanxing wore a puzzled expression, seeing the two of them so oblivious to her hints. Dong Shiqin thought it futile to expect much from a wastrel and his dim-witted attendant. So, she decided to be more direct. "I find this cat injured, and my heart aches for it. If the young lord does not mind, might I take it home to nurse it back to health before returning it?" Xiao Nanxing finally grasped her intention. "You wish to take my lord into Amp? Amp? Apos. S cat? But why would you ask for it upon our first meeting?" Xie and Amp, Apos. S gaze turned cold as he replied, "I do mind." Dong Shiqin and Amp, Apos. S smile faltered, stiffening on her face. "This cat belongs to my lord, and is intended as a gift for the future young mistress. If Miss Dong is fond of it, it would be best to purchase one of your own," Xiao Nanxing explained, bewildered. Dong Shiqin realized that this was intended for Jiang Rong. It seemed Xie truly cherished her. Yet, she believed that with a little maneuvering, she could divert his affections. Quickly regaining her composure, she smiled and said, "I have heard that the young lord has recently invested heavily in collecting antiques and paintings, indicating a passion for art. Coincidentally, I too am fond of painting and have recently copied a peony piece by the esteemed painter Yen. I would be honored if the young lord would critique it." As she spoke, her maid unfurled the peony painting. Dong Shiqin had cleverly deduced that the northern prince was collecting works by Yen, a painter favored by Xie. By choosing to emulate Yen and Apos' style, she aimed to appeal to his tastes, hoping to be seen as a kindred spirit. Casting another glance at the white cat, she brimmed with determination. Today, she was resolute in winning over Xie and bringing the cat home. "Miss Dong, perhaps you should seek my assistance in appreciating paintings." A clear voice interrupted from behind her. Turning, she saw a young woman in a flowing red dress enter the tent. The woman possessed an ethereal beauty, her features striking and her demeanor graceful and captivating. Dong Shiqin felt a twinge of guilt, caught in the act of attempting to charm another and Apos' husband. Jiang Rong and Apos' icy gaze bore into her, and she recognized this woman as one of the key instigators in the demise of Xie in her previous life. Why had she come to see Xie? As Jiang Rong contemplated, her expression grew colder. The intention behind a wastrel critiquing paintings was all too clear. She sought to mock her husband, who knew how many humiliating tales she would weave about him at the banquet. The yawning marquisite's attempts to undermine the northern prince's reputation were truly despicable. The four great generals and the northern prince had long been at odds due to the conflict between old and new powers. Understanding Dong Shiqin and Apos' motives, Jiang Rong resolved not to allow her to succeed. Stepping forward, she positioned herself before Xie. "This peony painting is exquisitely crafted and closely resembles the original. However, Yin and Apos' style is characterized by bold strokes and a fluidity that captures the essence of the subject. Miss Dong and Apos' pursuit of likeness, though commendable, lacks a certain spirit." Dong Shiqin and Apos' face paled slightly. Jiang Rong and Apos' words highlighted her shortcomings with a level of sophistication. This woman had a surprising depth of knowledge regarding art. "If Miss Dong wishes to discuss paintings, it would be better to seek my assistance. My husband is occupied with important affairs and has no time," Jiang Rong said with a smile. Dong Shiqin could not act further in her presence and was compelled to bide her time, maintaining a smile as she replied, I shall certainly seek out the young mistress for a critique another day. I apologize for my intrusion today and will take my leave. With a forced smile, Dong Shiqin exited. Once she was gone, Xiao Nanqing asked, perplexed, what was she really here for? To stir trouble, of course. Jiang Rong replied, her expression filled with hostility. Discussing paintings with my husband is clearly an attempt to mock him. Xiao Nanqing suddenly understood. The young mistress is indeed astute. The Yoning Marquis is filled with schemers. Though our young lord is quite capable, he is perceived as a wastrel. To have a wastrel critique art is a malicious intent. Let us not allow such people to enter again, Jiang Rong declared. Xiao Nanqing wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, you speak wisely. Xie felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something was amiss, yet it also seemed to make sense. Chapter 66. The gift of a cat having driven away Dong Shiqin. Jiang Rong finally had the chance to observe the furnishings within the tent, her gaze immediately drawn to a snow-white cat perched on the table. Oh, what an adorable little meow, Jiang Rong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she leaned closer to the cage, frowning slightly. Huh, why is it bound with silk cloth? Is its leg injured? This is the cat that the heir picked up while hunting earlier. It seems to have been bitten by a wild beast in the mountains. I've already treated its wounds. It's not serious and should recover with some time, Xiao Nanqing explained. Does the lady prefer it? This is a gift from the heir for you. Jiang Rong's face lit up with joy as she opened her arms and leapt into Xie embrace. Thank you, my husband. I adore it. In her childhood, someone had sent a cat as a congratulatory gift to the Jiang family, and Jiang Rong had pleaded with Chang Shi to allow her to keep it. However, Jiang Wan had expressed her fear of cats and forbade anyone in the household from keeping one, resulting in the cat being sent away. At that time, Jiang Rong believed her sister should be accommodating to her younger sibling, understanding Jiang Wan's aversion to cats and accepting her decision. Years had passed, and she had not seen a cat since. To her surprise, what had once been a childhood regret was now fulfilled. Xie, initially stiff when Jiang Rong had first embraced him, was now accustomed to her affectionate gestures and steadied himself to receive her with ease. It seemed his network of information had some merit after all. Jiang Rong genuinely adored cats. After releasing her embrace, she settled beside the cat's cage and began discussing serious matters with Xie. Earlier, Sun He from the Duke of Jinghua's residence came to provoke me, and I sent him to the Dali Temple. Though she was well aware that Xie would always support her, Jiang Rong still tugged at his sleeve, seeking his opinion. My husband, do you think my actions were appropriate? Very good, Xie affirmed, his approval evident. Xiao Nanqing, observing the couple in Oppo's playful banter, felt as if he had just consumed a large amount of syrup and wished to disappear. Yet, duty compelled him to raise his hand, trembling slightly. I've heard that Chen Guangzong struck first. What if they counterclaim against him for attempted assassination? In the rear courtyard of the Crown Prince and Oppo's residence, Sun Xiyu wept as she recounted her grievances. Cousin, you must rescue my brother and imprison that audacious Jiang Rong in the Ministry of Justice. She has severely injured my brother and even dared to whip him, showing no respect for the Crown Prince and Oppo's residence. Seated in the main position, Murong, Shicheng, and Oppo's expression darkened. Those who dared to strike the Crown Prince were clearly disregarding his authority. Fiancé, go to the Dali Temple immediately and demand justice. To his lower left sat a refined young man holding a blank folding fan, who spoke calmly, Your Highness, please wait. The Northern King and Oppo's residence has sent someone under the pretense of assassination. This is entirely legitimate. For us to forcibly demand someone without justification would be quite inappropriate. But Chen Guangzong initiated the attack. Why should we not counterclaim against them for attempted murder? Sun Xiyu argued. However, Sun He had already intervened to prevent them from leaving. The Northern King and Oppo's residence could simply state that Sun He had obstructed the royal guards, thus implying a conspiracy to commit assassination. Fan Zi spoke slowly. And how would you respond to that? Sun Xiyu fell silent. Fan Zi continued, currently, Sun He is simply spending a few days at the Dali Temple. They have no evidence of any assassination attempt. After a brief inquiry, he will be released. However, if your highness pressures the Dali Temple's officials to release him, it would interfere with their investigation, potentially causing you more trouble than Sun He. Murong Shicheng felt a sense of frustration. While Xie could easily drive away the Ministry of Justice and Oppos, as personnel, he, as the Crown Prince, could not even retrieve someone from the Dali Temple. He felt inferior to a mere debauchee. He is a libertine. You are the heir. The Emperor's expectations for you are certainly far greater than for him. His downfall would please the Emperor, but you are the future ruler of the Great Xia, Fiancé reminded him. Reluctantly, Murong Shicheng swallowed his indignation, momentarily contemplating that being a crown prince was less enjoyable than the carefree existence of a debauchee. Seeing that he had been persuaded, Fiancé relaxed slightly, smiling, Your Highness. Son, he has always been arrogant. Spending a few days in the Dali Temple to temper his disposition may be beneficial. Our focus should now be on the impending arrival of Master Shun. If we can win over Master Shun, we will hold half the power in the cabinet, and neither the Ying Wang nor the Duan Wang will be able to rival you. In the Great Xia dynasty, the cabinet consisted of 3 civil and 3 military ministers. The civil officials were designated as left and right chancellors, with the grand tutor, while military appointments varied according to the emperor and Oppos as preferences. Currently in the cabinet were the Duke of Jinghua, the Duke of Anghua, and the Duke of Dinghua, with the Duke of Jinghua aligned with the Crown Prince, the Duke of Anghua supporting the Ying Wang, and the Duke of Dinghua remaining neutral. The remaining left chancellor was neutral, while the right chancellor was the Crown Princess alongside Fiancé and Amp, Oppos, as father. The Crown Prince and Amp, Oppos, as faction was traditionally the strongest, with support from both civil and military ministers in the cabinet. The former Grand Tutor had been aligned with the Duan Wang faction but had resigned due to illness, prompting the emperor to invite Master Shun back to the capital. Murong Shicheng's focus swiftly shifted. The matter of Sun He was merely a minor disturbance. The real battle lay within the cabinet. You're right. I entrust the matter of befriending Master Shun to you. In the tent, Jiang Rong gently stroked the cat's head with her left hand while tugging at Xie's sleeve with her right. Shaking her head, she replied, But wasn't Sun He the one who obstructed them first? By blocking the royal guards with the intent to assassinate. Chun Guangzong was merely trying to protect the heir in a moment of urgency. Those around the crown prince were shrewd, and they would surely understand that in this matter, justice was on their side, and further entanglement would be futile. Xiao Nanqing nodded in realization. Lady, you certainly excel at presenting grievances. This issue will not stir up any turmoil. As for future retaliation, the Duke of Jinghua's residence has long harbored animosity towards us, so this incident is of little consequence. Jiang Rong raised her gaze to Xie, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. My husband, am I not right? It seems we share a profound understanding, don't we? Xie lowered his gaze. His spirits had been unusually bright in recent days, unbeknownst to him. At that moment, gazing at the expectant young woman before him, he felt a surge of contentment and nodded slightly. As dusk fell, Jiang Rong returned home with the snow-white cat and her husband, full of joy and satisfaction. The news of the altercation between the Northern King and Oppos' residence and the Duke of Jinghua spread rapidly throughout the capital. Sun had been gravely injured and sent to the Dali Temple, and officials eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. In the end, the Sun family did nothing but send a doctor and medicine to the Dali Temple, inciting the ire of the eagerly anticipating concubine Zhao, who scolded the Sun family for their incompetence. Upon hearing this news, Dong Shiqin could not help but lament, acknowledging that the Northern King and Oppos' residence was indeed the foremost power of time. The once haughty Sun family could only suffer this hidden loss. She resolved to seize the next opportunity to contend with Xie. Chapter 67. You kneel outside the door on the first day of May. Master Shun arrived in the capital. Madam, as per your instructions, a set of the 4 treasures of the study and a set of jade hairpieces have been prepared in the gift box. Hui Chui entered, holding 2 brocade boxes, and inquired with a smile, Are we visiting someone today? Jiang Rong retrieved a roll of music scores from the trunk and replied, We are going to the Shun residence. Hui Chui was taken aback. You wish to visit the Shun family? although their doors are overflowing with guests bearing congratulations. Do you really need to pay them a visit? Jiang Rong and Amp, Oppo's gaze fell upon the music scores. Her father had perished while protecting the royal hunting party, leaving behind matters unresolved. Therefore, this role of music scores, unknown to the Jiang family, was entrusted to her father by Master Shun before his exile. This composition was a labor of love from Master Shun himself. He had never anticipated returning alive and had entrusted his masterpiece to Jiang's father to find a suitable successor. In her previous life, Jiang Rong only learned of the score's origins after becoming acquainted with Master Shun. Now that he had returned to the capital, it was time to return the score to its rightful owner. Yes, we're going to Shun residence. The Shun estate was a gift from the emperor. Today, with Master Shun and Oppo's return, officials from the court and prominent families of the capital came bearing gifts to convey their congratulations. At this moment, Master Shun was in the palace, expressing his gratitude for the emperor and Oppo's favor, leaving the estate in the hands of Shun Wenyuan. Although Shun Wenyuan had a mother and elder brother, they had just returned from Lingnan and were unfamiliar with the affairs of the capital. To avoid any lapses in hospitality that could be deemed disrespectful, everything was arranged by Shun Wenyuan. Dressed in a brand-new brocade robe, Shun Wenyuan stood at the entrance of the estate, his face beaming with pride. This outfit had been custom-made 2 months in advance at the finest embroidery shop in the capital. Those who once looked down on him now sought to curry favor. From this day forth, Shun Wenyuan would be among the elite. Congratulations to Master Shun and young Master Shun. Fiancé arrived with several young ladies and gentlemen to extend their congratulations, accompanied by attendants bearing exquisite gift boxes. Upon seeing them, Shun Wenyuan's arrogance diminished somewhat, and he politely said, "Young Master Fan, Miss Sun, your presence truly graces my humble abode. Please come in." He had heard from Hongyang that they had hit it off splendidly, but regrettably, Hongyang was home nursing an injury and could not join them today. Fiancé smiled warmly, discussing mutual acquaintances to strengthen their bond. Shun Wenyuan sighed, "Alas, I regret that I could not protect Brother Zhou. Once things settle in the next couple of days, I intend to visit him." "Perfect, I plan to go as well. Let's arrange a time to go together." "That would be splendid." The two exchanged pleasantries, enjoying their conversation. "Young master, the carriage from the northern prince and Oppo's residence has arrived," a servant reported. Shun Wenyuan and Oppo's smile faltered as he glanced at an opulent carriage that had come to a halt at the Shun residence. A maid lifted the bejeweled curtain and set out embroidered spring stools. A lady in a pale yellow brocade dress gracefully stepped out of the carriage. With features like a painting and a dignified demeanor, it was Jiang Rong. Shun Wenyuan gritted his teeth, feeling an ache in his bones. Sun Xiyu, upon seeing Jiang Rong, was filled with disdain. Last month, she publicly beat young Master Shun to sever ties, yet now she has come knocking? Trying to curry favor with Master Shun is a tad too late. First, she assaults his son, and now she seeks to ingratiate herself? What foolishness! As the crowd began to murmur about the incident, Shun Wenyuan felt even more humiliated and shouted, "Jiang Rong, stay back. We once had a betrothal. For the sake of my reputation, keep your distance." The young men and women who had come to offer their congratulations halted, bewildered by the scene. What is happening? Why is Shun Wenyuan blocking the northern prince's residence? You didn't know? Last month, Jiang Rong publicly assaulted Shun Wenyuan to distance herself. Now that the Shun family has risen, she is back again. How opportunistic. Jiang Rong replied coolly, "I did not come to see you." "Huh, this is my home. And you have come here, sharing the same roof. You have sullied my reputation." Shun Wenyuan sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Rong. "Jiang Rong, you are now a married woman. Uphold some decorum and do not shamelessly appear before me, tarnishing my reputation." Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "Since you are under the same roof as Jiang and have sullied her name, then do not enter. Kneel outside." An angry voice rang out from the crowd. Shun Wenyuan turned in astonishment. It was Master Shun, returning from the palace, his face stern. He had not had time to change and appeared travel-worn in a faded, worn robe, yet his posture remained upright and composed. "Father, what are you saying?" Shun Wenyuan was incredulous. Master Shun and Oppos, S severe expression fixed upon him, mercilessly commanding you, kneel outside. He then turned to Jiang Rong, a gentle smile gracing his face. Jiang girl, I hold your father in the highest regard. In my eyes, you are as dear as my own daughter. Coming to the Shun residence should not feel like a visit, but a return home. You're always welcome here. The doors of the Shun family will never bar your entry. The crowd was astonished. Master Shun was resolutely defending Jiang Rong and reprimanding Shun Wenyuan. Who was the true father here, Shun Wenyuan or Jiang Rong? Shun Wenyuan was equally stunned. Could this truly be his father? How could he treat him in such a manner? Jiang Rong, who had come with his son to offer congratulations, stepped forward to interject, Master Shun. Young Master Shun merely spoke in haste. It need not go this far. He was thinking of both their reputations. Please grant him leniency and allow him to enter. He had noticed from a distance that Shun Wenyuan had barred Jiang Rong. Thus, he leisurely slowed his pace, intending to allow Jiang Rong to leave before approaching, to avoid offending the northern Prince's residence. However, he found himself in a predicament. If he spoke for Jiang Rong, he would offend Shun Wenyuan, yet if he did not, he would offend Jiang Rong. Upon witnessing Master Shun and Oppos' emergence, he stepped forward. Master Shun recognized him as the younger brother of Jiang Qingyuan and was exceedingly courteous. Sir Jiang, let us not hold this against him. Yet as his father, it is my duty to teach him the meaning of gratitude and loyalty. How could he speak such words of betrayal towards Jiang Rong? Chapter 68. The need for separation. Years ago, our family was exiled to Lingnan, and it was Qingyuan who graciously provided us with the necessary funds for the journey. Lingnan is fraught with miasma, and we fell ill multiple times along the way, relying entirely on the miraculous herbal pills gifted by Madame Jiang to preserve our lives. The couple from a Jiang family has shown us immense kindness. As for him, he was but a child back then. Fearing that he would not withstand the tumult of travel, I entrusted him to Qingyuan. Qingyuan treated him as his own son, adopted him, and even arranged a marriage contract with his beloved daughter. The parents of the Jiang girl were, in essence, his second parents. Although he and the Jiang girl could not become husband and wife, they ought to have regarded each other as siblings. Yet he has coldly shut her out. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Master Shun is profoundly disappointed in Shun Wenyuan. Jiang Rong is left speechless by these words. Who would have thought that Master Shun possessed such integrity and loyalty? He bears no resemblance to his son at all. The onlookers gradually regain their composure. Indeed, the sentiment expressed is quite reasonable. The Jiang family has rendered unparalleled service to the Shun family and to Shun Wenyuan. Now that your family has prospered, to reject the daughter of the Jiang family is truly disgraceful. She had previously expressed this sentiment and even struck me for it. No, she did not merely strike me once. She did so several times. Shun Wenyuan immediately retorted. Master Shun scoffed, rebuking his son. What sort of sage's teachings have you absorbed? Let us address the matter at hand. Your actions today are inexcusable, and you must reflect upon them. Other matters can be discussed later. He was not familiar with the other issues, and it would be prudent to inquire about Jiang Rong and Oppos' situation before passing judgment. However, this incident was witnessed firsthand. Shun Wenyuan has grown astray. If you believe I cannot discipline you, you may choose to disregard me as your father. Master Shun did not force Shun Wenyuan to kneel, but left him with those words and turned his gaze toward Jiang Rong and Jiang Rong, saying, Everyone, please come inside. Jiang Rong did not spare Shun Wenyuan a glance, merely nodding at Master Shun before entering. Today, many guests had gathered in the main hall for a banquet. However, Master Shun invited Jiang Rong to the tea room in the back courtyard and instructed his attendants to summon Madame and the siblings. A brief moment later, Madame Tian arrived with her 2 children. My lord, I heard you have punished Wenyuan. This, Madame Tian and Oppos' face was filled with anxiety. Master Shun interrupted. Let's not speak of him for now. Allow me to introduce you. This is the daughter of Brother Qingyuan, the Jiang girl. When we left all those years ago, she had just been born, and now how swiftly the years have flown by. Bai Ting, Lier, stepped forward to greet the Jiang girl. She is like our own kin, so do not treat her lightly. Having learned from Shun Wenyuan and Oppos' previous mistakes, Master Shun emphasized this point. The two standing beside Madame Tian immediately stepped forward. Shun baiting Master Shun and Amp, Appo's, his eldest son, was in his early 20s, having accompanied his father into exile in Lingnan since childhood. He possessed a composed demeanor and was cultured. Shunli, on the other hand, was of similar age to Jiang Rong. She was born to Master Shun and Madame Tian during their time in Lingnan. Shunli had never left Lingnan before, and this was her first visit to the capital, making her timid in her observations. Yet, upon learning that this beautiful young lady before her was a Jiang, her eyes sparkled with familiarity. As a child, she had suffered a severe illness due to the miasma, which was cured by a single herbal pill. At that time, her father had spoken of the bond between the Shun and Jiang families, emphasizing that they were as close as one family. My father has exaggerated. Leonapos, and I certainly cannot be so. Shun baiting directed his gaze toward Jiang Rong and offered a respectful bow. The two parties exchanged pleasantries. Madame Tian was deeply concerned about her son and Appo's situation, yet knowing Master Shun and Appo's unwavering nature, she suppressed her worries and smiled warmly at Jiang Rong. When you were a child, I could hold you in my arms, and now you have grown into such a graceful young woman. I have heard that the Empress Dowager has arranged a marriage for you. What a pity that you and Wen Yuan do not share this fate. How wonderful it would be if you were my daughter-in-law. Master Shin interjected, though not a daughter-in-law. What difference is there between the Jiang girl and our daughter? Back then, Qingyuan treated Wen Yuan as his own son, and we ought to do the same. You speak truly. Madame Tian nodded, filled with gratitude towards the Jiang family. Jiang Rong smiled gently, expressing her thanks. I have a volume of music scores, penned by you, which I have brought to return to its rightful owner. She presented 3 ornate boxes. Jiang Rong continued, there is one matter for which I must apologize to Master Shun. My father passed away early, and the Jiang family has failed in its duty to care for your son. She paused. To this day, the situation has become quite dire. Madame Tian listened in confusion. Jiang girl, why speak such polite words? The Jiang family has never mistreated Wen Yuan, even with your father's passing. Jiang Qingrong could never expel the child entrusted to him by his brother. Would that not invite gossip? Hence, Shun Wen Yuan has experienced no hardship over the years. Even though the Chong family once contemplated breaking the engagement and selling Jiang Rong into a noble family, they were unable to follow through before fate intervened, leaving the Jiang family in a position of having never wronged Shun Wen Yuan in the slightest. Master Shun regarded Jiang Rong, understanding her unspoken meaning. The child you entrusted has not been well raised by the Jiang family. You have done your utmost for him. A lack of proper upbringing falls upon the father. This is my failing, and I shall endeavor to correct it, Master Shun declared. Jiang Rong refrained from elaborating further. As a father, Master Shun would not easily give up on Shun Wen Yuan. Even upon witnessing his son and Appo's flaws, he still hoped to guide him toward improvement, such as the nature of a parent. Master Shun observed the young lady before him and could faintly discern traces of a familiar face in her features. The thought of his prematurely departed friend brought him a pang of sorrow. He inquired with concern, Jiang girl, I heard on the road that the Empress Dowager has arranged a marriage, but it is too late for me to return to the capital. If you are unhappy at the North Prince and Appo's residence, I shall immediately petition the Emperor for a divorce. Jiang Rong shook her head. Thank you for your concern, Master Shun, but the heir and I share a mutual affection. Our hearts resonate as one. In her previous life, Master Shun had posed the same question after returning to the capital, and she had rejected it then. Yet in this life, her heart was entirely different. Then, that is good to hear. Master Shun felt a measure of comfort, believing that if Brother Qingyuan were aware, he could rest in peace. Pausing for a moment, Master Shun earnestly advised, Jiang girl, if you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. He was not particularly adept at conversing with the younger generation, and his words came across as somewhat stiff, resembling mere pleasantries. However, Jiang Rong understood that Master Shun spoke from the heart. In her previous life, when the CF family fell from grace and countless individuals took the opportunity to strike them down, only Master Shun extended a hand of support during their time of need. He had assisted her in many matters, though Shun Wen Yuan had claimed these favors as his own influence. In her earlier years, Jiang Rong had placed unwavering trust in Shen Wenyuan, largely due to his consistent assistance. Of course, Jiang Rong now recognized the truth. The one who truly aided her had always been Master Shen. Jiang and Apos, as father, had treated Shen Wenyuan as a beloved son, and Master Shen regarded her as his own daughter. This was the profound friendship that allowed their fathers to entrust one another with their children. Yet, Shen Wenyuan had appropriated this bond to garner praise for himself. Shen Baiting and Shen Li both treated her with sincerity. Only Shen Wenyuan, amidst these genuine souls, deceived Jiang Rong, leading her to misinterpret the goodwill of the Shen family as stemming solely from him. Chapter 69. The couple who passes the knife for murder. Thank you, Uncle Shen. If you have any matters to discuss, please do not hesitate to approach me, Jiang Rong expressed. Shen Taifu was momentarily taken aback, but nodded with a smile. Very well. Jiang Qingyuan and Apos' nature was such, free-spirited and unpretentious, devoid of excessive formalities. Jiang Rong mirrored this disposition, which brought comfort to Shen Taifu's heart. Today, the Shen residence was bustling with guests, and Jiang Rong intended to keep her visit brief. After bidding farewell, Shen Taifu instructed his children, Shen Boating and her brother, to see her off. As the group strolled through the garden, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Wenxing and his son, who were meandering about. Shen Taifu, Jiang Qingrong exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Where are you headed? Shen Taifu, always courteous to the Jiang family, replied with a smile, Miss Jiang is returning home. I asked the children to accompany her. Why isn't your sister staying for a meal? Jiang Wenxing inquired with genuine concern. He was a man of many talents, presenting himself as a refined gentleman. Sister? Who is this? Shen Taifu asked, astonished at Jiang Wenxing and Apos' familiarity. Jiang Wenxing promptly clarified. This nephew is Rong and Apos' half-brother, Jiang Wenxing. Half-brother? Shen Taifu pondered, realizing that Qingyuan had no sons. It was customary for adopted heirs to be acknowledged in the family, and thus he scrutinized Jiang Wenxing closely, asking, Have you studied? Have you achieved anything in your studies? I was fortunate enough to pass the examination, yet I am far inferior to my father, Jiang Wenxing humbly replied, referring to the esteemed top scholar, Jiang Qingyuan. That is commendable. Shen Taifu nodded thoughtfully. You are still young. You may study for a few more years before taking the next examination. Should you encounter any difficulties in your studies, feel free to consult me. He had once shared the examination podium with Jiang Qingyuan, one as the top scholar, the other as the second. They were close friends, and their shared success was a celebrated tale among scholars. Though exiled in recent years, Shen Taifu had not succumbed to despair, diligently engaging in his scholarly pursuits and educating his own children, proving ample guidance to aspiring scholars. Thank you, Shen Taifu. Jiang Wenxing felt a rush of joy, taken aback by the unexpected bond he had forged without even needing to employ his calculated flattery. Do not mention it. As the adopted son of Qingyuan, it is only right for me to look after you, Shen Taifu replied with a warm smile. Hearing this, Jiang Wenxing seized the opportunity, saying, Then I shall shamelessly address you as Uncle Shen. Congratulations on your return to the capital and your esteemed position as Taifu. Since you have just returned, I should not trouble you, but seeing you today reminded me of this matter. I will be celebrating my coming-of-age ceremony this month, and my uncle is hoping to find a respected elder to officiate. I wonder if you might be available? Of course, Shen Taifu answered without hesitation. Jiang Rong's eyes flickered at the mention of the coming-of-age ceremony. According to the laws of the Great Xie, noble offspring could inherit titles after their coming of age. Should there be an empty rank, Jiang Wenxing aspired to inherit his father's title, a mere dream, as Jiang Wenyan was nearing his return to the capital. Thank you, Uncle Shen. Jiang Wenxing was elated. Soon, all of the capital would know him as the newly titled loyal and righteous duke, supported by Shen Taifu and having the sister of the Prince of the North as his ally. A life of wealth and honor awaited him. Shen Boating and her brother accompanied Jiang Rong to the gate. There, they found Shen Wenyuan kneeling on the ground, his face contorted in frustration. He dared not defy Shen Taifu. To have a Taifu for a father, he was compelled to kneel. Once Shun Taifu led Jiang Rong inside, Shun Wenyuan weighed his options, contemplating for a long while before ultimately kneeling in front of everyone. His heart seethed with resentment towards both Jiang Rong and Shun Taifu. Shen Boding noticed him, her expression laced with concern. Second brother. Shun Li also cast a worried glance his way. Shun Wenyuan ignored them, turning away as soon as he spotted them emerging, his heart filled with bitterness. He believed Shen Boding had emerged to witness his humiliation, intent on undermining him. Jealous that he was now in charge of family matters, he felt overshadowed by the status of the legitimate eldest son. As for Shun Li, a woman, she posed no threat to him regarding inheritance, and he thought little of her. Jiang Rong bid farewell to the Shun siblings and turned to board the carriage outside, giving not a single glance towards the kneeling Shun Wenyuan. In a tea-house private room in the capital, Xiao Nanqing reported, "Master, our people have not been utilized. This Shen Taifu is indeed an upright man. He allowed our noble lady to enter while leaving Shun Wenyuan kneeling outside. Xie, naturally, would not allow his noble lady to be obstructed at the door. His fierce reputation for defending his beloved was well known throughout the capital. Anyone who stood in the way of his noble lady would face dire consequences. No one would find it surprising." Xie idly toyed with a colorful stone, his mood considerably buoyant. It was delightful to see someone treating Jiang Rong kindly. Moreover, news had spread today that Shun Taifu would officiate Jiang Wenxing and Appo's coming-of-age ceremony. Xiao Nanqing continued, "The noble lady has sent someone to escort Jiang Wenyan, who is nearing the capital. Since Jiang Wenyan departed for Jiangbei, Jiang Rong had dispatched someone to follow him. Of course, she had no one under her command. This person was someone she had boldly borrowed from Xie. Initially, Xie assumed she was simply concerned about her brother's journey, wanting to ensure he was safe from bandits along the way. However, with Jiang Wenxing on the verge of inheriting a title, along with the matter Jiang Wenyan was investigating in Jiangbei, Xie was beginning to grasp that this young lady had orchestrated an elaborate scheme. "Master, the noble lady seeks your presence for a discussion," Jingzhe announced as she entered. Xie invited Jiang Rong in and had his attendants prepare a pot of floral tea according to her preference. "Husband, do you know anyone in the capital who is altruistic and willing to lend a helping hand?" Jiang Rong asked with a gentle smile. Xie and Appo's eyes glimmered with curiosity. "What do you need someone for?" "If elder brother learns that second brother is returning to the capital, he may not survive the news," Jiang Rong replied, her smile radiant. "I wish to find a kind-hearted person to assist my second brother." Xiao Nanqing interjected, "Noble lady, are you not secretly sending someone to protect Jiang Wenyan? Surely he will return safely. There is no need to seek additional aid." Xie added, "The Mingxin division is currently pursuing a fugitive. I intend to send them a message." "Thank you, husband, for your support." Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled, their gazes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Only Xiao Nanqing appeared bewildered. "What are you two discussing?" "With our people protecting Jiang Wenyan, how could he possibly be in danger?" It was not until Jiang Rong departed that Xie instructed Jingzhe, "Do not concern yourself with Jiang Wenyan's fate. Protect what he brings back until Chuju appears." "Understood," Jingzhe replied. Xiao Nanqing suddenly realized, so, when the noble lady mentioned finding someone to help second brother, she meant to assist in retrieving his body. "You two truly make a perfect team in the art of murder and deception. Is this what true love looks like?" Chapter 70. The ambush as the night enveloped the surroundings. The guests of the Shun family departed. Mrs. Tian cautiously observed the expression of the esteemed Shun Taifu and ventured to speak. "Yuan has been kneeling outside the door for an entire day. He has realized his mistake." Shun Taifu, with a wistful demeanor, replied, "Let him come in." Mrs. Tian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to find Shun Wenyuan. A servant supported the limping Shun Wenyuan as he entered, kneeling to pay his respects. "Father, I acknowledge my wrongdoing," he stated. "Lord Zhongyi has shown me great kindness, and despite my incompatibility with Jiang Rong, I should not have rejected her." Shun Taifu fixed his sharp gaze upon him, questioning, "Are these words truly from your heart?" Having spent the day in contemplation while kneeling, Shun Wenyuan had devised a way to navigate the situation. He had discerned the profound bond between his father and Jiang Qingyuan, and thus emphasized his gratitude towards Lord Zhongyi. I have always remembered his kindness and have never forgotten it. Alas, his early demise prevented me from fulfilling my filial duties, a regret that weighs heavily on me. I should have treated Jiang Rong with respect. In a moment of impulse, I acted rashly. Reflecting on Lord Zhongyi's kindness, I am filled with remorse. Each word echoed his regret, his face marred by distress. Shen Taifu and damp. Appo's expression softened slightly. What grievance exists between you and the young lady Jiang? He inquired. A few days ago, Zhou Hanyang invited me to dine. During the meal, he insisted on sealing Jiang Rong and Appo's study. I tried to dissuade him, but to no avail, and thus accompanied him, hoping to intervene should conflict arise. When Jiang Rong confronted Zhou Hanyang, I feared her outright refusal to cooperate would escalate matters. So I advised her to go to the Ministry of Justice, assuring her that the truth would be revealed. Unexpectedly, she misconstrued my intentions as collusion with Zhou Hanyang and struck me. My good intentions were misunderstood, and in my frustration, I rashly distanced myself from her. That day, Jiang Rong and Appo's actions had been witnessed by many, leaving Shen Wenyuan to fabricate a narrative that painted him as the victim. If there was a misunderstanding, it ought to have been clarified sooner, Shen Taifu remarked, his brow furrowed. He remained uncertain of the veracity of Shen Wenyuan and Appo's claims. Yet as a father, he found it easy to harbor hope for his son, believing he was not inherently malicious. Your words today, however, were quite harsh. Regardless, you should never speak ill of Jiang Rong. Remember, kind words can warm the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill the summer months. From now on, practice restraint in your speech and actions, Shen Taifu admonished further. Shen Wenyuan immediately bowed his head, acknowledging his fault. I will seek an opportunity to clarify matters with Jiang Rong and apologize. I shall also be mindful of my words henceforth. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is commendable. You may leave now and rest. Shen Taifu responded with a slight nod. Deep down, he was inclined to grant his son another chance, eager to observe his future conduct. With a heart somewhat eased, Shen Wenyuan departed, though once outside, he harbored resentment. Someday, when he no longer required the presence of that old man, he would repay today and amp Appo's humiliation 100-fold. Shen Taifu watched Shen Wenyuan and amp Appo's retreating figure, then turned to Mrs. Tian. Please send him some medicinal ointment. Of course, Mrs. Tian replied, taking the ointment to find Shen Wenyuan. Moments later, Shen Beiting and his sister entered together. Father, here is the list of gifts received today. Shen Beiting presented a neatly organized list. These gifts have been categorized. We can reciprocate accordingly. The Shen family was modest. In matters of gift exchange, they would select items of similar value to those received from the Zhang family to send back to the Li family, a mere formality, not intended for sale or extravagance. Very well, Shen Taifu nodded slightly. Shen Beiting hesitated. Those formalities are simple enough. But what should we do regarding the gifts from Jiang Rong and the Jiang family? Shen Taifu and amp Appo's gaze fell upon the list, noting that Jiang Rong had sent a set of exquisite writing implements and a ceremonial headdress. He understood that she had thoughtfully chosen gifts suitable for Shen Beiting and his sister. Such sentiment could not be reciprocated with a mere random selection from what others had sent. Yet, the Shen family was indeed impoverished. Lier, I recall you made some lychee jam. Why not gift it to Jiang Rong and the Jiang family? Shen Taifu suggested. Lier appeared hesitant. But those are rather insignificant gifts. Nevertheless, they are crafted by your hands and are delightful. They represent our heartfelt intentions. In friendships, sincerity reigns supreme. Shen Taifu smiled. I hope they will appreciate it. Lier, somewhat enlightened, nodded. Then, I shall choose some lovely jars to package the lychee jam. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenxing returned to the Jiang household, humming a cheerful tune. What status does Shen Taifu hold? He is a powerful official capable of presiding at royal ceremonies. Yet, here he is providing us with gifts. He mused, I, Jiang Wenxing, am destined for greatness. Suddenly, a flustered servant rushed in. Young master, Trouble has arisen. We just received news that the second young master has gone to Jiangbei to investigate your examination papers from years ago. It is said he has taken 2 of the exam papers from the archives. Jiang Wenxing and Appo's countenance changed dramatically, struck as if by lightning. Years ago, he had repeatedly failed the exams and resorted to hiring a substitute. This individual, talented yet desperate for money, had been bribed, and they had entered the examination hall together, writing each other's names on their papers. As a result, he had achieved the status of a scholar. To prevent exposure, he had ensured the substitute remained silent forever. However, there was one risk: those examination papers. If someone were to obtain the papers bearing his name and compare them with his handwriting, it would be evident they were not penned by the same hand. While he could silence the substitute, he lacked the courage to destroy the papers at the government office. The death of a commoner would raise little concern, but the destruction of examination papers constituted a dereliction of duty, prompting a thorough investigation by the authorities seeking to absolve themselves of blame. Jiang Wenxing feared the repercussions. As the papers had been sealed away, he thought it unlikely someone would take the initiative to investigate them. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Wenmian had learned of this matter through unknown means and had borrowed his own examination papers from the government. Had he known that this good-for-nothing was coveting his title, he would never have imagined this opportunity would arise. He must not be allowed to enter the capital, and the 2 examination papers must be destroyed immediately. Dispatch someone to carry out the assassination. Jiang Wenxing's eyes gleamed with malice. On a narrow mountain path, Jiang Wenmian sat within a swiftly moving carriage, urging faster. The driver raised his whip high and spurred the horses onward. Jiang Wenmian clutched the satchel slung over his shoulder. Elated, the handwriting on those examination papers was unmistakably not Jiang Wenxing's. Unfortunately, the substitute was already deceased. However, with these 2 papers, he had ample evidence of cheating. Jiang Wenmian had even prepared the legal documents, eagerly anticipating the day he would send his elder brother into exile. Cheating in the imperial examinations was a grave offense. Jiang Wenxing would no longer have the chance to inherit the title. That position as Lord Zhongyi was destined to be his. Just then, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air, followed by a rain of arrows descending from the mountain path. The carriage came to a halt, and masked assassins in black surged forth from the trail. Jiang Wenmian's guards scattered in terror. Chapter 71. The intentions of my husband. Rong understand, stay back. Help! Help! Jiang Wenmian trembled in the corner of the carriage, his legs turning to jelly as he pleaded, I'll give you whatever you want. Suddenly, the lead assassin plunged a sword into his chest, blood gushing forth. Help! Jiang Wenmian and Appo's eyes widened in horror, his pupils gradually losing focus. The assassin was about to search him when, in the next moment, a group of masked dark guards emerged from the surrounding forest, determined to protect Jiang Wenmian's lifeless body. A fierce battle ensued. In the distance, the sounds of galloping hooves approached, and a group of officers clad in flying fish attire appeared at the intersection. With Chu Ju at the forefront, he immediately recognized the leading assassin as the infamous cold-blooded killer from the assassination pavilion, Cold-Blooded Sword. Having crossed swords with him before, Chu Ju swiftly fired 3 bolts from his concealed crossbow, aimed directly at Cold-Blooded Sword. Upon realizing they were from Mingxin Division, Cold-Blooded Sword called out, retreat. It's not worth risking our lives for this petty sum. The assassins hastily withdrew, and Mingxin Division was unable to detain them, suffering only minor casualties. The only one left in a pool of blood was Jiang Wenmian. Chu Ju dismounted and approached Jiang Wenmian and Appo's body, eyeing the agile black-clad dark guard warily as he inquired. Who are you? The lead dark guard, Dark 6, produced a token from the Northern Prince's mansion, stating, We are the dark guards of the Northern Prince's heir, tasked with secretly escorting young Master Jiang. However, we did not anticipate the sudden appearance of the assassins. We were unable to save him in time. Chu Ju took the token, confirming their identity as members of the Northern Prince's mansion. He was momentarily speechless. Is this how you protect someone? The body is already cold. It was a stroke of luck that Xie had survived this long. He had received reliable intelligence about the movements of escaped convicts and had hurried over, only to witness a murder. As this case fell into his hands, he vowed to uncover the truth. This man was murdered, and this case will be handled by me, Chu Ju declared. Bring the body away. Dark Six glanced at the intact satchel on Jiang Wenyan and Appo's shoulder, but did not obstruct the retrieval. The task of collecting the body was smoothly transferred. Farewell. On May 12th, the Jiang family held a ceremony for Jiang Wenxing's coming of age at the residence of the loyal and righteous Marquis. The venue was bustling with distinguished guests. As the only legitimate daughter of the first branch, Jiang Rong was expected to attend. The Shen family arrived early to show their support for Jiang Wenxing. Lady Consort, Shen Wenyuan spotted Jiang Rong from a distance and hurried over, saying, I regret my harsh words to you last time. Remembering the kindness of the loyal and righteous Marquis who raised me, I feel deeply remorseful and have come to apologize. Tian Shi chimed in, Jiang girl. Grant him a chance for redemption. Jiang Rong saw through Shen Wenyuan's intentions. His apology today was merely a performance for the eyes of Shen Taifu. Last time I appeared with Zhou Honyang, my intentions were sincere. I should have explained myself better instead of harboring resentment towards you. It was entirely my fault, and I shouldn't have. Shen Wenyuan continued to apologize, wearing a pitiful expression. The more he sought sympathy, the more it seemed that Jiang Rong was being unreasonable and deliberately targeting him. Onlookers whispered among themselves. Shen Wenyuan felt a sense of triumph. He knew Jiang Rong and Appo's proud nature would not allow reconciliation. His father would soon see that Jiang Rong was the one being excessively domineering. Jiang Rong recognized his petty schemes, but had no desire to engage in a charade with him. She found it revolting. Shen Wenyuan was unworthy. At that moment, a tall figure stepped in front of Jiang Rong, his voice cold. Shen Wenyuan, step aside. Jingzhe and others promptly cleared the area, pushing Shen Wenyuan aside. He stumbled and fell to the ground, looking pitifully at his father. Prince of the North. Shen Taifu furrowed his brow, questioning, what are you doing? Shen Taifu, word could be dangerous. You should know that your son once had a betrothal with our lady consort. Just a few words could ignite a flurry of rumors. If your son genuinely wishes to apologize, he should keep his distance from our lady consort. Xiao Nanxing interjected with a smile. Shen Taifu hesitated. Legally, there seemed to be nothing wrong with that logic. The figure blocking Jiang Rong and Appo's path paid no heed to the Shen family. After dismissing Shen Wenyuan, he took the small girl behind him and walked straight inside. Jiang Rong looked up at him, following closely behind. Regardless of the time, in this life or the previous one, he always stood in front of her. Jiang Rong gently shook his arm. Xie turned around, the morning light illuminating his flawless features, akin to a vibrant painting. Husband, I really like you today. Jiang Rong beamed. Xie's previously proud demeanor faltered. Caught off guard by her affection, he could face any danger without flinching, but found himself disarmed by the brilliance of her star-like eyes. A territory he had little experience navigating. Thank you for accompanying Rong and Appo's today. I understand your intentions, dear husband. My heart aligns with yours. My feelings for you are mutual. Jiang Rong leaned closer, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling brightly. Xie, what intentions? I wasn't aware of any. How did you come to understand? Jiang Rong certainly comprehended. Her husband was a hidden powerhouse, perpetually busy with affairs of great importance. Today, he had chosen to come to the Jiang family, ensuring he did not disturb her amidst his pressing duties. Yet, he had taken the initiative to come, demonstrating his constant care and protection over her. Truly, her husband cherished her deeply, and she loved him immensely in return. Jiang Rong and Xie entered the inner hall, where Jiang Qingrong greeted them with exuberance. His son was on the verge of becoming the loyal and righteous Marquis, and today's grand occasion brought him great pride. Upon seeing Xie and Jiang Rong, Jiang Qingrong and Appo's face lit up. Rong and Appo's are in the air. Please be seated. The coming-of-age ceremony will commence in an hour. By the way, Rong, while organizing your mother's belongings, I found several pieces of her jewelry. They rightfully belong to you, but since I cannot recognize them all, they are stored in the warehouse for you to choose from. The Jiang family was not lacking in jewelry. It was a shrewd move to win over Jiang Rong. Thank you, Uncle, Jiang Rong responded. Her heart stirred as she stood to express her gratitude. Ah, it's nothing. You should visit your family often. Your brother and sister miss you dearly. Jiang Rong attempted to foster their relationship. Jiang Rong exchanged pleasantries with him before heading to the warehouse to retrieve her mother's jewelry. Passing through a garden, she heard voices from within. Chapter 72. Beneath the pomegranate blossom tree, two figures appeared. Wan, do not hesitate to part with those exquisite ornaments. You should bestow some upon Shunli. She has just arrived in the capital from Lingnan and has few acquaintances. This is a splendid opportunity to befriend her, Jiang Wenqing urged. Jiang Wan's expression soured as she kicked at the orchid grass by the gravel path, muttering, I know. Father has already reminded me countless times. I do not possess many beautiful accessories to spare. Moreover, her return gift is merely a glutinous paste-like sauce. Truly, she is a rustic village girl, sending city folk rural delicacies. That stuff? You expect me to consume it? It's utterly revolting. I refuse. Jiang Wenqing sighed in exasperation. You see, the Shun family has stated that this sauce was personally crafted by Shunli. If you refuse to taste it, how can you praise it in her presence? I forced a servant to take a spoonful. They claimed it was sweet, so I could merely offer some insincere compliments about its delightful flavor. How can someone present such a trifling gift as a return? With her status as the daughter of the Grand Tutor, she truly ought to know better. Jiang Wan's tone dripped with disdain and envy. This village girl, not even a strand of hair could compare to her. Yet now she is the darling of the capital's elite. Jiang Wan's heart seethed with jealousy. Do not display such an attitude in front of Shunli. She could be of great benefit to you. Jiang Wenqing furrowed his brow. I am not a fool. In her presence, I shall treat her like a dear sister and shower her with praises. Jiang Wan retorted immediately. Within the Jiang family and Appo's courtyard, their words flowed freely, undisturbed by outsiders. Jiang Rong, listening intently, frowned as she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Peeking from behind a decorative rock, a young girl clad in green stood, tears glistening in her eyes. She silently raised her sleeve to wipe her tears, suppressing a torrent of grievances, and turned to leave. As she glanced back, her eyes met Jiang Rong's. Shunli felt a pang of panic, akin to being caught eavesdropping, and hurriedly explained, I got lost. It was not intentional. She had urgently sought a restroom, but the Jiang garden was vast, causing her to wander aimlessly until she found herself in the back courtyard. Jiang Rong examined her, recalling events from her previous life. After the fall of the Xie family, Shunli would often visit her, bringing homemade treats. Shunli, concerned for her, would silently keep her company day after day, lacking in eloquence. At that time, Jiang Rong had always assumed Shun Wenyuan limited their interactions, sending his sister in his stead. You have heard everything, Jiang Rong said, gazing at her. Shun Li's complexion grew even more mortified. I did not mean to eavesdrop. Since you have overheard, how could you simply turn and leave? Jiang Rong grasped her hand and strode forward, calling out loudly, Stop right there. Jiang Wenqing and Jiang Wan, who were nearly out of the garden, turned in unison. Seeing Shun Li, both felt a wave of guilt wash over them. What are you two doing here? Jiang Wenqing, ever the diplomat, feigned ignorance and said, The front hall has prepared an array of local delicacies for Miss Shun. I wonder if they suit your palate? Jiang Rong coldly countered, We heard everything you just said. Jiang Wan's face paled instantly. Return the lychee sauce. Jiang Rong commanded icily. Jiang Wan, flustered, attempted to defend herself. That was a gift from the Shun family to us. How can you just take it? Because you are ungrateful and unworthy of it. If you refuse to return it, I shall fetch my father to hear what you just said. Jiang Rong and Appo's voice was frigid. Jiang Wan, fearing her father, hastily instructed a maid, Quickly bring it back. Shunli, I do not mean it that way. I simply do not eat sweet foods. I'm not accustomed to it. Jiang Wan tried to salvage the situation. Shunli, tears brimming, turned away, ignoring her. Before long, the maid hurriedly returned with the lychee sauce. Fei Sui stepped forward to accept the sauce. Jiang Rong, alongside Shunli, turned to leave. Watching the two depart, Jiang Wan fumed. Jiang Rong will undoubtedly speak ill of me behind my back. What am I to do? Brother, Jiang Wenxing was rendered speechless. Does Jiang Rong even need to tarnish your reputation? Your own words just now were damning enough. Shunli is the most gullible. How could such an incident occur? Let us redirect our efforts toward the other members of the Shun family. And we must not forget the eldest son of the Northern Prince. You are aware of the recent events in the capital, yes? Even the Crown Prince dares not confront him. The most powerful figure in the Great Xie truly lives up to their reputation. Jiang Wenxing was brimming with excitement. He failed to comprehend the intricate games behind these events, only perceiving the superficial outcomes. The eldest son of the Northern Prince's wife had struck the Crown Prince's cousin, and the Crown Prince did not dare to intervene. The Northern Prince's residence stood supreme. We must ingratiate ourselves with them. I anticipate the son will visit our Jiang family today. I have been preparing for days in advance. However, Jiang Rong always seems to thwart my plans. Brother, can you help me stall for time? Jiang Wan's eyes gleamed with unbridled ambition. She was determined to usurp Jiang Rong and Appo's position. Very well, I shall seek her out. Jiang Wenxing readily agreed to assist her. He had never regarded Jiang Rong as one of his own. The position of the prince and Appo's wife should naturally belong to his own sister, allowing him to share in the glory. Shunli followed Jiang Rong to her chamber. Your makeup is in disarray from crying. Let's refresh it, Jiang Rong said, leading her to the mirror. Shunli awkwardly protested, no, it is not necessary. Should you go out looking like this? Others will surely notice you have been crying, Jiang Rong replied. Shunli gazed at the streaks of tears on her face reflected in the mirror, falling silent. Fiancé approached, using a cloth to wipe Shunli's face with clean water, then extracted cosmetics from the dressing box to restore her appearance. Jiang Rong's gaze briefly flickered to the lychee sauce they had just retrieved, saying, your sauce is truly delightful. Thank you, but there is no need to comfort me. I understand that my gift is not of high standing. Shunli replied, tears pooling once more in her reddened eyes. I offer no comfort. I speak only the truth. In the capital, lychees are a rarity and lychee sauce is virtually non-existent. We find this sauce novel and indeed quite delicious. Jiang Rong spoke calmly. Fiancé even devised a new dessert using it, named layered lychee cake, combining it with glutinous white jade rice cake, creating an exquisite treat. It was delivered to Songha Hall yesterday, and the grand lady praised it highly. Shunli and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Is that true? Indeed. Our grand lady even inquired where the lychee sauce was sourced, expressing a desire to procure several bottles for the kitchen to create more delicacies. Fiancé chimed in with a smile. Miss Shun, your ingenuity has preserved the essence of lychee, and the result is exceptionally delicious. Shunli's cheeks flushed with pride. In Lingnan, lychees are abundant. I simply felt it a pity for them to spoil. Thus, I made it into sauce. If the grand lady enjoys it, I shall have someone send 2 bottles home. Chapter 73. Waiting for my husband, thank you, Sister Shun, Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile. Shunli raised her gaze to Jiang Rong, a wave of warmth surging within her. Today, accompanied by her parents to the Jiang residence. The ones who smiled at her were secretly mocking her. Conversely, the person who seemed aloof and reluctant to speak to her second brother was, in truth, warm-hearted and kind. Sister Jiang, thank you. You are truly wonderful, Shunli expressed sincerely. Jiang Rong chuckled softly. What is there to thank? Sister Shun has been sincere with me, and I ought to reciprocate. The Shun family, having traveled a long distance to the capital, possessed little in terms of material wealth. The lychee jam they brought was the most precious treasure they had. The house of the Shun family was a gift from the emperor, and even the funds for hosting banquets were borrowed from the tavern. When others came to offer their congratulations, they could not simply let them stand outside and leave after a sip of water. They were indeed impoverished. The capital is bustling, but it is not easy to thrive here. Have you considered partnering with me in business to seek some income for the Shin family? Jiang Rong inquired, looking at Shunli. Can I really? Shunli responded, astunisha. Jiang Rong smiled. The lychee jam you make is exceptional, and there is none like it in the capital. I believe it is a splendid idea. We could open a pastry shop using lychee jam as our unique selling point, creating various delicacies. I will handle the staffing, and you can focus on crafting the lychee jam pastries. She recalled that Shunli was quite skilled in making pastries. Shunli expressed her concern, but will it really sell? And the lychee jam, once it's eaten, it's gone. Do you have friends in Lingnan? They could prepare it according to your recipe and send it here. Besides, if we run out of lychee jam, there are other fruits. Jiang Rong reassured her. You need not worry about sales, Sister Shun. Fei Cui interjected proudly. Our noble lady is most adept at business. There will be no losses. Miss Shun, rest assured, the lychee jam is truly delicious. If you are uncertain, you may discuss it with your father and brothers when you return home. Once you have made up your mind, come find me, Jiang Rong suggested. Shunli immediately replied, I will follow your advice. I believe everything Sister Jiang does is right. Jiang Rong was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Fei Cui helped Shunli with her makeup, and Jiang Rong sent a maid to escort her back to the banquet hall while she went to search for her mother's jewelry in the storeroom. After a meticulous search, she gathered 7 pieces. Jiang Rong carefully packed these jewels in a brocade box and was preparing to return to the banquet hall when Jiang Wenxing approached. Sister, I have been looking for you. Today is my coming-of-age ceremony. I believe we should inform our parents, allowing them to know that their son has grown up and is about to inherit the title, to comfort their spirits. Jiang Wenxing spoke solemnly. Sister, come with me to the ancestral hall to light incense for our parents. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon his face, her eyes flickering slightly. Jiang Wenxing, in such high spirits today, could still think to honor their parents? She found it hard to believe he possessed such filial piety. Was he attempting to lead her into a trap at the ancestral hall? Very well, I too wish to offer incense to our parents, Jiang Rong replied, seemingly oblivious, handing the brocade box to Fei Cui. Please take this to the carriage, and then come find me at the ancestral hall. With that, she signaled Fei Cui to locate Xielingxi. Fei Cui nodded understandingly, cradling the brocade box as she gracefully exited. Sister, let us go together, Jiang Wenxing said, feeling rather pleased. He thought it was a simple matter to keep Jiang Rong occupied. However, Jiang Rong replied with a smile, Uncle has asked me to take my mother's jewelry back. I was too young at the time to remember all of it, but I have picked out what I could. There are still many pieces I cannot recall. Perhaps my elder brother could help me identify them? She had no intention of going alone with Jiang Wenxing to the ancestral hall. She would wait for her husband to arrive. All right, I will take a look. Jiang Wenxing thought to himself that it didn't matter whether they went to the ancestral hall or the storeroom. As long as he could keep Jiang Rong there, he would succeed. Thus, both had their own schemes and unwittingly delayed time. In a corner of the loyal and righteous lord's estate, there lay an open-air hot spring. Maidservants assisted Jiang Wan in shedding her garments. Yingxia hurriedly arrived, greeting the young lady. I am at your service, Mississippi. What do you require? Go fetch the young master for me, and tell him Jiang Rong is here, Jiang Wan commanded as she stepped into the hot spring. Her eyes filled with resentment. Ever since Jiang Rong married into the northern prince's residence, she had bullied her at every turn. Today, she even dared to reprimand her. It was utterly intolerable. She could scarcely wait to replace Jiang Rong. Xielingxi was merely a frivolous youth captivated by beauty. How could he resist her allure upon seeing her like this? When the time came, she would have Xielingxi divorce Jiang Rong and marry her, then thoroughly torment Jiang Rong. But deceiving the young master, I could be punished severely. Yingxia and Appo's face turned pale with fear. Jiang Wan shot her a disdainful glance. Do not forget whose servant you are. If I tell Jiang Rong that you are my mother and aunt, Appo's planted spy beside her, do you think she will let you live? Yingxia fell to her knees in a panic, pleading, Third miss, I swear loyalty to you and the lady. Please grant me my life. Rest assured, once I become the young master and Appo's wife, I will reward you handsomely. Jiang Wan declared as she picked up a flower basket beside the bath and scattered pink petals into the water. Yingxia, though fearful, reasoned that if Jiang Wan and Xielingxi succeeded, she would surely be hailed as a heroine and escape punishment. I will go fetch the young master at once. Yingxia quickly departed. Jiang Wan smirked coldly. Jiang Rong, just you wait. Yingxia hurriedly made her way from the garden to the banquet hall, bowing to Xielingxi, young master. The young master's wife awaits you in the south courtyard and Appo's plum garden. She has urgent matters to discuss. Xielingxi and Appo's gaze fell upon her face. She was Jiang Rong's maidservant. Yet, she was also the very person he had been wary of. Why would Jiang Rong send her to summon him? If she intended to send someone, it should have been Fate said, "Young master, you must go find the young master's wife. She has pressing matters." Fate Xie rushed over, clutching a brocade box. Xiaolingxi's brows furrowed slightly. What has happened? I do not know. Jiang Wenxing said he wanted to accompany the young master's wife to the ancestral hall for a memorial service, so she sent me to find you. Fate Xie urged anxiously, "You must hurry." Xiaolingxi inquired, "Where is she?" "In the north courtyard in Amp Oppo's storeroom," Fate Xie replied. Xiaolingxi rose and headed northward, casually pointing at Yingxia. "Detain her." Jingxia promptly stepped forward to seize Yingxia. Yingxia's face turned ashen with fear. "Oh no, what should I do?" Chapter 74. The reason why Xiaolingxi protects her in the loyal and righteous Duke and Amp Oppo's residence. Within the storeroom of the north courtyard, Jiang Wenxing held a jade hairpin, analyzing it with exaggerated seriousness. "This hairpin should have been purchased by my aunt from Linglong Pavilion. Sister, look here," the words Linglong are engraved. He deliberately meandered, meticulously commenting on each piece of jewelry. Linglong Pavilion is particularly renowned in the capital for its jade hairpins. "Do you like it, sister? Tomorrow, I shall choose one for you at Linglong Pavilion." Jiang Rong sensed that he seemed to be stalling for time, and a flicker of suspicion arose within her. So, the ancestral hall was not the crux of the plan, but rather a means to delay her? "The young master has arrived." Outside, Fate Xie announced loudly. Jiang Rong turned her head to see a man clad in a golden embroidered robe, adorned with jade, striding towards her. He possessed an extraordinarily handsome visage, his features meticulously sculpted, flawless in appearance. "Darling," Jiang Rong called sweetly, stepping forward to link her arm with his. Jiang Wenxing was taken aback to see Xiaolingxi, his pupils widening in shock. What was going on? Hadn't Jiang Wan lured him away? Now that Xiaolingxi was here, what of Jiang Wan's side? A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Wenxing and Amp Oppo's mind, but upon observing Xiaolingxi and Amp Oppo's unchanged demeanor, he warmly inquired, "What brings you here, young master? Is there something amiss?" Fate Xie interjected, "I returned to deliver the jewelry box and happened upon the young master." Upon hearing that the young mistress intends to pay respects to her parents at the ancestral hall, he specifically accompanied her. "You are truly kind, my dear husband." Jiang Rong beamed, then turned to Jiang Wenxing. "Shall we head to the ancestral hall now?" Jiang Wenxing silently cursed Jiang Wan and Oppo's incompetence, forcing a smile as he replied, "Indeed. The hour is getting late. Let's proceed." The Jiang family and Oppo's ancestral hall lay deep within the rear courtyard. With Xiaolingxi present, Jiang Wenxing solemnly paid tribute to Jiang Qingyuan and his wife, his expression grave and mournful, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke to their tablets. "Father and mother, today I have reached adulthood and shall assume the responsibilities of the Duke and Amp Oppo's residence. I will take good care of my sister. You may rest in peace, knowing this." Jiang Rong remained silent, quietly lighting 3 incense sticks for her parents, bowing deeply 3 times. She reassured them in her heart, "I will live well. Do not worry. Father and mother." Xiaolingxi's gaze fell upon the tablets of Jiang Rong's parents, his deep-set eyes betraying no emotion, revealing not a hint of ripple. 19 years ago, had it not been for them, he and his mother would have perished. As the daughter of his benefactor, he vowed to protect her with utmost diligence. Rest assured, he silently pledged to them. This old affair entangled a colossal secret, known only to Xiaolingxi now. He took a stick of incense and knelt beside Jiang Rong to pay his respects. Jiang Wenxing was astounded, though this aligned with the etiquette of the younger generation. Given Xiaolingxi's esteemed status and his notorious reputation as a reckless scion, Jiang Wenxing had assumed he would disdain such rites. Yet, he evidently cherished Jiang Rong deeply. Jiang Wan's seductive schemes, did they still have any chance of success? Emerging from the ancestral hall, Jiang Wenxing, seeing his plan for the day thwarted, disregarded Jiang Wan. The time for the crowning ceremony was drawing near, and he had much to prepare. "Today, with so many affairs at home, I shall not intrude upon you both. Sister, please feel free to enjoy your time with the young master. He smiled as he took his leave. Once Jiang Wenxing's figure disappeared, Jiang Rong turned to Jiang Xie. It seems Jiang Wenxing intends to deliberately delay me. Is there something peculiar regarding the young master? The Jiang family's schemes against her were either directed at her or targeted at her husband. If they were delaying her, it likely pertained to what was happening on the young master and Appo's end. Yingshan mentioned you were at the plum garden in the south courtyard, seeking me for something, Jiang Xie remarked. The plum garden's hot spring? Jiang Rong suddenly realized. That was where the Jiang family women bathed and changed. The person in the plum garden must be Jiang Wan. Was she attempting to cling to the young master? Or did she believe that her frivolous husband could easily be seduced? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Rong's eyes. If that's what you desire, I shall present you with a suitable match. Fiancé. Find a maid who is unfamiliar to them. Disguise her as a maid from the Duke of Town's residence, and seek Shen Wenyuan for assistance. Jiang Rong commanded. Shen Wenyuan had grown up in the Jiang family and was familiar with the plum garden's hot spring. If she told him that Jiang Wan had arranged to meet him there, it might raise his suspicions. In his eyes, suitable matches would naturally be the daughters of the left prime minister or the duke's family, or even princesses. The Duke of Town's residence was aligned with the crown prince's faction, wielding immense power. He would undoubtedly be eager to form a good connection with the duke's daughter. Understood. Fiancé replied. First, let us check where Sun Shiyu is. If she is near Shen Wenyuan, we shall adopt the name of the left prime minister's daughter. We also have the option of the daughter of the Duke of Peace or the county princess of Huayang. Fiancé listened, thoroughly impressed. The young mistress truly had a meticulous mind. Today, Shen Wenyuan was particularly humble and low-key. Instead of engaging in boisterous discussions with other young masters, he behaved as if he were one of the Jiang family, welcoming guests at the entrance. This was, of course, a performance for the esteemed Shen Taifu. Were it not for Shen Taifu's significant regard for the Jiang family, he would not have deigned to visit the humble duke's residence. Young Master Shen, have you seen our young lady? I was with her in the garden, but in the blink of an eye, she vanished. As she returned to the banquet hall, a maid inquired anxiously. Shen Wenyuan, perplexed, responded, You are. I am a maidservant of Miss Sun, who accompanied her to congratulate you at your residence. The maid anxiously explained. I wish to seek assistance from the Jiang family, but I have yet to find anyone. Sun Shiyu? Shen Wenyuan recalled. Today, the Duke of Town and Appo's residence also sent people to congratulate, and several young masters and ladies from the Sun family had come. His father was quite conservative, refusing all overtures from the three princes, remaining steadfastly loyal to the emperor. Yet, in his heart, he favored the crown prince. The Duke and Appo's daughter would indeed be a fitting match for him. Of course, he wasn't an Appo's necessarily fixed on Sun Shiyu. He was also considering several other daughters from noble families and even princesses from royal houses. Nonetheless, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with Miss Sun. The Jiang family and Appo's garden was winding and intricate. It was not surprising that Miss Sun had lost her way. Take me to the place where she went missing. I am familiar with this area, and I will help you find her, Shen Wenyuan promptly offered. Thank you so much, young Master Shen. The maid led the way. They arrived at the southern part of the garden, where the maid hesitated, stating, This is where the young lady vanished. It seems she must have taken a wrong turn and gone to the plum garden. The plum garden connects to the garden. It is possible someone simply lost their way. Shen Wenyuan remarked, not giving it much thought. As for the hot spring in the plum garden, the Jiang family usually locked it up after nightfall, with a maid guarding it. They would only use it then. Today, with guests overflowing, it was unlikely someone would bathe in broad daylight. Seeing no maidservants around to guard, Shen Wenyuan did not consider this possibility at all, until he entered the plum garden and locked eyes with Jiang Wan, who was posing alluringly in the hot spring. Chapter 75, Jiang Xie exclaimed, How adorable! How come it's you? Jiang Wan let out a shriek, hurriedly covering her chest. Shen Wenyuan was taken aback. How could it be Jiang Wan? And she was bathing? The maid who had led him here had already vanished. He had fallen into a trap. He needed to leave quickly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cheerful voice rang out behind him. Cousin Wenyuan. Ronger and I were just looking for you. Shen Wenyuan turned to see Jiang Rong and Jiang Rong approaching together. Jiang Rong was unaware of what had transpired. The coronation ceremony was about to begin, yet Shen Wenyuan was absent from a banquet hall. Jiang Rong mentioned that she had seen him head to the plum garden. Such an esteemed guest, Jiang Qingrong naturally came personally to invite him to the feast. Thus, they came to search for Shen Wenyuan in the plum garden, accompanied by a throng of maids and attendants, effectively cornering Shen Wenyuan. In the hot spring, Jiang Wan heard her father and Amp, Oppo's voice and frantically called out, "Don and Amp, Oppo's, come over. Stay back." Jiang Qingrong's smile froze, and he quickly halted. What was going on? Jiang Rong stepped forward, noticing the panicked expression on Jiang Wan's face in the hot spring. In feigned shock, "Uncle, my cousin is in a hot spring." She then turned her gaze to Shen Wenyuan, her face filled with indignation. "Shen Wenyuan, how dare you spy on my cousin bathing? How shameless! I was lured here." Shen Wenyuan ground his teeth in fury. "Your Jiang family deliberately brought me here to frame me." He had already seen through this trap. Jiang Wan had intentionally led him here to entangle him. Jiang Qingrong had timed his arrival to catch him in the act. It was all to make him take responsibility. He had long known of the Jiang family and Oppo's greed and shamelessness, but he never expected them to target him so audaciously. Infuriating. "Cousin Wenyuan, you cannot speak carelessly," Jiang Qingrong said with a serious expression. He was contemplating marrying Jiang Wan off to the northern Prince Xie, however. With Shen Wenyuan having seen Jiang Wan in such a state, it was impossible for the heir to take her as his bride now. Even if Jiang Rong were to perish, Jiang Wan would not be the one to benefit. As he pondered, he calculated that Shun Taifu was now one of the leading civil officials. Being related to him would be far more advantageous than aligning with the martial family of the northern princess residence. Forming a marriage alliance with Shun Taifu would indeed be a remarkable opportunity. "I trust you did not intend to spy, but you have intruded upon Wanner South bathing place. Thus you must bear responsibility." Jiang Qingrong calculated the pros and cons and sought to mediate. Shen Wenyuan seethed with rage. It was precisely as he suspected. This was the scheme of the Jiang father and daughter. "I will discuss this matter with Shun Taifu," Jiang Qingrong added. Shen Wenyuan felt an overwhelming urge to stab this old man. His father, who was wholly devoted to the Jiang family, would surely pressure him into marrying Jiang Wan. You Jiang family had calculated all of this, hadn't you? Exiting the plum garden, Jiang Rong returned to her chamber, where Xie Lingxi awaited her. Jiang Rong had refrained from bringing Xie Lingxi along to avoid any rash actions from Jiang Wan, should she see Xie Lingxi suddenly emerge from the pool. The maid who had initially lured Shen Wenyuan was none other than the third-class maid, Yin Ping, from the Jinyuan. Shen Wenyuan had always held himself in high regard, never paying attention to the maids. "Yin Ping, you performed excellently. Here is a reward of 200 taels of silver. From now on, stay by my side," Jiang Rong said, feeling quite pleased. Yin Ping hurriedly bowed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young lady, for your generosity. I am merely following your instructions. Young lady, you are truly formidable." Shen Wenyuan has certainly fallen for it. Fei Sui praised, feeling quite vindicated. "She is your cousin, yet she repeatedly engages in such behavior. It is utterly outrageous. Once she marries Shen Wenyuan, it will save her from further troubling both of you." Jiang Rong chuckled softly. She had no intention of marrying Jiang Wan to Shen Wenyuan. She was simply waiting to enjoy the feast. Would Shen Wenyuan willingly marry Jiang Wan, just as he had dealt with the bandits in the past? He would surely eliminate Jiang Wan before the wedding date. This man was intent on marrying a woman of high status and would not allow anyone to hinder his ambitions. However, there was some truth to the statement. A deceased person could certainly not cause them any trouble. She would settle the blood debts from her past life, one by one. Having completed this scheme, Jiang Rong lifted her gaze to Xie Lingxi, the coldness in her eyes dissipating entirely. She gently tugged at his sleeve and asked, "My dear husband, do you find Ronger frightening?" She had made the Jiang brothers turn against each other, eliminated the Chong clan, ensnared Shen Wenyuan, and sought Jiang Wan's life. Each of these actions resembled the ruthless and heartless villain in a story, starkly contrasting with the delicate and helpless young lady he had perceived her to be. Xie Lingxi lowered his gaze, observing her clear and bright eyes as she playfully tugged at his sleeve like a well-behaved kitten. She was utterly delightful. Very adorable. Xie blurted out, his mouth moving faster than his mind. Jiang Rong and Amp. Amp? Oppos. S eyes twinkled as she leaped into his embrace, her voice brimming with joy. I knew it. My husband must think I am wonderful in every way. In the eyes of a lover, one sees only beauty. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. She, a person so ruthless, was perceived by her husband as utterly charming. Xie had always indulged her in all her whims, and Jiang Rong understood that he was lenient with her. Yet, the definition of leniency was broad. Even if he thought her methods were harsh, his willingness to assist her, simply because it was her, was a form of indulgence. Now, she realized that Xie's affection for her was not merely indulgence, but a profound love for everything about her. No matter her actions, she was seen as delightful. The happiness soared. Xie caught the exuberant young lady as she leaped into his arms once more. Why was it that every one of Jiang Rong's twisted justifications was irrefutable? He even felt there was a semblance of truth in them. Fei Zue and Yinping exchanged glances, stifling their laughter as they quietly withdrew. Today, the young master and mistress were indeed enjoying their love for each other. In the study of the Duke of Loyalty and Righteousness, Jiang Qingrong urgently inquired, Jiang Wan, what on earth happened today? Emerging from the plum garden, Jiang Wan was already dressed and fuming. I don't know how Shen Wenyuan ended up here. I had originally sent Xia to lure Xie. That wretched maid, she couldn't even handle such a trivial task. It was a twist of fate, yet not entirely a bad turn of events. Jiang Qingrong looked at Jiang Wan and said, originally, we had a layer of separation from the Shun family and were not closely connected. But if you marry Shen Wenyuan, you will become relatives. This is a good thing. Yet, the position of young lady, Jiang Wan was still unwilling to accept. Jiang Qingrong snorted coldly. If not for today's incident, Shen Wenyuan would undoubtedly marry a noble lady from a prestigious family. You marrying into the Taifu residence is already a blessing from our ancestors. After creating such a scene with Shen Wenyuan today, do you still dare to dream of the northern prince's residence? Jiang Wan realized her hopes were dashed, but then thought of the Taifu residence, which was indeed the pinnacle of civil officials. Marrying Shen Wenyuan would indeed be quite advantageous. The master has already invited the Shun family to the tea room. The steward reported. Chapter 76. A kiss behind the folding fan in the tea room of the loyal Duke's residence. Shen Taifu was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Jiang Qingrong recounted in detail the scene he had witnessed in the plum garden. Jiang Wan's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented, Father, I have brought disgrace upon our family. Death seems the only resolution. My poor Wan, how could I bear such a thought? Jiang Qingrong sighed heavily, turning to Shen Taifu. In light of this unforeseen incident, it would be fitting for Wan to end her life to preserve her honor. However, I cannot bring myself to part with her. Thus, I must shamelessly seek your counsel. Upon hearing this, Shen Taifu was greatly astonished and, regaining his composure, replied, What are you saying, Minister Jiang? This matter should rightly fall under the responsibility of Wenyuan. Father, it is entirely my fault. I inadvertently trespassed into the plum garden and startled Miss Jiang-san. I am willing to marry her. I beseech you to advocate on my behalf. Shen Wenyuan, observing the theatrical performance of the father and daughter, realized the matter had reached its conclusion and decided to play along. Shen Taifu intended to reproach him, but seeing his sense of responsibility, he softened and turned to Jiang Wan. Might you be amenable to this arrangement? Jiang Wan and Oppos. As heart soared with joy, yet she feigned a sobbing demeanor, stating, I shall defer to my father's wishes. Wenyuan, fetch me paper and ink. I shall draft a marriage contract. Shen Taifu declared promptly, being a man of straightforward temperament. Shen Wenyuan inadvertently glanced at Jiang Wan, realizing that he must marry her. Otherwise, would it not be akin to driving a person to despair? He complied respectfully, but internally, he smirked, Jiang Wan, you shall never live to see the day of our wedding. As the auspicious day of the coming-of-age ceremony approached, the servants invited guests to take their seats at the ceremony. Jiang Rong and Xie, as the honored guests, occupied the front row. Shen Taifu and Jiang Qingrong soon arrived, surveying the assembled company. Jiang Rong, with a countenance full of pride, welcomed everyone to celebrate his nephew and Appo's coming-of-age ceremony. Although Jiang Wenxing had been adopted by his elder brother and was thus referred to as a nephew, he had raised the child himself, making him no different from a biological son. Before the ceremony begins, our Jiang family has another joyous announcement to make. My daughter Jiang Wan is to be betrothed to Shun Taifu's son, Shun Wenyuan, today. Let everyone bear witness. Jiang Rong proclaimed, his tone barely concealing his elation. The hall erupted in astonishment. Shun Taifu truly supported the Jiang family. Given his esteemed position today, he was indeed uniting with the Jiang family through marriage. Shun Wenyuan had initially been engaged to Jiang Rong, so it seemed the Shun family had switched the betrothal to Jiang Wan in order to maintain their ties with the Jiang family. How fortunate she was to have stumbled upon such an advantageous situation. Jiang Wan beamed with pride, basking in the envious gazes surrounding her, only to be incensed by whispers suggesting she had merely picked up Jiang Rong's discarded fiancé. This is not a mere acquisition. I have earned this marriage through my own merit. Guests offered their congratulations, and Shun Wenyuan wore a gentle and amiable smile, standing beside Jiang Wan. Appearing as a perfect couple, they took their seats adjacent to Jiang Rong and Xie. As the ceremonial music commenced, Jiang Wan feigned sorrow, addressing Jiang Rong. I am truly sorry. You, who have been promised to Brother Shun since childhood and cherished him as a brother, never anticipated that fate would lead me to this engagement. You do not harbor resentment towards me, do you? Everyone knew of Jiang Rong and Appo's repeated confrontations with Shun Wenyuan, and their discord was well documented. However, Jiang Wan, aware of the underlying truths, understood Jiang Rong's actions were merely to deflect suspicion. She clearly held deep feelings for Shun Wenyuan, even to the point of eloping with him. Of course, Jiang Wan deemed Jiang Rong's choice to relinquish her position as the Northern Prince's consort and elope with Shun Wenyuan as profoundly foolish. Yet, Jiang Rong had acted so, undoubtedly out of profound affection for him, unwilling to marry anyone else. However, after being caught and forced into the role of the Northern Prince's consort, the die had been cast. She had no choice but to feign disdain for Shun Wenyuan publicly, while privately, they may still have maintained a connection. Now, the very man Jiang Rong could not have was destined to become Jiang Wan's husband. Jiang Wan felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of Jiang Rong's inevitable jealousy. Shun Wenyuan is not particularly remarkable compared to Xie, yet he is the one Jiang Rong desires but cannot have, and that alone fills me with immense satisfaction regarding this marriage. I am not well acquainted with Shun Wenyuan. If he grew up in the Jiang household, it would only make sense for him to be paired with you instead, Jiang Rong remarked nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wan. You and Shun Wenyuan share a childhood bond. It is truly a match made in heaven. The first of next month is an auspicious date. Have you considered hastening your wedding? Jiang Wan was momentarily speechless. Jiang Rong and Appo's seemingly innocent words cleverly distanced her from any rumor of impropriety, while implying a closeness between Jiang Wan and Shun Wenyuan, as if they had already conspired. It was truly distasteful. Yet, she believed that despite Jiang Rong's outwardly polished demeanor, jealousy must be consuming her within. Meanwhile, Shun Wenyuan spotted the silver flask behind Jiang Rong, which belonged to the maid who had led him to the plum garden. The Jiang sisters were conspiring against him, and now they were engaged in another charade. Hasten your wedding? Jiang Rong was certainly going to great lengths to see her sister wed to him. Just wait. I shall ensure your sister meets her demise sooner rather than later. As midsummer heat enveloped the air, the atmosphere remained stifling even indoors. A maid named Yuling brought forth a refreshing icy drink, setting it before Jiang Rong. This was a newly concocted Yangmei ice treat crafted by the chefs of the Northern Prince and Appo's residence. Jiang Rong, suffering from the summer heat and unable to eat much, found solace in this icy delicacy. The young master knows of your preference and has instructed the maid to keep it prepared at all times, Yuling proudly announced. Today, the icy drink was transported in an ice vessel. Please enjoy it, young mistress, to cool off from the heat, Yuling suggested. Jiang Rong, beaming at the sight of the Yangmei ice treat, glanced at Xie, who lounged lazily on the couch, seemingly unconcerned. Thank you, my husband, Jiang Rong said, scooping a spoonful of the icy sweet treat and offering it to Xie. Let us share this together. Xie and Amp. Oppo's eyes flickered with discomfort as he declined. I do not eat sweet things. Jiang Rong widened her eyes, diligently noting this preference, before feeding herself the icy treat. Then, using the jade folding fan in Xie and Amp. Oppo's hand, she shielded them from prying eyes, leaning closer to him. With a playful smile, she planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Her cherry-red lips, having just indulged in the icy treat, felt cool against his, igniting a warmth that enveloped them both. Chapter 77. The demise of the Jiang family's second son, the paper fan, fell. Jiang Rong returned to her original position, picked up a silver spoon, and continued to happily consume her icy delicacy. Beside her, Xie was rigid, a somewhat unnatural flush rising to his ears. This intimate scene was obscured by the folding fan, rendering it invisible to the crowd. Only the maid standing behind them and the closest Jiang Wan could see it. She inwardly cursed Jiang Rong's shamelessness. Truly a seductress. In broad daylight, she ensnared the northern prince's heir. No wonder Xie was so utterly bewitched by her. As she muttered her grievances, bitterness bubbled within her. Watching Jiang Rong smile brightly while savoring her icy treat made Jiang Wan feel a sudden heat in her stomach, yearning for something cold to ease the summer swelter. She turned to Shen Wenyuan beside her, speaking in a coy tone. Brother Shen, it is quite hot today. Look, you're even sweating. Would you care for some icy refreshments? The implication was clear, waiting for Shen Wenyuan to suggest he send someone to fetch some. Whatever Jiang Rong had, she wanted as well. However, Shen Wenyuan was preoccupied with plotting Jiang Wan and Oppo's demise. He had no appetite for frivolities and casually dismissed her. No need. He continued to focus intently on devising his scheme against her. Jiang Wan thought to herself, "You dullard, do you not comprehend? It infuriates me. Look at the northern prince's heir, doting on his wife, and then look at you." Jiang Wan was filled with indignation, turning her head away from Jiang Rong, fearing that if she looked any longer, she might truly lose her temper. Why was it that she, who had snatched away what she cherished, still found Jiang Rong so blissfully happy? It was utterly maddening. As the music ceased, silence enveloped the hall. Master Shun, as the officiant approached Jiang Wenxing, who stood in the center of the banquet hall atop the jade platform, his heart racing with excitement. Jiang Wan's unexpected entanglement with Shen Wenyuan had only strengthened his bond with Master Shun, which was indeed fortuitous. Today, amidst numerous guests, he was surrounded by those who had once seemed unattainable, and now he too was one of them. At long last, he would ascend to nobility. Master Shun surveyed the crowd and began, today, but his words were cut short as a throng of officers clad in flying fish attire burst through the doors, charging in like wolves. The assembly was taken aback. What was happening? The leader of the group was none other than Chu Ju. Accompanying him were two officers carrying a stretcher, upon which lay a corpse shrouded in white cloth. The sweltering heat had already begun to emit a faint odor from the body. Ministry of Justice, what is the meaning of this? Master Shin exclaimed, astonished. Chu Ju produced a token of authority from his bosom, raising it for all to see. The Ministry of Justice is conducting an investigation. All bystanders, step aside. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Jiang Qingrong rose from his seat in disbelief. Sir, have you come to the wrong place? This is the residence of the Duke of Loyalty. Chu Ju's cold gaze fixed on Jiang Wenxing. Jiang Wenxing, you have committed examination fraud and are suspected of silencing your cousin. Take him away. The two officers promptly moved to apprehend Jiang Wenxing, who could scarcely believe what was unfolding. He had paid a handsome sum for a gold medal assassin from the Assassins and Amp, Oppo's guild, reputed to be infallible. Killing someone as insignificant as Jiang Wenmian was merely child's play. How could there have been a slip-up? And what did this have to do with the Ministry of Justice? How could they possibly know? The Ministry of Justice typically handled significant cases involving officials, but Chu Ju was known for his relentless pursuit of justice. Any case he stumbled upon, He would investigate thoroughly. What? Master Shin exclaimed, stunned. Do you possess evidence for such accusations? Chu Ju retorted, without evidence. Would I come to arrest him? Jiang Wenyan had discovered 2 examination papers, one bearing Jiang Wenxing and Appo's name, yet the handwriting was unmistakably different. The other paper, inscribed with a different name, matched Jiang Wenxing's handwriting perfectly. The individual who had exchanged papers with him was already deceased. These 2 papers served as irrefutable evidence. He had verified everything meticulously. At that moment, an officer stepped forward and unveiled the white cloth, revealing Jiang Wenyan and Appo's corpse. So, Jiang Rong was struck as if by lightning, unable to fathom the reality before him. Despite his frequent reprimands, he had genuinely cared for his son. The loss was excruciating. Jiang Wenxing, witnessing the scene, felt his legs weaken, unable to stand. Although Jiang Wenyan had been silenced, the examination papers had not yet been destroyed and had found their way into the Ministry of Justice and Appo's hands. As for the assassination plot, an inquiry would swiftly reveal the truth. Chu Ju cast a cold glance at Jiang Wenxing and commanded, "Take him away." The Ministry of Justice escorted the dazed Jiang Wenxing away, leaving behind the lifeless body of Jiang Wenyan. They had already confirmed the cause of death as a murder by a hired assassin and saw no need for further examination. The body would be returned to the family. Jiang Rong, who had been weeping over the stretcher, looked up to see his most promising son being taken away by the Ministry of Justice. In that moment, he realized he had lost both of his sons. "Father, what is happening?" "Just now, that officer said my elder brother killed my second brother, and that my elder brother also cheated in the examination." Jiang Wan inquired, her voice filled with shock. The guests around them buzzed with speculation. Though the 2 were nominally cousins, they were, in fact, brothers. What enmity could be so profound that the elder brother would slay the younger? Surely, this was evident. The Duke of Loyalty had departed early, leaving his title vacant. With the elder gone, the younger would inherit. Otherwise, why would the younger expend such effort to uncover his elder brother's cheating? Jiang Wenxing's scholarly title was obtained through substitution. How then did he achieve the rank of Jinshi? It seemed this affair would surely lead to further revelations, implicating many others. The Jiang minister was indeed unfortunate, having lost both of his sons. Truly a tragedy for the family. Had he committed some heinous act to warrant such a fate, leading to the extinction of his lineage? The guests murmured among themselves, casting various scrutinizing glances at Jiang Rong. The sounds of their derision echoed in his ears, and as he mourned the loss of his 2 sons, the weight of their scorn struck him, causing him to faint on the spot. "Father, why have you fainted?" "Father!" Jiang Wan cried out in alarm. The Jiang family was thrown into chaos, with no one to take charge. Ultimately, it was Jiang Rong who stepped forward, addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, an unexpected incident has occurred today, and our hospitality has fallen short. I hope for your understanding. We shall host another banquet in the future." As the guests began to come to their senses, they rose to exchange a few pleasantries before departing. The phrase about hosting another banquet was merely a formality. Yet, Xiao Nanxing cast a glance at Jiang Wenyan's corpse and could not suppress a smirk. "Indeed, we must reschedule the banquet for all of you." One by one, the guests left. Master Shun observed the unfolding events in silence for a long while before offering Jiang Rong some words of consolation. "I shall send someone to the Ministry of Justice to inquire about the situation. If Jiang Wenxing is innocent, we will certainly restore his honor. This, alas, my condolences. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Jiang Rong, suppressing a smile that nearly escaped her lips, wore a solemn expression as she replied, "Thank you." Chapter 78. A plot for an accidental encounter. The guests had dispersed, and the unconscious Jiang Rong was carried into the room by servants. Jiang Wan was at a loss, and the remaining servants were equally uncertain about what to do. Jiang Rong cast a glance at the corpse of Jiang Wenyan on the stretcher and commanded, "Summon someone to purchase a white coffin and prepare for the funeral." The steward, Jiang Zhong, paused momentarily before regaining his composure and responding affirmatively. The Jiang family was currently in dire need of a leader. None of the servants dared to take matters into their own hands. Although the second young lady was married, she acted with decorum and remained unperturbed, capable of managing affairs. At that moment, all the servants of the Jiang household complied with her orders. In no time, the chaotic estate of the Duke of Loyalty was methodically arranging the funeral for Jiang Wenyan. As night fell, Jiang Rong and Xie returned to the northern prince's residence. Yingxian knelt on the steps of the courtyard, hurriedly bowing her head in supplication. "Your Highness, please spare me. I was forced to do this. It was the third young lady who compelled me. I beg for your mercy. I promise to be loyal and never repeat this." "Execute her," Jiang Rong said indifferently. "Please spare me, Your Highness," Yingxia cried, her tears flowing in fright as she hurriedly prostrated herself. Jiang Rong did not cast her a second glance. Instead, addressing Fei Xie, "All the people I brought from the Jiang family have been replaced. Those from Yuan Mountain Villa have also been swapped out. Xiang Gai, take him down to meet his master." "Yes," Fei Xie replied obediently. Her previous restraint was to avoid drawing attention from the Jiang family. Now that the brotherly conflict had concluded and the dust had settled, these individuals were no longer necessary. Yingxia, wailing, was dragged away. In the Mingxin division, Chu Ju conducted a night-long interrogation of Jiang Wenxing. With 2 examination papers and handwriting identification documents in hand, Jiang Wenxing and Appo's guilt for cheating was indisputable. "I am not particularly skilled in interrogations, but I excel at inflicting punishment. You may choose your preference, and I shall demonstrate," Chu Ju declared, casting a condescending gaze upon the kneeling Jiang Wenxing, surrounded by an array of torturous implements. Jiang Wenxing trembled at the sight of the instruments, stammering this. "This is coercion." The brutality of a Mingxin division was well known. Chu Ju's smile was icy, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling a terrifying specter. He casually picked up a red-hot iron and brought it close to Jiang Wenxing's cheek. "Let us commence with this. The aroma of roasting meat is delightful, quite fitting as an appetizer. I confess, I bribed the assassin. Don't come any closer." Jiang Wenxing, in a state of panic, lost control of his bladder, the foul odor emanating from beneath him. Chu Ju stepped back in disgust and ordered, "Bring me paper and a pen. Let him write a confession." A quarter of an hour later, a subordinate presented a document bearing Jiang Wenxing and Appo's as confession. Under the benevolent prompting of the officer of the Mingxin division, Jiang Wenxing shakily detailed the process of hiring a killer to murder Jiang Wenyan. After perusing the document, Chu Ju set it aside and continued his inquiries. "I have one lingering question. If you required someone else to take the examination on your behalf to pass as a scholar, how did you manage to succeed in the provincial examination?" Jiang Wenxing's mental defenses had crumbled. Facing the certainty of death, he revealed, "It was my aunt, the Chong family. She provided me with the examination questions. I do not know how she obtained them." Chu Ju narrowed his cold eyes. "The Chong family?" This case was also handled by the Mingxin division. She had gone missing during her exile, a prisoner who had not drawn much attention. Jiang Wenxing had been a successful candidate in last autumn's provincial examination, overseen by a chief examiner from the Ministry of Rights, a man with no prior connection to the Jiang family. There seemed to be a secret hidden within. Chu Ju noted this individual carefully and waved his hand, signaling for Jiang Wenxing to be taken away. The following day, Chu Ju presented the case files. The commander of the Mingxin division determined that Jiang Wenxing's acts of examination fraud and the murder of his cousin were heinous crimes warranting immediate execution. In the Duke of Loyalty and Appo's estate, Jiang Rong trembled as he opened his eyes, greeted by a sea of white. The steward, with a white cloth tied around his waist, lamented, "My lord, you have finally awakened. The arrangements for the second young master's funeral are already underway, and we require your directives." "Mayor." Jiang Rong felt a profound ache in his heart, a tumult of grief and anger. How could this be? The Mingxin division has issued a proclamation. The eldest son killed the second son, because the second son possessed evidence of the eldest son's examination fraud. He sent someone to silence him. Jiang Rong reported, "The court has sentenced the eldest son to death by execution." He wanted to add that the second son and Appo's vengeance had been avenged. But realizing the eldest son was also the lord and Appo's child, he quickly swallowed his words. Execution. Xing and Appo's Jiang Rong had sensed something amiss when he saw Jiang Wenxing taken away the previous day. With this verdict, he knew he had lost his remaining son as well. With a sudden cough, Jiang Rong spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. As Jiang Wenxing had died a criminal's death, it was customary for prominent families to avoid conducting proper funerals for wrongdoers, so his remains were hastily buried. Jiang Rong, now in middle age, had suffered the loss of 2 sons and endured a serious illness. However, after the 7th day of mourning for Jiang Wenmian, he quickly regained his composure, taking in concubines and seeking a new wife. In no time, both he and Jiang Wen were occupied with their respective affairs. At Jinxiu Tower, the premier tavern in the capital, the private rooms on the 5th floor were reserved exclusively for the royal family and the northern prince's residence. Among them, the elegant pavilion named Listening to the Snow belonged to the northern prince's residence. Xie, renowned as the capital's most notorious rake, was a frequent visitor. Dong Xiqin, a distinguished young lady, naturally could not chance upon him in brothels or gambling dens. Excluding the latter 2 pursuits, an accidental encounter at Jinxiu Tower was quite fitting. Miss, I have obtained news. The steward from a northern prince's residence has reserved the Su Mountain banquet for tomorrow, a maid reported. Dong Xiqin's eyes brightened. Jinxiu Tower had recently introduced a banquet featuring a massive Su Mountain delicacy accompanied by 18 varieties of iced desserts and 8 types of beverages. Due to the time needed for preparation, reservations were required in advance. As the scorching summer prevailed, it was highly sought after by the people of the capital. Surely, the young master had heard of this new offering and was eager to try it. Dong Xiqin's eyes sparkled, and she promptly said, "Quickly fetch the jade hairpin I just purchased from Linglong Pavilion, and bring me the shoe embroidery dress I have been working on for 3 months." She had meticulously prepared for this encounter, confident that Xie would be captivated by her beauty and talent. The following early morning, the northern prince and Appo's carriage emerged from the estate. Already waiting at Jinxiu Tower, Dong Xiqin intentionally tossed her embroidered handkerchief and a jade hairpin into the Listening to the Snow pavilion. The handkerchief contained a poem in her name. When Xie discovered the poem, he would undoubtedly admire her talent, and the return of the hairpin would provide an opportunity for them to meet again. With this exchange, would it not be a natural progression? Chapter 79. Yet he is my husband within the carriage of the northern king's residence. Ogio, clad in a gown of soft yellow, gazed at Jiang Rong with a beaming smile. Sister-in-law, the pastries at Jinxiu Lu are simply delectable. You must try them. Since the Qingfeng poetry gathering, where Jiang Rong had come to her aid, Ogio's impression of her had remarkably transformed. Recently, following the mourning in the Jiang family, where Jiang Rong lost 2 elder brothers, Ogio, perceiving her sorrow, resolved to accompany her for some leisure and distraction. Thus, she had arranged a banquet at Jinxiu Lu the previous day, inviting her brothers and sisters-in-law to dine together. Emerald, who accompanied them, remarked, "The second young lady specifically inquired about the preferences of the young master's wife. Upon learning that she enjoys cold beverages, she selected a feast of exquisite pastries." "Thank you, dear sister. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated," Jiang Rong replied with a gentle nod and a faint smile. Ogio, feeling slightly embarrassed, stammered, I heard you Haven Tea had much of an appetite lately. You should try to be more at ease. My brother is quite amiable. If you wish, you may consider him as another brother." Seated at the head of the table, Xie shot his sister an incredulous glance, his expression difficult to articulate. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanxing struggled to suppress laughter, remarking to himself how peculiar it was that, after losing 2 brothers, one would offer another in consolation. Even Jiang Rong, well-versed in the absurdities of life, found herself momentarily taken aback, before gently reminding, "But he is my husband. Is there not a possibility," Ogio continued, her thoughts swirling, "that a spouse may also serve as a brother? After all, he could fulfill both roles. What do you think? Doesn't that seem advantageous?" Jiang Rong looked at Xie and then back at Ogio, feeling a bit bewildered. It did sound somewhat beneficial, albeit strange. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. In any case, with my brother by your side, I assure you, you shall not suffer in the slightest. Xie Ruogio persisted in her comforting endeavor. Seeing the man beside her remain silent, Jiang Rong could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, dear sister, your reasoning is quite valid. While the logic may be somewhat convoluted, your conclusion is certainly accurate. With the young master accompanying me, I shall undoubtedly face no grievances. Xie Ruogio, pleased to see Jiang Rong smile in response to her consolation, felt her spirits lift. I knew it. Whatever my sister-in-law lacks, I shall provide. This is bound to soothe her. The three of them entered the private room of the listening snow pavilion, radiating warmth and harmony. Upon entering, Xie Ruogio noticed a jade hairpin and a handkerchief on the ground. What are these? Emerald stepped forward, retrieving the jade hairpin and handkerchief, presenting them. This handkerchief bears a small poem, embroidered with the name Dong Xiqin. The jade hairpin is inscribed with the words Linglong and crafted from exquisite jade, worth a considerable sum. Who is this person? How could her belongings be here in the listening snow pavilion? This place is not open for public use. Xie Ruogio expressed her bewilderment. Xiao Nanqing interjected, Miss, this woman is no good. Last time, she deliberately sought to humiliate the young master by requesting a painting from him. She is the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis and Amp, Oppo's residents. The recent rising stars among the four great military families have always been at odds with our northern king's residents. Although most of it remains confined to political rivalry, only the Yongning Marquis and Oppo's family resorts to such petty schemes. Upon grasping the situation, Xie Ruogio's expression shifted to one of fury. No wonder their family ranks at the bottom among the four great military families, resorting to such lowly tactics. They dare to accuse me of theft. What theft? Xiao Nanqing questioned, perplexed. Look at how she carelessly discarded a priceless jade hairpin here in the listening snow pavilion. Then, she could report it missing, and once it is discovered here, I would be left with no defense. Such insidiousness! Xie Ruogio exclaimed in indignation. The listening snow pavilion in Zhenxiu had always been reserved for the young master's use. Xie Ruogio seldom frequented it. Little did Dong Xiqin realize that it was Xie Ruogio who had made the reservation. Now I understand. I must dispose of it immediately. Xiao Nanqing agreed fervently. Rushing towards the window, Jiang Rong swiftly intervened. Wait. Since Dong Xiqin has set a trap for you, she must have anticipated our disposal of evidence. There may very well be observers outside, monitoring our actions. Xie, witnessing the exchange, sensed something amiss. At that moment, Jingzhe approached, stating, Master, there are indeed suspicious individuals near the listening snow pavilion, likely spies. Sister-in-law, you are truly insightful. Xie Ruogio gazed at Jiang Rong with admiration. You have accurately deduced their intentions. Xiao Nanqing, now anxious, questioned, what should we do with the incriminating evidence? I fear Dong Xiqin has already reported it to the authorities, and soon officers may come to seal Zhenxiu for an investigation. I saw Lieutenant Chu of the Mingxin Division in the hall earlier. Jiang Rong mused, her mind racing for a solution. We should report it, but we have no evidence. Xie Ruogio expressed her confusion. How can we report it when we merely suspect Dong Xiqin of framing us? And does the Mingxin Division even handle such minor cases? We shall report that we discovered traces of a fugitive here, and this item remains as evidence. Jiang Rong, with familiarity, invoked the notion of a fugitive again. Xie Ruogio was astonished. Is it truly possible to proceed this way? I'm learning so much. For reasons unknown, she felt a strange familiarity with Jiang Rong's words. Xie stifled a laugh. Once again, it was the same tactic. Yet, regardless of its age, if a method proves effective, it is of little concern. Dong Xiqin's deceitful behavior warranted her being reported to the Mingxin Division for thorough investigation. I shall report this immediately, Xiao Nanqing declared, rushing out like a gust of wind, eager to prevent any delay that might allow Dong's machinations to succeed. Chuju, of course, could arrange for a private pavilion. However, he preferred to dine amidst the crowd, absorbing various tidbits of information. Congratulations, Chief, on solving another peculiar case. His subordinates toasted. Just having resolved a case of fratricide within the Jiang family, Chu Ju basked in the praise. Nothing to write home about, he replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Such simple cases posed no challenge whatsoever. The evidence practically fell into his hands, as if heaven had ordained him to serve justice. Lieutenant Chu, earlier, while my master dined upstairs, we noticed a shadow leap from the window. It bore a resemblance to the fugitive sought by the Mingxin division. Xiao Nanxing approached Chu Ju, stating, "We also discovered a jade hairpin and a handkerchief in the room. We are uncertain whether they belong to the fugitive." "What?" Chu Ju's eyes sparkled with interest. "Quick, lead me to see." Chapter 80. I advise you to confess for leniency in the Tingxua Pavilion. Chu Ju meticulously examined the jade hairpin and embroidered handkerchief. The hairpin appeared nearly new, and its style was the latest trend from this year in the capital. Let us investigate at the Linglong Pavilion. We should be able to trace the buyer. Oh, the handkerchief bears a name, Dong Xiqin. Does anyone recognize her? Chu Ju inquired, casting a glance at his subordinates. One step forward, offering a reminder. "Chief, that name belongs to the daughter of the Yongning Marquis, Dong family. We who specialize in apprehending individuals remember the offspring of all influential families distinctly to avoid stepping on any toes." Of course, Chu Ju had no need to remember such details. He would confront any obstacle without hesitation. A subordinate remarked, "How could the accessory of a noble lady appear on a fugitive? Perhaps the fugitive stole something from her family and accidentally left it behind." Chu Ju's expression hardened. This was implausible. Sierra Ogio, reporting a false case for the first time, felt both exhilarated and guilty. Upon hearing this suggestion, she grew anxious. Had the Mingxin division already suspected their report was false? Chu Ju continued, "It is not surprising for a fugitive to steal gold and jewels. However, to carry her handkerchief, which contains a love poem, suggests their relationship is far from ordinary. Bring Dong Xiqin to the Mingxin division for a thorough investigation." Sierra Ogio exhaled in relief, startled by the turn of events. Nearby, Jiang Rong maintained her composure, smiling calmly as she remarked, "Lieutenant Chu has a keen eye. I trust the truth will soon be unveiled." Chu Ju, filled with pride, found his gaze drawn to Jiang Rong and Amp, Oppo's, as face. Meeting her autumn-like eyes, he experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. During his last visit to the Jiang family, he had overlooked the surrounding guests. This was, in fact, their first formal meeting. The lady before him possessed a striking beauty, unforgettable and captivating. Despite this being their initial encounter, he could not shake the feeling of having met her before. Was it merely an illusion? On the fourth floor of the Zengxiela, in a private room, a maid reported, "Miss, trouble is brewing. Our informants have just relayed news that today, at the Tingxua Pavilion, not only is young Master Xie present, but also his sister and Jiang Rong." Dong Xiqin furrowed her brows. Jiang Rong was indeed persistent in her pursuit of Xie Lingxi, even accompanying him for a meal. Previously, Xie Lingxi would dine alone at Zengxiela, but today she had two obstacles to contend with. This made it impossible to have a private moment with Xie Lingxi. Though somewhat regrettable, her meticulous plans were not entirely in vain. Dong Xiqin raised her teacup, sipping leisurely. Today will yield one of two outcomes. Either the Northern King-S residents will return my hairpin to the Marquis-S estate, or they will inquire with the waiter, learn of my presence here, and request my company to return the hairpin. Even if I encounter Xie Lingxi with those two obstructions, there is little that can be accomplished. Nevertheless, the connection between him and my hairpin has been forged. I shall use this as an excuse to invite him for a gratitude banquet. At that time, free from these hindrances, I will surely make progress. The maid flattered, "Miss, you are astute. How could Jiang Rong possibly be your rival?" Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "The Mingxin division is handling a case. Please accompany us, Dong Xiqin." Due to the lack of concrete evidence, they could not arrest her directly, but rather requested her cooperation for an investigation. Though they claimed it was a request, once she entered the Mingxin division, there would be no release until the truth was uncovered. "What?" Dong Xiqin exclaimed in disbelief. "What connection do I have with the Mingxin division and Amp, Oppo's, S case?" Little did she expect that her carefully laid plans would lead to this unforeseen outcome, her arrest. Now, seated in the interrogation room of the Mingxin division, she felt bewildered. struggling to comprehend how she had found herself in this predicament. I have already interrogated the waiter. He stated that you insisted on visiting the 5th floor, even sending the servants away. At that time, you were the only one upstairs. Chu Ju's cold gaze fixed upon her as he continued, clearly. You had arranged to meet on the 5th floor. It is a secluded place with few people around. Dong Shiqin, perplexed, responded, "What are you talking about? Confess. Where's your lover hiding? What did you conspire with him? Harboring a fugitive is a grave offense. We at the Mingxin Division uphold justice. If you confess for leniency, you may receive a lighter punishment. Otherwise, even your father cannot protect you," Chu Ju asserted, employing intimidation as his primary tactic. Though he was not particularly skilled in interrogation. What fugitive? Dong Shiqin was utterly confused. Feigning ignorance will not aid you. The fugitive left the Tingxua Pavilion, leaving behind your handkerchief and jade hairpin. The evidence is irrefutable. Dong Shiqin, you are in serious trouble. Chu Ju beckoned to his subordinates, who brought forth an array of instruments of torture. Choose one. Which do you prefer? Dong Shiqin's face turned pale with fear. You cannot torture me. You are slandering me. I will have my father report you to the Mingxin Division for wrongful arrest. Then explain why your belongings were found at the Tingxua Pavilion. At that time, only you and the fugitive were present. If you did not leave them, did you simply discard them? The Tingxua Pavilion is a private room of the Northern King's residence. If you were not up to no good, why would you infiltrate another's quarters? Chu Ju and Oppos, as piercing gaze bore into Dong Shiqin as he pressed, I advise you to confess for leniency, due to the absence of substantial evidence. The Mingxin Division could not directly employ torture for interrogation, leaving Chu Ju to rely on intimidation, asserting his claims based on conjecture, which held no legal weight. Yet, Dong Shiqin was unaware of the judicial procedures of the Great Xie. Seeing Chu Ju speak with such conviction, she felt as if she were already being condemned. In a panic, she blurted out, "I lost them myself." Chu Ju was momentarily taken aback. "I do not know who you are referring to as a fugitive. When I was on the 5th floor, I saw no one. I threw the handkerchief and hairpin into the Tingxua Pavilion myself." With clenched teeth, Dong Shiqin was forced to concede. Chu Ju remained skeptical, brandishing a branding iron to intimidate her further. "Do not attempt to quibble. It was truly me. I do not know the fugitive." Dong Shiqin screamed, "Do not come any closer." Overwhelmed by fear, she fainted, her vision darkening. Chu Ju and Oppos' expression turned slightly doubtful. How could she claim such things while being utterly terrified? He doubted that such a delicate young lady could possess such resolve. It seemed she was speaking the truth. "Chief, we have interrogated the staff at Zhengxia, and they reported no suspicious figures on the 5th floor," a subordinate reported. Additionally, the manager of Zhengxia stated that Dong Shiqin's maid has been inquiring whether anyone was using the Tingxua Pavilion, seeking news about the Northern King's residence. This implies that Dong Shiqin must have intended to approach the Northern King today. Unbeknownst to her, a fugitive had previously frequented the 5th floor. Why then did she investigate the whereabouts of the people from the Northern King's residence and, taking advantage of their absence, discard her hairpin and handkerchief in the room? Chu Ju's brows furrowed tightly as he gazed at the jade hairpin for a moment, suddenly enlightened. A superb piece of jade. I understand now. She intends to frame the Xie family for theft. Chapter 81. Song Hung has been sold. To prove that the hairpin is indeed his, he deliberately kept a handkerchief embroidered with his name. As for the love poem, it was likely stitched onto the handkerchief long ago, holding no other significance. Chu Ju meticulously unraveled the details, his eyes growing increasingly bright. I understand now. It all makes sense. My father has always said that the power struggles among these noble families are fierce, and today I have witnessed it firsthand. His subordinates hurriedly flattered him. Chief, you truly possess remarkable insight, immediately unraveling this intricate case. So, what shall we do about Miss Dong now? Shall we release her? Dong Shiqin merely discarded her belongings and has yet to frame the Xie family. Legally, she has committed no crime and must be released without charge. Wait, keep her detained for now. Just say, for the sake of cooperating with the investigation, we will release her in half a month. Chu Ju interjected with a cold snort. I've always despised the cunning, Let her languish in jail for half a month. A subordinate reminded him. But if Miss Dong is forcibly detained for half a month, the Yongning Marquis residents will undoubtedly report you. I have my reasons. Is she not suspected of colluding with a fugitive? This case must be investigated thoroughly. After half a month, we will announce the results. Given the involvement of a fugitive, this is a serious matter that warrants caution, Chu Ju asserted with righteous indignation. The subordinate smiled wryly. You have already uncovered the truth today, yet you deliberately postpone the announcement regarding Dong Shiqin for half a month, which will surely offend the Yongning Marquis residents. Fortunately, you have a father who is a commander. Otherwise, even 9 lives would not suffice. Indeed, the subordinate complied. The case was temporarily set aside. Chu Ju then recalled Jiang Rong, sensing something amiss, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Inside the listening snow pavilion, Sierra Ogio stood before the second-floor window, watching Xie take Dong Shiqin away, feeling quite pleased. Let her frame me. Sierra Ogio breathed a sigh of relief. Xie appeared contemplative, sensing that Dong Shiqin was scheming something. Glancing back at the results of the investigation by Xie, he said, Sister-in-law, since the trouble is dealt with, shall we dine? Sierra Ogio quickly dismissed Dong Shiqin from her thoughts and recommended delicacies to Jiang Rong. The waiter brought in numerous chilled drinks, arranging a splendid feast. In particular, the centerpiece was a flaky mountain dessert, featuring 3 colors, imperial red, eyebrow green, and thousand-layer snow, crafted into towering peaks, aptly named, adorned with fruits and flowers. It was both visually appealing and delicious. By the time they finished their meal, it was noon. Sierra Ogio felt a significant improvement in her relationship with her sister-in-law. Having shared a meal and engaged in mischief together, an entirely different rapport than before. Sister-in-law, let us go to Linglong Pavilion. They have released many new accessories that are simply exquisite. Sierra Ogio tugged at Jiang Rong and Appo's sleeve. With nothing pressing at the moment, Jiang Rong nodded in agreement. The 3 were just preparing to leave when a report came in. The young master's wife, Qianyang, and young master Qi request an audience. Have them come in, Jiang Rong instructed. Qianyang and Qi Mo Yin hurriedly entered, greeting the group. Qianyang spoke, young master's wife. I must inform you that this morning, Song Hung did not come to the study to work. He is usually punctual and never late. I thought perhaps he was delayed by some matter, so I did not worry until just now when young Master Qi came looking for him. Qi Mo Yin continued. I had arranged to dine with Song Hung today to discuss our studies. He never fails to keep his appointments, yet today, at the appointed time, he did not arrive. I went to his home to find him, but it was empty. I then went to the study, where the innkeeper said he had not come today. I am concerned that something may have happened to him. His disappearance has not been long enough to file a report with the authorities. But I fear that if we wait another 2 days, it may be too late. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance. Xionyang added anxiously. In this situation, it is quite possible that something has befallen young Master Song. Jiang Rong furrowed her brow. Song Hung is missing? He resides in the capital, where all traces can be followed. With the intelligence network of the Northern King's residence, it should not be difficult to locate him. Jiang Rong turned to Xie. Husband, can you assist me in finding Song Hung? Jingzhe, go investigate. Xie commanded without hesitation. Before long, Jingzhe returned, dragging a tightly bound middle-aged man before Jiang Rong. The man was overweight, his face bruised and battered, wailing for mercy. I report to the young master and the young mistress. This man is Song Heng's uncle. Last night, he sought Song Hung for money and ended up beating him unconscious and selling him. Jingzhe relayed the interrogation results. Xiao Nanxing was taken aback. Sold? To where? Jingzhe kicked the man fiercely, who shrieked, Chunyu Pavilion. Help, help! Song Hung owes me money. Selling him to repay the debt is no crime. Who are you people? Why are you hitting me? Chunyu Pavilion. What kind of place is that? Sierra Ogio inquired curiously. Xiao Nanxing was filled with a mixture of sympathy, shock, and disbelief. A brothel. Song Heng's uncle has recently accumulated a pile of gambling debts. Song Hung still owes him 200 taels. After the last near closure of the study incident, Jiang Rong rewarded everyone 3 months' salary, and Song Hung repaid him 100 taels. Now, desperate for cash to cover his gambling debts, he He sought Song Hong for repayment, demanding 1,000 taels. How could Song Hong possibly have that much money? He had already given him everything he had, not a single tael left. When Song Hong's uncle couldn't find money in the Song household, he knocked him out and sold him into the brothel. Due to his fair complexion, beauty, and graceful demeanor, coupled with his literary knowledge, he was sold for a high price of 100 taels. Young master, the Chunyu Pavilion is backed by the Anyang Princess and Amp, Appo's residence. Xiao Nanqing reminded, any brothel in the capital is undoubtedly supported by powerful patrons. Jiang Xie and Amp, Appo's eyes darkened. If it were an ordinary brothel, he could simply go in and demand the person back, and they would surely comply. However, the Anyang Princess had her sights set on Jiang Rong. If she were to learn that it was Jiang Rong seeking Song Hong, she might very well have him killed and disposed of, then deny ever having received him. At that point, they might not even find Song Hong's body. Therefore, let's proceed subtly, my dear husband. I believe we can take a discreet approach. Jiang Rong looked at Jiang Xie, her eyes sparkling. Outside Chunyu Pavilion, Jiang Xie kicked open the door. At this hour, the establishment was not yet open for business, and there were no patrons. A group of black-clad guards surged in like wolves, turning the place upside down, smashing everything in sight. What do you think you're doing? The madam screeched, rushing over, but upon realizing it was Jiang Xie, she quickly put on a smile. I am unaware of how we have offended the Northern King's young master. Jiang Xie wore a defiant expression, disdainful of exchanging further words with her. Xiao Nanqing shouted from the side, destroy everything. Leave no room in scathe. Anyone who obstructs us, just hit them. Who dares to stop the Northern King's residence? Chapter 82. Grateful for the rescue by the young lady of the house, the old madam hastily shouted, raising her connections. Our Chunyu Pavilion is the property of Princess Anyang. Yet, Jiang Xie remained unfazed, his expression impassive. The thugs from the brothel rushed forward to obstruct them, but they were no match for the black-clad guards. In mere moments, they were all thrown to the ground. In a room within the back courtyard of Chunyu Pavilion, Song Hong was roused from slumber by a splash of water. Before him stood a matronly woman, her visage somewhat faded with age, flanked by a group of thugs wielding wooden clubs. You and Appo's. He certainly acquired a fine specimen. The matron appraised Song Hong with satisfaction. Having just regained consciousness, Song Hong began to comprehend his predicament. The previous night, his uncle had demanded money from him, threatening to sell him off to settle debts if he refused. He had initially dismissed it as mere ramblings, but now he realized the grim truth. He had been sold. This matron, I was knocked unconscious. I did not come willingly. If you release me, I shall repay you double the amount you spent on me. Song Hong pleaded earnestly. How many willingly come to us? The matron scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. Once you enter through this door, there is no escape. At Chun Fong Pavilion, we execute 2 disobedient ones each month. If you wish to live, obey, and entertain the guests, go, bring that foolish girl from next door over, she commanded. 2 thugs obeyed, and shortly thereafter, they returned carrying a bloodied and battered female corpse. This, Song Hong gasped in horror. The matron was pleased with his reaction. To kill a chicken to scare the monkeys is most effective. Each time we acquire new arrivals, there are always 1 or 2 who would rather starve and serve. Thus, we select the most defiant among them, employing the most brutal methods to execute them before the eyes of the newcomers. Those who witness such scenes invariably fall into line, saving us much trouble. Do you see? If you do not obey, this shall be your fate. She pointed at the corpse. Fury and shock coursed through Song Hong. You are playing with human lives. You are committing crimes against the law. The matron, taken aback by his lack of fear, grew increasingly irate. It seems you prefer punishment over hospitality. Seize him. The thugs surged forward with their clubs. Just then the door was kicked open, and a group of black-clad guards burst in. What is going on? Who are you? The matron exclaimed in surprise. Before she could finish, Chi Moyen, who had infiltrated among the guards, kicked her down. He surmised that Song Hong must be confined somewhere in the back courtyard, and he charged toward the rooms sealed tight. Song Hong, Chi Moyen shouted upon spotting him sprawled on the floor. He swiftly pulled him up. Let us go. How did you come? Song Hung was both startled and overjoyed. The young lord and the young lady have come specifically to rescue you. We must leave quickly, Chi Moyan insisted. Wait, there are others trapped here. Many of them are not here willingly. Can we save them? Song Hung implored. Rest assured, the guards at the back door have all been subdued. All rooms have been breached. Those who do not wish to remain in the brothel can flee now. Chi Moyan reassured him. Feeling a sense of relief, Song Hung's gaze fell upon the lifeless corpse. He bent down to scoop her up. What are you doing? Chi Moyan inquired. With compassion in his eyes, Song Hung replied, She has suffered enough. I wish to give her a proper burial. Chi Moyan's gaze lingered on the delicate hands of the corpse, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. The black-clad guards escorted Chi Moyan and Song Hung out of the back courtyard of the brothel, while the remaining guards continued their destruction within. Chaos reigned in Chunyu Pavilion, and amidst the turmoil, numerous individuals quietly escaped. In a narrow alleyway at the corner of the back courtyard of Chunyu Pavilion, an ornate carriage stood quietly beneath a large banyan tree. Sierra Jiao lifted the curtain of the carriage, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the vibrant Chunyu Pavilion in the distance, adorned with colorful lanterns that swayed in the breeze, making it quite a spectacle. Xie had intended to send someone to escort Sierra Jiao back to the northern prince's mansion, but since she had never visited a brothel, she insisted on accompanying him to witness the excitement. What is the second miss watching? Yu Fei, her maid, asked as she held the curtain aside. I'm curious. I've never seen a male courtesan before. They say they are all quite handsome. What's Song Hung? What does he look like now that he has been sold to become a male courtesan? Sierra Jiao mused aloud. Just then, she spotted a group of black-clad guards escorting a young man in a blue robe. He appeared like a refreshing breeze after rain, exuding an ethereal grace, his eyes sparkling like stars. He embodied the very image of a refined gentleman, perfectly aligning with Sierra Jiao's romantic notions of talented scholars from the stories she had read. However, what shocked her further was that he was cradling a bloodied female corpse in his arms. The ghastly sight of her lifeless form, drenched in blood, stained his blue robes. He approached, his once gentle demeanor now emanating an aura like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and formidable. Many thanks to the young lady for your timely rescue, Song Hung said as he set the corpse down and stepped forward to bow. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon the corpse, and she asked, Who is this? This is a poor soul who was killed by them. Even in death, her body is displayed as a warning. I wish to give her a proper burial. To lay her to rest, Song Hung replied, his tone heavy with sorrow. Chi Moyan stepped forward, stating, I have a suspicion that this woman was likely trafficked. Her fingers are delicate and unblemished, suggesting she has never labored. It is unlikely she was sold by her family. If she had not worked at home, it implies her family is not impoverished and likely cherishes her. Thus, they would not sell her to a brothel. Under the laws of the Great Xie, voluntary sale of slaves is permitted, but trafficking is strictly prohibited. Song Hung and Appo's anger flared. Many here are forced into this life. There is likely a significant number of trafficking cases. The matron herself admitted that they kill 2 individuals each month. This is utterly barbaric, Sierra Jiao exclaimed in indignation. Sister-in-law, we must hold Chunyu Pavilion accountable. Chi Moyan's expression turned troubled. Even if this case is investigated, it will not implicate Chunyu Pavilion. They merely receive the individuals from others. Trafficking cannot be pinned upon them. They can easily claim ignorance. Moreover, once they purchase slaves, they may do as they please without breaching the law. Chunyu Pavilion would not dare to engage in such acts unless they had already mitigated their risks. How infuriating! Sierra Jiao's anger intensified. Knowing full well they have committed heinous acts, yet we are powerless to do anything. It is truly maddening. Jiang Rong's expression turned icy. Yu Fei, go to the Mingxin office to report this incident. Find Captain Chu Ju and inform him that my husband discovered a corpse while smashing the brothel. We suspect Chunyu Pavilion of murder and concealing a body. A thorough investigation is warranted. Sierra Jiao was taken aback. Sister-in-law, are we reporting a false case? Chapter 83. Seizing what one desires can transform into real cases. Jiang Rong coldly instructed Fei Chui send someone to monitor the case at Mingxin Division. If this woman has been abducted, then eliminate the one responsible for the trafficking, leaving no evidence behind. How can Chun Yugo prove that this virtuous woman, who perished on their territory, was their purchased slave? If she is not a slave, then they must bear the guilt of murder. The case of abduction morphs into a homicide case. Sierra Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Can be done this way? Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Chiemo Yin was equally astonished. He had always thought himself ruthless, but now it seemed he still had much to learn and improve upon. Song Hung was deeply moved. Being a man of straightforward disposition, he had never considered that sometimes fabricating facts could serve the purpose of bringing wrongdoers to justice. Why not? A once virtuous young lady, following Jiang Rong, gradually began to develop a more cunning nature. At the residence of Princess Anyang, a scholar rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, trouble has arisen. Miss Dong has been apprehended by the Mingxin division." Princess Anyang was incredulous. What crime has she committed? News from Mingxin division indicated her involvement with a fugitive, requesting her cooperation in the investigation. However, Miss Dong and Apos Esme pleaded for assistance, claiming she did not know any fugitive at all. If she truly does not know him, there is no need for concern. Mingxin division will surely release her. I, together with Duke Yongning, will petition the emperor for a thorough investigation, ensuring she is not wrongfully accused. Princess Anyang furrowed her brow, pondering. How could a young lady of good family be entangled with a fugitive? The scholar hastily replied, "It is indeed shocking. Currently, Miss Dong is detained at Mingxin division, and it is uncertain when she will be released, or if she will be released at all, which may affect your plans. Should we consider sending someone else to intervene? What useless fools! To have her seduce Xielingxi, and yet she manages to get herself caught by Mingxin division." Princess Anyang, incensed, swept a celadone teacup off the table, shattering it into countless fragments. The maidens in the hall trembled, kneeling in silence. Just then, a matron entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, I bring good news. From Yinzhou, we have discovered the miraculous herb you sought. A specimen has been found in your estate. Here is the illustration sent by carrier pigeon for your review." The matron presented a bamboo tube. Princess Anyang's expression brightened slightly as she hurriedly opened the tube and unfolded the parchment. After a glance, she realized she could not memorize the appearance of the herbs and passed it to the scholar beside her. "Can you identify it?" The scholar scrutinized the illustration for a moment, exclaiming in delight, "Your Highness, this is indeed the likeness of and amp, Apos, Xiashir Jiaodan and amp, Apos, and amp, Apos, Xiashir Jiaodan and amp, Apos, resembles the yellow peony and blooms in midsummer. It possesses beautifying properties and can delay aging, making it an exceedingly rare, miraculous herb." What? It can enhance beauty? Princess Anyang's eyes sparkled as she urged, "Hasten to have them send the flowers to me. I must consume it." "Yes." The scholar complied, adding, to avoid drawing attention, "I suggest mixing it with other flowers to present as a gift, ensuring it arrives unnoticed." "Excellent. Excellent. Let be done." Princess Anyang and Amp, Apos, spirit soared, her mood lifted. "A miraculous herb found in my own garden. Surely, heaven is aiding me. Jiang Rong, you are doomed." As a princess, she possessed several estates granted by the royal family, all located near the capital. Her fondness for flowers led her to cultivate rare blooms in these estates, selecting exquisite specimens each year to present to the princess and Amp, Apos, residence. This and Amp, Apos, Xiashir, Jiaodan and Amp, Apos, had been nurtured in her garden for over half a year, originally wildflowers collected by a gardener from the mountains. Due to their beauty, she intended to present them. Now, upon her order to seek the 9 great miraculous herbs, the steward from Yinzhou recognized this ordinary flower as the one she required and promptly conveyed the message. "Congratulations, Your Highness." The scholars and attendants bowed in congratulations. Princess Anyang, filled with ambition, reveled in her success. "I now hope Jiang Rong uncovers more miraculous herbs. With each discovery, she will feel a renewed hope for survival. Seal this news tightly. I want Jiang Rong to believe she can still live, only to reveal in the end that she cannot gather the 9 miraculous herbs. That despair will be utterly delightful. Her words dripped with malice. The scholar eagerly praised, "Your Highness, your strategy is impeccable, regardless of Jiang Rong's current triumphs. She will ultimately meet a fate of suffering from the poison of Huang Quan." Princess Anyang laughed triumphantly. Before long, another steward rushed in, breathless. "Your Highness, trouble has arisen. Your Chun Yuge has been destroyed by the North King's heir." The smile on Princess Anyang's face froze. "Xie, how dare you bully me? Prepare the carriage. We are going to the North King's residence." Having wreaked havoc at Chun Yuge, Xie departed with his entourage. Just as he stepped outside, Jing Zhe hurriedly approached, presenting a note. "Your Highness, news from the princess's residence regarding the 9 miraculous herbs has arrived." Xie took the note and unfolded it, his expression darkening. "In Mianzhou Estate, a specimen of Xia Shi Jiao Dan has been discovered." Shao Nanxing seethed, "The heavens are blind. How can they allow such herbs to grow in the hands of villains? It is utterly unjust." Xie's demeanor remained unchanged. He had long understood that the world is indifferent, that the virtuous often suffer while the wicked thrive. He, however, did not require divine favor. What he desired, he would seize. "You stay here to handle the aftermath," Xie commanded. "Mianzhou is but 3 days' journey from here. We must act swiftly. I shall retrieve it immediately." Shao Nanxing returned with Jing Zhe and the others. "Hey, why did you come alone? Where's my brother?" Xia Rua Jiao peered around curiously. Shao Nanxing smiled. The heir suddenly had urgent matters to attend to and left first. "He has already made arrangement for the aftermath, so you need not worry, Lady Xia." "What is so urgent?" "I have some exciting news to share with him." Xia Rua Jiao muttered. Jiang Rong and Appo's eyes flickered. She sensed that Xie was quietly plotting something significant and that he was undoubtedly preparing for a major undertaking. He had always protected her, and she wished to do something for him in return. Given his hasty departure, it was likely that something critical was unfolding, and she worried for his safety. With this thought, concern filled Jiang Rong and Appo's heart. She called Shao Nanxing aside and asked, "Do you know what matter has befallen the heir? Is there anything I can do to assist?" Though Shao Nanxing dared not disclose the details of the heir and Appo's grand undertaking, it was concerning Jiang Rong and Appo's quest for herbs. The heir and Appo's wife was already aware of this matter, and there was no need to conceal it from her. Chapter 84. Wishing to walk side by side with the young master, Jiang Rong was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the rare herb, Summer's Delight, and the fact that it had unexpectedly grown within the estate of Princess Anyang. It truly seemed that fate was blind. She ordered the immediate dispatch of the miraculous herb to the capital, which led to the young master's daring attempt to seize it. Shao Nanxing remarked that Xie and Appo's hasty departure was indeed to search for medicine for her. She was acutely aware that she was Xie and Appo's Achilles and Appo's heel. With the precious herb in the enemy and Appo's possession, Xie would undoubtedly find himself in perilous situations to retrieve the summer and Appo's delight. He was willing to risk his life for her, yet she wished to shield him from harm. "Shao Nanxing, I have an excellent idea for seizing the herb. Where is the young master now? Please take me to him," Jiang Rong suggested, her mind racing with possibilities. "He should be gathering his men at the other courtyard." "I will escort the young master's wife there immediately," Shao Nanxing responded promptly. Xie was not alone in this endeavor. He first needed to arrange for spies to ascertain the delivery route of the herb from Yinzhou. Then, he would prepare his team to ambush along the enemy's path, ideally identifying which cart contained the Summer's Delight to ensure a precise heist. Cut off their connection to the goods at the earliest opportunity. The objective of the young master's mission is the Summer's Delight, and we must seize the miraculous herb with all our might. Is that understood? The deputy leader of the Dark Guards, Chu Shi, addressed the gathered guards, who responded affirmatively. Having assembled his men and dispatched his spies, Xie prepared to depart. Just then, a guard reported, "Young master, Shao Nanxing leads the young master's wife here, claiming she has an idea regarding the herb." Xie furrowed his brow slightly. He had not shared his plans with Shao Nanxing, as he preferred to keep his movements discreet. To his surprise, she had informed Jiang Rong. He did not wish for Jiang Rong to know what he was about to undertake at this moment. Otherwise, that little crybaby would be consumed by worry. He had only intended to retrieve the herb and present it directly to her. Xie found it challenging to withstand Jiang Rong, who was currently under the influence of poison, but since she had arrived, he remained silent for a moment before finally saying, "Let her in." As Jiang Rong entered, she rushed into Xie's embrace, exclaiming, "Husband, thank you for your tireless efforts to find the medicine for me." The young girl held him tightly, grateful for her timely arrival. Otherwise, Xie might have left without her. "Rong has an idea. I wonder if my husband finds it feasible?" Jiang Rong stated directly. Sharing her plan, Xie lowered his gaze, contemplating. "If your identity is revealed, it could pose a risk. With you by my side, I have no fear, husband. Even if this plan fails, as long as you accompany me, I know I shall be safe." Jiang Rong looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with determination. After weighing her proposal and assuring himself that he could protect her, he finally nodded. "It is feasible." "Thank you, husband." Jiang Rong beamed with joy. Pausing for a moment, her glistening eyes turned serious as she continued. "Husband, I understand that you wish to shield me from harm. However, my feelings for you are equally profound. In the future, when faced with challenges, could you share them with me so that we may discuss them together? If it is a matter of utmost secrecy, you need to disclose it to me. I do not wish to pry into your secrets. I simply do not want to be left in the dark. I want to weather the storms alongside you, to be the one who stands by your side. Is that possible, my husband?" The sincerity and earnestness in her words struck Xie, causing his heart to race. For a fleeting moment, he forgot that Jiang Rong's affection for him was influenced by her poisoned state of mind. His usual calm and rational demeanor was thrown into disarray by her heartfelt confession. After a moment, he came to his senses. Were it anyone else, he would have dismissed such sentiments. But this was Jiang Rong, someone who mistakenly believed she loved him with a sincere heart, and who would leave him once she was healed. Why would he want to hurt her now? Once she recovered, she would distance herself from him. Ultimately, Xie had yet to realize that he had unknowingly grown soft-hearted towards Jiang Rong, unable to bear the thought of rejecting or harming her. "Now is the time," Xie said, looking at Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong felt a mix of happiness and discontent, pouting as she asked, "Why is it only now? Will my husband change his heart in the future?" "Your thoughts may change," Xie replied, his tone inadvertently somber. "They will not change," Jiang Rong retorted playfully, then smiled brightly. "So, does this mean that as long as my feelings remain unchanged, I can always stand by your side?" Xie was momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, then it's settled. From now on, I shall be the one who walks alongside my husband. It would be a breach of our marital agreement for you to undertake any adventures without me," Jiang Rong declared, her heart content as she embraced him tightly. Xie hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing with a reluctant him. It sounded somewhat resigned, yet it was laced with affection. Meanwhile, Xiao Nanqing, who had been standing nearby, exclaimed, "Ah, I haven't even had the chance to take my leave. How sweet. A mutual journey, walking side by side. Today is yet another day to fervently celebrate the exquisite love between the two of you." With a new plan in place, Xie set about arranging what Jiang Rong required, while she returned to find Xie Ruogio preparing to head back to the Northern Prince Xie's residence together. At the Northern Prince Xie's residence, in the reception hall, with the young Master Xie's wife absent, it was customary for concubine Zhao to receive Princess Anyang. "He actually destroyed my shop. I share no grievances with your Northern Princess residence, past or present. Yet he has acted in such an unreasonable manner." Princess Anyang fumed, chastising Xie. Concubine Zhao, inwardly elated, wore an apologetic expression as she replied, "The young master is a reckless scion, often acting without thought. It is our excessive indulgence that has led to this inconvenience for the princess. You must provide me with an explanation for this matter." Princess Anyang huffed. Concubine Zhao smiled. "Rest assured, princess, that is only right. I have already sent someone to inform the old princess." Her heart swelled with delight at the thought of Xie Xi's latest blunder. Just then, a matron entered to report, "Madam, the old princess requests your presence alongside the princess." Chapter 85. The intent to smash the brothel in the North King and Appo's mansion at Soma Hall. The grand consort addressed the matter at hand. "Your Highness, the situation is as follows." The concubine Zhao recounted the visit of the eldest princess in detail. Her expression earnest. "The young master has always behaved with reckless abandon, and now he has resorted to vandalizing establishments. If we allow this to continue, who knows what other heinous acts he might commit. As the saying goes, and Appo's, to raise without teaching is the fault of the parents, and Appo's, the princess left us too soon. And as the young master and Appo's stepmother, I feel deeply ashamed for failing to guide him properly, resulting in such actions. I implore the grand consort to hold me accountable." Princess Anyang and Appo's gaze flickered momentarily as she regarded concubine Zhao. While her words appeared to be a self-imposed reprimand, they simultaneously laid bare the transgressions of Xie. Concubine Zhao was indeed a woman of cunning. It was no wonder she had managed the North King's mansion for all these years after the passing of the princess. "Concubine Zhao, do not be hasty. Although Xie and Appo's has acted rather wildly, I know he possesses a good heart and would not harass merchants without cause. There must be a misunderstanding regarding this incident of vandalism." The Grand Matriarch Xie replied, her demeanor calm and unhurried. "Bring Xie and Appo's back at once. Let's hear his side of the story." As she spoke, the elder's gaze swept over Princess Anyang, cautioning concubine Zhao, "This is merely one outsider and Appo's account. We ought to listen to the child first. Are you suggesting that I am speaking nonsensically?" Princess Anyang fumed at the insinuation. The Grand Matriarch Xie, with serene composure, reassured, "There is no need for the princess to take offense. We merely wish to clarify the facts." At that moment, a maid entered to report grand consort. The young master's wife and the second miss, along with physician Xiao, have returned to pay their respects. A smile graced the Grand Matriarch's face. "Quickly let them in." Sierra Ogio entered, arm in arm with Jiang Rong, their closeness resembling that of sisters. Concubine Zhao's eyes twitched at the sight. How could their relationship have improved so remarkably when Sierra Ogio had previously harbored disdain for Jiang Rong? Seeing Jiang Rong, concubine Zhao seized the opportunity. "I heard from a steward that the young master went out with his wife today. How could he smash a merchant's establishment, and you did nothing to stop it?" Princess Anyang shot Jiang Rong a sidelong glance. "Indeed, I have heard that the young master was not so unruly before. It seems his behavior has worsened since marrying you." Xiao Nanqing stepped forward, declaring, "Grand consort, allow me to explain. The young master's actions at Chunyu Pavilion stemmed from a specific cause. Ever since marrying the young master's wife, he has undergone significant changes, avoiding places of ill repute. To demonstrate his resolve to sever ties with such establishments, he decided to smash a brothel as a statement. As fate would have it, Chunyu Pavilion lay conveniently along the young master's path, prompting his impulsive entry. Xie had cleverly shifted the blame onto himself, fabricating a rationale for vandalizing the brothel. It sounded utterly absurd, yet given Xie and Appo's character, it lost its incredibility. Well, it is indeed a good thing that Xie and Appo's has chosen to steer clear of such places. Praise the Grand Matriarch Xie. Concubine Zhao, rendered speechless, retorted, "Even if he chooses not to visit, he cannot simply destroy someone else and Appo's property." "That is indeed true," conceded concubine Zhao. "However, the young master and Appo's intentions are commendable. In ancient times, one would shave their head to signify a vow, and now we have the young master smashing a brothel to make a statement. His wife, of course, could not thwart his noble resolve." Xiao Nanqing continued, "Rest assured, princess, the young master has promised to compensate for any damages incurred." Princess Anyang was infuriated. "Is that all? Are you simply offering a few coins to silence the matter? He has vandalized my establishment, and you expect it to be resolved so easily?" Her scoff echoed disdain. The Grand Matriarch Xie replied leisurely. If you find this unsatisfactory, feel free to choose any establishment to smash. Just remember to compensate. Princess Anyang was left speechless, vexed by the elder and amp, Appo's obstinacy. Princess, there is one more matter to inform you. While we were vandalizing the brothel, we discovered a gruesome corpse in the rear courtyard. We have already reported this to the authorities. Xiao Nanqing added. Princess Anyang froze. What corpse? Just then, a steward arrived to announce, Grand Matriarch. The officer from the Mingxin Bureau has come, stating that the young master's wife has filed a report and wishes to summon her to the Bureau for questioning. Jiang Rong rose. Grandmother, I shall go first. Go ahead. Should anything arise, just inform me. The Grand Matriarch Xie replied kindly. Jiang Rong nodded and departed with Xiao Nanqing. Sierra Ogio, eager to learn how the case would unfold, hastily exchanged a few words with the Grand Matriarch before following. Simultaneously, another maid rushed forward to whisper, Your Highness, the Mingxin Bureau has sealed Chunyu Pavilion. This was news just relayed from Chunyu Pavilion. Princess Anyang and Appo's countenance darkened. Her source of revenue had been sealed. She could not afford to pursue grievances against the North King and Appo's mansion at this moment and hurried back to inquire about the situation. At the Mingxin Bureau, the courtroom was abuzz. The officer led Jiang Rong and her entourage inside. Chu Ju occupied the main seat, and a corpse lay on a stretcher before them, while a middle-aged couple wailed inconsolably over it. Chief, the young master's wife has arrived, an aide reported. Chu Ju turned to Jiang Rong. The identity of the corpse you reported has been confirmed. Now, please recount the details of the incident. The Mingxin Bureau and AMP, Appo's intelligence gathering was remarkably swift. Through the woman's appearance, they had established her identity and located her parents. She was named Zhang Yun, the cherished daughter of a small cloth merchant in the capital. Though her family was not wealthy, they lived comfortably. Zhang Yun, merely 14, was the apple of her parents and AMP, Appo's eyes, raised in a loving environment. For months prior, during the Lantern Festival, she had gone missing while out with her brother. Her family had been searching for her in vain ever since. Today, upon receiving news from the Mingxin Bureau to identify the body, the couple was utterly devastated. Xiao Nanqing stepped forward to state, I was with the young master when we discovered the corpse in a room in the back courtyard. We suspect Chunyu Pavilion of murder. Hence our decision to report it. Chief, we have brought the manager of Chunyu Pavilion and the rest of the staff. Another officer rushed in to announce. Zhu, known for his decisive approach, promptly dispatched personnel to summon the plaintiff while simultaneously sealing Chunyu Pavilion and detaining everyone for questioning. Bring the manager forward. Shortly, the brothel and Appo's madam was brought in. My lord, this is unjust. Our establishment was vandalized, and now we are being falsely accused. She cried out upon seeing Chu Ju. Xiao Nanqing interjected. The corpse was indeed found in your courtyard. That is a fact. This is a slave we purchased. According to the laws of Daxia, killing a slave is not a crime. The madam retorted immediately. Mrs. Zhang, who had been weeping, surged forward, grabbing her by the throat. My daughter was an innocent young lady, not a slave. You will pay for my daughter and Appo's life. The madam recoiled in fear as the officer on duty restrained Mrs. Zhang. Chu Ju regarded the madam sternly. The Zhang family did not sell their daughter. Where did you obtain her? You are involved in human trafficking. Your Honor, we are innocent. We had no idea if she was sold or not. We simply bought her from a broker. The madam protested vehemently, pushing the blame onto others. You should find Wang Gui. He was the one who sold her to us. Whatever wrongdoing occurred is all his doing and has nothing to do with us. Chapter 86. A meeting of minds. An obstruction. Chu Ju had a general understanding of the case at hand. A daughter of the Zhang family had been abducted by human traffickers and sold to Chunyu Pavilion. The establishment coerced her into soliciting clients. But the Zhang girl resolutely refused and was ultimately beaten to death. Given that Chunyu Pavilion had already purchased her, they could technically be acquitted. Chu Ju felt a sense of frustration, yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he proceeded with his inquiries. What does Wang Gui look like? Where does he reside? He resides in the alley of Qili. The old madam, evidently familiar with Wang Gui, provided a clear description of his appearance, stature, and residence. Chu Ju rose and addressed his subordinates. Let us go apprehend him. Sir Chu, when will we be allowed to return? We have business to attend to. This has nothing to do with us, the old madam urged impatiently. You murderer! You are the cause of my daughter and Appo's death. Upon hearing that she might be released, Madame Jiang rushed forward in a fit of rage, confronting the old madam. Why are you still assaulting people? Someone, come quickly. She is shouting in court. Shouldn't he, Sir Chu, question her? The old madam shrieked in panic, dodging the confrontation. Chu Ju cast a cold glance at her, understanding that Madame Jiang's loss had driven her to a moment of impulsive anger. I shall pardon her for this transgression, but she struck me. I intend to file a complaint against her for assault. She should be imprisoned, the old madam clamored. Chu Ju chose to disregard her protest, commanding, Bring the people from Chun Yu Pavilion down. Indeed, it was imperative that Madame Jiang did not injure the old madam. Otherwise, she might complain to other authorities, and it would be this grieving mother who would end up in jail. The captain of the guard intercepted Madame Jiang, ensuring the old madam avoided any harm. Jiang Rong observed the scene in silence, her gaze cold and unyielding. Chu Ju personally led the team to apprehend Wang Gui. Jiang Rong and her companions departed from Mingxin Division. Jingzhe, I leave this to you, Jiang Rong instructed her companion. Jingzhe complied, swiftly departing. Jiang Rong, along with Sierra Jiao and Xiaonan Xing, boarded the carriage heading back to their residence. I'm furious. Can you believe it? That old madam is insufferably arrogant. She killed someone's daughter and yet remains so haughty, demanding that Madame Jiang be held accountable. It is utterly outrageous. Sierra Jiao clenched her fists, wishing to confront the old madam directly. Xiaonan Xing chuckled softly indeed. She believes she is untouchable in this case. Thankfully, our future lady had foreseen this. Or else by tomorrow at the latest, Mingxin Division would have released them all. Will Jingzhe make it in time? Sierra Jiao asked, concern etched in her eyes. Jiang Rong replied, the captain of Mingxin Division is riding to the outskirts of Qili Alley, needing to navigate around the bustling market. However, Jingzhe, with his agility, can scale walls and take a more direct route, likely arriving at Wang Gui and Appo's residence before them. Yet, he may not even be at home, he might be nearby. With the numbers on Mingxin Division and Appo's side, they will surely locate him faster than Jingzhe. Therefore, it is prudent for us to intercept. How do we intercept? Sierra Jiao queried, puzzled. Jiang Rong closed her eyes, envisioning the streets of the capital in her mind. Soon, she deduced Chu Ju's probable route. Considering the time it would take to ride, they should be nearing Linhe Street. We shall head to the fork at Linhe Street, Jiang Rong declared. Chu Ju led the officers of Mingxin Division at a brisk pace, intentionally choosing a more secluded route to avoid harming innocent bystanders in the busy marketplace. Upon reaching the typically desolate Linhe Street, they encountered a fork in the road. Suddenly, a speeding carriage emerged abruptly from the left path. Chu Ju narrowly avoided a collision, yanking the reins to halt, but he fell from his horse. Fortunately, due to his solid martial arts foundation, he managed to roll off, though he twisted his ankle in the process. Before he could gather his bearings, he noticed another carriage barreling towards him from the right path. Had he still been mounted, he could have dodged with a leap. However, having just fallen and injured his foot, he lacked the strength to evade. In a moment of crisis, as the hooves of the approaching horse threatened to trample him, someone inside the carriage yanked the reins. Veering it off course, narrowly missing Chu Ju, he broke out in a cold sweat, realizing how close he had come to disaster. That was close, Xiaonan Xing exclaimed, her heart racing. The future lady had timed her departure perfectly, allowing Chu Ju to evade the oncoming threat. Yet, unbeknownst to him, another carriage was looming. The two carriages arrived simultaneously. As Chu Ju dodged one, he could not avoid the other. The opposing carriage, having passed him, came to a halt beside Jiang Rong and her companions. Isn't that our family and Appo's carriage? Sierra Jiao leaned forward, recognizing the vehicle that bore an identical design, even displaying the same emblem. This was indeed the standard of the Northern King's carriage. The curtain was lifted by a servant, revealing a young gentleman clad in gold-embroidered robes. none other than Xie. Brother, what a coincidence to see you here. Xie Jiao waved enthusiastically. Xie's gaze fell upon Jiang Rong beside her. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Darling. Jiang Rong's eyes brightened as she gracefully dismounted from the carriage. In a city as vast as this, to encounter you here truly feels like a meeting of minds. Could you two not share your moment of serendipity elsewhere? You nearly caused me to be thrown off my horse. Oh dear, Sir Chu, is that you? Xiao Nanxing exclaimed, rushing forward as if just recognizing him. I'm fine, just twisted my ankle. I have official matters to attend to. Please step aside. Chu Ju replied. The two carriages blocked the road entirely. Injured? Falling from a horse is serious. I recall a case where someone fell and neglected treatment, ultimately leading to their demise. Xiao Nanxing said with fervor, grasping his hand, I am a physician. Let me check your pulse. There is no need. I must hurry to apprehend someone, Chu Ju insisted. Xiao Nanxing was resolute. No, it is necessary. We must ensure you do not suffer any lingering ailments. If you were to sustain a more serious injury, how could you pursue fugitives in the future? It cannot be that grave. The injury was not severe, but the bruising needed to be treated. After checking his pulse and examining his ankle, Xiao Nanxing declared, if not addressed promptly, it could lead to significant complications. I will administer 3 acupuncture needles, and you shall recover swiftly. If not treated, it will heal improperly. Jiang Rong interjected, Sir Chu, your injury resulted from our startled horse. It is our responsibility. Please allow Dr. Xiao to examine you. Hearing that it was merely 3 needles and would not take much time, Chu Ju nodded. Thank you for your trouble. In the next moment, Xiao Nanxing thrust the silver needle into Chu Ju and Appo's ankle. Ah! Chu Ju gasped as a searing pain shot through him, his vision darkening as he fainted on the spot. Chapter 87. A request for embrace. The group of accompanying lieutenants were momentarily stunned. They quickly gathered around. Do not panic. Everyone, the blood-activating needle may cause some discomfort, and Lieutenant Chu has fainted from the pain. This is quite common. I will perform some acupressure, and once the stagnant blood disperses, I will administer a second injection, Xiao Nanxing stated calmly. Seeing that Chu Ju had merely lost consciousness and was not in grave danger, and knowing that Xiao Nanxing was the renowned physician of the Northern Prince and Appo's residence, the lieutenant captain refrained from intervening. However, he remained cautious and promptly sent someone to fetch a doctor, believing it prudent to have a professional assess the situation. As time passed, Xiao Nanxing alternated between massage and applying medicinal alcohol, employing a flurry of intricate techniques that left the lieutenants murmuring among themselves. Could it be our leader and Appo's injury is particularly severe? Why is the treatment so elaborate? Did the people from the Northern Prince and Appo's residence downplay the incident? With all these procedures, it hardly seems like a mere sprained ankle. One might suspect a broken leg. Their anxiety lingered until Jiang Rong returned. After greeting the young master and young mistress, he stood to the side. Upon seeing his return, Xiao Nanxing understood that Chu Ju must be recovering. He swiftly administered 2 more injections to Chu Ju and Appo's leg. Ah! Chu Ju cried out in pain, awakening. Leader, are you all right? Can you still move your leg? His subordinate inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. Chu Ju stood up, feeling a significant alleviation in the pain around his ankle, and exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Divine Physician, your skills are remarkable. Is it already healed? Xiao Nanxing smiled. You flatter me. Lieutenant Chu has a strong constitution and recovers swiftly. Those who practice martial arts tend to heal remarkably fast. Eager to pursue his investigation, Chu Ju did not linger further. After exchanging farewells with Jiang Rong and the others, he mounted his horse and departed. Once he had left, Sierra Ogio turned to Jingzhe. What is the situation? Jingzhe reported, Wang Gue is at home. He has been silenced. Jiang Rong nodded slightly. Very good. Excellent. Sierra Ogio sighed in relief, then curiously looked at Xie. How did you come to be here, brother? Xie replied, I encountered Jingzhe on the way. After completing my new plans, while returning home, I learned that Jingzhe was on his way to eliminate Wang Gue. Wow, brother, You and sister-in-law are in perfect sync. Is this the rumored telepathy? What a remarkable understanding, Sierra Ogio exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never imagined that these two, without prior communication, could coincidentally converge to thwart someone. It was as if fate had conspired to unite them. She had previously wished to send her sister-in-law away, but it seemed she was indeed the proverbial matchmaker. I truly should not have. Thank you, husband, for coming to assist Rong and Oppos. Jiang Rong said with a radiant smile. Xie replied, I did nothing deserving of thanks. Her plans were thorough. No assistance was necessary. Had I known she would come to intervene, I would not have taken unnecessary action. Indeed, the carriage was moving too swiftly. Jiang Rong grasped Xie's sleeve and shook it playfully. Ronger was quite scared and needed her husband's company to calm down. Sierra Ogio raised an eyebrow. Sister-in-law, you were not like this just now. When our carriage sped away, I clung to your arm in fright, and you remained completely composed, as steady as a mountain. Husband, I was overwhelmed with fear and my legs felt weak. Jiang Rong pouted, her previously strong demeanor now soft and delicate. Leaning against Xie, I need my husband to hold me as we board the carriage. Xie caught the young lady who feigned a dramatic fall into his embrace. Calling her name, Jiang Rong, the young lady buried her face in his chest, pretending not to hear. I want to listen. I just want a hug. Xie lowered his gaze, and after a moment of indulgent resignation, he lifted her into his arms and walked toward the carriage. Sierra Ogio stood wide-eyed, observing the scene in disbelief. Am I mistaken? Was my sister-in-law not supposed to be decisive and unflinching? Indeed, Xiao Nanqing affirmed. But now, she appears fragile and helpless. Sierra Ogio blinked in confusion. Quite so. Is sister-in-law so adept at feigning vulnerability to elicit affection? Having no desire to intrude upon the couple, Sierra Ogio took Xiao Nanqing to another carriage. By the way, Xiao Nanqing, when you administered the needle to Chu, was it on a fainting point? How did he lose consciousness so quickly? She asked curiously. Xiao Nanqing chuckled. Indeed, it was a blood-activating needle. It promotes circulation and alleviates bruising, but it is quite painful, often causing individuals to faint uncontrollably. Everyone who has received my blood-activating needle has fainted, except for the young master. He silently added, the young master's willpower is extraordinary, beyond the realm of ordinary people. But what if Chu had withstood the pain and not fainted? Sierra Ogio inquired with concern. Xiao Nanqing remained composed. In that case, I would simply administer another injection. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a needle. If there is, then I would administer yet another. Chu arrived at Wang Gue and Oppo's residence in Chili Alley. Upon entering, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. Wang Gue and Oppo's lifeless body lay starkly in the main hall, drenched in blood. A fatal wound marked his throat, with no signs of struggle elsewhere on his body. It was evident that the assailant was a skilled individual, having swiftly severed Wang Gue's throat. The corpse was still warm. He had died not long ago. What a coincidence! Just as the Mingxin division had pinpointed Wang Gue, he was murdered moments before their arrival. Chu scrutinized the body, fragments of insight piecing together in his mind. The only individuals aware of his intent to capture Wang Gue were a handful present in the Mingxin division's hall earlier that day. During his journey, he had encountered Jiang Rong and Xie, which had delayed him slightly. By the time he arrived, Wang Gue was already dead. An inkling of suspicion began to form within Chu. Sir, we have thoroughly searched the premises. There is nothing suspicious, and the murderer left no traces, a subordinate reported. Utilizing his extensive investigative experience, he discerned that the perpetrator had acted with precision, making it evident that the case would be exceedingly difficult to solve. Returning to the present, Chu instructed, take Wang Gue and Oppo's body back to the Mingxin division. After issuing this command, he exited the courtyard, mounted his horse, and rode off in the opposite direction of the Mingxin division. He was already deducing who the assailant might be. The carriage from a northern prince's residence traversed the streets at a leisurely pace. Just before reaching the prince's residence, it was suddenly obstructed by a figure riding a horse. Lieutenant Chu, what brings you here? Is there any issue with your injury? Xiao Nanqing greeted him with a cheerful smile. Chu Ju ignored him, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on the carriage containing Jiang Rong. A maid lifted the curtain, revealing her delicate appearance, seemingly fragile and harmless. With a serene expression, she appeared to be an ordinary noble lady. Do you require something? Chu Ju's gaze was obstructed by Xie, who positioned himself protectively behind Jiang Rong. Chapter 88. Fierce? No, she is most charming. Chu Ju gazed at Xie, contemplating. Xie, you must regain your senses. The woman you have married is exceedingly fierce, capable of taking a life without a flicker of remorse. Yet you remain oblivious. As if shielding a delicate flower, you ought to safeguard yourself first. Wang Gui is dead, Chu Ju declared bluntly. I went to apprehend him, and he conveniently met his demise. Do you have anything to say about this, Lady of the Air? He named names, casting suspicion upon Jiang Rong for the act of murder. However, the one shielded by Xie displayed an air of calm. This entire scenario was, after all, a deliberate scheme. Wang Gui's death was indeed fortuitous, yet what of it? A scheme implies that one is aware of the entire truth, yet feels utterly helpless. Much like the original scheme of Chunyu Pavilion, where everyone knew they had slain an innocent abducted maiden, yet could do nothing about it. Jiang Rong had never claimed to be virtuous. She was capable of silencing witnesses and framing the innocent. She treaded the path of villainy, ensuring that evil met its end. I believe his death was justified, Jiang Rong stated languidly. He trafficked virtuous women, oblivious to the countless innocents he harmed. His demise is a source of great relief. Moreover, the timing of his death was impeccable. Had he lived, Chunyu Pavilion would have been exonerated today. Yet with his death, the testimony regarding the Zhang woman being trafficked is left without evidence. Chu Xiaowei, a pitiable missing woman, has met a tragic end at Chunyu Pavilion. This is a life lost, and I implore you to thoroughly investigate this matter, for the sake of the people. Each word she spoke was sharp and resolute. This was a life lost. Countless innocent souls, like the Zhang woman, may have been buried here. The law might exonerate Chunyu Pavilion, but she would not permit it. Chu Ju listened, taken aback. The Jiang Rong before him showed no surprise at his visit. She was acutely aware that without evidence, no one could easily apprehend the heir to the Northern King. She openly confessed her reasons for Wang Gui's death, even entrusting him with the pursuit of justice. Chu Ju could not help but admit that he too felt Wang Gui's death was timely, and he had no desire to absolve Chunyu Pavilion. He wished to seek justice for the innocents who had perished unjustly. Now, with Jiang Rong having orchestrated everything, he merely needed to uphold justice. Such unscrupulous tactics, such depth of cunning. This woman was not one to be trifled with. The heir and Appo's words rang true. Wang Gui and Appo's demise was indeed timely. Chu Ju cast a deep glance at Xie before turning to leave on horseback. It was no wonder Xie had been so smitten by her charm, utterly captivated. Now he suspected that this entire affair had been meticulously orchestrated by this ruthless woman. After Chu Ju departed, Sierra let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me. I thought he aimed to arrest my sister-in-law. Fear not, dear sister. Without evidence, the Mingxin Bureau cannot apprehend me, Jiang Rong said with a gentle smile, shifting her tone as she clung to Xie and Appo's arm, leaning against him like a delicate white flower swaying in the breeze. With my husband by my side, he cannot touch me. Sierra nodded in agreement. Indeed, with brother protecting sister-in-law, she shall be safe. Upon returning to the Mingxin Bureau, Chu Ju found Mr. and Mrs. Zhang still wailing over their daughter's corpse. Upon seeing him enter, Mrs. Zhang fell to her knees at his feet, repeatedly bowing her head. Sir, my daughter met a terrible fate. I beseech you for a chance to kill the brothel keeper. I am willing to exchange my life for hers. Only seeking vengeance for my daughter. I implore you, have mercy. Madam, what are you doing? Please rise. Murder requires retribution. Her husband urgently intervened. But Mrs. Zhang cried uncontrollably. Why should the brothel keeper escape punishment for killing my daughter? I am willing to sacrifice my life to avenge her. Her death was so tragic. How can I bear to watch her murderer go free? The Jiang woman had been brutally murdered, her body marred with ghastly wounds, having endured immense suffering in life. Such a sight drove the poor mother to the brink of madness. A heavy weight settled in Chu Ju's heart. Had he witnessed a loved one meet such a fate, he believed he would have descended into madness far beyond Mrs. Jiang. He would undoubtedly seek to obliterate Chunyu Pavilion, leaving no one alive. As he snapped back to reality, he realized that he had previously viewed Jiang Rong as ruthless, a villain. The truth was, the only reason he could consider Chunyu Pavilion's exoneration was that the deceased was not his kin. Had it been his loved one, he would never rest until justice was served. He too would resort to the same actions as Jiang Rong. He would not let them go. A jolt of realization coursed through Chu Ju, deeply affecting him. Jiang Rong, the truly benevolent one, stood in stark contrast to his own cold detachment, believing he was upholding the law. How could he have ever thought Jiang Rong to be cruel? She was, without a doubt, the most kind-hearted and endearing woman in existence. Rest assured, I will not release anyone from Chunyu Pavilion. Chu Ju slightly bowed, assisting the kneeling woman in standing. I shall ensure that those from Chunyu Pavilion face the full extent of the law. The woman, sincerely grateful, bowed her head until it bled, overwhelmed with disbelief. Thank you, sir. You are truly a beacon of justice. Thank you. Chu Ju felt a deeper ache in his heart. Serving the people should be their duty. Yet here they were, begging and offering their lives in exchange for justice. Chunyu Pavilion deserved nothing less than destruction. Sir, this trafficking case is unrelated to Chunyu Pavilion, one subordinate interjected, witnessing the scene unfold. Chu Ju replied coldly, who claims this is a trafficking case? Wang Gui is dead, and with no witnesses left, we cannot prove the Jiang woman was purchased by Chunyu Pavilion. A missing woman found brutally murdered at Chunyu Pavilion constitutes a homicide. Ensure that the individuals from Chunyu Pavilion are securely detained. Not a single one shall be released. Interrogate them all. The subordinate stood in shock. What? How did this trafficking case turn into a homicide? Indeed. The subordinate acknowledged the order and retreated. Chu Ju stood before the hall, lifting his gaze to the two plaques hanging high above, clear mirror hanging high, upholding integrity. This was the essence of the Mingxin Bureau. Sir, the doctor has arrived. Would you like to take a look? Another subordinate approached. They had yet to summon the doctor, and Chu Ju had rushed to apprehend suspects without a moment to spare. No need, Chu Ju replied with a slight grimace. Jiang Rong truly has a knack for stalling. That being said, where had he encountered her before? There was an unsettling sense of familiarity. Chapter 89. The Crown Prince and his consort's harmonious union in the residence of Princess Anyang. A troubling revelation emerged. What? A murder case? Did you not assure me that everything would be resolved swiftly? Princess Anyang and Amp. Appo's vexation was palpable. The scholar bowed in apology. Your Highness, please quell your anger. No one anticipated that Lord Wang would be killed. The trafficking issue was indeed unrelated to Chunyu Pavilion. This is a scheme devised to entrap us. How infuriating. Chunyu Pavilion is my property. Who dares to oppose me? Princess Anyang and Appo's fury intensified. The scholar explained. Everything began with the report made by the Crown Prince and Amp, Appo's consort from the Northern Palace. Perhaps it is her cunning at play. What? That insignificant creature dares to frame me? Princess Anyang was astonished, her rage escalating further. The scholar mused. A commoner's wrath can indeed cause bloodshed. The last time you deceived her into visiting the hot springs was too blatant, and that Chong family member must have divulged much to her. You have nearly ruined her life. You do not permit her to retaliate? Calm yourself, Your Highness. Xia Shijiaodan is already en route to the capital. She is but a grasshopper after autumn, unable to leap for long. The scholar, while feigning respect, internally scoffed. Upon hearing Xia Shijiaodan's name, Princess Anyang's mood lightened slightly. A dying person only adds to my frustrations. Let her jump about. It is truly bothersome. If Dong Shiqin is of no use, then we shall find another. Yes, convey my message to the Mingxin division. Release my people at once. What murder case? Who is in charge of this investigation? Replace that person. Princess Anyang exclaimed in indignation. The scholar replied, the chief investigator is Lord Chu Ju, the son of the commander of the Mingxin division. He has always been meddlesome. Once I visit him, he will understand. Do so at once. Princess Anyang was deeply aggrieved. As the emperor and Amp, Appo's sister, she had always enjoyed the protection of the empress dowager and the emperor. Who would dare disrespect the princess? Meanwhile, at the northern palace in the Jian, sister-in-law, good news. The Mingxin division has detained individuals from Chunyu Pavilion in connection with the murder case. Xie Ruogio burst in, brimming with excitement. She had specially dispatched someone to gather news from the Mingxin division and rushed to share the tidings with Jiang Rong. Lord Chuju is indeed a good official. Jiang Rong smiled, nodding. Indeed, he was once a dandy like my brother, skipping school daily. Yet now he has become a commendable man of the people. Xie Ruogio wholeheartedly agreed. As a maid organized the belongings, collecting Jiang Rong and Appo's as frequently used cosmetics, she inquired, "Oh, sister-in-law, are you packing for a journey? Are you going far?" Jiang Rong nodded slightly. "I have heard that the lotus flowers around Qiao Shui are breathtaking. My husband has invited me to see them. I wish to go too." Xie Ruogio exclaimed eagerly, raising her hand. If it were merely a leisure trip to admire the lotus flowers, there would be no harm in bringing Xie Ruogio along. However, they were on a significant mission. Not allowed. A cold voice interrupted from outside. Fiancé, clad in fine brocade, entered, flanked by attendants. "Why not? I want to play with sister-in-law." Xie Ruogio clung to Jiang Rong's hand. Playing with sister-in-law is much more enjoyable. At gatherings, they were often surrounded by wealthy ladies flaunting their new jewelry and dresses, or boasting of their relatives and Appo's promotions. Nothing novel to behold. Although Xie Ruogio was well regarded due to her background, she found it rather uninteresting. How could it compare to the thrill of scheming with her sister-in-law? Second miss. The crown prince and his consort are in blissful union. You understand, right? Xiao Nanqing timely reminded. Xie Ruogio suddenly comprehended, reluctantly nodding. "I understand. I want to disturb you too, sister-in-law. Let us have fun together when you return." "Certainly," Jiang Rong replied. After a few more words, Xie Ruogio left, still chattering away. A while later, Chu Shi entered to report, "Young master, the items you requested are ready." Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled. "My husband, let us depart." Before exiting, Jiang Rong and Fiancé went to bid farewell to the old dowager. Young ladies from noble families rarely traveled far or stayed overnight without the company of elders or male relatives. "Enjoy yourselves. Take your time returning." The old dowager smiled warmly. "The weather in the capital is stifling. It is perfect for flower viewing." Jiang Rong responded with a gentle smile. "By the way, about the Chunyu Pavilion case." The old dowager seemed to be following the commotion caused by the young couple, looking at Jiang Rong and saying, "Do not worry. Grandmother is watching over you. Princess Anyang will surely pressure the Mingxin division, but we in the Northern Palace shall also intervene." Originally, the plan was to exert pressure on the Mingxin division in Fiancé's name to prevent them from favoring the princess's residence. Now, the old dowager intended to take matters into her own hands. "Grandmother, you. Good child, you're doing the right thing. The family should support you." The old dowager affectionately patted her head. "I know a little about Princess Anyang's temperament. She is vengeful. You have sealed Chunyu Pavilion, and she will not let it rest. I will ensure she knows you are protected by the Northern Palace. No one can bully the Crown Prince's consort." Jiang Rong felt warmth in her heart. "Thank you, grandmother. Go out and have fun. If there is anything, inform grandmother. I am here to support you." The old dowager smiled. The next day, near Qiao Shui, in Hehua Town, a convoy transporting goods hurried along the official road. Clatter. A servant pulling a cart suddenly collapsed. "You wretched fool. You have damaged the precious cargo. Your life cannot compensate." Sun Dagui lashed out with his whip in fury. The delicate flowers could not withstand the jostling of a cart, and given the mountainous terrain of Mianzhou, the most reliable means was to have people pull the cart. "Young master, after a long day of travel, could we rest for a moment? We can hardly stand," an older servant humbly pleaded. Sun Dagui stepped on his chest. "You insolent wretch. These flowers are meant for the princess's residence. Who do you think you are to delay such important matters? We must reach the capital before sunset tomorrow." Sun Dagui was the son of the steward of the Mianzhou estate. The estate had a rare summer Shijiaodan flower, a stroke of fortune that led the steward to send his son to claim the reward. Young master, do not stoop to the level of commoners. A maid fanned him. It is hot. You should get inside the carriage to cool off. Sun Dage wrapped an arm around her and turned to enter the carriage, urging, hurry up. If we do not arrive before sunset tomorrow, none of you will return alive. The servants, trembling in fear, strained to pull the cart. Inside the carriage, Sun Dage and the maid grew intimate. The maid sweetly asked, young master, I hear you are in line for a great reward this time. Indeed, this time I shall rise to greatness. Alas, I shall only meet the steward. If I could meet the princess, perhaps she would reward me with something splendid. Sun Dage mused. At that moment, he heard the sound of gongs nearby, with someone loudly proclaiming, the princess is passing. All travelers make way. Chapter 90. Presenting the rare elixir upon hearing the title Princess Chong, Sun Dage's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He lifted the carriage curtain and, in the distance, beheld an approaching procession. Attendants brandished red staffs, clearing flags, and crimson banners. This was the royal escort for Princess Chong. At the center of the entourage was a magnificent carriage adorned with multicolored tassels and a phoenix bell, accompanied by a jade token inscribed with the words Anyang. The phoenix was a symbol forbidden to the common folk, reserved solely for the members of the royal family. Sun Dage immediately recognized this carriage as belonging to the Anyang princess's residence, though he lacked the privilege to meet the princess. He had once seen her carriage in front of her estate. As he observed the entourage, he noted that all the attendants were dressed in the attire of the Anyang princess's household. When the princess traveled, all pedestrians made way. The attendants called out greetings, while the servants pulling the small carts hurriedly stepped back. Sun Dage, however, was overwhelmed with joy. He leaped from his carriage and, with a few quick steps, respectfully knelt before the procession, exclaiming, I am Sun Dage, wishing the princess long life and prosperity. I have come from Yinzhou to deliver flowers. I heard that your highness is eager to see this year's blooms. I have come to present them. The leading attendant scrutinized him for a moment before stepping forward to announce his presence. Moments later, a maid approached, her demeanor haughty. You are the one delivering flowers from Yinzhou this year? She inquired. Indeed, Sun Dage replied, kneeling and daring not to rise. He had accompanied his father once before to deliver flowers, but on that occasion, he had not even seen the maidservants close to the princess. Men were not permitted in the inner courtyard. The small steward at the Anyang princess's estate had taken care of their business, and father and son had departed. There were more than a dozen flower gardens like Mianzhou in the Anyang princess and Appo's domain. The one his father managed was remote and small, yielding the least amount of flowers and lacking in rare varieties, rendering it insignificant among these estates. Show me your token, the maid commanded. Sun Dage promptly presented the Mianzhou token with utmost respect. The maid glanced at it and said, Where's the rare flower that the princess desires? Hand it over. And as for the rest, you may continue to deliver them to the estate. Someone will receive them. Please, this way, Miss Fairy, she added, leading him to the second flower cart. Sun Dage immediately stepped forward to guide her. The maid, accompanied by 2 guards, followed Sun Dage to the second flower cart. He personally opened the hidden compartment of the cart and retrieved a pot containing a flower resembling a yellow peony. I would be grateful if you could speak a few kind words on my behalf to Her Highness, Sun Dage implored, presenting the pot to the maid. I have traveled day and night to deliver flowers to the princess, not daring to rest. The maid accepted the pot without acknowledging him and returned directly to the carriage. Yet Sun Dage bore no grievances. The maidservants surrounding the princess, in his imagination, ought to possess such an air of superiority, looking down on others. Inside the spacious carriage, Jiang Rong was clad in a phoenix-tail brocade gown, befitting a princess. Although it was not part of the plan for Sun Dage to see her at all, she committed fully to the charade. Not only did she enlist Xie Lingxi and Appo's as help in procuring a set of princess-regulated attire, but she also had Xiao Nanqing prepare a potion to induce a hoarse voice. Should an audience be necessary, she could feign a sudden chill. This attire had been clandestinely acquired from the Imperial Garment Bureau. Each stitch was crafted by palace seamstresses, specifically made for the Anyang princess. The garments, along with other royal gifts, were typically bestowed annually upon princesses, princes, and noble consorts, to be delivered to the Anyang princess and Appo's residence in a month's time. However, they had been hastily retrieved from storage. Accompanying them was a royal carriage, also sanctioned for the Anyang princess. It was unclear how Xie Lingxi managed such connections within the palace, but within a day, everything was arranged. As for the ceremonial retinue, it was identical to that of the princess and the noble consort, sourced from the northern king's residence. If there were any flaws in the ruse, it lay in the absence of the princess's jade emblem. Yet, as long as they avoided places requiring verification of the emblem, individuals like Sun Degue would not dare question the princess's retinue. Master Hui Jing entered, carrying the pot of Xiashi Jiaodan and presenting it. Xiao Nanxing, positioned at one side of the carriage, immediately stepped forward to examine it closely, confirming it was indeed Xiashi Jiaodan. Excellent, young lady. You are truly resourceful to have devised such a scheme to obtain the rare elixir. Hui Jing praised with admiration. Though the method is clever, it is contingent upon the presence of the young master. Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile, glancing at Xie Lingxi and playfully tugging at his sleeve. Thank you for accompanying me to fetch the medicine. Your idea was brilliant. You're most welcome, Xie Lingxi replied. If we had attempted to seize it directly, without obtaining the flowers promptly, they would have threatened to destroy them, putting us at a disadvantage. This strategy is indeed astute. Thank you, dear husband. Though I may lack strength, having another to brainstorm always yields more ideas. They say, when a couple works in unison, their success is assured. In the future, when you have matters to discuss, I might just provide a smooth solution, Jiang Rong reminded Xie Lingxi, eager to be included. Husband, where are you going? What will you do? Take me with you. Xie Lingxi gazed down at the adorable girl who was so earnestly volunteering herself, finding her utterly charming. Hui Jing, let us depart. Ah, and once we are settled, send someone to give those servants some silver, ensuring they flee immediately. That Sun Degue, I have reviewed his dossier. He deserves his fate. There is no need to concern ourselves with how the Anyang princess seeks retribution. However, the servants are mostly innocent souls. With the Xiashi Jiaodan in our possession, they may be killed to appease her wrath. Understood, Hui Jing acknowledged, accepting her orders. The carriage continued onward as Sun Degue knelt reverently at the roadside, watching the Anyang princess's procession gradually fade from view. Young master, why did you not seek an audience with her highness? The maid inquired. Sun Degue slapped her face with his palm, exclaiming, What do you understand? The status of the princess is exalted. I am not worthy of such an audience. Just seeing her personal maidservant is a tremendous blessing. Truly, she carries herself like the daughter of a wealthy family. If only I could marry a maidservant of the princess. Today, I have certainly left an impression on the princess. Perhaps upon my return, the Anyang princess's estate will reward me handsomely. What you say is, the maid responded, covering her face with a sense of grievance. The carriage of the princess clattered along the path, and, not long after, another procession appeared ahead on the official road. Upon noticing the presence of the princess's retinue, the other convoy came to a halt. Before long, a beautiful matron accompanied by a young maiden emerged from carriage. Madame Xiang, wife of the Minister of Rights, requests an audience with Her Highness the Princess. The matron called out. Xiao Nanxing and Hui Jing inside the carriage exchanged anxious glances. The Anyang princess frequently attended various court banquets, and most noble women in the capital were familiar with her. Hui Jing expressed her concern. She may recognize us. Chapter 91. Gifts for the eldest princess. Xie Lingxi's languid voice exuded calm confidence, having already secured the medicine in hand. Who could possibly obstruct this heir? Their entourage was composed entirely of covert guards in disguise. The opposing caravan posed no hindrance to their departure, requiring no negotiation to make their exit. The Minister of Rights, Xiang Cheng, must have some connection to Princess Anyang. Jiang Rong's eyes flickered with realization as memories of Jiang Wenxing's provincial examination surfaced. The presiding examiner was none other than Minister Xiang. It was rather peculiar that Jiang Wenxing, who could not even pass as a scholar, succeeded in the examination overseen by Xiang. The case against Jiang Wenxing had concluded without revealing the specifics of his cheating during the provincial exam. Presumably, the Mingxin Bureau had not uncovered concrete evidence. Matters lacking verification could not be made public by the Mingxin Bureau. Let's meet her. If she sees through us, we shall flee, Jiang Rong suggested, casting a glance at Xie. She wished to converse with the Xiang family. Perhaps she could extract some information. Princess Anyang had long been orchestrating schemes against her, yet she remained oblivious to the reasons behind them. Gaining further insights might prove unexpectedly advantageous. Very well, Xie replied with a slight nod, rising to sit behind her on a soft couch. The princess's carriage was spacious, adorned with a large couch, a tea table, and a screen. Xie took his place behind her, ready to protect her at a moment and amp. Oppo's notice should any mishap arise. Xiao and Nanqing presented a pill to Jiang Rong, retreating to the far corner of the carriage. As a well-known healer, he took precautions to avoid recognition. Jade, who had always attended to Jiang Rong, also concealed herself behind a box with Xiao and Nanqing, fearing her appearance might be remembered. They had exchanged for a few inconspicuous third-rate maidservants to accompany them. A beaded curtain adorned the front of the large couch, allowing only the faint outline of the seated figure to be seen, obscuring her features. Once everything was in place, Jiang Rong consumed the pill and instructed, "Please invite her in." Her voice had grown hoarse. Xiangshi entered the princess and Oppo's carriage with her daughter. Zhen and Oppo's, behold the grandeur of the princess and amp. Oppo's carriage. It is truly luxurious. Should you become an imperial consort, such splendor shall be yours. Xiangshi whispered. Zhen and amp. Oppo's nodded, understanding her mother's sentiment. The mother and daughter duo entered the carriage, bowing respectfully to the princess, greeting her with, "May the princess be well." Cough, cough. No need. Cough, cough. Please take a seat, Jiang Rong rasped. Your Highness, what has caused such distress to your voice? Xiangshi inquired with concern. A maidservant standing nearby interjected. The princess has caught a chill and is unwell. Please, speak quickly. She must rest and take her medicine. Xiangshi, unaware that the figure before her was not the real princess, assumed that a hoarse voice was a common affliction. It is inappropriate to disturb the princess's recuperation. However, my daughter and I have returned to the capital, fortuitously encountering your journey. We were uncertain when you would return, hence our visit. That is of no concern. Jiang Rong coughed again. Xiangshi continued. Next month marks the selection of candidates for the palace. My daughter Zhen and Oppo's will participate, though we are uncertain of the emperor and Oppo's inclinations. Surely, if you could advocate for her to the Empress Dowager, she would be favored. The emperor, being in his prime, was expected to live for many more years. As a result, many noble families were eager to send their daughters to the palace for the selection process. The Daxia selection was voluntary. Any daughter from an official family could register every 3 years, and if chosen by the emperor, the entire family would ascend in fortune. Jiang Rong pondered quietly. Xiangshi directly approached Princess Anyang with her request, bypassing any initial offerings, indicating that the benefits had long been extended. It suggested that the princess owed the Xiang family a favor. Otherwise, who would request assistance without first offering substantial gifts? Agreed, Jiang Rong replied resolutely. The outcome of the selection was indeed beyond the influence of outsiders. However, for the emperor and Oppo's sister and the favored daughter of the Empress Dowager, it was likely that with just a few words of praise from Princess Anyang to her mother and brother, her success was nearly assured. Thank you, Your Highness, Xiangshi exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Once inside the palace is a treacherous sea. I fear for my daughter's safety amidst unforeseen circumstances. If the Empress Dowager could lend her support, it would indeed be a blessing from the heavens. I recently acquired a rare, luminous pearl that I wish to present to the Empress Dowager, but alas, I have no connection to her, and thus no chance of an audience. Xiangshi continued, eager to offer the Empress Dowager gifts. She had also procured an exquisite set of East Sea pearls, perfectly accentuating the princess's beauty. Her attendant presented 2 gift boxes, which a maidservant accepted and brought before Jiang Rong. Jiang Rong assessed the offerings with keen insight. Even if Xiangshi were to meet the Empress Dowager, presenting gifts to solicit assistance would be quite abrupt. Such matters typically required an intermediary. Jiang Rong remained silent. The first matter was a mere formality, a personal favor. However, the second request, to influence the Empress Dowager on behalf of a newly entered consort, posed a considerable challenge. Noticing the princess's silence, Xiang Shi hastily added, "If my daughter achieves success in the palace, it may enable my husband to gain favor with the emperor, thereby becoming more useful to you. Currently, he can only preside over provincial examinations. Should he advance to the metropolitan examinations, he could assist your esteemed son once more. With your son's remarkable talent, he is bound to succeed." Jiang Rong and Appo's eyes sparkled with clarity. To assist once more in the provincial and metropolitan examinations. She comprehended the nature of the favor Princess Anyang owed. Her son's success in the provincial examination was facilitated by Minister Xiang leaking the examination questions. Now, Xiang Shi deliberately broached this topic to curry favor, promising future assistance in exchange for another leak. Jiang Rong refrained from immediately acquiescing, given Princess Anyang and Appo's character. Would she be easily swayed by merely a set of pearls? That seemed inconsistent with her greed and shamelessness. Silence enveloped the carriage. With gritted teeth, Xiang Shi produced a prepared gift box from her bosom. "I have prepared a sum of 1,000 taels of silver for the princess. I hope your highness will graciously accept it." Clearly, Xiang Shi understood the princess and Appo's disposition well enough to prepare silver, yet she hesitated to present it at once, only doing so when the princess remained unresponsive. "Your intentions are noted, Lady Xiang. I shall ensure the luminous pearl is delivered to my mother," Jiang Rong finally spoke, her tone considerably warmer than before. Xiang Shi let out a sigh of relief. Every word and action of Jiang Rong perfectly mirrored Princess Anyang, leaving Xiang Shi with no doubt whatsoever. Chapter 92. The Heir and Appo's affection having concluded her business, Xiang prepared to exchange a few pleasantries before taking her leave. "This matter has troubled your highness, the princess. May I inquire where your highness intends to go?" Jiang Rong's eyes flickered slightly as she deliberately replied, "I plan to leave the capital for a while to refresh my spirit." This Jiang Rong, so incredibly arrogant, daring even to disrupt my affairs. If Xiang were aware of the reasons behind the princess and Appo's disdain for Jiang Rong, or had participated in any plans, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to divulge some information. Behind the couch, Xielingxi's lips curled into a subtle smile upon hearing Jiang Rong describe herself as overbearing, only to swiftly return to her impassive demeanor. Xiang's heart raced with astonishment. The North King's heir's consort had indeed dared to meddle in the princess's business? Jiang Rong had been bestowed in marriage to the North King and Appo's estate by the Empress, and her notoriety was well known throughout the court. Yet, many perceived her merely as a minor noblewoman, fortunate enough to catch the eye of the heir, an image of modesty, too timid to provoke trouble. How could she dare to defy the princess? Clearly, the North King and Appo's heir was utterly infatuated with her. Without his protection, how could she have committed such an audacious act? On one side stood the North King and Appo's estate, and on the other, the princess and Appo's residence. She could not afford to offend either. Xiang and Appo's expression was one of shared indignation. Now that Jiang Rong has risen to prominence, she has become insufferably arrogant, daring to vandalize your establishment. She truly deserves the harshest of punishments. Her tone shifted, "Your Highness. You are of noble birth and esteemed status. Why would you lower yourself to her level? Just watch. A shallow-minded fool like her won't be able to hold the North King's favor for long before he tires of her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Rong realized Xiang was utterly oblivious to the situation. Ostensibly joining the princess in denouncing Jiang Rong, she seemed eager to display her loyalty, but was, in truth, terrified to become entangled in this affair. I truly hope so. However, the North King's heir dotes on her immensely. I foresee their connection enduring for the time being. Jiang Rong coughed lightly, her tone filled with feigned irritation while secretly relishing the situation. "Your Highness, please do not rush into matters." Xiang began to persuade her. Jiang Rong subtly hinted a few more times, confirming that no useful information could be gleaned from Xiang. "I am unwell. I cannot keep you for tea." How could I disturb your highness and Apos? S. Recovery. Xiang replied, rising to curtsy. I take my leave, wishing you a swift return to health and vitality. Xiang and her daughter departed in their opulent carriage. Xiang Zhen'er curiously inquired, Mother, do the princess and the North King's estate have some enmity? Why the discord? Who knows? Such matters of great importance are best left unexamined. Focus on your own affairs, Xiang advised. We have invested great effort to secure your place in the palace. So cherish this opportunity. Indeed, Mother, the princess's garments are truly exquisite. Xiang Zhen'er's eyes sparkled with envy as the maid presented gifts and banknotes. A corner of the beaded curtain was lifted, revealing the beautiful attire of the woman behind it. Xiang Zhen and Apos had never seen such a stunning fabric, shimmering with golden light, extraordinarily luxurious. As for the princess and Apos' visage, obscured by the maid attending her at the couch, they had not caught a glimpse. That fabric was the renowned floating light brocade, a rare tribute from the kingdom of Gaochong, reserved exclusively for the royal family. Only empresses, princesses, and certain royal households received 1 or 2 pieces each year, making it unattainable for commoners. Xiang could not help but feel envious, saying, Once you become an empress, you shall wear such splendid garments. Zhen'er, you must strive for this. Do not worry, Mother. I shall work hard to gain favor. Xiang Zhen'er's heart was ablaze with ambition to enjoy such luxurious carriages and garments. She aspired to be a favored concubine. After the departure of Xiang and her daughter, Xie rose from behind the couch and returned to Jiang Rong and Apos' side. Their limited interactions with Xiang had yielded some valuable insights. Jiang Rong lifted her gaze to Xie and remarked, her son's success in the imperial examination was achieved through the underhanded dealings of the Deputy Minister of Rights. The Dong family of the Yongning Marquisate hails from the north. Last year, the Deputy Minister was the chief examiner for the provincial examination in the northern region and leaked the questions to the princess. The princess received the questions and sought the aid of a reputable scholar to compose a remarkable essay, which her son Dong Zifei memorized and subsequently reproduced, placing third in the examination. Meanwhile, Chang benefited from the princess's schemes and received the leaked questions. However, her writing was mediocre at best, yet it still resulted in success. Who would have thought the princess's household could be so shameless? They even held a grand banquet last year to celebrate Dong Zifei's achievement. Xiao Nanxing, astonished, emerged from the shadows and asked, My lord, shall I report this to the authorities? Xie's expression darkened. There is no evidence. This transpired last year, and the princess's household would have ensured any witnesses were silenced. Reporting it now would be futile. No court would entertain the matter without proof. Jiang Rong shook her head. Xiao Nanxing, feeling helpless, asked, So we must let it go? Certainly not. Jiang Rong's eyes sparkled with determination. To report without evidence would only serve to protect Dong Zifei, and he could retaliate with slander. However, there are other means. The carriage traveled to a secluded village. Jiang Rong entered the dwelling, shedding her intricate garments and reverting to her usual attire. Xiao Nanxing presented the medicinal concoction he had prepared, carefully brewed with the auxiliary herbs for the summer's delight pill. Esteemed lady, please partake. Jiang Rong accepted the bowl of medicine, feeling a stir of emotion. She looked across at Xie, who remained languid and indifferent, patiently awaiting her to drink. In her previous life, Xie had sought the 9 miraculous herbs for her. Yet, she had dropped the second herb, causing him to sacrifice his life to save her, leaving him unable to find the third. Thus, they had not met for a decade, and their reunion had turned out to be a final farewell. Now everything was gradually transforming. Both she and Xie were thriving, having successfully obtained the third herb. Their paths diverged entirely from the past. Everything was improving, so splendidly that it felt almost surreal. Jiang Rong instinctively grasped Xie's sleeve tightly. The experience of losing something only to regain it often evokes an unshakable illusion. Does this all truly exist? Xie and Apos' gaze fell upon Jiang Rong. Noticing her longing stare as she held the medicine, he pondered for a moment before instructing, Feta, fetch some candied fruit. Fei Sui promptly complied, retrieving a precious box filled with an assortment of candied treats, specifically prepared for her. First, enjoy the candied fruit. Xie presented the box to Jiang Rong. It is not bitter. Amidst the warm steam, Jiang Rong regained her composure, her eyes gradually reddening. Someone will offer you sweetness. Xie is forever kind. Chapter 93. Joy born from her presence. Xie had not anticipated that the young girl would gaze at the treasure box and suddenly become teary-eyed. The languid expression on his face vanished in an instant. Husband, I wish to have candied hawthorn. Jiang Rong tugged at Xie's sleeve with one hand while holding the medicine in the other, looking up at him with eager eyes. Fearing her tears, Xie retrieved a plump piece of candied hawthorn from the treasure box and brought it to her lips. Jiang Rong happily accepted his offering, her eyes sparkling as she drank a bowl of medicinal soup in one go, showing no sign of fear of bitterness. Seeing her radiant smile, Xie felt relieved, thinking she would not cry anymore. The next moment he pondered, was she not just pretending to be tearful to coax him into feeding her the candied fruit? With a resigned sigh, Xie thought, well, it matters not in the grand scheme of things. He ordered the palace and Appo's carriages and garments to be transported back to the capital, and he and Jiang Rong set off for Qiaoshui. The entourage, flying the banner of the North Prince and Appo's residence, was nearing Qiaoshui. Dark One, it is time to wrap things up, reported Yushui. Jiang Rong nodded slightly. Let us be on our way. Sun Dagui hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, a servant pulling the carriage stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. After days and nights of relentless travel under the scorching summer sun, the servants could no longer endure. This fall was particularly severe. The servant struggled to rise. Why we stopped again? Sun Dagui lifted the curtain and, seeing the fallen servant, angrily jumped down from the carriage, shouting, Get up, move it. Slacking off, are we? The exhausted servant, already drained of strength, found it even harder to rise under such scolding. If you don't get up, I swear I will beat you to death today. Sun Dagui, who regarded servants as mere grass, was furious that this delay would hinder his reward. At that moment, a shadow flew from the distance, striking him down with a kick. Ah! Sun Dagui screamed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The martial artist and Appo's kick, infused with internal energy, shattered several of Sun Dagui and Appo's ribs and injured his internal organs. The other servants looked on in panic. My master is kind-hearted and has sent me to deliver silver to you. The rare medicine the princess desires has already been obtained by my master. If you go to the capital, it will be a dead end for you. Take this silver and flee. Dark One tossed a bag of silver towards the servants. Sun Dagui, writhing in pain, gasped at the words, What are you saying? The rare medicine has been presented to Her Highness, the princess. You dare strike me? The princess and Appo's residence will not let you off. Dark One ignored him, addressing the servants. The princess you saw earlier was disguised by my master. If you do not believe me and choose to go to the capital, that is your choice. With that, he turned and gracefully departed. The servants exchanged glances, hesitant to act recklessly. Sun Dagui, however, cursed. How could it be fake? I've seen the carriage of the princess's residence. It's grand and magnificent. It cannot possibly be false. You lowly slaves, help me up. I'm dying from the pain. Quickly, fetch a doctor. Before he could finish his tirade, the servant he had just beaten lunged at him, seizing his neck with a fierce grip. What are you doing? An older servant asked in alarm. The assailant replied, Since we're fleeing anyway, I might as well take revenge before I go. Are we really running? Someone questioned uncertainly. The clever servant replied, There is no need to deceive us about a figure of such importance. He is kind-hearted, having stolen the flower to spare us from punishment, giving us a chance to escape. If you don't believe it, go ahead and face death. I, for one, am leaving. After his words, several servants found the reasoning compelling and rushed to join in attacking Sun Dagui. What are you doing? You lowly slaves dare to strike me. Sun Dagui shouted in fury, but his voice quickly faded as they beat him to death. The servants divided the silver and fled, leaving behind a blood-soaked corpse. In Qiaoshui Prefecture, several large lakes are renowned for their lotus blossoms. In the height of summer, the lotus leaves are abundant, and the air is fragrant with blossoms. Early in the morning, as dawn broke, a small boat glided across the lake. After a few more hours, the heat would rise, making this the perfect time for lotus viewing. On the boat, a nobleman adorned in a robe embroidered with jade and gold sat across from a lady in a crimson gown. A tea table was set up on the boat, with a pot of lotus seed tea simmering on a small stove, accompanied by several plates of assorted snacks. They enjoyed the beauty of the lotuses, savored tea, and leisurely drifted, relishing the moment. "Princess, look, and Apos, s truly a pair of lotus blossoms," exclaimed a maid standing at the bow, pointing excitedly at a spot in the lake. The boat was steered closer. Jiang Rong and Apos' gaze fell upon the twin lotus blossoms, indeed a stem with two flowers. The ceremonial entourage of the North Prince had come to Xie to admire the lotuses, and the local magistrate had welcomed them warmly, proclaiming, "No wonder a pair of lotus flowers has bloomed in our Xie lake this year. It is indeed for the prince and princess." The twin lotus is exceedingly rare, symbolizing auspiciousness, together in heart, life, and fortune. It is said that couples who see twin lotuses and sincerely make a wish will enjoy everlasting love, just like the lotus. The appearance of these twin lotuses attracted many visitors to Xie this year. Although Jiang Rong did not believe that the flower deity would bless so many people, it did not deter her from making a wish for good fortune. Gazing at the stunning twin lotuses before her, she took Xie's hand and closed her eyes to make a wish. "May we, in this life, be like the lotus, never depart." Xie tilted his head slightly to look at her. The morning light fell upon her clear visage. The young woman earnestly made her wish, hoping to be with him forever. She was breathtakingly beautiful, though Xie repeatedly reminded himself that Jiang Rong was not entirely clear-headed. In the midst of the fragrant lotus lake, holding her hand, he vowed a lifetime. For a moment, he could not discern reality from illusion, and her heartfelt wish brought him unexpected joy, impossible to contain. On the distant shore, in a pavilion, a frail-looking woman watched the scene from afar. Having heard of the twin lotus blooming in Xie, Jiang Rong had come to make a wish with him. This woman, undoubtedly skilled in her methods, was the reason Xie was so utterly captivated. She murmured softly. The maid beside her dared not respond. The county lord, frail since childhood, had been raised in the mountains, her temperament capricious. No one knew which word might lead to her demise. Recently, upon receiving news of the Empress Dowager's betrothal to the North Prince, she had killed several maids. On the journey back to the capital, upon hearing that the North Prince was visiting Xie with his wife to admire the lotuses, she had deliberately taken a detour. Chapter 94. Approaching Jiang Rong. Dong Xiqin is truly a fool. What good does it do to entice Xie when Jiang Rong is still alive? She would never passively await Xie to divorce and remarry. The woman spoke in a calm voice, devoid of any ripple. A prodigal is easy to deal with, but Jiang Rong is the greatest obstacle to marrying into the Northern Prince and Apos as residents. The maid cautiously interjected. This is the arrangement of the Grand Princess. To have the second young lady sow discord. My mother is even more foolish. As an enemy, one should strike with certainty, yet she is arrogantly playing cat and mouse. The woman curled her thin lips into a cold smile, her eyes brimming with scorn. If poison had been administered then, we would not have the current complications. It has ruined my splendid strategy. The Grand Princess of Anyang was betrothed to the legitimate son of the Marquis of Yongning by the Emperor in her youth. The Marquis and his eldest son were stationed in the southwest, which is why she resided there for a long time, returning to the capital only last year. She bore 2 daughters and a son. The eldest daughter is already married, while the second daughter is frail and has been raised in the mountains. Leaving us with this one, Princess Dong Xiqin. From a young age, Dong Xiqin was astute and skilled in schemes. She had long chosen Xie as her husband. In the current court, the Crown Prince, Prince Duan, and Prince Ing are in a 3-way stalemate, with any of them potentially emerging as the greatest victor. Aligning oneself at this juncture is a gamble fraught with peril. Moreover, the biological mothers of the Crown Prince and Prince Ing hail from 2 other prominent families of generals. Should either ascend, their mothers would become the empress. As a daughter-in-law, she would remain a tier below, leaving the Dong family at a disadvantage. What difference would that make now? It would be better to evade the struggle for the throne altogether and choose a powerful noble whose position would remain steadfast regardless of who ascends. The northern prince's residence caught Dong Xiqin's eye. Even more fortuitously, the northern prince's heir is but a frivolous wastrel, meaning that the true authority over the northern prince's residence would lie with the future princess. If she could wed Xie, the Xie family would effectively be hers. Thus, over the years, Dong Xiqin has been secretly gathering information about Xie, familiarizing herself with his preferences, planning to meticulously set the stage upon her return to the capital to ensnare him. Little did she expect someone would beat her to it. This unforeseen development sent the already frail Dong Xiqin into a fit of rage, leading to a bout of illness that she has only recently begun to recover from. Eagerly, she set off for the capital. Dong Xiqin and Amp, Appo's gaze fell upon a small boat in the center of the lake. Her eyes icy. There are but 2 survivors from the Jiang family, yet the world praises her for her purity and filial piety. Such a formidable character, Dong Xiqin is no match for her. I must lend my elder sister a hand. Let us return to the capital. Turning away, Dong Xiqin's maid closely followed. Just moments after her departure on the small boat in the lake, Xie gazed toward the pavilion on the shore. Was my husband observing? Jiang Rong followed his gaze but saw nothing. Xie felt as though a pair of eyes had been scrutinizing them. However, when he looked back, the figure had already vanished. It's nothing, Xie replied casually, then paused. Turning to Jing Zhe, have Xiao Nanxing investigate who has crossed the bridge to the lake. Jing Zhe acknowledged the command. In the Mingxin bureau, in the rear hall, Chu Ju was hunched over his desk, writing furiously, only pausing after a long while. Suddenly lifting his head, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in a formal red robe, his face stern, standing not far from his desk. Father, when did you arrive? Chu Ju asked, astonished. Chu Shouqing, his expression austere, remarked, I heard you were handling a major case lately. Quite impressive. You flatter me. Chu Ju puffed out his chest with pride. Am I praising you? The cases in the Mingxin Bureau are hardly sufficient for you. Why seek out cases that involve the Grand Princess's residence and the Northern Prince's residence? Such a troublesome affair. And you dare to take it on? Zhu Xiaojiang's not Gun Li. What of it? ISNT, our Mingxin Bureau, known for apprehending individuals regardless of their background? Zhu Zito Nun Jialen. How many major cases have you resolved? How many princes have you executed? This case is hardly one that would lead to the execution of the Grand Princess. That is because the Emperor wishes to eliminate her, which gives the princes the authority to act. But the Emperor currently has no intention of moving against the Grand Princess of Anyang. You think you can afford to offend her? Zhu Xiaojiang at Monitz an Li. Chu Ju was taken aback. What? ISNT at the case that our Mingxin Bureau can apprehend whomever we please? But that is not the case. I cannot afford to offend her. Isn't that why I have you? Chu Ju chuckled. Should the sky fall, I have my father to support me. Chu Shouqing replied, this troublesome matter. The Grand Princess of Anyang has met with me and requested that I release all her people. Chu Ju and Amp, Appo's expression shifted instantly. Father, you cannot heed her request. Should I heed your words instead? Chu Shouqing shot back. Seeing Chu Ju and Amp, Appo's face grow increasingly grim, Chu Shouqing leisurely continued, however. The elderly matriarch of the Northern Prince's residence has also sent word, demanding a thorough investigation from the Mingxin Bureau. If all are released, it would offend the Northern Prince and Appo's residence. In this conflict, both parties require a measure of face-saving. You may select a few individuals as the culprits and resolve the case within 5 days. The Chunyu Pavilion will be immediately unsealed, and all others unrelated shall be released. With that, Chu Shouqing departed. Left alone in the rear hall, Chu Ju felt stifled. He had initially intended to pass judgment on the brothel madam and others involved in the murder of a common girl, hoping to find a reason to continue sealing off Chunyu Pavilion. Once it reopened, it could attract management and lead to further tragedies like that of Ms. Zhang, and if the Grand Princess were to open another brothel, it would remain closed under the guise of investigation. He would never allow Miss Zhang's tragedy to repeat itself. However, it seemed impossible at present. Chu Ju furrowed his brow, pondering until he suddenly thought of someone, Jiang Rong. Remembering the woman's ability to manipulate circumstances, perhaps he could consult her. Summon the northern prince's future princess. Ju Gongman. His subordinate complied. Shortly after, he returned to report. The future princess and the heir have departed the capital to enjoy the lotus flowers. It is said they will not return for a couple of days. A few days later, outside the capital, at the 10-mile pavilion, willows swayed gently. Further afield, in a mountain pavilion on the outskirts of the capital, a woman in blue held a spyglass, gazing down at the 10-mile pavilion. County Princess, we shall arrive at the appointed time, her maid announced nervously, keeping an eye on the dripping sand clock they had brought from home. In the mountains, time was unknown, but the county princess required precise timing. Very well, let her run toward the outskirts of the capital. She should encounter the person she needs to meet in about a quarter of an hour, Dong Shiqin said unhurriedly. In another quarter of an hour, the carriage from the northern prince and Appo's residence would arrive at the 10-mile pavilion. The maid departed to fulfill her command. Before long, a peasant girl appeared, fleeing in panic, pursued by 4 burly men wielding wooden sticks. Dong Shiqin and Appo's thin lips curved slightly. If Jiang Rong could save a common girl rescued by Xie and entrust her with responsibilities, regardless of whether her heart was genuinely kind or if she was merely feigning compassion in front of Xie, then this common girl should also be saved by her. Moreover, she had specifically chosen someone from a nearby village with a background similar to Jiang Rong and Appo's. Orphaned at a young age and raised by her uncle. Suffering mistreatment from his family, this would surely evoke Jiang Rong and Appo's sympathy. Indeed, her plan was not to draw closer to Xie, but to Jiang Rong. Chapter 95. A certain act of valor. The carriage of the North King's residence approached along the official road. Your Highness, the young master, the young mistress. There is a common woman ahead. Jing Zhe reported from a distance. Jiang Rong lifted the curtain of the carriage and beheld a distressed woman fleeing in a panic, stumbling as she ran toward them, her voice rising in desperate cries for help. Save me. She was covered in wounds, blood streaming down her body, pursued by 4 burly men. In the mountain pavilion, Dong Shiqi's thin lips curved slightly. Jiang Rong, regardless of whether your intentions are genuine or feigned, you cannot idly stand by as a pitiful woman is brutally beaten before your eyes. In the next moment, her pupils widened in shock. Chu Ju was in a rush. With the deadline for the case approaching, he had yet to devise an effective plan. Upon hearing that the North King's carriage was en route, he hurriedly set off outside the city to find Jiang Rong. From a distance, he spotted the woman being pursued by the men. His innate sense of justice compelled him to intervene. Stop! Chu Ju leaped from his horse, performing a somersault in mid-air, landing in front of the woman, and with a swift kick, sent the 4 men sprawling. The accompanying officer rushed forward, apprehending the assailants. Who are you to dare assault a woman in broad daylight? Do you have no respect for the law? Chu Ju deandet angvili. The men, seeing the official attire of the onlookers, stuttered in fear, clamoring to explain. Please spare us. My lord, she was sold to our young master by her uncle, yet she attempted to flee. They continued, my lord. Her family accepted the bride price. The young master of a small landlord in Appo's family in the village was a fool. To ensure the continuation of their lineage, his family had purchased several girls in the village. Chu Ju frowned deeply, appalled by such heartless relatives willing to sell their niece to a fool. He turned to gaze at the peasant girl, who was covered in bruises from the beating, barely able to stand, swaying unsteadily. Dong and Appo's had been holding on by a thread. She needed to meet the young mistress of the North King. Only by doing so could she secure a future for herself and her brother. Yet, upon being rescued by a compassionate official, she fell at a loss for how to express her gratitude, and in her overwhelming fear, she fainted. My lord, this girl has fainted. An attendant approached to report, examining her condition. She is covered in injuries. Perhaps her wounds are severe. Chu Ju felt a pang of sympathy and instructed, take her to my place first and find a doctor to treat her. He then turned his gaze to the 4 men. Take these 4 away, conduct a thorough interrogation, and investigate the girl's family to verify the situation. Yes, my lord. The subordinate acknowledged. After arranging the matter, Chu Ju turned toward the carriage of the North King's residence. In the distance, at the mountain pavilion, Dong Shiqi slammed her telescope onto the table, shattering it into a web of cracks. Damn it! Her complexion paled, and her heart condition worsened, causing her to clutch her chest in pain. A maid quickly presented a vial of medicine. Your Highness, please take the tranquil heart pill. Dong Shiqi accepted the vial and swallowed a pill. After a lengthy pause, her pallor gradually improved. She had never anticipated that her meticulously planned scheme would be thwarted by Chu Ju. All her efforts were in vain. She knew Jiang Rong would undoubtedly investigate the girl's background. Therefore, all details of her identity were indeed authentic. What remained unknown to the world was that Dong Shiqi had chosen this girl, promising to rescue her from the clutches of the foolish landlord while holding her brother hostage. Under threats and inducements, Donger had pledged her loyalty to her. Dong Shiqi composed herself, her gaze turning cold. Since she has been saved by Chu Ju, let her remain by his side. It is better than nothing. This Chu Ju shares a unique bond with Jiang Rong. Perhaps I can glean some information through him. Find an opportunity to relay a message to her. Yes, the maid complied. Dong Shiqi sought to comfort herself. Chu Ju had assisted Jiang Rong with several cases, indicating a profound friendship. Remaining close to him was not without merit. Yet the more she pondered, the angrier she became, her complexion paling once more. Alarmed, the maid quickly offered her another vial of medicine. Jiang Rong's gaze fell upon the woman being carried away. She sensed that the appearance of this woman was rather coincidental. Jiang Rong harbored a deep skepticism towards coincidences, as she was adept at orchestrating them herself. However, now that the woman had fallen into the hands of the Mingxin division, all would be thoroughly investigated. If there were any issues, Chu Ju would surely uncover them. If not, it mattered little. After all, the woman was not left in the North King's residence. Should she indeed be targeting the North King's residence? Such a ruckus could not arise. I wonder what matter Officer Chu seeks us for. Jiang Rong inquired. Chu Ju promptly recounted the current progress of the case. Do you have any means to prevent the Spring Moon Pavilion from opening? None, Jiang Rong replied. Chu Ju sighed. Well, I suppose I was being overly ambitious. However, there is a way to ensure that the Spring Moon Pavilion will not dare to accept abducted women. Jiang Rong slowly finished her thought. On the day of Jiang Rong's return to the capital, the Zhang family case was concluded. The madam of the Spring Moon Pavilion, along with 7 managers and their henchmen, were all sentenced to death. The remaining ordinary servants were released without charges, and the seal on the Spring Moon Pavilion was finally lifted, allowing it to reopen. News of this reached the princess of Anyang's residence. A scholar advised. After all, the North King's residence also exerted pressure, and the matriarch personally intervened. The Mingxin division must give the North King's residence some face. Thus, this resolution is not without merit. The managers may be replaced, and the early reopening of the Spring Moon Pavilion is indeed a fortunate event. Each day it remains closed incurs significant losses. The Princess of Anyang remained infuriated, questioning, what is wrong with that old woman? Jiang Rong is not her biological granddaughter. Why is she so protective? The scholar mused. Although not her biological granddaughter, she was indeed her granddaughter-in-law and the beloved of the North King's heir. It was only natural for the old woman to care for her. He continued to harbor private thoughts while maintaining a respectful facade. Indeed, the matriarch has been meddling excessively. Where's the medicine? It was promised within 3 days, yet this is now the 5th day. Do they dare to delay? Are they courting death? The Princess of Yang recalled the summer Jiao Dan and grew even angrier. The scholar replied, your precious flower is transported by human means, not by horse-drawn carriage. While the carriage can indeed arrive within 3 days, human transport is slower, typically requiring 5 to 6 days, which is normal. I dispatched someone yesterday to expedite the process. If they're to arrive within 3 days, they must travel day and night without rest. When they do arrive, I shall have them punished with 50 lashes. The Princess of Anyang declared angrily. Yes. At that moment, a nurse approached to report, Your Highness, there is trouble. Sun Daegu has died, and the summer Jiao Dan is missing. Chapter 96. I am surely related to Jiang Rong what? Princess Anyang exclaimed in disbelief. springing to her feet and glaring fiercely at the wet nurse, her expression a mix of shock and fury. "What did you say?" The wet nurse trembled in fear, stammering. "Xia Shijiao Dan is missing. Sun Dague is dead. All the servants have vanished. How could this happen?" Princess Anyang and Damp. Appo's face turned ashen with rage. "Who dares to steal my precious flowers? Did you not assure me it was foolproof? Had I known, I would have sent elite guards to escort them." She cast a glance at the scholar. The scholar, in a panic, knelt before her. "Your Highness." This was indeed the safest method. The Mianzhou villa has never been known for rare flowers, and even if there were bandits, they would not target something so valueless. Ordinary folk would never dare to covet the princess's estate. If we had sent elite guards, we would have drawn attention. Now it seems the news of Xia Shijiao Dan has already leaked. This is a failure of the Mianzhou villa and Appo's information network. The enemy was well prepared, and if we had dispatched elite guards, they would certainly have sent experts to seize it. The scholar hastily shifted the blame to the villa. Princess Anyang, seething with anger, commanded, "Send someone to investigate the Mianzhou villa thoroughly. It must be Jiang Rong. It can only be Jiang Rong. Who else would dare to steal my miraculous medicine? Unimaginably, something grown in her own villa could be taken by Jiang Rong." The Chunyu Pavilion has opened its doors. Despite the recent scandal involving a death, in such a place, life is often deemed trivial, and soon many patrons gathered again. The newly appointed matron approached the scholar for instructions. Should we still accept those virtuous ladies? The Chunyu Pavilion had just been embroiled in a lawsuit concerning a kidnapped virtuous lady, and the new matron felt apprehensive. The prince and Appo's intent is for everything to proceed as usual, the scholar replied nonchalantly. "If we do not stock good goods, how can we attract business? Rest assured, the Mingxin Bureau cannot possibly monitor us every day." At that moment, a servant rushed in to report Zhou Guanshi trouble. "The Mingxin Bureau is here again." The scholar and Appo's expression changed, and he hurried outside to see. The once bustling brothel was now eerily quiet, clad in a flamboyant fish-scale robe. Chu Ju sat brazenly in the main hall, drinking with 7 or 8 comrades. The patrons around him sat rigidly, avoiding eye contact, while the dancers trembled on the stage. "Lord Chu, has this case not been resolved already? Why are you here again?" Zhougo forced a smile. Chu Ju grinned. "I came to amuse myself." "What? Is your establishment not welcoming me now that you and Appo's reopen for business?" "Of course not." Zhougo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chu Ju continued. "Having sealed your doors for a few days, I felt somewhat guilty. Thus, to express my compensation, I have decided to come here every day from now on. Regardless of weather or season, I shall not miss a single day. This table is reserved for me." He rapped on the tea table in front of him, beaming at Zhougo. "Be sure to save me a spot at Chunyu Pavilion. If I cannot make it, my brothers will come instead." The Mingxin Bureau has no shortage of people. The group of guards laughed in unison. "Our boss is generous. If the boss treats us to songs and entertainment, we must be present." Zhougo and Appo's smile turned into a grimace. Upon hearing this, many patrons immediately left, deciding never to return. Under the watchful eye of the Mingxin Bureau, who could enjoy themselves? Who would dare to squander wealth? As that would be a clear admission of corruption. As they exited Chunyu Pavilion, the matron did not utter a single word of welcome. Subordinates flattered, "Boss, you're truly formidable. With this move, they dare not accept kidnapped women anymore." Indeed, it was quite impressive. Chu Ju nodded in agreement, relishing the sight of the disgruntled faces of those he had bested. Jiang Rong, it seemed, was indeed quite capable. Recalling Jiang Rong brought back a sense of familiarity. "I remembered," Chu Ju suddenly exclaimed. "The case we handled last time, the one where we helped the Pinga Marquis find his missing daughter, was the very girl his son rescued on the road. It is said that upon seeing her, although it was their first meeting, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity and immediately went to save her, only to discover she was his own sister. This illustrates the profound bond of blood relations." A subordinate looked puzzled. "But the Northern King and Appo's consort is not your sister, is she? Then, could it be I was found by my father?" Juju ponda in Sadun. In matters concerning his lineage, Chu Ju rushed to verify with his father. At this moment, Chu Shouqing had just received news from his subordinates about his son's escapades at the brothel, wondering how he could engage in such behavior. However, his visit was justified. Chunyu Pavilion could only stew in silence. This maneuver was indeed quite clever. "Dad!" Chu Ju burst in, addressing Chu Shouqing with utmost seriousness. "I have a very important question, and I need you to answer truthfully. What is it? Am I adopted?" Chu Ju looked anxiously at him. "To spare my feelings. You and Mother never told me the truth." Chu Shouqing's stern expression froze. How could he have thought his son had matured? "You little rascal. Do you want a beating?" Chu Shouqing slammed the bamboo tablet on his desk. Chu Ju yelped, expertly fleeing the scene. Yet, Chu Ju felt elated. He was assured that he was indeed his father's biological son. Thus, there could only be one possibility. "Bring me our family tree," Chu Ju commanded his subordinates. Before long, they presented a thick genealogy book. After a thorough search, Chu Ju finally found his evidence. "See, I was right. Jiang Rong and I must share blood ties. Our family tree states that 200 years ago, my ancestor married a woman from the Jiang family of the north. We were one family 2 centuries ago. No wonder she seems so familiar to me," Chu Ju exclaimed, pointing at the genealogy, exhilarated. The mystery that had troubled him for so long was finally resolved. However, after 200 years, might the blood relation be somewhat diluted? A subordinate could not help but remind him. "Diluted? You two have practically no blood relation at all. What do you know? This is called intergenerational kinship." Chu Ju, having solved the conundrum, was in high spirits. Intergenerational kinship? Is that even a thing? Jiang Rong and Xie returned to the northern king's residence, first greeting the elder matriarch. Xie Ruogio, knowing her brother and sister-in-law were home, had waited specifically, eagerly asking Jiang Rong about any amusing encounters during their outing. Jiang Rong glossed over the impersonation of the princess, sharing tales of the paired lotuses from Xiao Shui and presenting the local specialties they had brought back. The lotus seed tea, known for its cooling properties, was quite delightful. So she purchased some for her grandmother and younger sister to taste. Jiang Rong smiled softly. The elder matriarch grasped her hand with great warmth. "Pleased, you are so thoughtful. My dear, your encounter with the paired lotuses is indeed a good omen." Sierra Ogio found it utterly fascinating and insisted on accompanying her sister-in-law next time. Oh, Chapter 97. The princess's mansion must feast upon exiting Songa Hall. Xielingxi proceeded to the Bureau of Passengers, where official business awaited him. Jiang Rong intended to visit the Wanwan study to set a trap for the son of the Grand Princess. "Where are you going, sister-in-law?" inquired Xie Ruogio. "To Wanwan's study. I have read Qinqiu and greatly admire Senior Qinqiu. His writings are exceptional. May I accompany you? I have yet to visit." Xie Ruogio expressed her curiosity. Jiang Rong agreed, "Certainly. However, I must attend to some matters first. I will have Qianyang take you around." "All right," Xie Ruogio replied obediently. Thus, the two sisters-in-law made their way to Wanwan's study. Jiang Rong entrusted Xie Ruogio to Qianyang and headed directly to the bamboo room on the 3rd floor. This was the place where she had taught Song Heng and Qi Moyan previously, which had since become their classroom. Every morning, Qi Moyan came here to study diligently. Song Heng would join him during his spare time, from compiling essays to discuss current affairs. At this moment, Qi Moyan was the only occupant of the room. "May I greet the young lady?" Qi Moyan bowed to Jiang Rong and raised a teacup. "Please enjoy this tea, teacher." Jiang Rong accepted the cup and sat before him, glancing through his written piece. "Well done. You are sure to excel in the provincial examination. Thank you for your guidance." Qi Moyan responded gratefully. "I need to orchestrate a plan to eliminate someone," Jiang Rong said, her gaze steady. "I require your assistance. Are you willing?" "Absolutely," Qi Moyan replied without hesitation. The son of Grand Princess Anyang, Dong Zifei, cheated during last year's provincial examination and ranked 3rd. However, with time, the evidence has vanished. Jiang Rong continued calmly. "Thus, I intend to corner him, forcing him into disarray. I want you to challenge the top 5 candidates from last year's provincial examinations in Jiangbei, Jiangnan, and the capital who are currently in the city. Out of the 15, half had already obtained official positions, and a few remained in their hometowns studying. Yet there were still some who had failed the imperial examination and had not left the capital, preparing for the next attempt. In total, there were merely 4 individuals, one of whom was Dong Zifei. You must be audacious and provoke them into a duel. The cheater will undoubtedly shy away from the contest. He will find excuses to avoid it, which is exactly what I desire. Jiang Rong's eyes glinted coldly. She had previously remained dormant, lacking opportunity. Now that she had a chance, the princess's mansion would certainly be feasted upon. I have read their writings. They pale in comparison to yours. Jiang Rong remarked, her smile radiant. You have made significant progress recently. You should be able to win. However, it matters not if you draw or lose a few matches. Engaging with these opponents will surely yield you valuable experience, given your talent. Qi Moyan bowed. I shall do my utmost. Though he professed to give his best effort, in his heart, he was determined not to tarnish the reputation of the young lady. He could not afford to lose a single match. Tonight, he would study through the night. And then there was the Grand Princess in Appo's mansion, the enemy of the young lady. He noted it in his little ledger of grievances. Meanwhile, Sierra Ogio wandered about with Xionyang, finding everything novel. Who is this senior Chinchio? Do you know? She asked. Xionyang replied respectfully, it is not appropriate to speak of that. Oh, I am simply curious. I have been following your and Appo's, Chinchio and Appo's, anthology eagerly. When will the 3rd volume be released? I can hardly wait. Sierra Ogio urged for updates. Xionyang smiled. The next volume should be ready soon. Once the previous volume is delivered, it can be published. Oh, your next volume sounds intriguing as well. I am particularly interested in the competition among the 8 courtesans. You must continue writing about it. I am curious who will emerge victorious. As they conversed, they heard a commotion emanating from the 2nd floor's book pavilion. Xiao Song, the backing behind the Jingxi Fu, is none other than the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I know you penned an article about Zhou Hongyang settling personal scores. But that was an order from the young lady. You were merely following orders, which is inconsequential. Yet, exposing the Jingxi Fu is a matter of personal offense against the minister. Xiao Song, though we use pseudonyms in our writings, who does not know that it is just the 2 of us in this study? It would not take long to uncover the truth, advised the elder scholar Zhou. Song Hung felt a surge of anger. No. The toxic fabrics used by Jingxi Fu have harmed countless commoners. I must publicize this matter to protect the unaware populace from harm. During his research for news in the capital, he had learned that the dye used by Jingxi Fu was problematic, causing severe illness among many who purchased their fabrics. However, due to the influential backing of the fabric store, the citizens dared not confront the authorities and could only endure in silence. Upon encountering this information, Song Hung was infuriated and immediately wrote a passionate article denouncing Jingxi Fu. He hoped that once the matter escalated, the authorities would be compelled to intervene, potentially restoring justice for the common people. You are still young, offending people like this. You may not live long. Elder scholar Zhou shook his head repeatedly. A female voice from outside chimed in. I believe Song Hung is right. It should be written so everyone knows. Both men turned to see a young lady in a colorful dress standing at the entrance of the pavilion. She was strikingly beautiful, her eyes filled with indignation. This is the 2nd young lady of the Northern Wang Mansion, Xionyang informed. Elder scholar Zhou was taken aback and hurriedly bowed. What you say is true, young lady. This Jingxi Fu has harmed countless people. They deserve the harshest punishment, regardless of his personal thoughts. The elder scholar's philosophy was always to align with the opinions of those in power. Sierra Ogio looked at him in confusion. You clearly did not say that just now. However, she did not dwell on it and walked directly to Song Hung. May I see your article? Song Hung picked up the Xian paper on the table and handed it to her. As Sierra Ogio's gaze fell upon the text, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Song Hang's words were jewels, flowing freely, unambiguous, akin to a sword unsheathed. Though she had never excelled in her studies, she had always admired talented scholars. Previously, she had only perceived writing as ornate and beautiful. Now, reading this piece, she felt for the first time that words were not merely beautiful, but sharp and profoundly moving. Beautifully written, Sierra Ogio exclaimed, looking at Song Hung with glimmering eyes. Song Hung, you are truly remarkable. Song Hung lowered his gaze. You flatter me, young lady. It is but a trifling endeavor. A gentleman reads to save the world and assist the people. This principle guided Song Hong throughout his life. He served the people without fear of power or risk to his life, unwavering in his commitment, whether as a commoner or in a high position, steadfast as a rock. His original intention unchanged. Chapter 98. Beauty and talent. Do not underestimate yourself. You are truly remarkable. Xie Jiao praised. You excel at writing, possess striking looks, and your temperament is neither arrogant nor impatient. Though you appear as a delicate scholar, you resemble a sharp sword. The initial encounter left an indelible impression on Xie Jiao. Song Hong was indeed a treasure. Each time she saw him, she felt he radiated brilliance. How delightful! Thus, Xie Jiao remained in the study, observing them as they crafted their writings. Song Hong felt somewhat uneasy. Anyone would feel awkward when someone sat before them, gazing intently. Fortunately, he was usually absorbed in his writing, allowing him to quickly immerse himself in the task at hand. Beside him, Zhou Laoxiu sat upright, meticulously crafting every character with great care. With Xie Jiao watching, he endeavored to enhance his work, infusing it with even greater eloquence than usual. After a while, a knock echoed from the door. "The princess consort has arrived," shouted Fei Zue. The occupants of the room rose in unison, opening the door to pay their respects. Jiang Rong and Qi Moyan entered. "Sister-in-law, the Wanwan study is truly delightful. May I visit often?" Upon seeing Jiang Rong, Xie Jiao rushed forward, wrapping her arms around her sister-in-laws. "Of course," Jiang Rong replied with a gentle smile. "What brings you here?" "I came to see Song Hong. They are writing. Their talents are extraordinary." Xie Jiao's cheeks flushed slightly. "Where's the they? You haven't even glanced at old scholar Zhou," Autumn Yang teased. Jiang Rong knew of Xie Jiao and Amp Appo's keen interest in literature and poetry, frequently attending literary gatherings in the capital. She relished observing the works of others. Despite